This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Su-dai opened her eyes, she felt a pain in her forehead. Before she could react to what was going on, her hands were suddenly grabbed by someone, and then she was forcibly dragged under a high platform. The floor with a cold metallic luster pierced her eyes, and a white mist appeared in front of her eyes. At this time, a cold voice came from the top of the high platform. Alyssa, you have violated the imperial law. Since you are a royal princess, the verdict is already very righteous, but you openly defied the verdict. You will now be forced to execute the verdict. Do you have anything to say? Su-dai could understand every word, but she couldn't understand them at all when they were put together. Her brain was empty. Wasn't she conducting the final stage of the experiment in the laboratory? What was going on now? Time passed by minute, and you could hear a pin drop around you. As her vision gradually became clear, she saw the man sitting on the high platform. The silver throne was shining with cold light. He looked expressionless like a mannequin in a shop window. His silver clothes made him look even colder. Especially when she met his eyes, the disgusting look like a tide directly overwhelmed her. Su-dai subconsciously tensed her body, and the airtight sense of danger seemed to surge towards her. The man on the high platform waited for a few seconds as usual. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he gave an order to the guards standing on both sides at the right time. The Empire's princess, Alyssa, has violated the law and is now exiled to a first-level planet. Because of her royal status, the planet she is exiled to is the planet she belongs to. Execute now. With a buzzing sound, Su-dai was pulled up again and dragged outside. While being dragged, her eyes swept to a row of seats behind her, with a row of people sitting on them. Those people were formed by images. Before she could take a closer look at the appearance of these people, she was thrown into something. A blue light flashed, and she could no longer open her eyes. Many images appeared in Su-dai's mind while she was sleeping. These images turned around in her mind like a revolving lantern. In the picture, a person who looked like her loudly questioned a handsome man why he didn't like her. The man looked cold and looked at her coldly. The scene changed to her being judged. Everyone stared at her coldly and mockingly, as if they were looking at something dirty. She refused to accept it, and shouted loudly, and finally bumped into the pillar. When Su-dai woke up again, she felt that she could hardly breathe. She suddenly opened her eyes, and coughed loudly. The yellow sand on her head and face fell down with her movements. After a few coughs, she had a mouthful of yellow sand. She started to spit again, and she stopped coughing until her whole body was loose. At this time, she could see clearly what was happening around her. When she saw it clearly, she thought that she might as well be drowned by the yellow sand. What a terrible environment this is. The surroundings are all undulating yellow sand, endless, with no grass growing, and the whole sky is filled with the color of yellow sand. If she hadn't woken up in time, she would have been buried by the yellow sand and suffocated to death. Thinking of this, Su-dai's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, she felt a pain, and many memories that did not belong to her suddenly appeared in her mind. She covered her head and groaned for a long time before she raised her head in shock and looked ahead in disbelief. The whole person seemed to be stunned. It seems like she ran from the end of the world to the star era. The memory of the end of the world in her mind is vivid. She is in the end of the world for 50 years. She has passed the time of human extinction. They have reached the difficult time of human beings. The materials are exhausted. They have to cultivate the food needed for human survival in the base. Fortunately, in the 15th year of the end of the world, humans have gradually discovered superpowers. Like all new humans, she passed a unified test at the age of 8 and detected the superpowers in her body. At the age of 15, she successfully stimulated the superpowers. But unfortunately, her superpower is a Wit superpower, and the level of the superpower is not high. There is a set of accumulated records of various superpowers in the end of the world. Wit superpowers belong to auxiliary superpowers. Unless a very high level of Wit superpowers is awakened at the beginning, Wit superpowers are not suitable for combat throughout their lives. Most ordinary people with Wit superpowers, like her, can only be trapped in the base to grow and cultivate plants, which is another kind of imprisoned life. But she just couldn't accept such a trapped life. She wanted revenge. How could she be trapped in the base forever as an ordinary planter? So when the laboratory proposed the energy stimulation experiment, she signed up to participate. The early experiments went smoothly, but when the experiment reached the final stage, the laboratory was attacked by spies. She was in the final critical stage of the experiment. In the end, the experiment backfired and she was attacked by pain. When she woke up again, she came to another world. Originally, she was still glad that she didn't die, But after sorting out the memories of her original body in her mind, she felt that her current situation was not much different from death, and it was just a matter of time. It turns out that this is no longer her original planet. This is a new galaxy, the Nobi Galaxy. The level of civilization in the Nobi Galaxy is not comparable to that of her original planet. People here can easily travel between the planets open to the Empire. The Empire is the highest civilization formed in the Nobi Galaxy. The Empire rules all the planets in the Nobi Galaxy. In the Nobi Galaxy, the highest silver planet is the main star of the Empire. The 7 planets arranged in sequence below it, and the main star together constitute the Empire civilization. The Empire civilization is similar to the current Western constitutional monarchy, but in this Empire civilization, the Emperor of the Empire has great power. He is not a decoration, but one of the decision-makers of the Empire. And her body is the eldest princess of the Empire. She has a biological elder brother, but in a war with the Zerg, her biological elder brother was involved in an invisible black hole. According to the inheritance law of the Empire, she is the first heir, but her original body is a love-brained person. People all over the Empire know that she is shamelessly chasing the Imperial Major General. It is very shameless. It was because of the love brain that the original body actually used its power to target the gene bank, especially when it was caught with solid evidence, which led to her being exiled to an abandoned planet and completely losing her inheritance rights. Seeing the scenes of the original owner entangled with the Imperial Major General in her mind, Su Dai's mouth twitched, and she wanted to punch herself. It was too embarrassing. She wanted to close her eyes and return to the difficult apocalypse era. At least there was a way to survive there. It was a difficult thing to survive here. Unfortunately, at this time, her stomach made a gurgling sound. Su Dai could only rub her stomach and stand up from the yellow sand. She stood up and looked around, and she was even more desperate. There was nothing but yellow sand. There was no living thing. There was no way. She could only identify the direction, and finally decided to walk towards the north. While walking, paying attention to the surroundings, trying to find something edible. Until the sky became dim, she could no longer walk, and the breath in her heart was completely released. She sat down on the yellow sand, and then she couldn't stand up anymore. Her stomach was numb from hunger, her mouth was full of sour water, and her whole body was lying on the sand without any strength. She couldn't go on, she really couldn't walk. The sky got darker, she knew it was night, but there was nothing around to cover her. She could only let the yellow sand cover most of her. If her hair was not black, she would have merged with the desert. Too tired, Su Dai covered her stomach and closed her eyes heavily. Before she lost consciousness, she thought about all kinds of food and fell asleep. She didn't gain anything that day. Except for the desert that she couldn't get out of. There was no water, no food, and she didn't encounter any living things. She was completely abandoned. Chapter 2. The next day, Su Dai still held out hope for the unknown ahead. She hoped to see an oasis ahead, or find something to eat. But as the second sunset ended, there was still endless yellow sand ahead of her. After her stomach spasmed and twitched, she kept vomiting acid. Although it was very uncomfortable, what was more difficult than this was thirst. She wanted to drink water. Her lips had been cracked countless times, and she licked the blood that oozed out without wasting it. But she was still thirsty, as if she was about to smoke, and her throat was dry as if it was on fire. This lasted until the night of the second day. The fire in Su Dai's eyes gradually extinguished, and she really couldn't walk anymore. Half giving up and falling in the yellow sand, she looked at the sky covered by sand and dust, and smiled bitterly in her heart. She might die. Even if tomorrow came, she was waiting for death. The moment she was thrown to this abandoned planet, she was already dead by default. Otherwise, those people would not have taken away her optical brain, nor left her any food, and abandoned her in this place. It seems that some people in the Empire really want her original body to die like this. Thinking of this, Su Dai felt a pity. She originally thought that she could live again, but she didn't expect to die again in just a few days. She was really unwilling. The night in the desert was cold. Su Dai was covered by yellow sand. She didn't want to move. When the first ray of light shone on her face, she thought she was finally dead. It was not until she felt a pain in her toes that she realized that she was not dead yet. Realizing this reality, she squinted her eyes and stared at this rare ray of clean light. It seems that she is not dead yet. At this time, she felt a pain at her feet again, as if something was moving on them. Su Dai's expression froze. To make sure that she was not having an illusion, she suddenly sat up from the yellow sand and started to dig quickly in the direction of her feet. At this time, her mind was blank, and her hands burst out with extraordinary hand speed and strength. Yellow sand splashed, and as the sand pit was dug open, a brown thing was moving in the sand. Su Dai's eyes burst into light. Without any hesitation, she stretched out her hand and grabbed the moving body of the thing tightly, and then pulled it upward vigorously. The creature in the sand seemed to feel the threat from above, and it was stirring vigorously in the sand. A flat head with sharp teeth suddenly emerged from the sand and attacked her fingers. When Su Dai saw what this thing was, her eyes were already green. When this thing was about to bite her leg, she slapped its head directly, and then her fingers became hammers, and the sound of continuous and dense fists hitting sounded, until the thing under her fist was smashed and there was no movement. She stopped her fierce action, and the whole person fell to the ground again as if exhausted, and kept breathing heavily. Lying on her back, her eyes seemed to be stung by this rare bright light, and her eye sockets were wet. She finally found a living thing, and it seemed that she didn't have to starve to death immediately. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a surge of joy and gratitude. Who would want to die if they could live? She finally lived again. How could she be willing to die in such a miserable way? Until she had a little strength in her body, she slowly sat up again, stretched out her hand, and pulled the thing she had just hammered to death next to her. After a closer look, it was indeed an enlarged centipede, with a body as thick as an adult's wrist and about 1 meter long. Centipedes of this size were actually quite common in the end times. In the apocalypse, many creatures in nuclear-contaminated and radioactive areas have changed their appearance. She has encountered rats, as big as human children attacking human bases. As a new human born in the apocalypse, although she is accustomed to these mutant creatures, it is still a bit uncomfortable to use them as food. In the apocalypse, everyone knows that wood-type mutants have the weakest stomachs and intestines. They are also the new humans who are more particular about food, especially most wood-type mutants are responsible for the cultivation of food, and most of the food they eat is vegetarian. Su Dai stared at the snake-like centipede beside her leg. If she were a fire-type mutant, it would be great. At least she could roast it and eat it, but now she couldn't think of any way except eating it raw. Hunger has occupied her brain, and her body instinct makes her involuntarily stretch out her hands to touch the centipede, and then with a click, the centipede's half-arm-long leg was removed by her. At first glance, it looks like a huge crab leg. If you only stare at this leg and ignore the hammered centipede head, it doesn't seem so uncomfortable. This thought passed through her mind, and her fingers had already uncontrollably brought the centipede legs to her mouth. She smelled a hint of fishy smell in her nose, but when she felt the moisture inside the meat, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She took the first bite for some reason, and it turned out to be a rare sweet and fishy taste, which didn't seem so difficult to accept. After starting, Su Dai quickly started to remove the legs with her hands. She ate more than 10 centipede legs in a row before she stopped. It was as if new vitality was injected into her whole body, and the despair of being on the verge of death finally subsided a little. She leaned comfortably on the sand pile, squinting her eyes, and looking at the dust-free sky in a trance. She held a centipede leg tightly in her hands, silently praying to God to let her walk out of this devil's land alive. On this day, she indulged herself for the first time, not thinking about whether she would die tomorrow, and buried herself in the sand without moving. The next day, it was the dust that woke her up. Realizing that there were many dusts blowing not far away, Su Dai was excited and pressed the centipede leg that was about to roll in her arms. She sat up suddenly. The centipede leg that she had eaten had been blown away by the dust wind. Her heart trembled, and she was relieved when she saw the centipede corpse blown not far away. She ran over in 3 or 2 steps, and pressed the centipede corpse with her buttocks, as if she had found a life-saving straw. Thinking that this was not safe, she turned over and pressed the whole person on the centipede corpse, waiting for the evil wind to leave. As a result, the evil wind blew for a whole day, until the yellow sand sky darkened, and the whole desert fell into complete silence. Su Dai turned over and threw away the empty centipede legs in her hand. She didn't move forward at all that day, but consumed 2 centipede legs. She counted the remaining centipede legs, and found that there were still 12 left, plus a whole centipede body. The stored food was not much. As the desert got hot, the centipede meat began to lose moisture, and it would soon become jerky. This impending crisis of water shortage made Su Dai unable to stay any longer. She couldn't stay where she was. As long as she was not dead, she had to move forward. She gritted her teeth and tore the extra skirt on her body into pieces. She tied the remaining half of the centipede with a weave, and continued to walk towards the north while dragging the things. Rather than waiting to die here, it is better to keep walking. Only by walking can there be hope. With such a strong desire to survive, Su Dai once again set foot on the road to move forward. After walking like this, Su Dai completely realized what despair was. After the 5th day, she could no longer remember the time. The centipede's legs had been eaten by her. Her body was very dehydrated, but she never encountered any living creatures after that. The centipede body she dragged had been eaten by her half. After so many days of heat, the meat inside had long become dried meat. She had no strength left in her body, so she directly crushed the centipede shell and continued to walk with only a small part of the dried meat. She could no longer eat this dried meat without any moisture, and could only stagger and walk with one breath. I don't know if it was her illusion, but I always felt that the color of the sand under her feet had become much darker. She shook her head, and her head was not very clear, so it was normal to have illusions. In a day filled with yellow sand, Su Dai could no longer hold on. She fell directly into the sand, her whole body limp, unable to muster any strength. She slowly turned her eyes. It seemed that this simple action took her a century. She was too tired, and every organ in her body was clamoring to go on strike. This pain was like a blunt knife cutting flesh, grinding little by little, until she could no longer resist, and instead expected death to come sooner, instead of suffering such unbearable pain now. She was really ready to give up. There was no way to give up. Unless an oasis river appeared here overnight, she would still die. Thinking of this, Su Dai shook her eyes tiredly. In a trance, she seemed to see her brother. He was infected with the lost virus, and tried his best to send himself to the base range. In the end, he died under the bullet. She saw her brother's mouth shape smiling at her and instructing her. Little sister, live well. It's a pity that she has to break her promise to her brother. Su Dai whispered brother, and tears couldn't be suppressed from sliding down from the corners of her eyes. She wanted to live so much. Chapter 3. I don't know if her obsession is too strong, but there is a rustling sound in her ears. This sound seems to be very close and far away. She seems to smell a sweet smell, which reminds her of towering mountains, peach blossoms blooming on both sides of the river, and the river flowing around, with moist water vapor blowing in her face. This illusion made her swallow her saliva, and her smoking and dry throat seemed to be comforted. After the short-term desire was relieved, there was a greater thirst. The strong desire to survive in her body made Su Dai open her eyes again, and her eyes turned around until she saw a direction. She subconsciously squinted her eyes to see more carefully. It was already evening, and according to past experience, it would soon be dark. In the dim light, she saw an object moving very slowly, which looked like a person. The knowledge that the other person seemed to be a person made Su Dai open her eyes wide. Her stopped heart seemed to have a heartbeat again. She tried to support her body and gestured to the other person, as if she had encountered a sweet rain. Someone here, save me here. The intermittent words had already made her exert all her strength, but at this moment her eyes burst with bright hope, staring at the direction where the other person came from. It seemed that he heard her voice, and the man paused briefly, as if thinking or distinguishing something. The black cloak wrapped his whole body, and the sky was dark. Su Dai couldn't see the other person's situation clearly because it was far away. At this time, Su Dai was anxious. She finally met a person, and she was afraid that the other person would just walk away, so she repeated her hoarse voice to ask for help. The person who came seemed to have heard her call for help, and the footsteps that had stopped moved again, heading in her direction. This realization made Su Dai excited. She was going to be saved. As the sound of stepping on the sand approached, Su Dai watched the other person approach her. When the other person walked into the range she could control, she immediately reached out and grabbed the clothes on the other person's arm. Save me. Just this sentence had consumed all her strength. Her throat was dry, and she could only open and close her mouth, but her eyes were particularly bright as she looked at the other person, trying to let the other person see what she wanted to express. But what responded to her was the other person's long silence. It was already night, and Su Dai looked at the other person's tightly covered black robe and vaguely felt that something was wrong. While she was staring at it, the other person's head covered with a black robe and hat moved to her side with a click. Hearing this sound, and then looking at the black hole in the other person's hat, she suddenly felt something was wrong, and her intuition made her want to shake off the other person's hand. As the two of them were tugging at each other, she pulled back and pulled off the other person's robe. As the robe swayed, the other person's face was suddenly revealed. Seeing the other person's appearance, her eyes suddenly widened, realizing what the other person was, and her eyes were instantly filled with fear. Inside the swaying robe, she saw half of the other person's face rotten into a skeleton, and the other half of the face was intact but covered with purple stripes like the virus, looking extremely terrifying. Su Dai's first thought was that the zombies had reappeared. This long-lost fear made her push the other person away, but the other person seemed To be attracted to her, his nose moved in her direction, and his eyeballs moved mechanically in his eye sockets. Then Su Dai felt that the eye was locking onto her, and this sense of crisis made her whole body explode. At this time, she had no time to regret, and only wanted to escape from the predicament in front of her. She didn't want to die at this moment, and she crawled when she had no strength left. So she supported herself with her hands and dragged her body for more than 2 meters, and the black-robed zombie behind her finally reacted. He turned his head and looked for Su Dai's direction, and his footsteps also began to squeak. The two of them were like extremely slow-moving turtles, chasing each other one after the other. After half an hour, the chase ended with Su Dai exhausted and the zombies catching up. Su Dai looked at the zombie that was about to bite her, and she was determined. She thought that even if she died, she would not be a starving ghost. She would bite the other party a few times with her last bit of strength. So when the zombie just got close to her neck, she was ruthless and took the lead in biting the other party's cheek. This time she used all her strength, and her teeth were stuck in the other party's flesh. The zombie obviously didn't expect that he would be attacked first. After a while, he turned his blue eyes and stared at Su Dai, who was close at hand. The eyes were confused and puzzled. He moved his head. Because Su Dai bit too tightly, her whole body shook twice with the other party. As long as she didn't let go, the two would maintain this posture, and her safety would be temporarily guaranteed. Realizing this fact, Su Dai was even more unlikely to let go of the other party. Her teeth were embedded a little more inside. There was a bitter taste in her mouth, and she couldn't tell whether it was the taste of the other party's blood or flesh. Sometimes people's desire to survive is really strong. When Su Dai was on the verge of death, she burst out with great strength and bit the zombie meat tightly. The two of them were deadlocked for a night and day, and she accidentally fell asleep for a while in the middle, but she still didn't let go. She must not be eaten by the other party. This thought made her persist until another night came. When she saw the zombie she bit actually nodded his head and dozed off, and his blue eyes were half closed. Su Dai, who had been holding on to the will to fight, suddenly lost her mind, as if a fist hit cotton. Su Dai stared at the other party. At such a close distance, the terrifying face didn't seem so scary. Seeing that the other party was still dozing off, she didn't know where she got the strength from, and directly stretched out her hand to hit the other party's half-whole face. This slap woke the other party up. Seeing the other party's eyes slowly opening, Su Dai was ready for a fierce counterattack. The zombie in front of him finally opened his eyes, and there was a moment of confusion in his blue eyes. When he met Su Dai's eyes, he shrank a little, and the result was that the cheek that Su Dai bit was pulled hard again. It seemed to feel pain, and his lifeless blue eyes actually showed a trace of grievance. Su Dai suspected that she had seen it wrong, and stared at the other party fiercely again, but the other party's eyes were confused and aggrieved, making her seem like the bully. Su Dai was silent. After staring at the other party for a minute, as if she had confirmed something, she slowly opened her mouth, and when her mouth could move, she flipped the other party to the side. She raised the centipede leg at hand, and waved it towards the other party. Seeing that the other party had no intention of coming over, she nodded with satisfaction. She was sure in her heart that this was a weak and stupid low-level zombie. She wiped her still sore mouth with her fingers, and ended up getting green juice all over her hands. She was stunned and looked at the other party's face. Only then did she find that the other party was still oozing green juice from the place where she bit him. So this is zombie blood. Thinking that this is another planet, it is normal for the zombies to have different blood, right? Su Dai swallowed her saliva for a while before she realized that her throat was not so dry anymore. She moved her fingers, and it seemed that her strength had recovered a lot. This discovery made her stunned. She held the centipede leg and shouted at the black-robed zombie in a warning, "Don't move, stay where you are." As she spoke, a deep sand ditch was drawn between the two of them. Su Dai pointed at the sand ditch and warned the other party, "Don't cross this line, or I will bite you." As she spoke, she showed her sharp little tiger teeth, looking very fierce. As expected, the other party shrank his neck, and his blue eyes showed a confused and aggrieved look again, which made Su Dai unable to continue to be fierce. She had never seen such a weak zombie. You should know that in the end of the world where she lives, zombies have evolved a long time ago. Most of them have a certain IQ. When humans go out alone, they will be surrounded by small zombies. This zombie is beaten everywhere in the end of the world. There is no fear of fear. Su Dai's delayed thoughts finally became coherent. She licked her lips again. The bitter taste is not known whether it is because she licked too much, but now it feels a little sweet. A bold idea came to her mind, and she looked at the black-robed zombie again. At this moment, she made a decision. This guy was so stupid, maybe he could be used as food reserve. After she felt some strength inexplicably, she didn't want to toss anymore. She took the remaining dried meat and chewed it slowly. After making sure that the zombie next to her was obedient, she relaxed a little and leaned on the sand dune until she finished eating all the meat. Seeing that the zombie next to her was still obediently staying in the same place, she finally felt relieved and took a light nap with the centipede leg. Chapter 4. Su Dai woke up the next day. She had recovered some strength and stood up to walk with the centipede leg as a cane. After taking a few steps, she could hear the rustling sound of footsteps coming from behind. As she kept walking forward, the rustling sound was gradually left behind. She stopped until she could no longer hear any sound behind her, and subconsciously looked back. Sure enough, there was an empty yellow sand area behind her, as if nothing had happened. Su Dai felt relaxed and melancholy, but she quickly forced herself to dispel this strange emotion. She was really confused. The other party was a zombie. What was there to be melancholy about? Shaking her head, she quickly turned back and walked forward with firm steps. This time, there was still a harvest on the way forward. She found that the color of the sand under her feet had become darker than before. Now it had turned into dark brown. She could vaguely feel a trace of water vapor in it, but it was too little and was evaporated by the hot weather in an instant. This discovery was a kind of hope for her, as if telling her that as long as she persisted, she would definitely find a way out, so she couldn't give up, and she had to keep moving forward as long as she had a breath left. After encouraging herself, she continued to move forward with confidence. Soon it was night. Su Dai ate some of the remaining dried meat, and buried half of her body in the sand to sleep again. After walking for a few more days, Su Dai's confidence had been replaced by exhaustion. At this moment, she couldn't walk again. She didn't remember when the food ran out. She only relied on the remaining strength to support herself to here. Now she had no strength to go on. When she lay on the sand again, she thought, is she really going to die this time? Suddenly she remembered the shabby little zombie following behind her. That guy was as shabby as this planet. If she had known earlier, she should have bitten him again to verify whether her guess was true. This time she lay on the sand for a long time, sleeping and waking up. She could already feel that her life was coming to an end. This time there might really be no miracles. At the last moment of her life, she suddenly wanted to see the bean sprout flower. This was the first plant she cultivated after stimulating her superpowers. She secretly placed the bean sprout flower where her brother died. Many times in her dreams, she saw her brother holding the bean sprout flower and smiling at her. The dream was so beautiful that she couldn't help but move her fingers and tried to raise her fingertips above herself. As she concentrated her spirit, a water drop appeared on her fingertips. Looking carefully, there was a soybean-sized seed hidden in the water drop. This was the seed of the bean sprout flower. The water droplets were collected by her along the way, and only this little bit was left in the end. Although she tried hard to concentrate her mind, the water droplets burst with a snap and the seeds disappeared, announcing her failure. This attempt at supernatural powers consumed her last bit of energy. She could no longer lift her fingers, and her whole spirit was slowly dissipating. Then she could no longer open her eyes. When she closed her eyes, she thought how nice it would be if her brother came to pick her up and go together. Night began to fall. This time the sky was not dim, but a rare clean black. There seemed to be light spots flickering in the black. What a beautiful night, but it's a pity that she is going to die. In the dream, Su Dai saw her brother, who was holding a handful of soil with a bean sprout growing in it. Behind her were large patches of stars and clouds. Her brother was the same as he had appeared in her dreams countless times, smiling and waving at her, calling her little sister. Su Dai couldn't help laughing. She had forgotten the pain, and her eyes were only focused on the direction of the other person. She ran towards her brother without hesitation. "Brother, I miss you so much. You finally came to pick me up. I'm sorry, I've tried very hard to live. You won't be angry, right? I haven't avenged you yet." Just as she was about to run into her brother's happy embrace, a burst of sweet rain fell down, sprinkled on her body, separating her from her brother. She tried to move forward, but her brother was getting farther and farther away. She called countless times, but he still left. Her brother asked her to go back and do more important things. But she had nothing more important to do. Apart from revenge, she just wanted to be with her brother. The excessive sadness made her heart suffocate. She couldn't help but curl up her body. Then she found that there was something stuck in her mouth. She coughed violently, and then she woke up. When she saw what she had just coughed out, she covered her mouth and retched. "Damn, whose finger is it?" On her thigh, there was a little pinky finger, slender and pale, and green juice was oozing from the broken surface. Su Dai retched again, quickly knocked her finger onto the sand, and covered her mouth to prevent herself from vomiting her stomach. It took her a while to recover, and then she looked fiercely in the direction of the creaking sound, gritted her teeth, and roared, "Who told you to put your finger in my mouth?" Thinking of how long a zombie's finger had been stuffed in her mouth, Su Dai looked around for her weapon in anger. She must kill this low-level zombie with her centipede legs. The little zombie didn't understand why she was so angry. The blue eyes in the hat were full of doubts. He carefully picked up his finger, and then carefully took a step back. He raised his hand toward Su Dai, as if to show his goodwill. In his palm with purple lines, he held the little finger that Su Dai had just knocked off. The zombie's little finger had no fingers, and the broken surface was uneven, as if it had been torn off back and forth. Su Dai's face changed again when she saw this horrible wound. She pointed at the little zombie with trembling fingers for a long time, but couldn't say a word, especially when she felt the feeling of satiety conveyed by her body. Her face changed, and she couldn't say a word. The little zombie waited for a long time, but didn't see the other party take his finger. He took the broken little finger and pressed it against the broken surface of his finger with some grievance. The scene was too bloody. Su Dai looked away uncomfortably, and when she looked at the other person again, she saw that the other person's finger was half hanging and connected to his little finger. Su Dai felt that it was really unbearable to watch, and when she saw the other person's tattered body, she simply stopped tangling, and sat on the sand depressedly, warning the little zombie who wanted to come over, "Don't come over." Then she drew a sand line next to her, pointed at the line, and warned the other person not to cross over. Seeing the other person tilting his head, and sitting on the sand like her, Su Dai thought that this guy was not stupid. At this time, her emotions stabilized, and her mind became clear. She sorted out the things just now one by one, and she finally confirmed one thing, that the little zombie next to her seemed to have saved her, and used his own blood. Thinking of this, she quickly stretched out her hand and looked up and down, carefully confirming that there was no disease on it, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head, she saw the little zombie next to her also imitating her movements. Su Dai looked at him, and he tilted his head to look at Su Dai, which made Su Dai stare at him directly and pretended to be fierce and said, "Don't imitate me." The little zombie looked at her incomprehensible, and imitated her to open her mouth to speak, but no sound came out for a long time. This made Su Dai lose her temper. She was sure in her heart that this was a stupid alien creature, but this creature looked more like the low-level zombies on Earth. Well, it was still a better-looking zombie. After confirming this, Su Dai started to think about it. Since the other party took the initiative to deliver it to her door, as a reserve food, she would not be polite. As for whether the other party is dangerous, she still needs to observe. Before the alarm is lifted, she will not let the other party get too close to her. It is the most correct to keep a safe distance between the two. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Dai put the centipede leg between the two of them, and then she lay on the sand with confidence. Looking up, she saw the sky full of stars, and was stunned by a sudden surprise. It was the first time for her to see the sky outside the yellow sand on this planet. The sky full of stars seemed to embrace her. For some reason, Su Dai's eyes became moist. She thought of the earth, the countless nights when she looked at the ground through the base, her brother, and the revenge that she had not had time to take. She could no longer control her tears, and slid into the sand with a snap. The sand was soaked, and she used her supernatural power to collect it at her fingertips. Can't waste it. Eyes are also precious water resources. At this time, the seeds of bean sprouts drilled out of her body, and the collected water droplets naturally wrapped the seeds. In order to divert attention, Su Dai's body instinctively began to give birth. This time, she thought it would fail like last time, but with a pop of steam, the bean sprout flower seeds broke out of their shells, and slowly began to expand. Chapter 5. There was a silence around, with only the sound of a plant growing slowly in the air, until the slight explosion sound in the air stopped, and the bean sprout in Su Dai's hand stopped growing. 2 green bean sprouts were attached to her fingertips, trembling and pitiful. Su Dai knew that the bean sprouts would not survive for long, and might be dried up by the hot desert tomorrow, but she couldn't help but feel happy at the moment. Fortunately, her superpowers were still there, and she could feel that her superpowers seemed to be stronger than before. She felt particularly happy just thinking about it. Probably because of her good mood, she turned her head, and saw that the little zombie next to her had already approached the dividing line. Facing his pair of blue eyes, Su Dai handed the bean sprouts in her hand to him. The other party saved her after all, and it was very likely that it would be her reserve food in the future. The bean sprouts would not survive for long anyway, so it was better to give them to the curious little zombie in front of her. "Hey, hello, does it look good?" Su Dai shook her hand, and the bean sprout flower moved on her finger. The green petals looked very beautiful under the starry sky. The little zombie's blue eyes moved with it, very curious and focused. Su Dai assumed that he liked it, so she quickly put the bean sprout flower on her fingertips on the back of his hand, coughed, and said indifferently, "I can't keep it alive anyway, so I give it to you to play with. Just think of it as a small gift in return for drinking this guy's blood." Thinking so in her heart, she pretended to glance at the little zombie casually. This guy seemed to have a low IQ. It took a long time for him to react that the bean sprout flower was on the back of his hand. He tilted his head and stared at the back of his hand as if he had found a new toy. After a while, he stretched out his finger and touched it. The leaves of the bean sprout flower also trembled. The little zombie seemed to be frightened, staring at the plant on the back of his hand with stiff fingers, very confused. Su Dai couldn't help laughing out loud, and found that her laughter was very obvious, so she quickly held it back and pretended to stare at the sky as if she didn't see anything. The little zombie also looked at the starry sky with her, and then lowered his head to look at the plant on the back of his hand, as if he was in a deep confusion. After a long while, Su Dai's voice sounded again, "Hey, little zombie, since you can't speak, I can't keep calling you like this. Why don't you call me Xingming? The stars are bright, and tomorrow is promising," she murmured, and the little zombie next to her didn't give any response. Su Dai looked at the little zombie, who was staring at the bean sprout flower intently, and couldn't help laughing at herself. She must have confused her head. What kind of name should she give a zombie? Bah bah bah, just think that she just had a brain seizure. In the second half of the night, Su Dai finally couldn't hold on any longer. She slowly closed her eyes, with the starlight as her pillow, until she fell into a deep sleep. The little zombie on the side stared at her face, then moved its head with a creaking sound, imitating her previous way of staring at the starry sky, and then opened and closed its mouth a few times, as if imitating some syllables. After a long time, a hoarse and unaccustomed voice sounded, "Stars are bright." Starting from the next day, Su Dai walked towards the north, with a little zombie, one in front and one behind. The little zombie walked too slowly, and often Su Dai walked forward, and the person behind was lost. 2 days later, when she was asleep, the little zombie creaked and caught up with her. Knowing that there was someone chasing her from behind, Su Dai's anxious mood was much more stable. Several times when she couldn't hold on any longer, she gritted her teeth and tried to move forward. Until she fell down again, the little zombie who caught up with her fed her with his flesh and blood again. Su Dai didn't have any extreme emotions when she woke up this time. She was silent for a while, then she took the initiative to tear off a piece of her clothes and wrapped it around the little zombie's wound. The zombie didn't seem to understand what she was doing, and stretched out her hand to touch the wound, so Su Dai slapped him in the face. "Don't touch me, you're so tattered. I don't know how you're still alive." When she said this, she quickly looked inside the little zombie's black robe, and sure enough, she saw his half-body skeleton exposed. She was suddenly a little glad that there were no other creatures here except the two of them. If there were some flies or vultures, this guy would have been eaten long ago, right? Thinking of that scene, Su Dai's stomach felt uncomfortable again, and she changed the subject and said, "Since you helped me again, I will reluctantly not eat you. After all, you don't taste good at all." The little zombie didn't understand her words, and only looked at her with his blue eyes, and opened and closed his mouth like her, but he couldn't make any sound, but it made him look like he was performing a pantomime. Su Dai rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and lay directly in the brown sand, ignoring him. After that day, Su Dai no longer had any vigilance towards the little zombies following her. When they occasionally crossed the line, she did not use her centipede legs to warn them. Instead, she sometimes curiously stared at his various slow movements. When he stepped on her black robe and fell, she would laugh unscrupulously. After laughing enough, she would tear the overly long black robe to a position where he would not trip. One person and one zombie, chasing each other, in the evening, Su Dai stepped on the brown sand and felt the moist air, and then saw an oasis in front of her, with lush water plants and green trees, shaped like a human eye. Su Dai originally thought that she would jump up with excitement, but when she actually saw it, she was strangely calm, and she calmly judged whether she saw a mirage. It was not until her fingers really touched everything in the oasis that she smiled. This time she could finally rest for some time. Using her supernatural power to feel the water and confirm that there were no dangerous creatures in it, Su Dai found a suitable depth and dived into it. She had never liked water so much. It was not until the sky was completely dark that she got out of the water, put on the clothes that had been dried, and gave birth to the seed she brought with her. She had a full meal, picked the remaining yellow-skinned fruits, and put them aside. Su Dai lay on the stone, leisurely raised her legs, and looked at this oasis. She was in a very good mood. As the night deepened, Su Dai heard the sound of sand being trampled in her half-closed eyes. She opened her eyes suddenly, and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, a stiff figure walked towards her step by step. Su Dai's eyes lit up with a trace of joy, and she sat up with her eyebrows raised and shouted, "Little zombie, you are late." Hearing her voice, the little zombie turned his head and looked in her direction. At this time, the water surface was immersed in starlight, and her smile was brighter than the starlight. This light-like thing made the little zombie confused. His blue eyes looked at the delicious food that seemed to be different. As if attracted by this smile with light, the little zombie walked towards the other party. Su Dai watched the little zombie walk up to her, looking at the eyes exposed in the black robe and hat. She smiled wantonly and said, "Little zombie, I didn't ask you to save me this time. Look what I found." As she said that, she pulled a fruit that was put aside and said proudly, "It's an oasis. Little zombie, you must have never seen an oasis, right?" As she said that, she held a yellow-skinned fruit and swung it in front of him. "This is the fruit I induced to be born. It tastes sweet. Try it." When she stuffed the fruit into the little zombie's mouth, she remembered that she didn't know if the little zombie could eat the fruit. The fingers holding the fruit stopped and looked at the little zombie in front of her, with a little annoyance. Will this little zombie die from eating it? While she was thinking, the little zombie opposite swallowed the fruit in one gulp, then stretched out his claws to touch her arm, and directly pulled Su Dai out of her thoughts. She immediately understood what the little zombie meant, and put the whole bag in his hand, letting him eat it himself. When she finished doing all this, she was surprised to find that this little zombie was not as stupid as she thought, and he even knew to ask for food. This thought made her stare at the little zombie up and down. The little zombie opposite seemed to have tasted something he liked. He rolled the fruit in his palm, and put it in his mouth. It was a crunch. He was eating a fruit, but he made the sound of eating meat. It was very strange. Seeing the little zombie like this, Su Dai's vigilance, that had been raised with great difficulty, gradually disappeared. She frowned and thought for a while, until the other party's blue-white fingers pinched a yellow fruit and stretched it in front of her. She shrank her neck back and looked up to see the little zombie staring at her. The blue eyes were very clear. For a moment, Su Dai felt that her idea was really absurd. She actually saw clarity in the eyes of a little zombie? Various thoughts were churning in her mind, but she couldn't help looking at the blue eyes exposed in the black robe. She took the fruit handed over by the other party without thinking, wondering what was going on with this little zombie. When she had a rough guess in her mind, she realized that she and the little zombie had eaten most of the fruit, one by one. Looking at the little zombie, who was still handing her the fruit, she quickly waved her hand and touched her stomach, indicating that she was full and didn't need to eat. The little zombie looked at her in confusion, which made Su Dai raise her fist at him. Seeing her action, the little zombie shrank his fingers. His eyes were very aggrieved, and he seemed to not understand why this nice person in front of him wanted to hit him again. Su Dai was so angry that she looked at him up and down, and couldn't help but sigh. "Your eyes are the only good-looking part of your body. Otherwise, you will be beaten sooner or later if you show this expression." However, she already had a vague guess in her heart that this little zombie might be a growing type, and it was similar to the zombies on Earth. According to the book of the End of the World, in the early days of the End of the World, humans also mistakenly believed that zombies were mutations caused by viruses. Zombies were creatures without intelligence, and would be eliminated in time. However, with the first evolution of zombies, humans were shocked to find that zombies were no longer a single virus invasion. They had become another kind of creature. Later, the continuous evolution of zombies also verified this conjecture. Zombies are a kind of intelligent creature that is constantly evolving. Looking at the little zombie next to her, she thought silently that if this guy was really an evolving intelligent creature, she was really looking forward to it. After all, she didn't know how long she would stay on this abandoned planet, and it would be good to have a little brother around. Especially this little brother could serve as her own reserve food. Chapter 6. As she thought about this and that, the night gradually deepened. Su Dai gradually closed her eyes. She originally thought it would be a good dream, but as the ground shook, the sand on the ground loosened. She suddenly opened her eyes, and was about to jump up, but it was too late. She saw the sand under her shaking up and down, and then she was dragged into the sand. She only felt that her whole body was falling. With a thud, her body hit the ground, and she was knocked unconscious by the huge impact. Before she fainted, she seemed to see a huge gray-yellow dome. After a long time, seeing that she was motionless, a group of short creatures slowly gathered around her, mumbling something in their mouths. Some of the brave ones even came to the front of the cage and stretched out their claws to poke her skin, and then turned back and started mumbling. After a while, another group of dwarves came in. The one walking in the middle seemed to be the leader. Seeing the arrival of the chief, the dwarves surrounding the cage dispersed to both sides. The dwarf chief walked to the front of the cage and looked at Su Dai from all angles again, then waved his hands and talked a lot. Hearing his words, the dwarves responded with a wow. These dwarves immediately began to push the cage together to move deep underground. At this time, on the ground, the little zombie watched the circled food disappear in front of him. He kept walking on the sand where Su Dai disappeared. His mouth, which had been silent all the time, actually made a gurgling sound, and stretched out his blue-white claws and began to dig in the sand. After a long time, Su Dai slowly opened her eyes. She saw the dome before she fainted again, and the memory before she fainted slowly sounded. She shook her head and tried to get up, only to find that her back hurt a lot. Thinking that she had fallen from the ground, it was fortunate that it only hurt a little. It was a blessing in disguise that she didn't die from the fall. Slowly sitting up, she looked around and found that this was an underground cave. The space was very large, and many things inside were made of mud, as if she had come to an underground world. Before she could continue to look around, a sound came from the side in front of her. Su Dai turned her head and saw a short creature walking towards her. It had small eyes and wrinkled skin. It looked only a little over 1 meter long, like a dwarf in a fairy tale, but it was not as cute as the dwarf in the fairy tale, and looked a little ugly. The dwarf also saw the look she cast over him, and subconsciously shrank back a little. As if he had thought of something, he straightened his chest and stood there and began to stamp his feet. He talked to himself for a minute, and then walked toward Su Dai. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of her, but the dwarf just stood more than a meter away from her, pointing at her and talking a lot. Su Dai didn't understand a word. The dwarf who was talking seemed to realize this. He looked at her with wide eyes, then turned around and ran away, leaving Su Dai speechless. She was even more curious about what these dwarfs wanted to do with her. They didn't look like man-eating species. Before she could think about it for a while, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. Su Dai heard the movement and looked at the direction of the sound vigilantly. As a result, she saw a group of dwarfs appear in her sight. 1, 2, 10. Never mind, I can't count them at all. At this moment, Su Dai wondered if she had traveled to some other Lilliputian country again, otherwise how could she explain the scene in front of her? An old dwarf among them came out and walked to Su Dai's cage first. He opened his mouth and started to talk. Su Dai blinked, and when the old dwarf finished speaking, she thought about it, and said helplessly, I don't know what you are talking about. After she said this, the dwarf who had just been quiet for a while started to talk again. Not long after, a young dwarf came out. He stood in front of Su Dai, his eyes were a little timid, and then he bravely stood a little forward. At the urging of the old dwarf on the side, he opened his mouth and spoke stutteringly. Although Su Dai didn't understand these words, she automatically translated them in her mind. The other party asked her who she was, what she was doing here, and whether she was here to catch them. It took Su Dai a while to react. The dwarf in front of her was speaking the Imperial language. Because she was originally an Imperial person, she naturally had an Imperial language system in her mind. Looking at a group of dwarves staring at her, Su Dai waited in her mind, then sat up straight with her legs crossed and spoke to the old and young dwarves in front of her. I am the owner of this planet. I am not here to catch you. I am here to build this planet. After all, this will be my home. After considering the wording, she said these words half-truthfully, and then stared at the dwarves to see how they reacted. The dwarf on the opposite side heard her words, and quickly said something to the old dwarf next to him, pointing at Su Dai while speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarves who heard him speak behind him all shouted in a gibberish, and the dwarves were obviously irritable. Su Dai couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. Did she guess wrong? These people seemed to dislike her, but they had never seen her before. Where did this hostility come from? Her mind was working quickly, searching for the original body's information about the abandoned planet. Soon she understood the reason. When the abandoned planet was discovered, it was identified as a first-level civilization by the Empire. It had rich mineral resources. Because in the rules of the Imperial civilization system, the first-level civilization planet was classified as a planet without intelligent creatures. Once a first-level civilization planet was discovered, the Empire would use it as a resource planet. In her memory, many of the creatures on the abandoned planet that were classified as non-intelligent were used by the Empire for mining. So these dwarfs in front of her were probably used by the Empire to mine on the abandoned planet, Otherwise none of these dwarfs would speak the Imperial language, which showed that her guess was 80% true. Su Dai's eyes moved. She sighed secretly, and her mind was thinking of countermeasures quickly. Soon, the dwarf who could speak the Imperial language was pushed out again. He glared at Su Dai fiercely and said loudly, "You say it's not? You aliens are all liars. Don't try to trick us into working. We, the Zyasters, will not let you have the opportunity to do bad things." Hearing this, Su Dai's face changed instantly. She had to stabilize these dwarfs. After thinking for a while, she put on a kind smile on her face and looked at all of them. Her mind was working fast, and she said slowly, "Are you from the Zyasters? I'm glad to meet you. You should know that the resources on this planet have been almost developed. The Imperial Pioneer Army has left here for many years. I am different from them. This planet has been allocated as my exclusive planet. It will be my territory in the future. I am here to build this planet. You should know that if it continues like this planet will soon be destroyed, and your survival will also be a problem at that time." As she spoke, she looked at the dwarfs, who had already wavered, and her heart became more stable. She smiled more kindly and continued to deceive them. "You'd better not do anything to me, because I am the eldest princess of the Empire. As long as I am alive, I will promise not to do anything to you, and I will help you restore the vitality of the planet. Once I get into trouble on this planet, the Empire will be furious and will definitely destroy this planet completely. Think about it carefully." After speaking, she pretended to lean on the cage leisurely, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep, but in fact her ears were erected to pay attention to the movement outside the cage. She didn't believe that after saying these words, these dwarfs would not waver. If they wavered, her life would not be a problem for the time being. She would think of a way to get out later. As she expected, these dwarfs made a lot of noise again. I don't know if what she said worked. None of these dwarfs dared to come up to make trouble for her. In the end, all the dwarfs rushed out together, and the cave fell into silence again. After a while, Su Dai opened her eyes again and stared at the direction of the cave entrance, thinking about what to do next. The best case scenario was that the dwarves got scared and let her go, and the worst case scenario was that the dwarves decided to attack her. No, she finally found the oasis, and she hadn't figured out how to get out. She couldn't die here. She was locked up here for a day, and the dwarves brought her food once. When she saw something like meat in it, Su Dai's eyes were excited. If these guys could eat meat, then they could definitely find food. She couldn't tell what kind of meat it was for a long time, but she was more determined to get into the minds of these dwarves. At this time, Su Dai had eaten and recovered more than half of her vitality. She tried to use the wood energy in her body. Through the perception of energy, she could determine that she was still within the range of the oasis, and it was very likely that she was below the oasis. Seeing that the vine in her hand had been stimulated, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She only hoped that she would have more time to let her body recover completely. Then she could completely stimulate the devil vine, and these dwarves would not dare to do anything to her. Thinking of this, she took back the overflowing energy and began to close her eyes and concentrate on running the energy in her body to repair the damage to her body. Just after she closed her eyes for a while, there was a rustling sound above her head. Su Dai suddenly opened her eyes and looked in front of her head. There was something. Her first reaction was to quickly retreat, almost sticking to the cage. Sure enough, her response was right. Not long after she retreated, the sound above became louder. With a bang, something hit her cage with a bang, shaking her and the cage twice. It took a while for her to stabilize. When she saw what was on the ground, her eyes were incredible. She had already moved to the front of the cage quickly. Looking at the familiar black robe on the ground, she couldn't help but smile. "Little zombie, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" she asked, but she had already determined the answer in her heart. The little zombie looked very embarrassed lying on the ground. The whole zombie was gray. When he heard Su Dai's voice, he turned his head that was not crooked. When he saw Su Dai, his blue eyes seemed to flash with a trace of happiness, and his mouth opened and closed. Su Dai couldn't help wanting him to stop wasting his energy, but before she could open her mouth, she heard the other party's hoarse voice, "Ah shing, shing ah." Although it was a short syllable, Su Dai was sure that the other party was making a sound, and couldn't help but be surprised at the evolution speed of this little zombie, which was far faster than the zombies on Earth. The little zombie on the opposite side saw that the other side had no movement in the smell of food, and couldn't help but be confused again. He twisted his body and slowly stood up, and walked towards Su Dai. Su Dai looked at the ragged little zombie walking towards her, and the black robe became more ragged, and the skeleton with flesh hanging inside the body was exposed. It was obviously a very scary scene, but for some reason, she was not afraid at all, and a strange feeling of happiness appeared in her heart. This strange mood made her blink her eyes, as if she was covering up the strange emotions in her heart. Chapter 7. The little zombie took a lot of effort to stagger to Su Dai, tilted his head to look at her, dug his fingers inside his black robe, and then stretched out his pale fingers to her. This time Su Dai did not dodge, but looked down at the hand that was stretched out to him, opened his palm, and inside was a yellow fruit, which was the yellow fruit she left for the little zombie. The little zombie's fingers were deformed and bent, and there was still sand in the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Su Dai's eyes were a little itchy. She had never thought that this little zombie would come to her. Thinking of the little zombie digging in the sand, her eyes softened. She reached out to take the fruit handed over by the other party, ate one herself, and stuffed the other directly into the little zombie's mouth. Looking at his confused blue eyes, she pointed to her mouth with rare patience and said, "Eat." The little zombie stared at her mouth, and then began to chew like her. His blue eyes kept looking at her, making Su Dai want to glare at him fiercely, but when she met those blue eyes that knew nothing, she instantly stopped. She had to comfort herself and forget it. Just think of it as bringing a little brother with a bad brain. She was one of them, so she would endure it. When the two were staring at each other, there was a sudden sound of wow 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 at the door. Su Dai turned around, and saw the dwarf in green clothes fell on his back on the ground, watching them make a wow 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 sound. Su Dai sighed inwardly, and let the little zombie run without thinking, but the other party didn't understand what she said at all. Instead, it walked to her cage with a creaking sound, reached out and pulled it, as if it didn't see the dwarf still shouting at the door. Until the dwarf ran out, Su Dai knew that there was no way out. Looking at the little zombie, who was still playing with the cage, she didn't expect him to help her at this time. She quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind, and stood aside waiting for the trouble to come. Sure enough, a group of dwarves crowded in after a while. Su Dai saw at a glance that it was the dwarf chief who came. The other party was almost squeezed and fell. He angrily yelled at the other dwarves, who were squeezing him behind him, and scared the dwarves to be honest instantly. After observing for 2 days, Su Dai has found that these dwarves don't seem to have a very high IQ. They are like human children in their teens. They think about problems directly without any twists and turns. Only the dwarf, who can speak the imperial language, and the dwarf chief in front of him are slightly smarter. Su Dai looked directly at the old dwarf, straightened her body, and smiled at him with ease. "Chief Ziaster, you should have thought about it, right? Her current strategy is to strike first." The dwarf on the side quickly translated the imperial language to the clan leader. The old dwarf clapped his hands on his knees when he heard this, then stared at the little zombie beside the cage with vigilance, and said a bunch of gibberish. After the dwarf's translation, Su Dai glanced at the little zombie and smiled more kindly at the dwarves. "Of course he is mine. I told you that this planet has been allocated to me. You will all be citizens of this planet in the future. You should know that it is easy for me to contact the Imperial Army. As long as I want, they can come here immediately. The reason why I didn't contact you is to express my sincerity to you. You should have considered it, right?" Hearing her words, the dwarf chief looked at her with a hint of fear in his eyes. Su Dai's heart moved, knowing that these people were afraid of the Imperial Pioneer team she had just mentioned, but there was no way. She could only talk about the Pioneer team's big skin. She was not afraid of being exposed, because she believed that these straightforward dwarves did not have the courage to take risks. Sure enough, the dwarf on the opposite side spoke. The dwarf spoke in a stuttering Imperial language. "The chief said that he can let you go, but you have to leave here. And you said that you can't lie to us no matter what you do to us." "It's done." Su Dai was happy in her heart, and seemed to think for a while before nodding. "Okay, I'm different from those people before. You should know that I'm a good person." The dwarf translated her words again. When hearing her words, some dwarves nodded in agreement, which made Su Dai couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These dwarves are so simple. No wonder they were identified as an unintelligent race, and were taken to mind by the Imperial Pioneer team. At this time, the dwarves had reached a consensus, and were ready to let the people go. Su Dai breathed a sigh of relief, called out to the little zombies, and followed the dwarves. As she walked, she looked around. This place really looked like a small underground city, with various road holes crisscrossing, and one could get lost in it if one was not careful. Soon they were sent to the ground, standing on the sand and watching the dwarves disappear from the sand. She squatted down curiously, and dug the place where the dwarves appeared, and found that there were no caves under the sand. Su Dai secretly thought that these dwarves were still very good at hiding underground. Looking up and seeing the sky full of stars again, Su Dai actually felt very familiar, especially when she smelled the water vapor transmitted from the water surface in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. It was better on the ground. After looking at the sky, she speculated based on her experience during this period that it would not be long before the night would fade away. She was not going to sleep, and she lay directly on the sand to look at the stars. The little zombie next to her didn't know when he also learned to sit on the ground like her, but his limbs were stiff, and he couldn't cross his legs at all. Instead he fell on the sand. Seeing him like this, Su Dai couldn't help but mutter a fool, but pulled him up directly. The two waited for the first ray of light in the day together. Time passed by minute, and the sky slowly tore open a dim gap, and the sky broke and poured out light. Su Dai was attracted by the scenery in front of her. She thought of the simulated sunlight in the base. She had never really appreciated a sunrise like this. There were no flying corpses, no radiation, and no attacks from mutant animals around. Everything seemed quiet and magnificent. Su Dai looked ahead and muttered, "It's really beautiful." Without thinking, she said to the little zombie beside her, "You should be called Xingming from now on. Do you think it sounds good?" The little zombie looked at her mouth shape. When Su Dai thought that the other party did not respond as usual, suddenly a strange and inaccurate voice sounded, "Xing Yem Ye." Su Dai turned her head and looked at the little zombie beside her in disbelief. "Were you talking just now?" As if responding to her doubts, the little zombie looked at her seriously with blue eyes, and made the same tone again. The unfamiliar tone gradually became clearer, as he repeated it over and over again. On a strange planet, in a strange environment, alone, Su Dai heard the familiar accent here, and it was like a fire was ignited in her heart. She blinked her eyes, swallowed the blockage in her throat, sniffed and corrected, "It's Xingming, not Xingma." The little zombie tilted his head, looked at her with clear eyes, and repeated the word Xingming again like her. This time he finally got it right, and Su Dai smiled. "Yes, it's Xingming, the stars are bright, the light is in sight, it means hope." Although she knew that the other party didn't understand, Su Dai still explained it to the other party seriously at this moment. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was someone speaking her accent beside her, at least making her feel that this planet could still hold on. After watching the whole process of the day coming, Su Dai had sorted out her mood, standing at the highest point overlooking the entire oasis, and had a rough estimate in her mind. The entire oasis is about the size of 10 acres of land, which is already good in the desert. She is not ready to learn about the world outside the oasis for the time being. She has decided to use this place as a temporary base camp. Let her get to know this planet from the oasis. She can understand from the memory of her original body that the reason why the abandoned planet is called the abandoned planet is because the planetary resources have been completely developed. So the oasis here is very precious, and it may be the only remaining Garden of Eden on this planet. After drinking the water, Su Dai began to walk among the trees beside the water source. The plants here are not the species she recognizes. The trees outside the oasis are a bit like breadfruit trees. She walked around and returned to the original place, staring at the water surface and frowning as she thought about the problem. Since she had to survive here, she had to think about how to create an environment and food that would allow her to survive. While she was still thinking, a squeaking sound came from the direction behind her. This sound was too familiar. Su Dai turned her head and saw a scene that made her eyes widen. The little zombie was holding something in his hand. Although it was upside down, Su Dai's excellent eyesight could see what it was from a distance. No, it was not a thing, it was a dwarf. Su Dai walked quickly towards them. Seeing her figure, the struggling dwarf shouted for help in the imperial language. When she came up to him, Su Dai recognized that this was the dwarf who knew the imperial language. She raised her eyebrows and asked the little zombie to let the dwarf go. Hearing her words, the little zombie looked at her with a pair of beautiful blue eyes, as if he was not very willing. Su Dai didn't waste any words, and directly rescued the dwarf from his hands, and put the spawn seeds into the hands of the little zombie. "Play with this, other things are not fun." The frightened dwarf listened to them talking about words he didn't understand, and bravely interrupted, "You should leave here." Su Dai raised her eyebrows and looked at the dwarf in surprise. "Why should I leave here?" "You? We agreed that you would leave here, and you wouldn't lie to us." The dwarf stomped his feet when he was angry, and his neck became thick with anxiety. "Oh, I did say that I didn't lie to you. I did leave where you live. This is not your place." Hearing her say this, the dwarf was stunned at first, and then became anxious and angry, talking in a gibberish. Although she didn't understand, Su Dai saw that the other party was about to explode with saliva flying, and she had no doubt that the other party was scolding her. Su Dai let him jump and stood still, making it clear that she would not leave. I don't know if the dwarf's voice was too loud. The little zombie hid the sprouting plant in his clothes, and then stared at the dwarf, who was still chattering with unhappy eyes, and his feet creaked forward. The dwarf, who was scared out of his wits, stopped talking instantly, jumped away, and then quickly drilled into the sand. Soon, only half of his head was left on the ground. He shouted at Su Dai angrily, "Wait!" After saying that, as if he was afraid of being caught again, he drilled into the sand and disappeared. The little zombie dug the sand where the dwarf disappeared, but there was nothing. He looked up at Su Dai, as if asking where the thing had gone, and looked very puzzled. Su Dai was still immersed in her own thoughts. She had to think of a way to intimidate these dwarves. It would be best if they were obedient first. Only if they were obedient could they cooperate. Otherwise, the danger would always be around, which was too insecure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly curse the Empire's pioneering team. If they hadn't been so cold-blooded and ruthless, she wouldn't have started the game in death mode. Chapter 8. Soon, groups of dwarves appeared around them. These dwarves were smart this time, and surrounded Su Dai and the little zombie, looking like they were going to settle accounts with them. Su Dai thought that although these dwarves were not very smart, they were very meticulous in this matter. She adjusted her expression and said with a smile, "What are you doing here, Chief?" As she spoke, her fingers quickly flipped through the supernatural powers in her body, ready to deal with the next situation at any time. The old patriarch puffed up his dry face and said loudly in displeasure, "You must leave here quickly, you promised, otherwise we will be rude to you." Su Dai looked at their shouting and knew that this group of stubborn people could not be persuaded. The smile on her face disappeared immediately, and her fierce face was a bit scary. "Look carefully, I have left your territory. This is not your territory now." Hearing her words, the dwarves immediately shouted and some jumped on the spot excitedly. Obviously they were going to quarrel again. Finally, the old dwarf stood up and said, "You are lying. This is my territory. You can't be here, you must leave here." Su Dai thought that he had finally come. She looked around the dwarfs, and then said in a deeper voice, "From now on, this is my territory. If you don't provoke me, I will live in peace with you. But now you are looking for trouble, don't blame me for being rude." She said this in a sinister way, which made the dwarfs, who were used to her smiling face, a little uncomfortable, and they shrank subconsciously. But the old dwarf said something loudly, and these dwarfs seemed to be instigated and became aggressive again. How could Su Dai let them work at once? She activated her supernatural powers, and a crackling sound came from her hands. A thorny vine emerged from her fingertips. The black vine had grown more than a foot long, and was dark black. Even the thorns that looked immature flashed a cold light, which was very creepy. The dwarves also heard the movement, and after being reminded by their companions, they all noticed the vines that were still growing in Su Dai's hands. This change made the dwarves uneasy. They did not dare to step forward, and they started to chatter with each other again, but their eyes were fixed on the vines in her hands. As a result, the vines in Su Dai's hands quickly absorbed energy, and the branches continued to spread. The old dwarf instinctively knew that this could not go on, so he shouted, and the dwarves standing on the outermost layer seemed to be encouraged, staring at Su Dai's direction, and rushed over. Su Dai has activated her magic vine with blood. Her body has stored many seeds of earth plants. She found the magic vine from the place where her brother left. This plant has its own consciousness and is very untrainable. It took her a long time to tame it before she could fully control it. She used her body as a breeding ground to nourish it. Finally, she and the magic vine formed a mutually dependent relationship. The dwarves have already rushed in front of her. When the claws were about to touch her clothes, Su Dai moved her wrist, and the sharp wind chopped down. The vine in her hand seemed to come alive, and swung directly towards the front few dwarves. The sound of snapping continued to ring. As her arms rose and fell, the dwarves in front were all whipped together. The sharp thorns with cold light directly scratched their skin, and the thorns on the vines were also stained with blue blood. Instantly, the howling of the dwarves rang out one after another, scaring the dwarves who were rushing behind to stop their steps instantly, and dare not move forward. The situation reversed, and the two sides instantly formed a confrontation. The dwarves were still howling. The old dwarf stomped his feet, and just stepped forward. The howling dwarves shook and fell to the ground instantly, as if they were electrocuted. The dwarf chief, who was about to speak, choked, and all the words were blocked in his throat. His eyes, which were originally small, were shocked. Su Dai knew that this was the effect of the magic vine toxin. This toxin would not be fatal, but would only make people comatose. Even if they woke up, they would be paralyzed and unable to move for a while. But the old dwarf on the opposite side didn't know. When he saw his tribe members fall down, his first reaction was that they were dead. This made him lose his mind, and his anger hit his chest. He shouted loudly at the tribe members, who didn't dare to move forward. The dwarves, who were frightened for a short time, rushed forward, and the old dwarf kept driving them forward with the stick in his hand. Seeing these dwarves rushing towards her, Sudai raised her arms, and whipped the first wave of people approaching her. She kept swinging her arms, and the dwarves who came near her screamed. As time went by, her energy could no longer keep up. Without paying attention, a dwarf escaped the magic vine and came directly to Sudai, and grabbed Sudai's arm with one claw. For blood marks appeared on her arm instantly, and the flesh inside was turned over, and blood flowed directly from the wound. Sudai kicked the dwarf angrily. The magic vine became more irritable when it smelled the blood, and twisted its vines to wrap around her bleeding arm. Sudai had to change her hand and continue to attack. The magic vine separated a vine as she wished and wrapped around her bleeding arm. The wound was tightly wrapped by the vine. The magic vine sucking blood seemed to become more excited, and kept swinging in the air, reversing the previous decline. But Sudai was not very happy. She already felt that the superpowers in her body were on the verge of exhaustion. If it continued like this, the magic vine's killing instinct would take over her will, and she would not be able to control what she did at that time. At this time, the whole scene was extremely chaotic, and the howling of the dwarves continued to sound. As a group of dwarves fell, the group of dwarves behind them made up for it. The dwarves seemed to have red eyes, and kept rushing up. At this time, Sudai's head was a little dazed, and the bloodthirsty desire kept filling her mind. She was no longer satisfied with whipping these dwarves, who came up to her, and wanted to suck them all clean. Shaking her head, Sudai knew that this consciousness was the instinctive desire conveyed to her by the magic vine, but she was a human. If she indulged the magic vine to do so, she would be like opening Pandora's box, which she was unwilling to touch. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, an extremely sharp sound suddenly sounded. Sudai recognized the sound made by the dwarf, who knew the imperial language, and then there was a series of crackling sounds. Sudai felt that all the dwarves slowed down their movements. Sudai took a step back and supported her body with vines. At this time, a miserable wailing sound sounded. Sudai looked in the direction of the sound. This sight almost made her lose her breath, and she quickly shouted, "Little zombie! Xingming, stop it! No, shut up!" At this time, Sudai didn't care about the stunned dwarves in front of her. She stepped on the fainted dwarf, and quickly moved to the front of the little zombie. Seeing that the dwarf chief had been eaten half of his mouth, Sudai shouted at the dwarf translator, who was still shouting, "Stop shouting. If you shout again, I will let the little zombie eat all your chiefs." As soon as these fierce words came out, they immediately took effect, and the dwarves immediately fell silent. Sudai slapped the little zombie, looked at his confused eyes, and was speechless. Thinking of not wanting to think about it, she stretched out her hand to grab the old dwarf's back, and pulled him back. From her angle, she could see that the old dwarf's head had been stuffed into his cheeks by the little zombie. Because the little zombie's half-body was a skeleton, she could clearly see the old dwarf stuffing it in. The bloody scene was instantly replaced by a funny one. Sudai slapped the little zombie, who was not ready to let go, and couldn't help but curse. "What a shame, you put everything in your mouth, don't you think it's dirty?" Ignoring the little zombie's aggrieved look, she made a puff, and pulled the old dwarf out of his cracked mouth, then tied him up with vines and injected some toxins with disgust. The next second, the old dwarf, who was still struggling, sat on the ground unable to move, staring at the two with a head full of mucus. Fighting can't stop. Once it stops, it will be discouraged. Now all the dwarves dare not rush forward. Those dwarves who reacted looked at their companions lying on the ground at this time, and moved their feet back in fear, looking very scared. Seeing their expressions, Sudai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, supporting her body that was exhausted of energy, and looked around these dwarves with warning eyes. Seeing their fearful looks, she felt satisfied. Finally, he ordered the young dwarf, who could translate, "Now take all your people and go back. This planet belongs to me. If you dare to come and provoke me again, it will not be so easy next time. I will let the Imperial Army flatten your nest, and let you never see the yellow sand tomorrow again. Did you hear that?" Sudai shouted heavily, and in order to increase his cruelty, he kicked the old dwarf directly as a warning. Sure enough, the remaining scattered dwarves knew they were scared. The young dwarf nodded hurriedly, and his eyes looking at Sudai were also full of real fear. He stuttered and answered, "Listen, I heard it." After that, he translated to his people with a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, these dwarves seemed to have received some kind of order, and quickly drilled under the sand, as if they couldn't wait to leave here. In an instant, only Su Dai and the little zombie were left standing on the battlefield. There were many dwarves who were poisoned by the poison lying at their feet. Only the dwarf chief, who was thrown aside, was still awake, but his body was also paralyzed and could not move. Su Dai didn't want to care about these dwarves. She was about to give up. She waved to the little zombie. When she got closer, she didn't have time to care whether he was still aggrieved or not. She directly used vines to wrap around the two of them until a sealed space of several square meters was formed. Su Dai finally couldn't hold on in the vines and fell on the crisscrossing magic vine leaves. The little zombie looked at the fallen person for a long time without any reaction. The aggrieved look was gradually replaced by anxiety. He opened his mouth and shouted beside Su Dai. Su Dai, who was exhausted to the point of fainting, seemed to have her sweet dream disturbed by the shouting. She slapped her fingers in the air, and her ears were indeed much quieter. The little zombie who was slapped in the face reached out and touched Su Dai's forehead, and finally his fingers stopped at her pineal gland. Soon a burst of green light appeared on the fingertips of the little zombie, and penetrated into Su Dai's body along his fingertips. As the light disappeared, the little zombie also seemed to have run out of power, and drooped his head with a creaking sound, motionless. Chapter 9. Su Dai had another dream. In the dream, she returned to the time when she was 15 years old and awakened her superpowers. When the base guards were not paying attention, she ran to the ground and found the place where her brother died. There she was almost attacked by mutant rats, and was rescued by the base patrol team. She was also punished that time, but she left the seed she picked up from her brother's grave. In the dream, the seeds of the magic vine invaded her body and wanted to occupy her brain. She kept fighting against the magic vine mentally. The branches of the magic vine were like countless needles, piercing her body every day. She could feel the pain in her body in the dream. At this time, there was a sizzling sound in her brain, like a high-frequency current constantly impacting her sea of consciousness. Su Dai covered her head in pain, but the sound was everywhere, and she felt that her head was about to explode. Just when she was about to go crazy, there was a bang in her head, and the sea of consciousness seemed to be hit by a huge wave. It took a long time for the sound to disappear. Su Dai was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when a voice sounded in her mind. "Hello, dear host. I hope the home system will bind the system for you." Su Dai's mind was still confused, and she hummed subconsciously. She instinctively looked for the source of the voice in her sea of consciousness, but she found nothing. The child's voice in her mind appeared again. "Okay, host, silence is the default. I will bind the system for you now. Please actively complete the task." After the voice disappeared, Su Dai felt as if her head was pierced by a needle. This overly real feeling made Su Dai open her eyes suddenly. Her head was still buzzing. She pressed her heart directly and felt that her heart was beating too fast. It took her a while to recover. She looked at the magic vine protection circle she created and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream, but it was too real. "Dear host, you are not dreaming. I am the Hope Home System, please remember." Puffing face. Su Dai's mind had a child's voice, which sounded very serious. She was completely stunned and pinched her arm subconsciously. She felt pain and realized that it was not an illusion, everything was real. But what is this Hope Home? Detecting her thoughts, the system felt insulted and corrected in an unhappy voice. "I am not a thing, I am the Hope Home System, created by God." Su Dai. God has come out. What the hell is this? Detecting her words, the system was unhappy. Thinking that it was finally activated and had not completed the task assigned by the Lord God, how could it be suspected like this? It was sullenly angry, and its anger stimulated Su Dai's nerves to twitch. Su Dai pressed her forehead directly, and now she had reacted, and asked tentatively in her mind, "Are you still there?" There was no sound for a long time, and when Su Dai thought everything was an illusion, a muffled answering voice came from her mind. Su Dai breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "You said your name is Hope Home System. What system is this? Where are you in my world? Why are you looking for me?" She asked a series of questions in her mind. She suspected that this was something that those people in the Empire had created in her mind. After all, the original owner of this body had offended many people, and her reputation in the Empire was not very good. It is not impossible that the current Emperor of the Empire did something to her in secret. If strictly speaking, before the original owner committed a crime, she also had the right to inherit the throne of the Empire. When she was thinking about all kinds of conspiracy theories, the system in her mind interrupted her meditation and explained to her seriously, "I am the system of Hope Home. You activated me, so of course I am in your mind. We are one. When you complete the system task, I will naturally leave." At that time, you will receive the noble gift of hope home. Su Dai felt that it was unreliable, but it was related to her own safety. She suppressed all kinds of complaints and continued to ask, what is the system of hope home? What task do I need to complete? Are you sure I will be safe after the task is completed? The system was suffocated again. This host was too vigilant and not easy to get along with. But he needed to complete the task, so he could only answer sullenly, Host, you are thinking in your mind that you will see when you open the system. System interface, don't worry, as long as you complete all the tasks, the system will automatically leave your body. This is set by God, please rest assured. Su Dai pondered for a moment and asked directly, what if I don't complete the task? The system was suffocated again when he heard this, and hummed and said, Host, you better not think like this, otherwise your soul will disappear completely, and you will never exist again. It's true. Su Dai expected this answer. After a while of silence, she tentatively said in her mind to open the system. The high-pitched voice of the system came from her mind. Hello, dear host, the system will open the home of hope for you. Please wait a minute. Minutes and seconds passed, and soon a three-dimensional topographic map appeared in Su Dai's mind. She looked at the darkened screen and was confused. The system explained in her ear, this is a hologram of the planet. The green part is where you are now. The other gray areas are the unlit ground of the planet. They are all barren and overdeveloped land. When you restore vitality to a piece of land, the gray areas will be lit. What you need to do is to light up the entire planet, restore vitality to the entire planet, and dye it green again. The small system said with a rising tone, but there was no response for a long time. It couldn't help shouting in Su Dai's mind, Host, why don't you speak? What was she going to say? Su Dai looked at the holographic planet picture expressionlessly. Using her mental power to flip the entire planet, she found that the entire planet was basically gray, and the little green she was in now needed to be enlarged again and again to see clearly. It was just such a little green. It was really pitiful. At this moment, Su Dai felt that this task might not be completed until she died. As if catching her thoughts, the system reminded her unhappily, Host, the tasks are all time limited. The system has analyzed your abilities in all aspects and has opened the maximum time limit for you to complete the task. 8 years, Host, you only have 8 years. Su Dai did not speak, and directly withdrew with mental power, turned around and looked for the little zombie, as if she had not heard anything just now. Seeing her like this, the system was anxious, and shouted in her mind, Host, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? I have opened the maximum time limit for you. In the future, as long as it is a place lit by you, you can go anywhere you want as long as you choose it in the system. Having said so much, to sum it up, it is a function similar to a portal. But for Su Dai now, this function is useless. After all, the premise for realizing this teleportation function is that she must light up the dark places on the planet. She spent 8 years to light up the entire planet and restore its vitality. Either she is crazy or the system is crazy. Even if you plant trees every day in 8 years, you can't finish them, not to mention that the land needs to be purified and nutritious to a certain extent. This is an unfinished task. It's easier to kill me when you see a suitable day. Su Dai ruthlessly refuted the system, and didn't have any expectations for this task. Hearing her say this, the system was anxious. If the task is not completed, the gods will not return. How can that be possible? Thinking of the system's baby voice, it cried with a choked voice, Wow, why are you like this? You activated me. You can't cheat. How can you not complete it? I have tested your body. Your body is an energy reservoir. There is so much energy in it that you just don't want to use. The more it spoke, the more sad it became. The system cried hard at the end. This crying is not a big deal, but it is crying in Su Dai's mind. She just feels like her head was hit, buzzing and can't stop, and she can't control it. Stop, stop, stop! Don't cry. What's the matter with you saying that my body is an energy bank? Although her head was buzzing, she didn't miss a word she should listen to. Feeling that this is very important news, her heart can't help but beat fast. The system was yelled at, and it felt a little aggrieved. After a while, it said in a muffled voice, Don't try to deceive me. There is obviously a lot of energy stored in your body. You just don't want to use it. I have detected that you have never used that energy. The system's words were like a switch. Su Dai suddenly thought of something, and her heart was beating hard with her thoughts. She suddenly had a bold idea. Maybe before coming here, the energy experiment did not fail, but succeeded? This conjecture made her whole person uneasy, and she began to gather her mental power involuntarily. When the base experiment began, she knew that this experiment had a certain risk line, but as long as it succeeded, she could stimulate her body for the second time, and her ability level would definitely have a big leap. Since arriving on this strange planet, she always thought that she had no superpowers, but she didn't expect that superpowers still existed. Now she not only has superpowers, but it is very likely that her superpowers have been upgraded, but she just arrived in this body, and has not noticed it. Su Dai directly condensed her mental power, and began to explore this body for the first time. During this period of time, she has perfectly merged with this body. The roots of the magic vine are quietly stretching in her body. She can feel that her mental power has become stronger. Under the exploration of mental power, her perception of this body is clearer. Finally, under the guidance of the system, she found the energy mentioned by the system in the dark area of the sea of consciousness that she had never set foot in. Just by getting close, Su Dai could feel the vigorous wood energy emanating from it. This discovery made Su Dai extremely surprised, and her mental power fluctuated in an instant. There is really a huge energy source stored in her body. Chapter 10. It turns out that she has never failed, and the experiment she participated in was successful. It can be seen that the foreign countries may have deliberately arranged to grade the superpowers in advance. They are very likely to maintain their rule in the end times. In fact, they have been secretly conducting such experiments for a long time. If she had not arrived in the other world at this time, she would definitely inform the scientific researchers at the base of this news. Now she can only silently hope that they can persist in their research and believe in their own judgment. In the end, they will definitely find the truth of the matter. Su Dai tried to get close to the huge energy in the sea of consciousness. Just getting close to her felt like she was full. She was excited. If she could digest such a huge amount of energy and use it for herself, then she could be sure that her vision superpower would break through. Even in the end times, she would be the strongest wood superpower user, and she would not be at a disadvantage when fighting against a master with an attack superpower. When her whole body was filled with superpowers, Su Dai finally withdrew her mental power. When she spoke to the system, she had recovered her mentality and comforted the crying child in her mind with a smile. Okay, I didn't find it before, now I find it. I can give it a try. Anyway, I will do my best. If you cry again, I will regret it. The system finally stopped crying after hearing this, and said quickly, "You promised, this system will record it for you." Okay, I get it. As long as you don't cry in my mind all day, I will definitely work hard to complete your Hope Home system task. System, that's about right. This system will now open the planet Shishan map for the host. Please be sure to actively farm. After completing each stage of the task, the host can receive the stage reward, and there is a chance to win the system lottery after completing the task. Please complete the task seriously, and build the Hope Home. Su Dai listened and pondered. Although the rewards and lottery sounded good, she lost her expectations when she saw that there was only a green dot the size of a dirty dot on the West Mountain map on the system. She was still far from completing the stage task, so it was useless to think about it. But thinking that the system is a crybaby, she could only nod against her will. You've worked hard. I know, don't worry, I work hard. System, host, I am the system, I won't work hard. Su Dai was speechless for a while. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. And she ignored the system that suddenly froze in her mind, turned around and found the little zombie, who was still hanging his head, stretched out her hand to push him. Little zombie Xiao Xingming, wake up. This guy can't sleep. Why is he sleeping now? And he has been sleeping for so long, didn't something happen? Su Dai thought that this guy seemed to have eaten 2 bites of the old dwarf before, couldn't he be poisoned? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown, stretched out her hand to lift the black robe hat of the little zombie to see what was going on. She just lifted half of it, and felt the head below move, and before she could retract her fingers, she met a pair of blue eyes. The little zombie was still a little confused. When he saw Su Dai's raised hand, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately covered his head. Every one of his pale fingers was written with the words, "Don't hit me." Su Dai was speechless and retracted her fingers. Didn't she just beat this guy once? Why did he still have a trauma? Now she is made to look like a villain. Why is an alien zombie so afraid of being beaten? She complained in her heart, but her tone was still a little slower. Okay, I won't hit you. Why cover your head? As she said that, she stretched out her hand to pull down his blue-white fingers. Seeing that his little finger had not healed yet, she couldn't help but frown, and changed the subject and continued, "Just stay here. I see what's going on outside." After that, she walked directly to the magic vine wall. The magic vine sensed her intention and directly split a crack. Su Dai walked out and saw that the dwarves lying on the ground before were gone. Looking at the traces of dragging on the ground, she thought that it was probably the remaining dwarves who came back to drag these poisoned companions back. This was just right. She didn't want to see these dwarves for the time being, but she believed that these dwarves would come to her again soon. Seeing the situation clearly, Sudai directly retracted the main root of the magic vine, and the remaining magic vines were sent to play around. She walked to the front of the little zombie in 2 or 3 steps, took a look at the black robe he had been wearing for who knows how long, and wanted to throw him into the water to wash, but thinking of his incomplete body, she finally gave up. Forget it, if it is washed in the water, who knows if the remaining half of the body will fall off and become a skeleton, and then it will completely turn from a little zombie into a little skeleton, so it is better to keep the status quo. At this time, the voice of the system in her mind sounded again, "Dear host, half of the day has passed, please start the Hope Home mission." Sudai felt like she was being supervised by the Dean of Teaching all the time, but now the situation is not as good as others. She no longer wants to have a head full of children crying, so she could only open the system to zoom in on the areas she is in. Her spiritual power looked down on all the conditions in this area like God. The trees and lakes above were replaced by numbers, and the voice of the system was also speaking in her ears. These plants can be named, you can modify them above. Sudai was not very interested in naming, and said directly, let future people decide for themselves. At this time, she had already figured out the small oasis where she was. The oasis here was constantly shrinking under the invasion of wind and sand. The reason why it can still exist until now is because of the tall trees, like breadfruit trees, growing on the oasis. This kind of plant has a particularly developed root system, which directly forms a crisscross root network underground. It is precisely because of the existence of these root networks that the sand and water can be fixed, allowing the plants above to take root and survive. Sudai thought about it in her mind, and knew where to start. After figuring it out, she was not in a hurry. She directly gave birth to the fruit and shared it with the little zombies who came over. Seeing her unhurried appearance, the system was so angry in her sea of consciousness that it finally shut itself up and never came out again. This made Sudai sigh. If you want people to work, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It makes sense not to give them enough food. Besides, she was going to practice with her superpowers to see if she could achieve a rapid breakthrough in superpowers. After eating and drinking, Sudai asked the little zombie to look around and told him to find her if the dwarf appeared. Sudai saw that the other party nodded in understanding, and she summoned the magic vine she had released with relief. She looked around the magic vine, then found a position and pinched it directly. The magic vine began to twist, and soon there was a handful of sesame-sized seeds in her hand. Then she changed her position and continued the action just now. After a while, a handful of seeds were also swallowed by the magic vine. Sudai was satisfied and patted the branches of the magic vine. Okay, go play, don't go far. After collecting a handful of seeds, Sudai was very happy. Fortunately, she had deliberately collected various plant seeds and put them into the body of the magic vine at the end of the world. This made her think of the first time she saw the magic vine swallowing seeds. At that time, she thought it was the seeds of the magic vine. After she and the magic vine were truly integrated, she realized that the magic vine swallowed the seeds just for fun, and it was not what she guessed at all. What surprised her most was that the magic vine could store seeds in its body, so in the following years, as long as she found new plant seeds, she would store them in the body of the magic vine. In this way, the plants she stored over the years are almost most of the plant species on the earth. Unexpectedly, these seeds played a role at this time. Thinking of this, Sudai couldn't help but feel that this was destined to happen. She was holding the seeds and walking towards the lake. She stopped at the place she had chosen, ready to give birth to the seeds here. According to the cultivation process in the end times, all the sesame-sized seeds sprouted in her hands in a short while. Sudai directly placed the sprouted plants on a piece of sandy soil she had chosen, and after watering them with lake water, she clapped her hands, looking like she had finished. Seeing that she was about to ignore it, the system that had been watching could not help but speak up. You're just going to ignore it. The voice was obviously raised, and there was a lot of doubt in it. Sudai seemed to have expected him to speak at this time, and nodded angrily. Yes, that's it. Is there anything else to do? Hearing her answer, the system suspected that she was fooling itself, and said in a muffled voice, you will never be able to eat meat like this. This angry remark made Sudai stop in her tracks. Her eyes instantly became bright, and she asked in an excited tone, what did you say just now, little system? Say it again. The system was stunned by the question, and said unhappily, what I said is true, you will never be able to eat meat like this, and you will be punished. I can actually eat meat. Sudai ignored the rest of the system's words. She was already excited about having meat to eat, and quickly comforted the little system that was already extremely depressed. Little system, you misunderstood me. I made this seed called black gold. It is not an ordinary plant. At this time, Su Dai did not lie. The black gold plant was a new variety of plant cultivated by scientific researchers in the 15th year of the end of the world. This plant is called a plant, but it is not completely a plant. This plant has a short growth period of only 1 week. After the plant blooms and bears fruit, you can collect seeds, and then the black gold plant will die quickly and turn into a specific sticky soil. These soils are mixed with sand and have a good sand fixation effect. The nutrients in them are also considerable, so it is named black gold. After Su Dai finished speaking, the small system finally believed her words and said in a puffed tone, "Then you have to do the task well. There will be rewards when the task is completed." "Oh, does this reward mean meat?" Hearing her words, the small system realized that it had leaked the reward, snorted angrily, and then never spoke again. Feeling the emotions of the system, Su Dai was not angry at all. Instead, she had an unstoppable smile on her face, secretly thinking that this system was still quite useful. Just when she was still happy, the sound of a little zombie came from above, followed by a burst of dwarf screams. Su Dai looked up and saw the unusual situation of a little zombie dragging a little dwarf towards her. Her eyebrows jumped and she shouted directly to the top, "Xingming, stand still and wait for me to come over." Chapter 11. She saw from a distance that the little zombie had a dwarf in his hand. Perhaps he remembered her instructions and was calling her now. Hearing his shout, Su Dai ran to them quickly, patted the little zombie soothingly, and praised him. "Well done, let me see which little guy this is." Seeing that it was a familiar dwarf, she raised her eyebrows. "You again?" Su Dai asked the little zombie to let him go. She was not afraid of him running away. She just hugged her arms and looked at him, smiling. "Oh, you are not hiding. What are you doing here now? Do you also want to taste the poison?" As she spoke, a root of the magic vine appeared at her fingertips. As if to cooperate with her words, the magic vine also stretched its head towards the direction of the dwarf, looking very cute. Only those who have seen its powerful appearance will not be confused by its cute appearance. The dwarf opposite really shrank and took a step back in fear. Su Dai suppressed her smile and looked at the other party with an impatient look. The dwarf who came over couldn't stand it anymore, and said in a false tone, "Sir, we were wrong. Please let my people go. We won't bother you again in the future." She finished a long string of words stutteringly. While listening, Su Dai did not forget to feed the little zombie 2 fruits, and waited for the other party to finish speaking before slowly looking at him. "This is strange. I talked to you nicely before, but you insisted on fighting me, and now you can't beat me, so you come to beg for mercy. There is no such good thing in the world. You have to pay something. Go back and discuss with your tribe leader before coming to me. Don't come up to get beaten if you are not sincere enough." The little zombie pinched his pale fingers in cooperation. Seeing his reaction, Su Dai was surprised for a few seconds, then she smiled and turned to praise him. "Xingming is good, he can understand me." As if responding to her praise, the little zombie tilted his head to look at her, and uttered his name Xingming clearly, which made Su Dai praise him again. The dwarf Tata watched them interacting as if no one was around, and could only swallow the words on his lips, thinking of the majority of the tribe members, who couldn't wake up, and the tribe leader, who couldn't move. The dwarf Tata still mustered up his courage and whispered in a trembling voice, Then our tribe leader can't speak yet. Can we let the tribe leader?" At the end of the words, probably thinking that the other party would not agree to her request, her voice became smaller and smaller, and her face changed from cautious expectation to complete frustration, with a look of dejection. Su Dai rolled her eyes, and thought that if the other party didn't say it, she would forget about it. But it was best if the other party brought it up. After pretending to think for a while, she nodded generously and said, "Since you said so, I will reluctantly believe you again. If you dare to play tricks on me again, I think your Zuster clan has no need to exist on this planet." This was said seriously, and the dwarf Tata on the opposite side trembled and dared not speak. After a long time, he stammered and replied, "No, we dare not. I will tell the tribe leader." Su Dai raised her chin and pretended to snort fiercely, but turned around and took out a drop of green water from the magic vine that was as elastic as tape, and handed it to the dwarf. "Take it back. Let your tribe leader eat it, and you can speak." The dwarf Tata was instantly moved after getting the things. He moved his mouth twice and whispered gratefully, thank you. I will definitely tell our clan leader." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Su Dai, who was grateful, was puzzled for a while. She couldn't help but have an idea in her mind. Could it be that these dwarves are in need of abuse? But she soon put these things behind her mind. because the system in her mind began to remind her that the plants were mature and urged her to go and see them quickly. Su Dai thought to herself, I know everything, why are you so anxious? But she only thought about it in her mind. When she said it out loud, she could think of the scene of the system crying violently in her mind. That scene was too painful, so Su Dai directly crossed out this immature idea and walked towards the place where the seeds were sown. When we arrived at the destination, we saw that the black gold was ripe. Su Dai reached out and collected the black gold seeds that were about to fall, waiting for the black gold plants to die completely. There was already a pile of black gold sand soil that had decomposed into nutrients on the ground. These sand soils could be well mixed with yellow sand, and then play a role in preventing wind and fixing sand. The whole process of the plant turning into black gold sand soil took only 10 minutes. Su Dai looked at the sand soil that had already formed black gold and was very satisfied. She was sure that it was suitable for planting here. She directly took a handful of black gold seeds and checked the Hope Home system in her mind. Finally, she decided to sow the seeds in the gray area near the lit area. She was a person who was in a hurry. She would do it as soon as she thought of it. She strode towards the selected destination with the seeds in her hands. This time, she had the experience. Su Dai copied the previous steps and started working, giving birth to seeds, then spreading them on the ground, and then collecting seeds under the reminder of the system, and sowing again. This was a tedious project. Although it was a bit troublesome in the early stage, as more and more seeds were collected, the area of sand and soil she could pave and improve would become larger and larger. Thinking that there was finally a farming task with a progress bar, Su Dai couldn't help humming a little song, and she was in a good mood. But after doing this for a long time, Su Dai soon became impatient. She turned around and saw that the little zombie had rubbed against her side without knowing when, and was curiously watching her movements. Looking at this little guy with more and more expressions, she suddenly had an idea in mind, and said with a smile, Xiao Xingming, can I teach you to play a game? The little zombie Xingming received the new vocabulary, and repeated the word game again, tilting his head and looking at Su Dai, as if waiting for her next words. Su Dai looked at the little zombie, and thought that if she ignored the half-torn cheek, it would be a little more adorable. She nodded and continued to fool him. Yes, it's a game, a very fun game, I teach you. Without waiting for the little zombie to repeat her words, she dragged him to her side, pointed at the black gold that had formed on the ground, and made a pocket on the spot with the little zombie's black robe, put the black gold into his pocket, and demonstrated it again as she had just done, and then asked the opposite house, do you understand? Do it yourself. Su Dai pushed the little zombie on the back, her eyes full of encouragement. Go ahead, learn to grow up and work quickly, so that you can grow into a good little zombie. Become your best labor force. Xiao Xingming was indeed obedient. He imitated Su Dai and began to sprinkle black gold on the sand. At first, it was uneven. Su Dai took his claws and did it again. He got better and better. He scattered seeds in front, and Su Dai stimulated the black gold seeds in the back. The two cooperated so well that the black gold in front of her soon piled up to the height of her calf, and her energy was temporarily exhausted. Su Dai sat on the magic vine to rest. Xiao An in front of her was still holding black gold, and gradually spread the black gold evenly over the surrounding area of 10 meters. Su Dai was very satisfied and felt that this crooked little zombie was so cute. Su Dai gave birth to a handful of small tomatoes while resting. She pinched the ripe small fruits on them, and threw one into her mouth. It was very sweet and sour. After eating a few in a row, she smacked her lips in satisfaction, and waved to the little zombie, and shouted, Xiao Xingming, come here. The little zombie who heard her call turned slowly like rust, and looked at Su Dai. Seeing her waving, the little zombie looked down at the little black gold left in his pocket, stretched out his claws to scoop it, and then shook it onto the sand at his feet, filling the gap very accurately, not more or less, as if it had been calculated. The little zombie's blue eyes also flashed a trace of satisfaction, then raised his head, and returned to his dazed look, turned his body, and walked toward Su Dai, his steps deep and shallow, looking very clumsy. Su Dai was amused. She looked at the little zombie seriously. It was a little taller than her and still looked as dark as before, but it was much more capable than before, and could understand human language. This progress made her particularly satisfied. Thinking that the other party would evolve in the future, she couldn't help but have a little more expectation in her eyes. She wondered what this little zombie from another world would look like after evolution. Just when she was thinking deeply, the ground behind her suddenly shook. Su Dai stopped smiling and directly summoned the magic vine that was playing on the side. She was sent directly into the air by the magic vine. At this time, the system voice in her mind also sounded, "Thus race information. The collection and update have been completed. The host can check the relevant information at any time and use it reasonably. Please complete the first phase of the Green Home mission as soon as possible." Sudai quickly checked the information of the Zyester race in the system. The Zyester race is a branch of the dwarf race. They live underground all year round, are good at digging holes, have poor eyesight, are omnivorous animals, have an IQ of 70, and like all kinds of minerals. Sudai had just finished reading when several heads popped up where she was originally. They were the dwarfs whose information the system had just collected. The dwarfs had already crawled out of the sand, shaking off the sand on their bodies, looking around with their little eyes, as if looking for someone. Chapter 12. Are you looking for me? Sudai's voice sounded slowly above their heads. At this time, she had finished reading the information given by the system. She sat on the magic vine and examined the dwarves who appeared below. She stretched out her hand and pointed at their heads one by one. Very good, only 5 dwarves came this time. Compared with her leisure and relaxation, the dwarves below who heard her voice shuddered in fear. After experiencing her cruelty, they were full of fear of the moving magic vine. Several dwarves carried the old dwarf and subconsciously drilled a little deeper into the soil, as if they could feel safe in this way. At this time, the little zombie also came here. Seeing these dwarves, he walked towards them with one deep and one shallow step. The dwarves were scared and drilled into the soil again, leaving only half of their bodies on the sand. They looked at Xingming, who was walking towards them vigilantly, and shouted loudly, "You said you wouldn't hurt us. You can't lie." These words sounded like a child. They were indeed dwarves with low intelligence. But this is the best thing for Sudai now. She can use these dwarves to her advantage. When the dwarves were about to run away in fear, she reached out and patted the magic vine, letting it put her down. As soon as her feet touched the sand, Sudai grabbed Xingming, who was trying to dig the dwarves out of the soil. Seeing his unhappy look, she put all the remaining tomatoes into the small bag on his chest, patted his shoulders, and said like a child under his beautiful blue eyes, "Be good, go to the stone to rest for a while, eat something, and then work again." The little zombie Xingming moved his eyes, as if he understood, took 2 steps, and then tilted his head to look at the dwarf still in the soil. He looked at Sudai with a questioning look, as if asking if he wanted me to blow all their heads off. After Sudai understood what he meant, she couldn't help but laugh, waved her hand and said, "It's okay, they dare not do anything to me. If you are worried, just stay here." After that, she looked at the dwarfs with a little more sympathy, especially when she saw the old dwarf chief in the middle looking angry but not daring to speak. Sudai laughed even happier. When she walked up to the dwarves, her smile disappeared completely. The speed of her expression changed so fast that the dwarves, who were half buried in the sand, became even more panicked. How could this human being be fine just now, but now he became so scary? Sudai watched them burrowing a little deeper into the soil, and simply sat on the sand. Her eyes passed over them one by one, and then stopped at the old dwarf chief, and raised her eyebrows and asked, "How is it? Have you thought it through?" The old dwarf chief originally wanted to get some advantage, but after what happened just now, he completely gave up the idea when he came here. Especially after experiencing the terrible feeling of numbness all over his body that day, he just wanted to liberate himself now. Hearing Sudai's question, he couldn't wait to answer. "I've thought it through. This place is yours, and you will be our neighbor in the future. Is that okay?" After saying that, he looked at the other party eagerly, with more guilt on his face, especially when he heard Sudai's sneer. The old dwarf's eyes began to move quickly. Sudai tapped her knees, sneered, and then stared at the dwarves with a cold face. When they shrank a little deeper into the sand, she finally spoke. "No, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you have only one way, work for me for 3 months, otherwise you will all be paralyzed like this in the future." After saying that, she brushed off the non-existent sand on the mountain, and Sudai stood up and looked down at the other party, causing a great psychological shadow on the other party. Seeing that she was about to leave, several dwarves were the first to be unable to resist, and they directly urged the dwarf chief in the middle, looking extremely anxious. When Sudai took the second step, the old dwarf could no longer hold back, and started to speak in a gibberish, while the dwarf, who knew the imperial language, quickly translated. Sudai wanted to say that she could understand what the other party said, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them, and waited for the other party to finish translating. "Sir, our clan leader agreed to your request, and we are willing to work for you for 3 months. What kind of work do you need us to do?" Sudai stopped and admired the faces of the dwarves waiting nervously. She realized what they were afraid of, and deliberately delayed for a while before speaking in her usual voice. Don't worry, I am different from the Empire development team. This will be my territory planet. I love this planet more than you do. I will tell you what I will do tomorrow, and you will know then. Hearing her words, the dwarves were confused, and the fear disappeared. Several people pushed each other, and finally the young dwarf translator asked, Sir, can the clan leader, can they open it? Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Su Dai naturally did not want to embarrass these frightened quails. She nodded and greeted the magic vines beside her, and then said to them, Let's go, open this, I will go back with you. As Su Dai spoke, she brought the magic vine to the old dwarf chief. The branches moved twice on him, and the old dwarf chief, who was poked by the magic vine's spikes, began to scream. The other dwarves raised their eyebrows, and wanted to find Su Dai, but when they met her eyes, they were instantly discouraged. They could only watch their own chief screaming, Chief, you should be patient, this human is too fierce. The screams lasted for 3 minutes before Su Dai asked the magic vine to retract its branches. Not long after the branches were retracted, the old chief began to move his hands and feet tremblingly. The dwarves saw that their chief had improved, and they immediately started to scream happily. Emotions really come and go quickly. The old chief, who had recovered his physical movements, was also very happy. He really believed what Su Dai said. He turned around and spoke to the tribesmen. Under the old chief's instructions, a super large hole was soon made in their ground. Su Dai looked at the cave thoughtfully and warned the dwarves before entering, In the future, you are not allowed to dig holes in my territory without my consent, or else. The warning hum made several dwarves shrink their necks, but the old chief withstood the pressure and nodded quickly. In the future, we will dig holes somewhere else. That won't work either. This planet will belong to me in the future. I will mark out a range for you to build an exit. The dwarves gasped. What a domineering human. Wow, 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 wow. But they didn't dare to resist this big devil. Su Dai walked deeper into the cave while talking. After walking through the winding and low passage, she arrived at the dwarf's base camp. Looking at the spacious underground space, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was quite large here, so she didn't have to keep her head down. While she was sighing, the dwarves in the base camp were also shouting and yelling. Especially when they saw that their family leader could walk normally, the eyes of those dwarves, who were still lying on the ground, suddenly lit up and shouted. For a while, the whole base camp was filled with the dwarves chattering, which was very noisy. Su Dai felt her head buzzing. She was sure that the magic vine had collected all the locations of this underground nest. She didn't want to stay any longer, so she directly used the magic vine to knock on their earthen platform a few times, which attracted the attention of all the dwarves. Su Dai glanced at them. Quiet, shut up. As she said that, she raised the magic vine in her hand, looking very majestic, which made the dwarves who were still noisy instantly quiet as chickens. They seemed to be very afraid of the magic vine, and they moved their positions directly. At this time, the young dwarf also translated her words to his tribe, and the whole scene instantly became quiet. Su Dai said to the young dwarf, Tell them what I'm here for. I start if there's no problem. I told him. The young dwarf quickly responded, then turned around and muttered a few words to his people. Su Dai, who pretended not to understand their language, looked at the system's translation and was very satisfied. They were honest and didn't fool her. After confirming that these dwarfs were really honest and loyal, Su Dai did not hesitate and directly commanded the magic vine to start working. In fact, the detoxification only required a poke from the magic vine, but in order to leave a deep memory for these dwarfs, Su Dai unilaterally extended the needle-poking service to 3 minutes. Under her command, the magic vine began to work on the rows of immobile dwarfs lying on the ground. So the whole room was soon filled with all kinds of screams, and at the end, they were really louder than the last. When Su Dai's ears were about to explode from the noise, she quickly stuffed something into them to block out the screams. She stared at the dwarves' distorted masked faces without blinking, feeling very comfortable. Yell, yell, I want you to scream until your throats are broken, and then I see if you still listen to me. Chapter 13. This detoxification lasted for several hours, and the screams of the dwarves in the entire base camp almost pierced the entire underground. Su Dai had doubted several times whether the cave would collapse or not. After the magic vine had tormented all the dwarves, she finally returned to Su Dai with satisfaction and asked for praise. Su Dai touched the thorns of the magic vine and praised it generously. Then, looking at the dwarves whose hands and feet were slowly beginning to regain consciousness, she coughed. As soon as the sound rang out, the dwarves who were happy to be able to move their bodies fell silent instantly, and looked at her with awe and fear. Some female dwarves were so scared that they hid behind the male dwarves, looking very scared. Su Dai was satisfied with this situation. What she needed now was the fear of these little guys. Only when they were afraid of her, they would not think too much and listen to her obediently. As for whether these dwarves would rebel in the future, she was not afraid. She would have many tricks to fool these little guys at that time. In the end, the old dwarf chief pretended to be calm and said, "Sir, what do you have to say?" Su Dai was waiting for this. She frowned and said with a cold expression, "Talk to them about what I said before. Tomorrow you will bring your people to work together." Hearing this, the dwarf chief was obviously relieved and nodded in response. Su Dai pretended to be majestic and looked at everyone, then retracted her eyes with satisfaction. "Since everything is fine, I should leave too." After that, she turned around and left. Seeing her leave so readily, the dwarves were stunned for a moment. The dwarf chief reacted immediately and asked his successor to see her off. As the best successor in the tribe, the young dwarf, who could translate quickly, caught up with Su Dai, panting and whispering behind her, Chief, let us take you out. You will get lost if you walk alone." Su Dai sighed in her heart, looked back at him with a smile, showing a piece of white teeth, and then continued to walk forward. She had asked the magic vine to explore the underground when she came here, and now she has a complete underground map in her system. If she wants, she can now reach any place where these dwarves live. When Su Dai turned left and right, and finally successfully reached the ground, the dwarf, who had been following her, had a shocked and puzzled expression on his face, as if he didn't understand why the other party could come out without their guidance. This was beyond their imagination. They were shocked and stunned for a while, and half of their heads were exposed in the sand for a long time without any reaction. Especially when Su Dai turned around and smiled with her white teeth, he was so scared that he quickly retracted his head into the sand. "My great-grandfather, this human is too scary. He must tell the tribe leader this news. That human has mastered them." "It's over." Su Dai had no idea that the dwarf was so scared. Seeing them running back, she couldn't help but touch her cheek. Was she scary? If I remember correctly, she remembered that her face was still very good. Sure enough, the aesthetics of different races are different. Before she could get depressed, a head popped out from the side. Su Dai saw a white head at a glance. She jumped a step in shock. What the hell is this? As a result, the head moved, tilted its head, and looked up at her, with a confused expression in its eyes. Su Dai realized whose head it was, and couldn't help but stroke her chest, staring at the little zombie with its head exposed, and said earnestly, "Xingming, you can't suddenly appear behind me like this in the future." The little guy suddenly changed his appearance, and she really didn't recognize him. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have punched him, and the head would have been beaten to pieces. The little zombie Xingming blinked, reached out, and touched his head, and then pulled the robe and hat behind him, as if he was trying to put it on, but he failed several times. There was a trace of grievance in the little zombie's eyes, and he looked at Su Dai more blankly, looking at a loss. Su Dai gradually softened her heart when she saw such a look, and even felt that the white hair in front of her was not so abrupt. She reached out to touch his hat, and then she found that the hat was not taken off, but broken. There was a long cut in the middle, which directly split the hat into two halves, and could not be worn at all. "Okay, Xingming, let's not wear it. You look good without the hat." As she spoke, she tied his scratched hat in a knot at the back and patted his shoulder. She originally just wanted to comfort the little zombie in front of her, but after looking at it, she found that the little zombie in front of her was indeed very good looking. I don't know if it's because she's used to it, but she always thinks that staring at a little zombie with white hair seems to be strangely good looking. It's really strange. Su Dai's heart beats twice quickly, and she can't help but tap Xiao Xingming's forehead. "I didn't expect that you, a little zombie, are quite good looking, but this half of your face is rotten. Otherwise, he is a rare handsome young man. It's a pity that such a good face has become like this. I wonder if the Empire's repair surgery can work on aliens. If she goes to the Empire one day, she can ask about it." She muttered to herself, and Xingming, who was held down, looked at her with a confused look, and then touched his half cheek with his fingers, with a confused look in his eyes, obviously understanding what she said. Su Dai now likes his hair color. Smiling, she stretched out her hand and scratched his head twice before saying, "Xiao Xingming, don't wear a hat in the future. It's so good to show your head. Anyway, there are no other intelligent creatures on this planet. Do you hear me?" Although the little zombie is half a head taller than Su Dai, he can only look at her with ignorant and clear eyes when she rubs his head like this. Such eyes are really too attractive. Su Dai rubbed his head twice before letting go of the other's head. Xingming, who had regained his personal freedom, shook his head. When Su Dai was about to check the system, he uttered intermittent syllables. Listen, here. Hearing this voice, Su Dai raised her eyes slightly in surprise, and saw the other party's moving lips, with surprise in her eyes. As if encouraged by such eyes, the little zombie Xingming pointed at himself and spoke again. Xingming, be obedient. Wow! Su Dai was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch the other party's intact cheek again. At this moment, he was suddenly a little moved. Looking at this little zombie, who was full of himself, he couldn't help but want to rub his head again. Wouldn't this guy mistake himself for his old mother? This thought instantly dissipated the feeling of being touched in her heart. She twitched her lips and changed the subject. Okay, now you play by yourself for a while. I get some more black gold. While saying this, she directly got a handful of black gold in front of him, and her fingers moved the wood power quickly. The black gold fell to the ground and quickly became like glue, firmly fixing the sand below. Su Dai took some juice from the magic vine, circulated it in her hands with energy, and then mixed it with water and poured it directly on the ground. Then she buried a seed in the soil. Su Dai handed the remaining mixed juice water to the little zombie. Xingming, you hold it here, water it every 1 meter, and soon you will have honeydew melons to eat. Be good. After saying that, Su Dai walked briskly towards the place where the black gold was piled. She couldn't help laughing when she saw it. She saw that the place where the small pile of black gold was originally piled had been flattened, and the place she originally designated had expanded to an outer circle of nearly 10 meters. She checked the system and found that the place had indeed changed from gray to the brown of black soil. Feeling her gaze, the system spoke in her mind. The host has unlocked the Sanmushin Green Home. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, please plant crops on it as soon as possible, and make this land a new oasis. Su Dai could feel the system's excitement now. She raised her eyebrows, and a trace of doubt flashed through her mind. Is it so excited? But thinking that this place has become an oasis, and there are plants planted by herself on it, it is still exciting to think about it. After the first stage of the task is completed, there will be rewards given by the system. Su Dai feels that she can do it again. Thinking that the dwarves will come to work for her tomorrow, she started to do the repetitive work of collecting black gold again. After this repetitive work has become handy, she has begun to do 2 things at the same time. One hand ripens the black gold, and the other hand summons all the magic vine branches that have run away. Under her command, these magic vine branches quickly drill into the sand fixed by the black gold and disappear on the ground in a whoosh. But the matter was not over yet. Su Dai sent another stream of wood energy toward the main vine, and soon more branches grew out of the main magic vine. When these branches grew to more than 1 foot long, they would be directly cut off by the main magic vine. Under the control of the main magic vine, these cut branches would drill directly under the sand according to Su Dai's command. This repetitive action continued until the energy in her body was exhausted again, and Su Dai let go. Looking at the black gold piled up like 2 small mountains, she really couldn't be too satisfied. Sure enough, she was the best after her ability breakthrough. Chapter 14. This was the first time that Su Dai used up all the energy in her body. Every time her energy was exhausted, her body would fall into endless fatigue. When the energy was accumulated again, she would be surprised to find that she could store more energy than last time. Each time this qualitative leap made Su Dai feel indescribably comfortable, as if she had exhausted all the turbid air in her body, and her body was getting more and more relaxed. That night, Su Dai was rolled up by the magic vine to sleep. The little zombie looked at her body completely wrapped by the magic vine. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and then he stood up creakingly and walked out. He didn't stop until he reached the lake. He reached out and touched his clothes, then touched his rotten cheek, and slowly walked into the lake. After a while, he sank himself into the lake. The moonlight was like water, and the starlight was like pearls. As the ripples on the water surface gradually calmed down, the lake's surface was like a mirror, reflecting the stars and the moon. The next day, Su Dai was awakened by the magic vine. She stretched her body, and let the magic vine put her on the ground. She stepped on the sand that had become somewhat hard. She was very satisfied with the newly created black gold land. As long as it is done well, this land will become a real black gold land, a land of wealth. Su Dai was in a better mood after imagining the beautiful future. When the system urged her to work, she was also happy. But she found something wrong after a while. Where did the little zombie Xingming go? After searching around, she didn't see the figure she used to be. Su Dai was really a little anxious. Her first reaction was that the dwarves had done something bad in secret, and took away the little zombie while she was sleeping. Thinking of this possibility, she gritted her back teeth, as if she was going to settle the score. Just at this moment, The sand on the ground moved, and the magic vine whipped the undulating ground twice. In an instant, rows of heads appeared on the sand. Some of them did not pay attention, and appeared directly on the edge of the black gold land. Su Dai saw the black gold land being lifted up, and her face turned black. But these dwarves did not notice it at all. Thinking of what the old patriarch said, they restrained their desire to run and tried to smile at Su Dai. These dwarves were not good-looking in themselves, and this forced smile was even more ridiculous than the pain mask. Su Dai's eyes hurt, and she couldn't help but want to beat them up one by one. She walked directly to the dwarf Tata, who could speak the imperial language, stretched out her hand and quickly pulled him out of the sand, stared at him and asked, "Is my Xingming with you?" Her harsh words scared all the dwarves. Their first reaction was to run away, but thinking of what the old patriarch said, their bodies seemed to be tied up. They looked at the suddenly angry human in panic. What was she talking about? Was she going to beat them again? The young dwarf Tata was also scared. His brain crashed for a long time before he reacted. He stared at the other party's dangerous eyes and stammered, "Ah, sir, I'm not. Sir Xingming is not with us." Looking at the other party's suspicious eyes, the young dwarf was so scared that he blurted out his thoughts. "Sir Xingming is so scary, and he wants to eat us. How can we let him stay with us?" This made sense. Su Dai thought about it, and put him on the ground. Her expression eased a little, but she still looked very difficult to approach. She looked around at the shivering dwarves behind her, making them tremble even more. After watching them tremble for a while, Su Dai felt that the time was almost right, and finally spoke, pointing at the young dwarf Tata and said, "You are their leader now, let them follow me." After that, she turned and left. Hearing the order, the young dwarf Tata was instantly shocked, and quickly talked to the frightened tribesmen for a while, then turned around and chased after Su Dai's figure. The remaining dwarves watched him running hard, and without thinking too much, they got out of the sand and quickly followed. This mighty army still looked quite impressive. When they saw a piece of black and gold land, their eyes were full of surprise and confusion, as if they didn't understand why this place had become different after sleeping. Even Tata, the smartest of all the dwarves, didn't understand what was happening. But as a dwarf, they were more sensitive to the land than any other race. He felt that there was an energy in the changing land, just like the home created by the gods as their ancestors had said. This thought made Tata happy, and he quickly turned around to communicate with his people. So under Su Dai's eyes, these dwarves seemed to be in a frenzy, lying on the ground and smelling the black gold land. Some even licked it with their tongues, and then showed a satisfied expression. Seeing the chattering of these dwarves gradually getting louder, and finally turned into buzzing celebratory shouts. Su Dai, who was originally planning to intimidate these dwarves again, was choked up, and just looked at the scene in front of her in silence. This scene seemed to be better than she had imagined. Su Dai used a piece of magic vine to knock on the ground twice, to calm these excited dwarves. They huddled together like quails waiting to be scolded, and glanced at her from time to time. Su Dai coughed, and these dwarves trembled, looking very odd, which made Su Dai, who wanted to intimidate them, give up the idea. Forget it, they have become quails. What's the point of intimidating them? Thinking about the little star that had not been found yet, Su Dai also lost her patience. She pointed directly at the pile of black gold that she had made yesterday, and ordered the young dwarfs, "Spread these evenly on the sand, it has to be this thick." Su Dai walked directly to the black gold pile, scooped some, and led a large group of dwarves to the periphery where they were going to work. She grabbed the black gold and demonstrated it to the dwarves, and then threw her bag to the young dwarf. "Do you understand it? Do you know how to do it?" The young dwarf Tata looked at the threatening eyes of the adults in front of him, and he nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes. That's fine, you let them work well. Spread this pile of black gold today, and don't destroy the already formed black gold land, otherwise I will beat them one by one." Tata nodded quickly, afraid that he would be beaten on the spot if he was a step slower. Su Dai was worried about these dwarves. She patted the magic vines beside her and said coaxingly, "Supervise their work. If anyone dares to destroy the black gold soil, you will beat them hard." After saying that, she looked at the young dwarf Tata. "Don't forget to translate this sentence to them. If they don't obey, they will bear the consequences. They probably don't want to feel the feeling of being beaten." Under Su Dai's eyes, the young dwarf quickly translated her words. Su Dai was very satisfied with his accurate translation. She also looked at the dwarves in a more quail state with a shocking look. She was very satisfied in her heart. It was best to be obedient. Waving her hand to let the group of trembling dwarves go to work, she closed her eyes, and felt the last position of the little zombie, then turned her footsteps, and walked quickly towards the position of the lake. She could feel that the other party was in the middle of the lake. Unconsciously, her steps became faster and faster, and soon she reached the edge of the lake. Squatting by the water, when Su Dai's fingers touched the lake water, the energy in her body quickly spread across the entire lake like a net, sensing and searching. In less than a minute, Su Dai opened her eyes suddenly and found it quickly. She quickly locked onto the position in the sea of consciousness and concentrated her energy to surround the target position. The wood energy transformed into countless vines in the water, grabbing the black object at the bottom of the water. The energy was recovered, and the calm water surface exploded with a splash. An object directly hung out from the center of the lake, and the entire lake surface was splashed in an instant. Su Dai looked at the object fished out from the center of the lake. Su Dai directly used the wood energy to pull the other party to her side. When she saw the full picture of this thing, Su Dai's first reaction was to turn her head. Ah, her eyes! This thing is actually naked and has nothing on. Chapter 15. Su Dai's first reaction was that this tattered body was actually still half intact. What a miracle! Especially when a certain part was still an empty skeleton. Su Dai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, so that she would not see anything and would not get sty. Oh, I thought too much. Su Dai quickly pulled back her thoughts that were about to run away. Looking at the naked little zombie, she couldn't help but ponder. This was a little different from what she had guessed. I originally thought that the body under the black robe and hat was intact, but I didn't expect that this body was worse than this face. Only half of the chest still had flesh and blood, and the rest was all skeletons. It looked really miserable and unbearable to watch. The most fortunate thing is that there is no unpleasant smell at such a close distance. Su Dai silently breathed a sigh of relief, and her fingers touched the chest of the little zombie. There was no heartbeat. This should be normal, right? In the late apocalypse, zombies also have no heartbeat. Staring at the little zombie that seemed to have been exposed in the wilderness for a long time, Su Dai couldn't help frowning. How could she determine whether a zombie was alive? This idea turned in her mind for more than 10 seconds, and she directly used the wood energy to detect the other party's body. The energy traveled in the other party's body, and soon, she felt a wave of energy in the direction of the other party's pineal gland. She tried to send a little of her own energy. The other party did not have a rejection reaction, so Su Dai directly sent part of her own energy to the other party. Time passed by minute by minute. After Su Dai recovered the energy for a few minutes, the little zombie Xingming lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of blue eyes directly met Su Dai's eyes. There is a blue sea of stars inside. For a moment, Su Dai saw blue stars in these eyes, and the sea of stars seemed to fall, as if she had returned to her hometown. "Ah, you close?" The intermittent voice of the little zombie Xingming finally pulled Su Dai back to reality from her trance, and she instantly understood what the other party was going to say. He looked up and down at the other party's body, smiled, and said generously, "Don't be shy, most of your body is a skeleton, there is nothing you can't see, dear, your clothes have been lost, don't look for them." She was telling the truth, but the little zombie blinked his blue eyes when he heard this, and there was a rare hint of shyness in them. He sat on the sand and curled up his body, his fingers covering here and there, but there was always a place that could not be covered, which made the little guy very frustrated. Su Dai was amused and speechless. The IQ of this evolving little zombie was increasing day by day. Now he knew shyness and shame. If he continued like this, wouldn't he cry? Su Dai shuddered when she thought of this possibility. She didn't want to make anyone cry. What's more, this was a male zombie who was taller than her. Taking a deep breath, Su Dai quickly said, "I make one for you. Don't cry. Otherwise, don't blame her for knocking him out." While she was talking, she had already taken out a seed from the magic vine that was close to her. With the energy input, the seed soon broke out of the shell and sprouted in her palm. Su Dai saw that it was almost done, so she placed the whole plant directly on the black gold soil. As the energy continued to be stimulated, the vines with abundant leaves continued to extend on the ground and grew a large number of branches. After looking at the length, Su Dai stopped the energy transmission, cut off several vines, and quickly woven them with her fingers. She waved at the depressed little zombie, "Xingming, get up. I made clothes for you. Don't be sad." Xingming tilted his head to look at her. Su Dai was afraid that he would not believe her, so she shook the vine with plump leaves in her hand. Sure enough, the little zombie Xingming stood up obediently. Su Dai directly wrapped the vine around his body, half of it wrapped around his shoulders to cover half of his chest, and then extended it to the lower body to directly wrap a half-leaf skirt. Just right. Su Dai was very satisfied with the little zombie who had changed his image in front of her, and snapped her fingers. "Not bad. When I meet the Imperial people in the future, I will rob you a set of clothes. Be good, you see those dwarves have no clothes to wear. In order to increase the credibility of her words, she also specially pulled out the dwarves, who were working hard for comparison. Xingming, who was still evolving, was fooled by this. He looked at the dwarf, who was wearing nothing. Xingming felt that he was much better looking than the other person now. He showed a happy smile on his face, and his blue eyes were rippling with the same starlight as his name. Seeing that he had successfully fooled others, Su Dai was satisfied. She pointed at the long leaf vine that had been pulled out of half of its branches and said to Xingming, "Look, this is what I planted for you. You can pull it off and make clothes for yourself in the future. I will only give it to you, not to anyone else." Hearing this, Xingming's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he repeated her words, "Mine, it belongs to me, yes, yes, it only belongs to you. From now on, you will be the supervisor here. If you see those dwarves, you will supervise their work in the future. If anyone dares to damage the black gold land we have made, you will hit their heads like this." Su Dai showed him what the whack-a-mole game was. The little zombie Xingming looked at him with bright eyes, and when Su Dai gave an order, he walked straight towards the dwarf, who was working, looking quite impatient. Su Dai blinked. Maybe she was overthinking it. This thought was fleeting, and soon her mind was filled with what she had to do next. Black gold was constantly developing the gray land in the system, and she also needed to divert lake water to the black gold land for irrigation, and then determine which seeds could be planted on the black gold land to the maximum extent. All kinds of things filled Su Dai's brain in an instant, so that she no longer had the mind to watch the fun. When Su Dai irrigated all the black gold land that was reclaimed yesterday, all the energy in her body was exhausted. Sitting by the lake at this time, she could feel that the huge energy contained in her body was pried open a little, and was transmitting energy into her dry body. She could feel the energy in her body becoming more refined, and this discovery lifted her spirits. After slowly calming herself down, she discovered that the lake water in front of her, which had been drained by more than half, was rising continuously. In case she was mistaken, Su Dai walked directly to the lake and made a mark on the edge with a wooden stick, and then she rested and waited on the side. When she was almost recovered, she took out the wooden stick and looked at the position of the mark, and compared it with the current water level. In such a short time, the lake water had risen by 8 milliliters. She was not mistaken, the lake water was indeed rising to its original position. As if to confirm her conjecture, the small system spoke in her mind, "There is an underground river below, you can use the water resources here as much as you want, but you'd better keep the water source purified, so as to maintain the sustainable development of resources." If it wasn't certain that this was an alien planet, Su Dai couldn't help but suspect that this system was the legacy of the Republic, otherwise how could it even mention sustainable development so easily? The system can detect her thoughts, and after a while, it couldn't help but say, "What do you say the Republic is? I am not the legacy of the Republic. I have my own mission." Seeing that the child was going to continue to talk, Su Dai interrupted him directly, "Stop, stop, stop." The small system was stuck. Su Dai only felt that her mind was clear, and then she said in a serious tone, "You can't read my thoughts, otherwise don't expect me to do any home system tasks for you, I mean what I say." The small system was aggrieved. "Why can't you listen? You are my host." "Even the host can't." Su Dai directly frowned and said fiercely, "If you don't turn off the function of reading my thoughts, I will definitely not let you complete the task." After getting along for a few days, the small system also knew the temper of its host, and could only agree with grievance. Su Dai was satisfied, and her tone softened. She praised the other party a series of times, and the fooled small system no longer looked crying, and grasped the measure of hitting a stick and giving a date. Just as she was calming down, there were bursts of screams and shouts from the direction of the dwarves who were working. Su Dai could hear them clearly from a distance. The dwarves seemed to have discovered something. Su Dai stood up and walked quickly towards the direction of the noise. She wanted to see what rare thing made these dwarves so noisy. Chapter 16. At this time, the dwarves all gathered together. Although these dwarves were not very smart, they worked quite well. However, they had one bad thing, which was that they loved to join in the fun. When they encountered something that required joining in the fun, these dwarves were not ambiguous and ran faster than anyone else. Especially at this time, all the dwarves gathered together, staring at the things they found in the sand and arguing. The little zombie who was given the important task of supervising was very unhappy when he saw that these dwarves did not work. He stretched out his hand and hammered the heads of several dwarves at his feet a few times, making them howl and scream. He was also fierce, and wanted to catch them and punish them. When Su Dai came, she saw the scene where the dwarves were so scared that they squatted on the ground. When she saw the little zombie Xingming hitting the dwarves, As if he was playing the whack-a-mole game, she couldn't help but choke with her own laughter. This little zombie is really too smart. What happened? Su Dai did not organize Xingming to teach these dwarves a lesson. She just used the wood energy to quickly knead something in her hand while asking questions. The young dwarf Tata blamed himself very much, thinking that he had not managed his people well. When he met Su Dai's eyes, he felt even more guilty. He explained sadly, "Yes, we were all working just now, and then we found something in the sand. Look, it's this. It's okay, it can be eaten, so they..." Su Dai listened to these intermittent words, and walked directly to the center of the dwarfs' crowd. The dwarves on both sides automatically shrank their necks to make way for her. For a while, the only sound in the air was Xingming hitting the dwarfs' heads. Walking to the sand pit that was sunken 2 or 3 meters, Su Dai saw a layer of dense gray-white things like eggs exposed in the sand. The big ones were more than 1 meter long, and the small ones were the size of basketballs and footballs, densely buried in the sand. Su Dai's first instinct was to dislike it. This sudden feeling of disgust made her alert instantly. This thing must not be as simple as it seems. After various thoughts turned quickly in her head, she directly used energy to explore deep into the sand. During this exploration, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Later, the expression on her face was completely replaced by coldness. Even Xingming, who was beating the dwarf, found that something was wrong with her. He moved to her side with a creaking sound, and stared at the exposed row of testicles in her direction. His face also showed an uncomfortable expression, and he opened and closed his mouth and said, "Well, I don't like it, throw it away." As he said that, he threw a ball of sand on the testicles. As if he felt that this was not enough, he was about to step into the sunken sand pit. At the critical moment, Su Dai grabbed his arm in time, and looked at him speechlessly with only skeleton legs left. If she hadn't stopped him, he would have fallen and broken his legs, and he would have been really useless. "You don't like this thing either?" Su Dai pulled him back a few times, and then looked at the abnormal little zombie thoughtfully. This was the first time she saw the other party have such a big reaction. Abnormal is a monster. This is the same feeling as her previous intuition. It can't be such a coincidence, right? As her mind turned, she looked at the little zombie with scrutiny. Xingming seemed very unhappy that he was pulled back. He stared at his balls fiercely and answered heavily, "If you don't like it, get rid of it. You can't keep it." Su Dai thought that this was exactly what she wanted. If there weren't so many dwarfs staring at him, she would definitely praise this guy for being as bad as the roundworm in her stomach. Just by exploring like this, she has sensed that there are such things underground from this sand pit to the front. The most important thing is that the range that her mental power can explore is already very wide. It is roughly estimated that there are such eggs from where she is standing to the range of dozens of kilometers ahead. Is there such a thing under the sand that her mental power cannot reach? If this conjecture comes true, it will be a very scary thing. It is rare that her intuition and the little zombie are consistent. They both think that this thing is not a good thing. Thinking of what the dwarf said before, she turned around and asked the house, "You said that your people can eat this thing. Do you know what this is?" The dwarf who was named was shocked. "Ah yes, our people have eaten this thing. It can be eaten, we encountered it underground before." From the other party's narration, Su Dai also understood that it was not the first time that the Zioster people had seen this thing. 2 weeks ago, they encountered such eggs, and there were eggs in an area of about 10 square meters. These eggs finally entered the stomachs of these dwarfs. Su Dai touched her chin thoughtfully, and then said directly to the other party, "Call all your tribesmen over, start eating from here, eat as much as you can." When she said this, the young dwarf Tata was stunned for a while, and then excited. He couldn't control himself and jumped up all of a sudden, turned around, and talked loudly to his tribesmen. After a while, the dwarfs cheered loudly, and some of them were so excited that they came to Su Dai and danced a few funny circles. As the noisy sound rang out, a group of dwarfs jumped into the sand pit and started to dig out the eggs and eat them. The sound of breaking the eggshells rang in the air one after another. Su Dai patted the restless Xiao Xingming soothingly and asked the system in her mind, Little system, are you there?" After a while, the muffled voice of the little system sounded in her mind. Su Dai listened to this weak voice and raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong with you? Cheer up, I ask you, do you know what this is?" Since this little guy said that he is the Hope Home system, he should know something about the things that appear on this planet, right? The system responded to her with a silent voice. Su Dai thought that the other party didn't hear what she said, and was about to repeat it again. At this time, the system's voice sounded in her mind, "I am the Hope Home system. I can only detect that these are the eggs of some creatures. According to the comprehensive evaluation of the system, these eggs are dangerous. Host, you have to make a serious choice. The system said it with confidence, but Su Dai felt that she had listened to a lot of nonsense, and she had to do everything herself. If she didn't need to maintain her majestic image, she would roll her eyes to the sky. Thank you for your hard work. You should update the system. Su Dai swore that she was giving a sincere suggestion, but the little system snorted when she heard this. Her sea of consciousness was stomped several times by him. If she had a body, she would have seen the other party's angry back as he left in anger. But the matter at hand was more important. She had no time to care about the child's thoughts. She watched the dwarves constantly eating the rows of eggs in the sand. This was too slow. While she was thinking for a while, the dwarf chief also ran over to eat this thing. From this angle, Su Dai could see that the mucus inside the egg looked like liquid like egg white after it was opened. She took one and knocked it open at her feet. The liquid flowed out. Su Dai carefully checked it and found nothing. She knocked open more than 10 eggs in a row, but no creatures formed inside. She should be relieved in this situation, but she felt that things were not that simple, and something was about to happen. This unspeakable feeling made her very unhappy. She summoned the magic vine anxiously, and directly lifted up all the sand in front of her. Her body instinct drove her to attack the eggs one by one without hesitation. The sound of crunching rang out one after another, which made the dwarfs, who were eating, feel painful, but due to her strength, they could only eat desperately like quails, fearing that if they were a step slower, all the food would be smashed by Su Dai. After Su Dai smashed the eggs, most of the anger in her heart was gone. She turned around and saw Xiao Xingming still insisting on smashing the eggs. Su Dai became more determined in her mind. No matter what the eggs were, she had to get rid of them based on the terrible breeding range. At least it had to be within her control. Having made up her mind, Su Dai also had her own ideas. She looked at the dwarves, who had eaten and drunk enough, and were lying on the eggs. She knocked the ground with the magic vine, and saw their little eyes looking at her. She was a little satisfied. Not bad, they were quite obedient. She coughed and said, "Eat well and work. You can eat this thing as you like?" After she said this, the dwarves made a cheering burp sound. Su Dai didn't waste any words. She asked the young dwarf Tata to watch her people, and Xiao Xingming to watch these working dwarves on her behalf. He thought of a better way. Chapter 17. Su Dai led the magic vine, and continued to move forward. In the range of her spiritual power, there were all these eggs. At this time, she had already left the base camp for 50 kilometers, and she had not seen the end of these eggs within the range of her spiritual power. How many eggs are there? Su Dai felt a tingling sensation on her scalp when she thought that there might be eggs densely arranged underground. She couldn't imagine what kind of creature made them. With the help of the magic vine, Su Dai walked for a long time until her spiritual power detected that there were no eggs underground. She finally cheered up, and finally reached the end. In order to make sure that she was not wrong, Su Dai directly asked the magic vine to turn over the sand and soil. She saw that there were eggs on one side of the sand pit with clear boundaries, and there were nothing on the other side. It was exactly the same as her spiritual power exploration. After determining where the end of these eggs was, Su Dai checked on the map of Hope Home. At this time, the small system thoughtfully circled the area of the egg on the map. Looking at the area drawn in red by the small system, she couldn't help but take a breath. What on earth is this thing that produces so many eggs? The small system was also guilty, and said in a pretentious tone, "Anyway, we will know what it is later. This is okay, it's not that big." The voice gradually became smaller as he spoke, obviously feeling very guilty. Su Dai didn't want to expose the other party, and changed the subject with some headache and asked, "Can you tell me how big the area of the egg on the system is?" The small system grunted for a while, and then said, "It's about 510,000 square kilometers, not very big." Su Dai couldn't help but take a breath. More than 50,000 square kilometers, isn't that big? This is equivalent to a large base. If converted according to the city of the end of the world, this area can be regarded as the area of a small province. This reproductive capacity is simply terrifying. The small system also knows the seriousness of the matter. It dares not speak at this time, and quickly hides. Only Su Dai is left standing there to digest this fact. In the end, she could only let the system mark the location of this dividing line. With the help of the system's arbitrary transmission function, she stood at the location of the base camp in the blink of an eye. As soon as she appeared, Xingming caught her figure and walked towards her with a brown hammer. Su Dai was in a bad mood at the moment. Seeing that the little zombie in front of her had no mood to joke, she touched the hammer made of pine nuts in his hand, and said perfunctorily, "Take the hammer and play." "Xiao Xingming, I don't have time to play with you now." Xingming seemed to see that she was in a bad mood. He tilted his head and looked at her for a while. When Su Dai was about to step away, he reached out and grabbed the corner of her clothes. In her puzzled eyes, he reached out and rubbed his collarbone twice, and then Bayu, a white fingernail-sized bud, was wrapped in green leaves. Here, happy Su Dai looked at the bean sprout flower handed to her, and her thoughts were difficult to distinguish for a while. Looking at the little zombie in front of her, who was still looking at her expectantly, she endured the itchy throat, stretched out her hand, and rubbed the other's head vigorously twice, deliberately jokingly said, "Your body is comparable to black gold. I thought this thing died a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to bloom in your place." At the end, he put the bean sprouts in the other person's hand. "Okay, I know what you mean. Since this thing is for you, you should take it well, and don't give it to others." Thinking of this guy giving her things everywhere, Su Dai couldn't help but harden her fist. She promised that if she caught him, she would not show mercy. Looking at her unpredictable aura, Xingming blinked his eyes humanely, as if he didn't understand what the other person meant. Give it to others? Why give it to others? What does others mean? Even if he had millions of doubts, Su Dai had already strode away, leaving him alone with his head tilted, which was a bit cute. Walking to the lake, Su Dai's mood had recovered completely, and everything quickly slid through her mind. She had a new idea. Since the egg already existed, all her ideas were her own guesses. Before things got bad, she could make plans and wait and see. She just had the ability to ensure that the black gold land she created would not be destroyed. Anyway, she had nothing to be afraid of losing. After figuring it all out, Su Dai felt relaxed. That was right. Both herself and the original owner of this body, the great princess of the empire, were now exiled to this abandoned planet. They had nothing to lose. What else was she afraid of? She was so anxious that she was dizzy. Su Dai, who was alone, summoned her magic vine and muttered a few words. The magic vine spewed out a lot of seeds from its body, of all kinds. This huge storage function was unknown even in the end times. She dared to guarantee that even if the seed bank stored on the entire Earth were added together, they would not have as many varieties of seeds as she had. After picking and choosing, Su Dai chose a series of drought-resistant plants such as Haloxylon amodendron, sea buckthorn, Sephora alopecuroids, and jujube, and also selected dozens of fruit trees and fruits and vegetables that can be produced quickly. She planned to plant these fruits and vegetables that can be eaten on a daily basis around her base camp to ensure her logistics. Soon the day was over, and when it was completely dark, the dwarves who had finished their work and had enough food and drink returned to the underground in an orderly manner from the place specified by Su Dai. Su Dai also gave birth to all the seeds scattered on the ground, and then she returned to the house built by the magic vine with satisfaction, leaning on the hanging magic vine branches, looking at the little zombies staring at her below, and a rare empathy appeared in her heart. How about cleaning up a house another day? Xingming, just make do for a few days, and then I will make a coffin for you to sleep in. Xingming didn't know what a bed and a coffin were, and looked at her with confusion. Su Dai didn't want to continue talking. She had been waving a lot of energy this day, so she had to sort out her body. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and slapped her mouth, saying good night, and then she fell on the magic vine, closing her eyes and falling asleep in a second. Only the little zombie Xingming was left with a pair of blue eyes staring at her figure. After a good night's sleep, Su Dai woke up on time the next day. The magic vine stretched its body and put her on the ground. She stretched her waist and cleaned herself up by the lake. She finally raised her middle finger to the sky with energy, and then heard a familiar creaking sound in her ears. As soon as she turned around, she saw the figure of Xiao Xingming. "Where have you been?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that his body had been replaced with fresh leaves and vines. As she looked at him, Xingming took out a bunch of fruits from under the leaves. The thumb-sized yellow fruits appeared in front of her eyes, and he gestured for her to eat. This was a mature rice sprout fruit. Su Dai frowned when she took it in her hand. She remembered that she had only taken out this kind of seeds last night, and then germinated and planted them. It had only been one night, so it was impossible for the fruit to grow. She was sure that she had slept in the magic vine all night, and had not done anything to the germinated plants. "Xingming, where did you find it?" Su Dai asked, thinking in her heart, could it be that she had overlooked some place around here? It shouldn't be. Xingming understood what she said, thinking that she wanted more fruits, and took her hand and walked towards the place where she worked during the day. The two soon arrived at their destination, and from a distance, Su Dai saw the dwarf, who came to work early. Although they were eating obediently, their eyes were fixed on a certain direction, looking and hiding, as if they were completely attracted. Su Dai raised her eyebrows. Her curiosity was aroused, and she strode in the direction of the dwarf's coveted eyes. The moment she approached, her steps paused, and what caught her eyes was a field of yellow rice sprouts. Overnight, the rice sprout fruit tree had grown to a height of 1 meter. At a glance, Su Dai estimated that the rice sprout fruit field was half an acre in size. At this time, she didn't care about the dwarf's eager eyes, and walked briskly in the direction of the rice sprout fruit tree. When she got there, Su Dai found something wrong. From here, it seemed that there was a dividing line. The plants outside the dividing line grew particularly well, and the plants at her feet that belonged to the dividing line were only slightly bigger than when she gave birth yesterday, and were far less exaggerated than the plants outside the dividing line. This piece of rice sprout fruit actually completed the process of growing and bearing fruit overnight, which is really strange, if she is not good at other things, but no one knows more about plants than her. She is now a serious wood-type superpower. She directly used wood energy to explore under the land, and found something wrong. The land energy within the dividing line belongs to the normal range of black gold, but in the land outside the dividing line, she actually felt abundant energy underground, which is several times that of the black gold land. It is this energy that makes the plants growing on it grow rapidly overnight. After finding out the reason, Su Dai was confused. Where did this abundant energy come from? Chapter 18. This question troubled Su Dai. Just in case, she once again conducted energy detection on the surrounding land, and asked the small system to enter all the data into the Hope Home system. Combining the actual area, Su Dai saw the problem, and a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she became particularly sober. These energy-rich plots were actually the places where the eggs were covered yesterday, and if I remember correctly, these places were where Xiao Xingming smashed the eggs yesterday, so she had a bold idea. These abundant energy anomalies could not be caused by the smashed eggs. In order to confirm her idea, Su Dai walked to the place where the dwarfs ate yesterday. The place without eggs has now become a black gold land. Using her mental power to sense it, she found that there was no abnormality in the growth of plants on it. After comparing several places, she confirmed the correctness of her idea. So these eggs still had this effect after being smashed? The reality was in front of him, and he had to admit that what was happening now was directly contrary to the danger she had anticipated yesterday. Could it be that something was wrong? This shouldn't be the case. Su Dai frowned and squatted on the ground, struggling. She didn't believe that her and Xiao Xingming's intuition was wrong. What was wrong? This kind of confusion made her body exude an aura of being difficult to mess with, and frightened the dwarfs, who were still preparing to pay attention to Miyagwa, and they shivered, and they didn't want to eat the eggs in their hands so much. Under the leadership of the young dwarf Tata, all the dwarfs crouched carefully to work, for fear of provoking this terrifying human, who would then beat them up. Thinking of the pain, all the dwarfs trembled all over, and their necks almost shrank into their stomachs. For a moment, the sand flew, and the whole scene became lively. Su Dai, who was standing aside, was depressed for a long time and couldn't figure out what to do. When she turned around, she saw the little zombies picking rice sprouts in their hands and putting them next to her. After watching for a while, her mood finally improved miraculously. She waved, "Xingming, come here, I have something to tell you." At her beckoning, Xingming, holding the fruit, walked to her side with a creaking sound. Su Dai patted the soil behind her and said, "Come, let's go over there." As she said that, she took the lead and walked, and the two of them quickly arrived in front of the sand of the eggs, one in front and one behind. Su Dai took the hammer from Xiao Xingming's waist, bent down and smashed the testicles exposed in the sand, then handed the hammer to the little zombie and commanded, "Like me, Xingming, you smash all of this today. Can you complete it?" Xingming, who got the task, had bright eyes and nodded to her seriously, and began to hit the testicles with the hammer. One hammer after another, the sound of cracking eggs continued to ring, and the faces of the dwarves who had been peeking at this side were distorted with distress. If it weren't for the power of the big devil, they would have stamped their feet and ran over to stop it. Su Dai was going to do another experiment. If it was true this time, it would mean that these testicles were really useful. Watching the little zombie smash the outer testicles and start digging the soil, Su Dai thought that she didn't know how long it would take, so she turned around and clapped her hands at the dwarves. "Tata, bring all your people here." Tata, who had been paying attention to this side, heard her call immediately, responded loudly, turned around and shouted to the tribesmen, then led the way and trotted over, and the dwarves who reacted behind also followed. Su Dai only saw a large group of dwarves approaching her from far and near, and stopped at a distance of 3 to 5 meters from her, looking at her carefully and eagerly. Looking at the distance between them, Su Dai thought that they were quite sensible, so she didn't talk too much and assigned tasks directly in their language. Today your task is to clean the sand on these eggs. Tata, find 2 people to smash them like Xingming. Hearing her words, the dwarf's eyes almost popped out, and they were so awkward that they were reluctant to leave. Su Dai saw what the dwarfs were thinking at a glance, and instantly looked at them with a fierce face. You better not hide anything. If you don't work hard, the consequences will be very serious. As she said that, she called out to Imotung beside her, and the magic vines appeared around the dwarfs in a flash, which made the dwarfs, who still had opinions, instantly become quails, and some of them even trembled, and squeezed together one by one, fearing that the terrible pain would fall on themselves. Su Dai was satisfied. She touched the magic vine beside her, and gave orders like a queen. You can go to work now. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be whipped. After being frightened, the dwarfs instantly became very obedient. They all walked to the place where they were working in fear, digging the sand quickly. For a while, the sand flew up and covered the large area of sand like a curtain. Su Dai was satisfied with the scene of the busy work. She thought that even with the help of the dwarfs, she didn't know when she could finish such a large area of eggs. It seemed that she had to think of other ways. Su Dai found a quiet place with her magic vine. She looked at her little magic vine and suddenly came up with a good idea. She said to her magic vine in a negotiating tone, "Old buddy, let's make a deal. You should feel that there will be abundant energy after that thing breaks. From now on, you should make more branches and try to see if you can absorb the energy underground." She carefully talked about her ideas. The more she talked, the clearer her mind became. At the end, she said excitedly, "Old buddy, if what I said can be implemented, you can temporarily put the main root here to absorb energy. Let's break through a new realm together. I will definitely be able to digest the energy stored in my body soon. By then, I will definitely be far superior to the great superpowers. In the end times, the great superpowers are legendary, and Su Dai has a hunch that as long as she can successfully digest the energy stored in her body, her ability will definitely be far superior to the great superpowers. This kind of future that can be expected makes Su Dai tremble with excitement, and the magic vine with her symbiotic relationship also twists its body excitedly, posing several shapes in a row, looking very impatient. Su Dai suppressed her emotions a little, and pinched her old friend with great enthusiasm. "Let's go, it's time for us to show our strength." When the dwarves saw her approaching figure, the whole tribe burst into great action, and the sand flew even more. If Su Dai's eyesight was not different from that of ordinary people, she would have missed the dwarves, who wanted to bury their bodies in the ground to work. She twitched her mouth, but she didn't scare these dwarves. She chose a safe distance to stop, and started her own action. He continuously transferred his energy to the body of the magic vine. With the transfer of energy, countless branches quickly grew on the body of the magic vine, and new buds and branches began to emerge at every thorn. Soon, the slender magic vine gradually turned into a tall umbrella-shaped plant, and various branches continued to grow outward. When each branch was nearly 10 feet long, the magic vine directly cut off these branches. At this time, Su Dai also slowed down the energy transfer, and said to the magic vine, "Old man, let them start working from here." Hearing her words, the magic vine shook the branches that looked like its head, twisted its body in place, and the branches that fell on the ground stood up as if they were alive. As the magic vine twisted its body, they quickly rushed into the sand with eggs in front. Su Dai wanted to see the working ability of these magic vine branches. Under her gaze, these hundreds of magic vine branches drilled into the sand. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and the front was as quiet as a chicken, without any sound or movement. Su Dai, keep calm. The dwarves had been peeking at her movements. They thought something big was going to happen, so they were peeking at her from time to time. But after a while, there was no movement. The impatient dwarves forgot their fear, and started to whisper to each other, looking like they were watching a joke. One of the dwarves couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, what is this human doing? Did she say our words just now?" Hearing his words, the dwarf next to him scratched his head. "It seems so. Did she say our words?" "I heard it." A dwarf expressed his opinion anxiously. As soon as these words came out, many dwarfs, who were attracted, immediately widened their eyes, stared at Su Dai in disbelief, and shrugged. God, they are lucky that they did not say bad things about the big devil. The guilty dwarfs no longer dared to watch the fun. They pulled their legs twice, and plunged into the sand to work. Su Dai had no idea that these dwarfs were so dramatic. She estimated the time and reached a tacit understanding with her old friend. She counted silently in her heart, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It started. As her voice fell, The originally calm sand instantly produced an explosion effect, and the sand flew, like a small nuclear explosion. The thunderbolt sound that broke through the sky continued to sound one after another above the sand, frightening all the dwarfs to huddle together and desperately drill into the sand. This effect lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before the sound gradually became smaller. The flying sand fell to the ground, and a large piece of eggs was exposed from the sand to the ground. At this time, the main course really began. A row of magic vines appeared from the front. As if they had received an order, they bent the branches at the top and swung at the eggs exposed in the sand. The sound of the eggs breaking was like popping beans in the air, and the liquid in the eggs also flowed into the sand. This efficiency is amazing. Su Dai was also very satisfied with the mobility of the magic vine branches. In comparison, she looked down on the efficiency of the dwarves. She turned around and walked towards the dwarves. Her footsteps scared the dwarves in shock. Their brains had not yet reacted to the huge shock just now. Seeing her figure getting closer and closer, their first reaction was to completely shrink their heads into the sand, as if they were trying to avoid death. Su Dai looked at the small bulges in the sand in silence, and gestured directly to Xiao Xingming, who was a few steps away. The little zombie got the hint, and his blue eyes were full of joy. He turned around and started to hit the small bulges one by one with a hammer. Each hammer turned up the sand on the bulge, and then there was the sound of the dwarfs crying. In less than a few minutes, half of the dwarfs were pulled out, and the remaining half came out actively amid the wailing of their companions, raising their hands in a surrender posture. This human is so scary. Chapter 19. Su Dai felt that if she continued to scare them, the dwarves would probably wet their pants immediately. Thinking of that scene, she shook her shoulders, and then decisively ordered, "From now on, all of you go over there to work. Just like yesterday, you are only responsible for spreading the black gold. Keep up with the speed. If you perform well, the rice sprouts over there will be given to you as food. Can you do it?" After she finished speaking, the scene was silent for a while. Just when Su Dai thought the scene would remain stagnant, all the dwarves cheered loudly, as if they had instantly forgotten how scared they were just now. They are so capable. They have to do it for me, Agua. Seeing them like this, Su Dai breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her face. She waved her hand. Her tone was not stiff, and she said with a smile, "Okay, hurry up and work. I will not treat those who work hard unfairly." The dwarves with a carrot hanging on their heads happily rushed to the work site, and they were not even afraid of the ferocious magic vine branches. The dwarf youth Tada commanded some of the tribesmen to pick black gold seeds, and the other dwarves started to spread black gold evenly on the sand without waiting for his orders. The whole work scene was in full swing, and the atmosphere was very warm. This thriving scene made Su Dai particularly satisfied. Before she could be happy for a few minutes, the voice of the system sounded in her mind, "Dear host, at the current speed, it will take about a month to completely clean up these eggs. Host, you still need to keep working hard." It was obviously an encouraging word, but why did it sound so harsh? Su Dai rolled her eyes in her heart. She was such a nasty little thing. However, this reminder was true. She put it aside and changed the subject, saying, "Little baby, you don't have to worry. You should think about this place carefully. After I finish it, I can complete the first stage of the task. What reward should you give me then?" The small system snorted and whispered, "Wait until you finish it." Now the home system is just a little bit lit up. As she said that, she deliberately enlarged the small green dot of the Hope Home system, which made Su Dai's eyes twitch. She retorted bluntly, "Little baby, don't worry too much. Take more time to rest. Go and prepare a big gift package for me. It won't be long before I light up all your side." As she said that, she swiped on the system, which happened to be the gray area marked with eggs. Su Dai's eyes were firm, so she let the small system swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue silently, snorted softly, and never spoke again. Su Dai thought that the other party was shy. In order to achieve her goal, she had to speed up a little. She once again supplied her with energy to the magic vine, and countless magic vine branches grew out again. After exhausting the energy in her body 3 times, she finally felt that her mental strength would be in trouble if she continued. She looked at the magic vine branches that had been working several times, and it was enough for the time being, so she slowly withdrew the output energy. She silently calculated in her mind that at the current speed, she could complete the task of smashing and destroying all the testicles in 10 days at most. Thinking of this, she felt relieved, and the vague anxiety hanging in her heart finally calmed down a little. This day was spent in the hot work. The last batch of ripe rice sprouts were brought back to the underground nest by the dwarfs. Su Dai then laid down tiredly in the space created by the magic vine. Before closing her eyes, She looked at the little Xingming who was staying below obediently. Her heart was at peace, and she fell heavily on the branches of the magic vine and fell into a deep sleep. As the night deepened, a layer of light green light flowed in the dark room woven by the magic vine, covering the entire space like a veil. The little zombie Xingming under the branch opened his blue eyes and looked in the direction of Su Dai. He stretched out his hand to grab the energy light pouring down from above. Soon, the green light covered his whole body. The bean sprout flower on his collarbone shook its buds and began to bloom slowly. The next day, Su Dai was awakened by the magic vine. Sitting on the branch and looking down, she met a pair of eager lake blue eyes. She was awakened in an instant. After patting the branches at hand, the whole person was slowly put on the ground. The magic vine retracted its branches, and the two were instantly wrapped in the sunlight in the sky. Su Dai narrowed her eyes, and Xiao Xingming came closer to her and smiled happily at her. Before she could ask questions, Xingming stretched his shoulders to her. Su, look, it's blooming. In the direction where Xingming pointed his finger, a small beige flower was blooming. As Xingming stretched forward, the small flower also shook its body twice, as if greeting her. Su Dai was distracted for half a minute. Just now, she seemed to see her brother smiling at her. She blinked her eyes, and in front of her was only a familiar bean sprout flower and a little zombie who had learned to ask for praise. Sure enough, it was her illusion just now. She stretched out her hand and pinched the cheek of the person opposite her, and praised him with emotion. It seems that you are not simple. You can even use your body to feed the bean sprout flower. It's amazing. While speaking, she also transferred a little wood energy to the bean sprout flower. I hope that this flower can live longer on the other person's collarbone. Xingming on the opposite side didn't know what she was thinking. When he heard her praise, he smiled brightly. As if he thought of something, he pulled her arm and pointed forward. Su, it has grown a lot, I like it. Now Su Dai is very familiar with the other party's way of speaking. After listening to him patiently, she understood what he meant, and in turn pulled him to the place where he worked yesterday. Before reaching the place, Su Dai saw a lush picture from a distance. The closer she walked, the clearer she saw. As Su Dai approached, she saw red, yellow, and green fruits. If she got closer, she could see clusters of flowers blooming everywhere. When she really stood in front of this land, Su Dai really felt what it meant to have a profusion of flowers and abundant fruits. If there was no small system talking in her mind, she really thought she had returned to the world before the end of the world. The information stored in the Book of Doomsday showed what the world looked like before the end of the world, which overlapped with the scene in front of her. At this time, Su Dai couldn't help but feel a little itchy in her throat, and looked at the scenery in front of her greedily. If this kind of scenery could be seen everywhere on this planet, then the scenery at that time would be the paradise on Earth that humans in the end of the world expected. It's great, she is so lucky, she survived a disaster and realized the dream of humans in the end of the world on another planet. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to make her happy. In this beautiful atmosphere, the noisy voice of the system successfully broke the atmosphere around her. Host, after testing, the nutrition level of this land has exceeded that of black soil. Please plant hard, and you will have unexpected harvests. Although this result was expected, she couldn't help but feel good after seeing it with her own eyes, and hearing it with her own ears. The corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. Her guess yesterday was completely verified. These sands soaked by eggs contain a lot of energy. Now she began to look forward to the big gift package after completing the first stage of the task. Thinking of this, she repeated this matter to the small system again. The angry small system instantly became invisible. Su Dai hummed in its tone. You can run now, as long as you don't run when the reward is redeemed. Especially when she saw that this small piece of land in the system was lit up, Su Dai was very satisfied. She waved her big hand and pinched her waist, and said to Xingming proudly, Xingming, you and I will be together from now on. Take whatever you want to eat. As she said that, she picked a milk fruit from the nearest position, and threw it into her mouth. It was clean and pollution-free, and did not need to be washed. It tasted great. It was really delicious. Su Dai was even more satisfied. She wandered around the grown fruit orchard and picked and tasted from time to time. When she came out from the other end, she happened to meet the dwarves, who came out of the designated exit. These dwarves were still standing at the exit, looking up at the lush trees in front of them in confusion. It seemed like a different place. What were these? Did they go to the wrong place? Perhaps because they were too shocked, some of these dwarves even forcibly carried out the tribe leader, who had been unwilling to come out from underground. The dignity of the patriarch was challenged like this, and the old patriarch was about to hit the tribesman beside him with a wooden stick. but he also saw the scene in front of him, and instantly he became Spartan, staring at the land in front of him with wide eyes. What was going on? Because he was too shocked, he didn't even notice that the stick in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 20. Su Dai had a premonition that the dwarves would be stunned by this spectacular scene, and she was also thinking about shocking them so that they would be completely obedient and work for her in the future. But she never expected the dwarves to react so strongly, especially the old dwarf in front of her, who was the chief of the Zerg tribe. He first talked to himself excitedly, and then knelt on the ground. His whole old face was swollen like a sunflower, and he shouted in a mysterious voice, "Miracle, this is a miracle. The legends of our Zerg are all true. This is the paradise of God passed down by our ancestors. The gods have returned to our planet again, all woo-woo." The old dwarf shouted so loudly that it really was a call to 100 people. The dwarves who were still in a daze behind him seemed to have touched a switch. They knelt behind their chief and kept kneeling and worshipping, and the scene was very crazy for a while. Although Su Dai understood what they were saying, she was still greatly surprised to see the crazy scene with her own eyes. Looking at the excited and crying faces of the dwarves, she felt that she had used too much drastic medicine. She smacked her lips silently, thinking, "I give you a few minutes to sort out your mood before urging you to work. Even if your ancestors come with the gods you mentioned, you can't stop working." Just as she was about to eat the fruit and count the time silently, the old dwarf shouted at her, his face excited and awed. The look was too hot, and Su Dai stepped back and quickly swallowed the fruit in her mouth. What are these guys going to do? Are they going to rebel? Thinking of this possibility, she immediately looked fierce and vigilantly at the dwarves who were looking at her. Her hand had already touched the magic vine beside her, and she looked like she would beat them to death if they took another step. Her momentum was too scary, and the excited dwarves shrank back, and their excited heads became a little clearer. The old patriarch who led the group also stopped and looked at Su Dai with excited and dry eyes. His expression was very eager, which made Su Dai couldn't help but get goosebumps. "If you have something to say, what's wrong with your eyes?" Su Dai's eyes were really a little disgusted, which made the fanatical old dwarf a little sad. Thinking that this person was the creator of miracles, his eyes were stained with fiery light again. The old dwarf mustered up the courage to take 2 steps forward. When Su Dai couldn't help but harden her fist, the old dwarf knelt in front of her with a plop, and then worshipped like a fanatical believer. Su Dai, who was ready to hit someone, silently retracted her fist. Fortunately, she almost hurt her friend by mistake. Now she also heard what the other party said. Her eyes suddenly widened slightly, and she couldn't help but said, "What did you say? Did she hear it wrong just now?" As soon as she finished speaking, the old dwarf was excited. "Look, this envoy is the envoy of God. He can speak their Zerg language in such a short time. He is indeed a messenger sent by the gods." Thinking of this, his face turned red, and his small eyes were almost invisible. He shouted in a trembling voice, "The envoy of God. You are the envoy of God. It was our Zerg tribe that was wrong before. Please forgive us, and please bring our blessings to the gods." Su Dai felt that she could understand every word, but why was it so bizarre and unreliable when they were put together? She glanced at the little zombie who had come to her side, and couldn't help but twist her mouth, as if asking, when did she become a messenger of God? Why did the plot suddenly develop like this? Perhaps because she was silent for too long. The old dwarf, who was waiting, was anxious and panicked, wondering if the messenger of God still remembered how his people treated her. Once this idea came up, it occupied his entire mind uncontrollably. His mind was not flexible to begin with, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Thinking that his people had been abandoned by the gods for thousands of years, and that they had withered to this point, the old dwarf felt a pang of heartache. He had finally hoped that the gods would return again, and he could not give up for the sake of his people. Since it was his people who made the mistake, they were willing to repent and only asked for forgiveness from the gods. Thinking like this, the old patriarch immediately turned around and looked at his people seriously, and began to talk in a gibberish. Every time he said a word, Su Dai's mouth twitched, until all the dwarves looked like they were repenting and learning. Su Dai just wanted to wave his hand and say, "There is no need to be like this, but what is coming will come eventually." After being reprimanded, the dwarves, led by their patriarch, danced a sacrificial dance to the gods, and they all shouted pray for forgiveness from the gods. Their heads seemed to hit the sand hard, as if they were not afraid of pain. Su Dai felt a pain in her forehead when she saw it. After they finished these fancy moves, the dwarfs looked at Su Dai with eager and nervous eyes, as if waiting for an answer. Su Dai suppressed her twitching eyes, tried to maintain a calm appearance, waved her hand and said, "Okay, I will convey your meaning, and your gods." While saying this, she silently thought in her heart that it was all legends anyway. Since she was regarded as a messenger of gods, then gods and spirits could not be fooled by her at will. If it really doesn't work, she can be an illusory god. After all, this planet belongs to her, and it is not wrong to understand it this way. Thinking this way, the originally guilty heart gradually took it for granted. As long as she didn't say it, who would know? After all, these dwarfs thought that the amazing changes in the land were brought about by their gods. This rounded up, she was equal to a god, and there was nothing wrong with it. After Sudai waved her hand and said that she forgave them, the dwarfs instantly became happy, stomping their feet and jumping for joy, making it as lively as a festival. The old dwarf was even more refreshed, and he gave his orders to his people in high spirits. These cheerful dwarves all saluted Sudai, and then turned and walked towards the underground cave. As if afraid that she would misunderstand, the old dwarf quickly explained, "Respected messenger of God, please wait a moment. Since arriving on this planet, Sudai has been well accepted by any new things. Since things have developed to this point, there is no need to rush at this moment." So she let the vines of the magic vine twist into a chair, and Sudai sat on it and waited slowly. But she didn't wait for long, and soon the entrance of the cave was flooded with dwarves, and these dwarves held things in their hands one after another. Sudai glanced at them, and saw that they were holding eggs in their hands, and some were holding strange brown things, and among them, there were centipedes that Sudai was very familiar with. Seeing these strange things, Sudai slowly typed a question mark in her mind. What is this for? Soon the dwarf chief cleared her doubts. The old dwarf was very satisfied with the behavior of his people, and said to Sudai enthusiastically, "God, these are the supplies stored by our tribe. Please accept them." Looking at the old dwarf in front of him with a smile on his face, after he finished speaking, the dwarves behind him raised their hands and prepared to offer her things, staring at her with expectant eyes, as if waiting for her to accept the offerings. Sudai glanced at their things, and was really not interested in these tributes. After thinking for a while, she coughed and said slowly, "Except for the eggs, take the rest back." After she said this, some dwarves jumped up happily, and those who were not chosen withered instantly, looking very pitiful, and their little green eyes looked at her with grievance and fear. God's messenger, although we have little things, we will work hard, please don't abandon us." The old dwarf chief had a panic expression on his face, and his voice was sad and helpless when he said it. They hadn't found decent food for a long time. The chief has watched many of his people starve to death over the years. Thinking of this, the dwarf chief also had a sad face, and was very uneasy. Would the messenger of God ignore them? Sudai didn't know what the old chief was thinking. She originally just wanted to shock these dwarves, but she never expected that things would develop into the current situation like a landslide. Looking at the dwarves who were loyal to him, this matter was so coincidental that he still didn't believe it was true. He thought it would take some time to subdue these guys, but the result now couldn't be better for him. Touching her chin, Sudai thought, since these dwarves all called her a messenger, they had become her own people, and she would not be stingy with her own people. Thinking of this, she smiled, "You have done a good job. The gods will understand your intentions. You have seen the ripe fruits, you should pick the grown fruits in an orderly manner now, and you will be responsible for distributing them to them. After you are done, you will work as you did yesterday. Is there any problem?" "No problem. Please rest assured, messenger, we, the Zioster tribe, are your most loyal believers." The dwarf chief responded loudly and enthusiastically, and then the dwarves behind him responded in unison, acting like fanatical believers. Looking at this twists and turns in the plot, Sudai was generally satisfied. Suddenly, she felt that it was the best thing for these people to regard themselves as messengers of God for the current situation. As long as she arranged these guys clearly, they would sooner or later understand that they would only have meat to eat if they followed her. Sudai was very satisfied when she thought of this. She touched the white hair of the little zombie beside her, and said with a smile, "Xingming, our home will soon be able to move forward a lot." It was such a happy moment, but why did she always feel that something was going to happen? This strong intuition made her frown slightly, hoping that it was just her illusion. Chapter 21. With the dwarf's unthinking conviction, Sudai's work went very smoothly. In 3 days, a large circle of the West Mountain area of Hope Home in her system had been lit up. From this point of view, her base camp is already a large area. If it was before the end of the world, the area of the land she revitalized would have been equivalent to the size of a medium-sized urban area, and she felt proud. As time went by, she was still paying attention to whether there were any abnormalities around her, but after a few days, the surroundings were peaceful. In addition to the busy work scene, there was the joy of harvest. Even the sky filled with yellow sand all day became a little clearer. All these changes were in a good direction. As usual, she worked until the evening that day, and Su Dai was ready to notify the dwarves to come back and share the food. Holding the magic vine, there was a string of bells hanging on the magic vine. As she shook it, the bells made a crisp sound of ding-dong ding-dong. Hearing this sound, the dwarf jumped on the ground excitedly, quickly put away his work tools, and ran back. While running, they still saluted Su Dai, with a look of awe and enthusiasm. Su Dai was already used to their looks, and she could accept their respectful attitude calmly. This planet was hers, and these dwarves were also her subjects. After all, they were her own people, and she fed and drank them, which was much better than the conscienceless imperial pioneers. Thinking of this, Su Dai felt more at ease. While shaking the bell, she used the wood energy to walk quickly with the help of the plants under her feet, and the sound of the bell for finishing work continued to spread under the entire sky. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, it's time to eat. The dwarves who had finished their work looked up at the envoys flying fast in the air, with admiration and awe in their hearts. They are indeed envoys of God, so powerful. Look how beautiful their envoys fly. It's great to have envoys of God, and they can also give us food. They are so beautiful, a dwarf said with emotion, completely forgetting the time when he was whipped and screamed. As soon as he finished speaking, other dwarves immediately echoed, "Yes, the messenger of God is so nice." If I had known that the messenger of God was right in front of us, I would have followed him immediately and done whatever he told me to do, so that I could eat those delicious fruits earlier. If we had found the messenger of God earlier, there wouldn't be so many people in the tribe starving to death. Sure, let's hurry up, but we have to prepare the food before the messenger of God comes back. The messenger of God must like the way we work hard. Yes, 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 let's run quickly. Hey, we can't walk in the soil, otherwise I will definitely be the first to arrive. The whispering voices kept getting smaller and smaller, and the dwarves moved quickly towards the base camp, their hearts filled with infinite joy, and they always felt that this day was as happy as a dream. Su Dai was not only shouting to call it a day, but also sprinkled a row of sand grapes wherever she passed by. This variety was originally improved by the base growers, and she also participated in it. This variety is very suitable for water-scarce areas in the desert. The high-intensity light will make its fruit sweeter and juicier. The most amazing thing is that this grape is not a vine, but grows in the desert like a tree. This variety was very popular in the western base at the beginning. After many combatants cleared the zombies, they liked to eat these sand grapes the most. This is also a rare delicious fruit in the end times. Su Dai rang the bell and scattered the seeds at the same time. Soon, she would reach the boundary line of today's work. At this time, the scream of the dwarf came from the ground in front. The sound was sharp and piercing, directly tearing the current quiet atmosphere. Su Dai felt something was wrong when she heard the sound. Her eyes condensed, and she flew quickly in the direction of the sound. When she approached, she saw a huge creature holding up its claws. With a bang, the claws fell to the ground. The dwarf, who was running on the ground, was almost crushed to death. Although he was not hit at this time, he was also bounced into the air, and then fell heavily again. Seeing that the opponent's claws were raised again, the dwarf could not escape. Su Dai shouted directly to the vine, "Old man, call your branches. Save people." Hearing her order, the bell on the vine rang more urgently. Just when the claws were about to hit the dwarf, several thick vine branches suddenly appeared around, and tied up the claws that fell down at once, stopping just a few centimeters above the dwarf. Well done! Su Dai, who arrived, directly used the branches of the magic vine to pull out the dwarf, whose legs had gone limp, and quickly ordered, "Leave here quickly, tell your tribesmen to hide underground and don't come out," Su Dai said while staring at the huge creature in front of her, which was 1 floor high. It had claws like lobsters in front of it, but it looked like a giant grasshopper. However, the giant creature in front of her looked extremely ferocious. The saw teeth exposed outside were so sharp. Where did this thing come from? At this time, the giant creature looked at the prey that was like an ant running away, making a sizzling sound wave, swinging its claws, and smashing them hard on the ground, as if venting the huge anger in its heart. Su Dai took the opportunity to directly recall the branch of the magic vine. At this time, the voice of the system also sounded in her mind, "Host, pay attention, host, pay attention." The system detected a wave of alien creatures in the Hope home. "Host, pay attention, host, pay attention." Hearing this alarm, Su Dai almost vomited blood, and gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you remind me earlier?" She had never seen such a useless system, which only urged her to work, and even the warning ability was so poor. If she hadn't reacted quickly, This guy wouldn't have waited until the claws cut him into pieces before this broken system reminded him, right? The small system also knew that it was late to react this time, but this was also. It's not what he thought. If the host doesn't complete the task, he can't unlock more functions, let alone upgrade. Looking at the dangerous situation in front of him, the small system can only say guiltily, "Host, as long as you work hard to light up this system, everything will be there." Bullshit. Before Su Dai finished her words, she met a pair of golden eyes with double pupils. They wanted to see each other. Su Dai flicked her fingers slightly, and the giant creature seemed to have aimed at her direction, flapping its wings directly towards her. The vibration of the wings rolled up a storm, and countless sand and soil hit her head-on. Su Dai only felt the blood flowing hotly. After trying hard to stabilize her body, she took the lead in attacking the opponent. With a leap, she stood directly on the opponent's neck, facing the flying sand. The magic vine grew rapidly under her control, directly wrapped around its neck, and tied it tightly. Taking advantage of this time, Su Dai directly gave birth to a pitcher plant on the magic vine, and soon, it was covered with flowers the size of a water cup. The tied giant beast made a stronger sizzling sound, and its two huge claws kept hitting the ground. For a while, the land seemed to have a small earthquake. Su Dai was very glad that she was the first to tie the opponent's head with vines, otherwise, at this strong shaking speed, she would have been thrown onto the opponent's wings and strangled to death. Although this was her first time facing a giant beast alone, her blood was so excited and her mind had never been so clear. She could choose the best trick from countless backhands to deal with a giant beast in front of her. The pitcher plant was shaking with full liquid. With the help of the power of the magic vine, she was directly suspended above the neck of the giant beast. With a wave of her arm, she accurately sprinkled the pitcher plant the size of a water cup onto the base of the giant beast's wings. A sizzling corrosion sound came from the base of the giant beast's wings. The giant beast felt pain, and the speed of its wings flapping slowed down. Its whole body began to roll in the sand. Su Dai saw that she was about to be crushed. She quickly put away the magic vine, seized the last bit of time, and quickly and accurately threw the remaining flower juice on the pitcher plant onto the base of the wings again. The burning sensation sizzled at the base of the giant beast, and it rolled over in pain, and a layer of sand and dust rolled up on the ground. Su Dai had already put away the magic vine, and quickly evacuated the accident center, watching the giant beast roar in pain. The whole ground was constantly shaken by its rolling, and the sand and dust directly filled the entire sky, making it turbid. Fortunately, Su Dai had extraordinary vision. Through the yellow sand, she could see that the corrosive acid in the pitcher plant was constantly corroding the roots of the giant's wings. As the giant rolled in pain, a crackling sound was heard, and the sharp wings that were still flapping broke. Su Dai stared at the black wings that fell to the ground. Her eyes lit up. She liked these wings very much. But the giant whose wings were lost was completely enraged. It stood up with a trembling body, and kept hitting and tearing around to vent its anger. Su Dai was also affected, and a large amount of sand and soil hit her head directly. The magic vine pulled her back directly to avoid being hit by the sand and soil. Su Dai reached out and touched the magic vine. Just as she was about to say thank you, the beast that was still rushing around seemed to have caught something. It turned a corner and rushed towards her accurately. Seeing that the huge beast was about to hit her, Su Dai took the magic vine and jumped in another direction. But just as she jumped to the other side, the beast's head moved twice in the air, and then turned around and rushed towards Su Dai again. Listening to the remaining bell sound of the magic vine, Su Dai already understood how the beast found her. She had an idea in her mind. She turned in another direction again, and then said to the magic vine in her heart, "Old friend, go in another direction and lead him." When the beast turned around, Su Dai and the magic vine quickly separated. As the bell sounded, the beast really chased in the direction of the magic vine. Taking advantage of this time, Su Dai quickly selected the seeds and triggered the energy to quickly give birth. A thorny wall more than 1 meter tall continued to grow and spread under the stimulation of energy. With the transmission of a large amount of wood energy, the thorny wall expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the height exceeded the height of a floor, Su Dai whistled at her own magic vine and shouted loudly, "Old man, lead him over here." Chapter 22. A thorn more than 1 meter high continued to grow and spread under the promotion of energy. With the transmission of a large amount of wood energy in Su Dai's body, the thorn wall expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the height exceeded 1 floor. Su Dai whistled to her old friend Mo Tung, "Old man, lead him here." When Mo Tung heard her voice, it shook the bells on its branches and rushed towards Su Dai. The attracted giant beast also turned its head, smashed its claws on the ground a few times, and rushed towards her with full momentum. Here it comes. Su Dai's eyes were bright, and she felt her blood boiling. While controlling the energy transmission, she stared at the giant beast getting closer and closer. When the giant beast was only 3 meters away from them, Su Dai's nerves were tense, and she shouted in a deep voice, closing the net. As the voice fell, the wall formed by thorns quickly closed around the giant beast, and then the giant beast's painful sound came. The dense spikes pierced directly into the body of the giant beast. Su Dai struck while the iron was hot, and accelerated the input of energy, allowing the thorns that formed a circle to shrink quickly inward. The long thorns of the thorns pierced into the body of the giant beast again, and soon gathered into a thorn ball. Su Dai listened to the painful screams of the giant beast in the air. As the sound gradually decreased, her expression became more and more relaxed. Feeling the eagerness of the magic vine around her, Su Dai did not restrain it, and nodded to her old friend, "Go." The magic vine that received the approval immediately flew towards the sky above the giant beast with a whoosh, and then the sharp branches of the magic vine directly pierced into the head of the giant beast. A sharp sound rang out, and then there was no sound anymore. After everything calmed down, Su Dai completely relaxed and rested against the branch of the magic vine behind her. She could feel the excitement of the magic vine at this time. Hey! What good thing happened? Then she felt the energy transmitted to her by the magic vine, and her body subconsciously filtered and absorbed it, and the energy slowly flowed through her body. After realizing what happened, Su Dai could no longer sit still. She walked directly to the thorn ball, and felt that the giant beast inside had no life characteristics, so she let the thorns spread out. The sound of flesh and blood being pulled sounded one after another, and at this time, the sky had become half blood-stained. As the thorns spread out, Su Dai saw the dead giant beast inside, and the magic vine was inserted into the giant beast's head to absorb energy, as if there was something good inside that it liked. Su Dai looked around, then aimed at the broken wings of the giant beast on the side, picked a small tail wing, pinched it in her hand and tried it, and it was still very handy. She squatted in front of the beast's head, and found the right position to chop down. After several consecutive chops, the beast's head broke into 2 pieces. She used her tail wings to stir and dig inside, and suddenly a green thing appeared in front of her. Palm-sized, shining with a green and lustrous light like a gem, the branches of the magic vine directly climbed in her palm, very flattering. Want it? The magic vine shook its branches quickly, very flattering. Su Dai touched its branches, asked him to wait, and then took the energy stone to feel it carefully. There was some good energy in it. If she wanted to absorb it, she would need to remove the impurities in the energy. After the test, she threw the energy stone to the magic vine, staring at her palm without hesitation. Watching the magic vine absorb the energy stone, it reminded her of the crystal core in the brain of the flying zombies that evolved after the end of the world. There are crystal cores in the brains of those zombies. The higher the level of zombies, the more precious the crystal cores in their bodies are. The improvement of human superpowers is also inspired by the crystal cores of zombies. There are instruments in the base that specialize in processing crystal cores. Through special means of processing, these energies will eventually be absorbed by humans. But she heard a senior researcher say that although the energy of the crystal core has been processed, after absorbing too much, it will more or less be a hidden danger in terms of mental power. So the base also cooperates with foreign bases to try to develop better auxiliary instruments for converting crystal cores. Before Su Dai came to this planet, this problem had not been solved. However, when she saw something similar on this abandoned planet again, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was it really such a coincidence that this thing appeared? Thinking of this, she turned her eyes to the whole giant beast. Observing it from such a close distance, it really looked like a grasshopper with a lobster's claws. As her eyes moved down, she couldn't help but stare at the huge claws. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. I wonder if this can be eaten. At this time, the system finally responded. The small system hummed and hummed twice. Congratulations to the host for defeating the invading creature. After detection by this system, the invading creature numbered 01 is not a native creature of this planet. As for the host's question just now, this system can answer it. Su Dai, this little guy talks a lot of nonsense, and always does things after the fact. The system was furious. I won't say anything if you do this again. Su Dai didn't indulge him, and turned to the magic vine and ordered, Old man, let your children transport this back before it gets dark. At this time, the magic vine had absorbed the energy stone. With a click, the energy stone shattered. The magic vine shook its branches, and gave Su Dai's orders to its branches. The branches all came to the giant beast, and the tender branches lifted the giant beast under the command of the magic vine. The magic vine led directly in front, so a group of plants carried a giant beast and moved towards the base camp. Su Dai arranged the thorns here, then turned around and chased after the magic vine. The little system that had been waiting was very angry, and said unhappily, "What's wrong with you? I haven't told you whether this can be eaten or not. Why did you take it back? Host, you are the most impolite person I have ever seen." Su Dai thought to herself that you said it so clearly, if I can't guess it, I must be a fool. She didn't indulge the other party's temper, and said bluntly, "I know it's not a simple matter even if you don't say it. I'm going to eat it when I take it back. If you can make fire for me, I'd be polite to you. If you can't make it, you should improve yourself quickly. You are a typical hindsight on my planet. Although I don't know what hindsight means, it is definitely not a compliment." The small system felt that it was going to explode, and it was infinitely aggrieved in its heart. It directly shouted, "Wait," and then there was no movement. That's it? Su Dai curled her lips, thinking that this system's ability to resist attacks was too weak. In the future, she should attack more, so that the other party can make a useful system, otherwise even the warning is so delayed, and she will be the unlucky one in the end. When she returned to the base camp, the sky had already darkened. She brought back the little zombie she met on the way, and asked him to stay well. She felt a little regretful in her heart. If she met these giant beasts next time, she could get an energy stone for the little zombie. She didn't know if this guy could absorb it. Not long after she sat down, a dwarf poked his head out of the sand. After seeing her, his face was excited. "God's messenger, you are okay, it's great." He then shouted loudly to the tribesmen behind him, "Chief, you all come out quickly, God's messenger is back." Su Dai looked at the damaged black gold land, knocked on the ground twice with a cane, and said unhappily, "Come out from the designated hole, don't damage this place." If it weren't for the fact that they were really worried about her, she would have hit them one by one with a hammer. Soon, a group of crowded dwarves came to her from the direction of the cave entrance. The dwarf chief walked in front. Just as he was about to salute, he saw the huge beast next to her. The words on his lips were swallowed directly, and his eyes popped out and shouted, God's messenger, how could there be such a thing here?" Hearing this, Su Dai narrowed her eyes. "Do you know what kind of creature this is?" The old dwarf seemed to have thought of something, shrinking his head, and said timidly, "This is the Zerg. I was still young at the time, and I was driven to mine with my tribe. I saw those people fighting with the Zerg, and I escaped at that time." At this time, Su Dai was also searching for the original owner's memory in her head, and indeed found relevant information about the Zerg. These Zerg are like creatures like locusts on Earth, because there are many species of Zerg, and they are omnivorous animals. When they arrive at a planet, basically the entire planet will be destroyed. They will devour the resources of the entire planet. The fact that her planet became a waste planet so quickly was also due to the Zerg. According to the dwarf chief, he had seen the battle between the Empire's pioneering team and the Zerg on this planet, and it was this battle that pushed the planet directly into the ranks of waste planets. Knowing the harm of the Zerg, Su Dai looked at the giant dead Zerg next to her, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. A single Zerg creature was so huge, what would happen if a group of them came? She also asked herself in her heart, if she really encountered such a group of Zerg, would she have the ability to deal with it? Not only would she have to survive from the malice of these insects, but she would also have to turn around and strangle all these invaders. Seeing her serious look, the originally happy dwarves became trembling, especially when they heard their clan leader say that the Zerg was so scary. They also remembered that they seemed to have heard stories about these terrifying alien creatures from their dead elders, and they became even more panicked. The envoy of God, will the envoy of God help them? Su Dai measured the gap between the enemy and us, and when she looked up, she saw a group of dwarves staring at her pitifully. She knew what they were worried about, but at this moment, she didn't need to panic about things that had not yet come. "I have my own ideas, and you just need to cooperate with me when the time comes." "That old clan leader, do you know if you can eat this thing?" When she said this last sentence, her serious voice suddenly lowered. As she spoke, she pointed to the giant Zerg, silently thinking in her heart that she was only going to eat these two claws. It would be a waste if she couldn't finish the rest. Food couldn't be stored here, so it was best to eat it. Yes. We can eat it." The old dwarf chieftain obviously didn't expect the envoy to ask this question, and he responded with great excitement. At this time, he was extremely grateful to the gods for sending the envoys to save them. Look at how good their envoys are, and they also give them meat to eat. As long as the envoys are there, their tribe will definitely be able to reproduce again. That's fine, except for these two claws that you can dismantle for me, You can take all the rest back and divide them up. I will go to the front with you to work tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarfs cheered excitedly and talked to each other. "Hey, the envoy is awesome, you are so nice. The envoy is so nice to us, this insect race smells delicious. Yes, yes, yes. It smells delicious, our envoy is so nice. It would be great if there was so much meat to eat every day." These dwarfs were instantly attracted by food, and the topic kept going back and forth between their envoys and food. But Su Dai remembered this. She suddenly had an immature idea. As if she had thought of something, her eyes flashed, and she smiled gently at the dwarves, who were gathered in front of the Zerg. She said with a smile, "Don't worry, I cut off the claws and take the rest back to eat slowly. Maybe there will be more in the future." Hearing this gentle words that were different from usual, the dwarves were moved. Wow, their envoys are really great and treat them so well. They are so happy. Chapter 23. That night, Su Dai and the little zombie each took a claw to eat. The taste was exactly the same as crab meat, and even sweeter than crab meat. Su Dai gave birth to a lemon and chili pepper, mixed the crab meat with a chili lemon, and took a bite. Su Dai felt that the bad luck of these days had finally paid off. It tasted good, really delicious. She dared to guarantee that this was the best thing she had ever eaten, and it tasted the same as the food that the base used to entertain foreign guests from the south. A researcher once told her that this was the Southeast Asian flavor that humans often ate before the end of the world. She ate with satisfaction. Little Xingming, who was standing next to her, saw that her food was different from usual, and curiously leaned over. Su Dai looked at his puzzled eyes, reached out, and scooped a small piece into his mouth, and then looked at each other with interest. Xingming only felt something exploding in his mouth, and the hot taste directly hit his forehead. The whole zombie face turned red, and his mouth opened and closed, which was very funny. Ha ha ha, Su Dai laughed while eating and watching the fun. Finally, when she met those wet and aggrieved blue eyes, she finally felt guilty. She held back her laughter, coughed, took out a yellow fruit from the side and stuffed it into his mouth. "Okay, you may not have tasted this taste, just eat a sweet fruit, be good, don't be so curious in the future, hee." The little zombie nodded agreeably, and then spoke, "It's not delicious, weird taste." Oh, he has learned to express his opinions? Su Dai is very proud. This is called spicy. It's not a weird taste, it's a spicy taste, it's delicious. Little zombie, spicy? Su Dai nodded, "Yes, it is spicy, say it a few more times, come on, I give you a chili." She then put a small chili next to him in his hand, pointed at the red chili hanging on it, and taught him again. Everyone spent the night in a dream of food, and when the next day came, they were reluctant to leave. After all, in the dream, there were all kinds of food flying around, and they could eat whatever they wanted with just a grab, not to mention how beautiful it was. When she got out of the magic vine, she saw that the dwarves, who were still frightened yesterday, had already followed Xiao Xingming to the destination of work ahead. She stood on the vine branches, and saw the back of Xiao Xingming, who was leading the way. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that the little zombie walked more steadily than before, and his speed had also increased a lot. Will it evolve again? Thinking of it, Su Dai controlled the magic vine to catch up with the team. Seeing her arrival, the dwarves were very excited. They kept shouting, and some were happy to share how delicious the insect meat was last night. The whole atmosphere was so joyful, not at all the cowering and fearful look she imagined. She thought silently, could this be the legendary meat that makes cowards brave? Thinking of her plan last night, she lifted Xingming onto the vines beside her, turned back, and said loudly to the dwarves, "You just need to treat the Zerg as food in the future. These are all meat. You are still afraid of meat when you encounter it. You deserve that you didn't get to eat meat before." As Su Dai spoke, she described the taste of various meats, which made many dwarves look at her eagerly, with suspicious wetness at the corners of their mouths. Their minds had already followed this bewitching voice, and imagined the scene of meat in the sky and on the ground. Just for a while, everyone became eager to try the scene and wished to be wrapped in various insect meats now. Very good. Su Dai was very satisfied with the momentum of these dwarves. She would not be able to rush to the side of these dwarves all the time in the future. If they wanted to live well on this planet, hiding underground all day would not work. They must have the courage to face danger. If they lost in momentum at the beginning, they would lose completely. Keeping this momentum is just the beginning. Today's work was just beginning. Su Dai arranged for the dwarves to continue beating the eggs underground. She also joined in the work, continuously delivering energy to the magic vine. Soon the branches fell off the magic vine one after another. Using these branches, Su Dai began to build a crisscrossing network of connections underneath. These magic vine branches deep under the sand constantly exposed the eggs hidden in the sand layer. The dwarves also quickly followed the action, and smashed these eggs quickly. Su Dai completely output the energy in her body. She repeated this 3 times, and supplemented a lot of food several times in the middle. She felt that her body had reached its limit. She gave Xingming a few instructions, and began to rest. She had already vaguely felt a pattern. Whenever she consumed all the energy in her body, the energy source stored in her body would continuously leak out to repair her body. After each time, she could feel that her energy had improved a little. This discovery gave her a direction, and made her determined to be on the right path. After working so hard for 5 consecutive days, Su Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After today, these eggs would be completely integrated into the sand, and transformed into nutrients for the land. Everything was settled safely, but why was her heart beating so fast? At this moment, Xingming, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stood up from her side, and then stared at the sky with a serious look, as if he was facing a great enemy. What did you find? Su Dai's eyes moved, and she followed his line of sight, and looked towards the sky. Her intuition told her that something must have happened. At this time, the sky was as yellow as usual, and it was quiet as usual, but Su Dai felt like it was the calm before the storm. At this moment, the system in her mind suddenly spoke, host. Alarm. There is an alien invading Hope Home. Alarm. It is indeed like this. Su Dai felt relieved that she had finally guessed it, but it only took a few seconds, and then she became serious and shouted to the dwarves, who were still working without noticing. Hurry up, you all hide underground now, there is danger. Not sure what this alien is, the safest way is to let these dwarves hide first. But these dwarves are unusually excited and boldly asked loudly, is the meat coming from the messenger of God? Speaking with an eager look, Su Dai saw that more than one dwarf had such an expression. When all the dwarves heard that the meat was coming, they all stomped their feet and looked impatient. If they were not still in awe of their messenger of God, they would have gone back with their weapons ready to fight. Su Dai, sometimes it is not a good thing to stimulate these people to be overconfident. You guys hide first, and wait for my order. I call you when it's time for you to come out. If anyone disobeys me and loses his life, don't blame me for not warning you. Her serious look really made the dwarves sober up. They shrank their heads, and finally quickly drilled into the sand under the organization of the young dwarf Tata. Seeing that the dwarves were hiding, Su Dai asked the system, can you tell what it is? Where is it now? The host system can only detect the arrival of foreign objects. It is now breaking through the second line of defense detected by the system. According to its flying speed, it will reach the host in 3 minutes. Please prepare for defense. Su Dai's mouth twitched. What defense should she prepare? She didn't even know what the other party was. How could she make a targeted defense in such a short time? Thinking about it, she said to the tense little zombie beside her, Xingming, you hide too. Xingming shook his head, and rejected her request. He stared at the sky, and could clearly feel a group of black creatures flying towards them. He touched the position of his heart. Obviously, his heart had no heartbeat, so why did he still feel uncomfortable, and wanted to drive these things away? Su, it's a bad guy, drive it away. Su Dai's eyes moved, staring at the little zombie on the side. Xingming, what do you know? The tone was full of certainty. Xingming stared at the sky, his pupils suddenly stood up, and his whole aura became extremely sharp. Su Dai also realized something, squinted her eyes, and looked up at the sky above her head. Her pupils suddenly shrank. What is this? A large dark mass, like a huge curtain covering the entire sky, is now breaking through the clouds and approaching them. Based on her excellent dynamic vision, she can see that this piece of sky is not a foreign object, but a huge insect. All kinds of insects are densely packed together, pressing close, forming a huge curtain, covering this piece of sky. Zerg. It's Zerg. The two spoke at the same time. Su Dai didn't expect Xingming to see what was approaching them in the clouds. At this time, she was no longer allowed to think about other things. She couldn't let these insects ravage here. Otherwise, the area she just lit up would be completely ruined. The war was about to break out. Su Dai directly summoned the magic vine, took a handful of seeds, and quickly gave birth, and her supernatural powers were quickly mobilized. Time is running out. This tough battle, she must win. Chapter 24. At this time, on the star bridge that appeared in front of the Bullhorn Star, a starship was slowly slowing down. Someone inside asked, report to the boss, the speed is slowing down. Are you going to follow the Zerg? As soon as the voice fell, a man sitting on a chair with his legs crossed appeared on the virtual screen. His beautiful face was completely destroyed by a cynical expression. Hearing the question, he took a lazy look and ordered in a sly voice, "No need to chase. The front is the Broken Star region. With your skills, you may not be able to get out even if you go in, unless I am here. The Zerg is just right there. There are Imperial Army at the 50-degree position of your beacon. You lead them to the Broken Star region, hee." Hearing this gurgling laughter, everyone on the ship felt a chill on their necks, and thought together, their boss is going to cheat people again. However, hearing this mission made them excited. Thinking of being able to cheat the Imperial Army, these interstellar pirates instantly became excited. "Brothers, we are going to do something big. Damn, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I should have led these Zergs to their side, ha ha ha." After a while, a rough man's laughter came from the ship. At the front of the star bridge, a small group of Zergs that escaped a battle had already flown to the star fragmentation field. The Zergs crowded together, and formed a cone shape in an orderly manner, and rushed into the star field. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely find that the target of these Zergs' flight was very clear, and it seemed that the purpose of this trip had been determined. On the other side, on the abandoned star, the system in Su Dai's mind had already sounded the final alarm. Above an area of the West Mountain, the entire sky had been covered by insects like a curtain, and the first wave of insects had approached the sand in front of Su Dai. Su Dai's whole body was tense, ready for battle. She had arranged all the branches of the magic vine in the sand. When the first shot started, she gave the order. At this time, watching these insects fall on the black gold sand that had been sorted, they seemed to be looking for something. The huge head sniffed in the sand, and seemed to smell something, and the whole insect became irritable. At this moment, Su Dai's mind was particularly clear, and she immediately understood why these insects became irritable. If she guessed correctly, these insects were looking for those eggs. Now that they found that all the eggs were broken, these insects lost control, so her previous feelings were all right. Fortunately, she dealt with all the eggs in these areas before these insects came. At this time, all the ideas were right. Su Dai became more cautious anyway. As luck would have it, the anxious insects seemed to have discovered her, and their huge heads looked in her direction. At a distance of dozens of meters, Su Dai could see herself and the little zombie shining clearly from the other party's huge eyes. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Su Dai pulled out the huge long knife from her back. When the insect flew towards her, she stepped on the magic vine to rise up. With the flexibility of the magic vine, she directly inserted the long knife into the huge eye of the insect. With a puff, green blood sprayed all over her face. She wiped her face and watched the insect fall from the air with a wail. She felt her blood ignited and boiled up little by little. Her blood clamored to fight. Every cell was trembling, and her eyes were also dyed with blood and were particularly bright. Staring at the insect that had noticed this side, she licked her lips, and her whole face exuded a fierce beauty. "Very good, come here." The insects that fell to the ground made a sizzling sound to convey the message, and the insects behind were directly attracted by the sound. They seemed to have received the message that the eggs underground were destroyed, and they made a buzzing sound to exchange information. The next second, as if they had agreed, they rushed directly towards Su Dai, as if they would tear her into pieces in the next second. Su Dai was waiting for this moment. When the two sides were only 1 meter apart and she was about to be crushed by these huge insects, suddenly, the sand in front of her shook, and the rustling sound rang out continuously like firecrackers. A row of dense magic vine branches sprang out from the sand, and suddenly grew to more than 10 feet, directly blocking the attacking insects. All the insects that came hit the magic vines without a single one. The sound of puffing rang out, which was the sound of the magic vine thorns piercing the insect shell. Su Dai did not stop. Seeing that there were still insects behind that had not been caught, she rushed into the battlefield with the magic vine, and shouted to the little zombie without looking back, "Don't run around, hide yourself." After saying this, her figure became faster. The main magic vine was rustling in her hand. The magic vine was used as a whip. Wherever it went, there was a sound of the insect shell being pierced by the spikes. The poison of the magic vine was quickly injected into the body of the insect that was hit. Seeing that there were more insects coming from the sky, Su Dai moved even faster among these insects. The magic vine in her hand was so fast that it left after images. After a circle, the movements of these rushing insects were temporarily stagnant. Su Dai knew that this little toxin could be quickly digested by these huge insects, so she had to take this opportunity to speed up the movements in her hands. She quickly returned to the original position, letting all the branches of the magic vines disperse for battle. She took the time to place the induced sulfuric acid fruits directly on the line of defense drawn in front, and arranged 2 rows of sulfuric acid fruits for attack. The head of this sulfuric acid fruit looks like an umbrella blown up by the wind, and it is tilted at 90 degrees. This variety is trained by her herself, or it can be said that it is a new variety specially cultivated for combat. In the end times, she couldn't go out of the base for testing, but today here is the time for her to test her results. Summon all the branches of the magic vine back to the side and front of the sulfuric acid fruit, guide the energy to be quickly transmitted to the sulfuric acid fruit, and use it to completely ripen these fruits. As the number in her mind counted down to 1, the fist-sized black sulfuric acid fruit shot towards the temporarily paralyzed insects like feather arrows. In the sky, the insects that had not yet recovered from the temporary paralysis immediately suffered a second wave of attacks. Su Dai used her supernatural power to control these sulfuric acid fruits to attack their vulnerable parts, directly hitting the heads, wings, and eyes of these insects. Suddenly, only the painful cries of insects were heard. As an aggressive plant, the fruit ejected by sulfuric acid fruit is more corrosive than the juice of pitcher plants. The most important thing is that the fruit is not liquid, but something like mucus, which has strong adhesion. This means that once it is contaminated, it is impossible to get rid of it completely without cutting off a large piece of flesh. As the sulfuric acid fruit was projected, Su Dai also stared at the situation on the field. The sound waves of the insects in her ears mixed together and constantly hit her eardrums. There were a lot of insects of different sizes rolling on the ground. Such a scene also made her sure that she had the upper hand in this first wave of battle. This feeling of first victory made her adrenaline surge continuously, and the emotion called joy continued to wash over her body, which also doubled her confidence. When the sound of insects on the ground gradually weakened, the sky began to darken again. Su Dai knew that the second wave of insects was coming again. She already had the experience of the first wave of battles, so she let the magic vine branch go to the disabled insects in the field. She took back her energy and took out a handful of seeds from the magic vine again during this gap. This seed was also a combat plant cultivated by her teacher and named it Magnetic Needle. As the name suggests, it can launch needle-like fruits. Each plant is only half a meter tall, but it has 3 sunflower-like heads, which can sweep the magnetic needles in all directions. Su Dai quickly promoted the plants and arranged thorn protection nets around each magnetic needle to protect the flowers from being damaged. This time, Su Dai directly arranged the magnetic needles behind the sulfuric acid fruit, a handful of seeds, and arranged 3 rows of magnetic needle plants directly on the dividing line. With the continuous transmission of energy, Su Dai can already imagine what a spectacular scene it will be when the battle officially starts. In her expectation, the effect of the magnetic needle is not only a cool attack method like the rainstorm pear blossom needle, but also needs to stimulate the real effect of the magnetic needle to deal with insects. At this time, another wave of insects came again, and Su Dai could feel that this wave of insects had aimed at her. Without the slightest hesitation, when the insects were less than 10 feet away from the ground, she directly commanded all the magic vines to start attacking. But this time the insects seemed to be smarter, flying at a low altitude, constantly flying over her to attack. The effect of several attacks was greatly reduced. Su Dai frowned. Since this was the case, she had to change her fighting style, directly output energy, guide the magnetic needle to start firing, and countless silver magnetic needles 1 foot long were constantly ejected. Instantly, dense magnetic needles were fired at a high speed, and the whole sky reflected the silver light of the magnetic needles. You could faintly hear the sound of the magnetic needles passing through the insects' bodies. While the insects were avoiding the magnetic needles, Su Dai quickly used energy to manipulate the magnetic needles in the sky. With the energy coverage, the magnetic needles that were about to fall from the air instantly rose into the air. The magnetic needles continued to rise. Under Su Dai's regular mobilization, the magnetic needles directly expanded their range and surrounded all the insects in the air. The number of magnetic needles continued to soar. Su Dai could clearly feel the energy in the magnetic needles. As she shouted break, the sound of golden armor colliding came from the air. All the magnetic needles formed a wrapping circle. The silver energy connected all the magnetic needles together. In an instant, all the insects fell to the ground like dumplings. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The sound of insects hitting the ground continued, forming a percussion music. Seeing this scene, Su Dai's eyes were bright. It worked. The magnetic needles were exactly as the teacher said. When the magnetic needles were controlled by energy, a certain amount of energy transmission could change the magnetic needle wrapping circle, the magnetic field and gravity. Chapter 25. Under the changed magnetic field and the loss of gravity, the wrapped insects floated in the air. All the insects lost their direction and turned around in the air, obviously confused by the current situation. At this time, Su Dai couldn't help but smile happily. She succeeded. Now is a good opportunity. She must take down these insects in one fell swoop, otherwise when her superpowers can no longer support them, these insects will be completely out of her control. Old buddy, get ready. Su Dai shouted to the magic vine, and the other hand began to control the sulfuric acid fruit on the dividing line. With her order, the sulfuric acid fruit was accurately launched towards the insects. When the sulfuric acid fruit was close to the outer edge of the magnetic needle, the magic vine branches that had been prepared on the side directly whipped the sulfuric acid fruit into the wrapping circle. In an instant, the sound of snapping rang continuously. Under the powerful attack of the magic vine, all the sulfuric acid fruits launched into the air hit every insect accurately, without missing a single one. The insects kept making sizzling and wailing sounds. The feeling of weightlessness made the insects keep rolling and twisting in the air. For a while, the enveloping circle looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. Su Dai already felt that the energy input in her body was not enough. Looking at the insects struggling on the edge of death, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to directly increase the energy output in her body. She must kill all these insects this time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time kept passing, until the insects in the enveloping circle stopped making sizzling sounds and their bodies stopped twisting. Su Dai's eyes lit up. She succeeded. Slowly stopped the output of energy in the body until the light of the circle formed by the magnetic needle fades, and all the insects fall to the sand with a thump. After a while, they are piled up into several small hills, or to be more precise, several huge meat mountains, which are particularly spectacular at a glance. Su Dai fell backwards as if exhausted, and a pair of hands directly supported her body that was about to hit the ground. She turned her head, and saw Xingming's blue eyes. Su Dai couldn't help but curl up her lips. Hey, Xiao Xingming, we won. Xingming reached out, and touched her forehead, repeated her words and said, we won, no more annoying things. Well, there are no annoying things for the time being, Xiao Xingming, we can't relax next time. She said this, but her heart was filled with lofty ambitions. This victory was a nirvana for her, and it made her once again determined that the path she chose was. That's right, the wood type ability is not limited to being a researcher. As long as it is used properly, she can be more suitable for the battlefield than the combat type personnel. At this time, the sky became clear and everything seemed extremely quiet. Su Dai said to Xingming in a good mood, come, let's go and see the victory we won today. The two arrived in front of the meat mountain. Su Dai was very satisfied with the dead insects. These insects were of different sizes. Even the smallest one was the size of a small truck in the human world, and the largest one was completely a small mountain. These insects looked even more strange. Su Dai looked at the dead insects in a circle, and suddenly found that many of these insects looked like a combination of various animals from various regions of the Earth blue star. For example, the truck-sized insect at her feet had 8 claws like a spider, a body like a dragonfly, and a face on its head that looked like an owl. She could see more than a dozen of such combinations at random. This coincidence made her wonder if the insects and animals on Earth were distant relatives of these insects, or if there was any connection between the two parties. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Before she could think about it any further, there was a rustling sound around her. Xingming tilted his head alertly, and searched in the direction of the sound. Su Dai patted his arm directly. Don't worry about them, they are all family members. After she said this, heads appeared in the sand around her. They were the dwarves who were hiding. When they heard that there was no movement around, the dwarves who were responsible for finding out the news brought the news to the tribe members as soon as possible. After a while, all the dwarves, led by the dwarf chief, poked their heads out. As soon as they poked their heads out, the messengers in their mouths were shocked by the surrounding scenes before they shouted, and the sound of gasps came one after another. All the dwarves' eyes widened in an instant. This is all meat? Ah, this is all meat! As if she knew their inner roar, Su Dai, who had returned to her usual mood, calmly ordered, so much insect meat should be enough for you to eat for a while, right? Enough. 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 The dwarves were already confused by the scene of meat all around them. They barely reacted after hearing the question from their own messenger. They were about to speak, but when they saw the meat mountain made of insects in front of them, all the dwarves opened their eyes again. Several dwarves, who crawled out, fell directly to the ground, looking at the several huge meat mountains in front of them in shock. Looking up, the meat mountains were almost poking into the sky. It was really magnificent. The old dwarf hissed and gasped. His arm holding the cane trembled as if he was sick, his lips were still trembling, and he looked like he was going to die in the next second. After a long while, He stammered and spoke carefully to Su Dai. God's messenger? These are all bugs, all dead. Su Dai was very satisfied with the reaction. Compared with the overly calm reaction of the little zombies, the performance of these dwarves was normal now. After enjoying the admiring eyes of the dwarves, she nodded and ordered, "If you can't see clearly, come out and take a closer look. There should be bugs you have seen in it. Don't be afraid, they are dead." After getting her personal confirmation, all the dwarves fell into great ecstasy. They jumped out of the sand quickly. The dwarves seemed to be stupid. They stamped their feet and excitedly and carefully approached the bugs around them, and then made a cheering sound. The whole dwarf tribe instantly entered a crazy mood. Su Dai felt as if there were 10,000 ducks quacking in her mind. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she regretted what she had said just now. Forget it, let's make them happy for a while this time. While the dwarves were running around excitedly and touching the bugs, Su Dai also began to repair her body in the magic vine. After her mental strength recovered, she walked out of the magic vine and found that it was already late at night outside. There were still many busy shadows in front. Su Dai, who had excellent night vision, saw that the dwarves in the field were as excited as chicken blood. These dwarves didn't know how long they had been working. The first wave of bugs that were killed by the dwarves were piled up into small hills by these dwarves. From this point of view, the sand was full of large and small piles of meat. What surprised her most was Xingming, the little zombie she originally thought was very stupid, but now his thinking was like a normal human being. These dwarves were working in an orderly manner under his command. Su Dai felt a complicated feeling in her heart. How come this little zombie looked so much like the capitalists recorded in the Book of Doomsday? I heard that before the end of the world, those capitalists in the West exploited their employees' labor ruthlessly. As if sensing her gaze, the little zombie who was supervising turned around and looked at her, smiling innocently. Su Dai quickly shook her head, getting rid of the capitalist thoughts in her head. It must be her illusion. She walked into the busy crowd and stood in front of Xingming. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the shouts of the gods' messengers one after another. Su Dai waved her hands helplessly, letting these enthusiastic dwarves do their work. She turned around to talk to Xingming beside her, and then looked at the two of them for a while longer. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Xingming, has your face recovered a little?" Although it was still night, for Su Dai, who had night vision, the difference between day and night was no different. Based on the appearance of the little zombie in her memory, she was sure that the other party's cheeks, which were only skeletons, had grown at least 3 centimeters of flesh, and the skeleton was visibly covered by pink new flesh. In order to make sure that she was not mistaken, Su Dai went up to Xingming and looked at him carefully. She held down his finger that was about to touch her cheek, squinted her eyes, and looked at him carefully. Then she lifted the leaf on his arm and looked from his arm to his palm. The purple blood vessels on it really faded. At this moment, she was more certain that she was not wrong. The little zombie's body was constantly repairing. Su Dai stared at the little zombie, who was still in a daze, thoughtfully, and said meaningfully, "Xingming, I'm really curious about what you will become next. If the repair process continues like this, maybe she will see the other person become a real human in the near future." Although the little zombie's current appearance is the best-looking zombie, if he restores his true appearance, Su Dai's eyes moved and touched her chin. That look is quite exciting. Su Dai narrowed her eyes, stretched out her hand and pinched the other's intact cheek, and said gently, "Xingming, I am looking forward to you becoming your true self." For a moment, Xingming's eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars, clear and bright. Chapter 26. This wave of invading bugs brought Su Dai a lot of benefits. After waking up from a good sleep, she found that her ability had broken through again. She didn't know what level she had reached now. After all, in the end of the world, no one with wood-type ability could achieve her current level. If she were to calculate according to the level of the end of the world, she would have surpassed the existence of great ability. From her memory, there was no record of wood-type ability in the Empire. The people of the Empire were born with mental power, and mental power was used for different jobs according to the level. The mental power test of the people of the Empire was from advanced S level to D level. Those who reached a level basically entered the Imperial Academy to study mecha and related manufacturing and modification majors. As for the mental power levels below B level, they were basically auxiliary majors for high-level mental power. Su Dai searched through her mind and found that there were people who were beyond the S level. It was said that the highest level in the Empire was the SSS level. If she was not mistaken, this king-level person was the object of the original owner's entanglement, the Imperial Major General. Su Dai's face darkened. She was convinced by the original owner's ability to dare to commit suicide. Only the original owner dared to think and do such a national idol, and even dared to go to the gene bank to get the genes of others. The original owner was simply crazy. If he couldn't get the other party, he would steal the other party's genes to make his own children with the other party. This level of committing suicide was not something that ordinary people could do. This was Su Dai's official reading of the original owner's memory of committing suicide. After reading it, she couldn't help but hold her forehead. Suddenly, she felt a little sympathy for the Major General, who was entangled. In order to avoid the entanglement of the original owner, the other party had been stationed on the front line of the battlefield for many years. Unexpectedly, he almost became a father in the end. But thinking that she is now the original body, Su Dai no longer has the mood to watch the fun. Well, she will be the one who suffers in the end. From this point of view, being exiled to the abandoned planet is not a bad thing. She can build it into her base camp. When she meets those who want to kill the original owner in the future, she will have the capital to fight back. After thinking it through, Su Dai felt refreshed and no longer opposed the green home system. After all, her ultimate goal and the system are the same. She wants to build this planet into a green planet with both defense and attack. At this time, Mingxing came towards her with a dwarf. Su Dai sent her old friend Mo Tang to play. Looking at the two people coming, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? These dwarfs just went back to rest not long ago, why are they back now?" It was the young dwarf Tata who came. Hearing her words, he quickly surpassed Xingming and walked to her, and said quickly, "God's messenger, the patriarch asked me to tell you that there is a way to preserve food in our tribe. We can't eat so many insects. Do you want to preserve them?" At the end, the voice became cautious, as if he was afraid that she would disagree. Su Dai's eyes lit up. "Are you telling the truth?" She looked up and down at the dwarfs in front of her. She didn't expect that these dwarfs had such a good dwarf. It seems that these dwarfs still have their own specialties. Really? As if she didn't believe it, the dwarf quickly said, "When our tribe was avoiding the disaster, we stored a lot of food underground, which allowed us to survive until now." At this point, the dwarf straightened his chest and was quite proud. "I heard from my grandfather that many plants on the ground were extinct and animals starved to death. Only their race was able to survive. It was precisely because of this skill that he dared to say that only their race, the Zuster race, was alive and well on this land." "Oh, so you still have a lot of reserve food?" When Su Dai said this, the dwarf's expression collapsed a little, and he rolled his eyes hesitantly, and his words were not full of energy. We don't have much food." Although the voice was small, Su Dai heard it clearly. As she thought, these dwarves were also facing a food crisis. If it weren't for her arrival and the invasion of the Zerg, I'm afraid these dwarves would also face genocide. Now these dwarves no longer have any rebellious thoughts towards her, and they seem to be happy to be her employees. Su Dai is very satisfied and said readily, "Okay, go back and tell your chief that you will help store all these insects. Your chief will not have to work anymore. He will only be responsible for distributing your food and taking care of the stored food." The dwarf Tata was delighted and praised Su Dai, then hurried back underground. He had to tell the chief and his people the good news. The messenger of God actually gave them the important food. The messenger of God was so good to them. Su Dai originally thought that these dwarves would take a break and come up to work, but when she and Xingming were eating fruits, these dwarves ran out of the cave one after another, looking at her like chicken blood, and finally the dwarf chief took the lead in saluting and showing loyalty to her. Su Dai was afraid that they would continue. She thought that she was not exploiting them, but that they came to her door and begged to work, so she could not discourage them. Pointing at several mountains of insect meat, Su Dai said with a long and heavy tone, "These are left to you to store. As long as everyone works hard, I promise that you will have endless food in the future." The dwarves were already extremely convinced of Su Dai. After hearing this, they were even more devoted to her. Without her instructions, they ran towards the insect mountain without any signs of fatigue. As if she was influenced by these dwarves, Su Dai also shouted to Xingming, "Let's go, let's plant something on these black gold lands." A sense of pride surged in her heart. She had already planned in her mind that she could not only plant ordinary plants in these places, but also build this planet into her base camp, so she also needed to plant some offensive plants at intervals. Thinking of this, she began to simulate planting on the holographic map of the system. The final effect was very spectacular, making her even more eager to realize her idea. As a result, she couldn't help but complain to the system after working for a short time, "Your function is really useless. Our human systems can be upgraded. Can you also upgrade a planting system? In the future, I can plant directly in your system to achieve ground planting. That would be much easier." The questioned small system was very unhappy and retorted angrily, Don't think about being lazy. Only if you do it yourself can you stimulate the energy in your body to a greater extent. Besides, I also have the function of a random door. You can go wherever you want to plant. Isn't it convenient? Okay, it's convenient. Su Dai was really afraid that if she continued to talk, the little system kid would cry on the spot, and then it would be her head that would be in trouble. 2 days of endless work passed like this. The dwarves worked day and night, and their efficiency was amazing. They directly emptied the hill of insects on the ground. Su Dai did not let them store some insects that were too severely corroded by sulfuric acid fruit. She directly chose a place, and buried all these insects in the sand as nutrients for plants. It was already night when all this was done. Su Dai wanted to celebrate. She had asked the dwarves to leave 5 insects long ago. Each insect was the size of a floor. The 5 insects put together were very spectacular. She planned to use these insects to give everyone a good meal tonight to reward the dwarves, who had worked hard these days. The insects she selected all exuded the smell of the sea. She felt it, and roughly guessed that the meat of these insects should be similar to seafood on Earth. She used the upgraded Agnatherum splendens to wrap all the bugs, so that the bugs could keep their initial freshness, so that the taste would not change at all when they were eaten later. The dwarves sat neatly together, staring at Su Dai without blinking, their eyes full of enthusiasm. In this overly eager gaze, Su Dai was silent for a while, then pointed at the wrapped bugs and coughed, and ordered, "You divide into several groups to unpack the Agnatherum splendens, and the other group picks large leaves and spreads them in front of you, and washes your fingers in water." After she said that, the dwarves stood up immediately, and the old tribesmen divided them into groups, and everyone started to work in an orderly manner. Su Dai also asked Xiao Xingming to bring a group of people to pick some edible fruits. When everyone was busy, the magic vine, that had been running away without a trace, also returned to her side. Su Dai whispered to it, "Old friend, let your branches come over and hang up these insect meats. Don't let them fall to the ground." After she finished speaking, the magic vine knocked the ground with its branches, and several branches drilled out from the black gold land. Su Dai took a look at the insects that had been separated from the sedge grass, and waved to the dwarves, "You go to the side, and pick up the sedge grass on the ground." As she said that, she directed the magic vine to the front of several insects. Under her command, the magic vine branches directly hung up 5 insects, and hung them in the air. Su Dai directly used energy to decompose all the blood and dirt in the insects, and the sizzling blood continued to irrigate the black gold land. Taking advantage of this time, she asked the dwarfs to take all the peppers, sweet fruits and sour willows picked at noon to the side, and directly use energy to extract the juice in the fruit, decompose all the juice into small molecules, and penetrate into the insect flesh along the insect skin. She made several flavors for the 5 insects, and they can just eat them directly when the time comes. Or can this way of eating be called raw insect slices? Su Dai was amused by her own idea. Just at this time, Xiao Xingming and the others also came back. Su Dai asked them to sit down in front of their leaves and let the magic vine distribute food to everyone. When the magic vine heard that it was its turn to show its ability, it quickly rushed to the branch of the magic vine, swung the branches, and began to quickly distribute food to the eager dwarves. The branches swung so fast that they almost left after images. In less than a minute, the magic vine returned to Su Dai again, proudly swung the forked branches on its forehead. Sure enough, the dwarves were stunned by its hand, and they couldn't help but start clapping, and all kinds of praises were thrown at the magic vine. The magic vine twisted its branches several times with joy, and the buds were excited to bloom. Su Dai had no choice but to let her old friend be proud for a while, and then she waved her hand, Okay, let's eat." Then she put a large piece of insect meat that had been reserved in advance in front of the little zombie, and whispered, "This is a fresh and sweet taste, suitable for you, eat more to grow more meat." Xiao Xingming blinked his eyes. "Well, I always feel that Su seems to have thought something wrong, but as long as it is given by Su, he likes to eat it." Chapter 27. That night, I slept until midnight. My soul, which had closed its eyes, suddenly opened its eyes. A faint light flashed in the blue eyes in the darkness. He stood up and sat up straight. "It's coming, something is coming," he murmured unconsciously. Su Dai, who was sleeping peacefully, seemed to be disturbed by something. She frowned, and suddenly hit the thorns under her body with her fingers. She opened her eyes suddenly, and said in a low voice, "Tell me again what is coming." Her voice also woke up the little zombie Xingming below. He looked up at Su Dai's direction and said muffledly, "Su, something is coming." He repeated the 3 words something, unable to describe what he felt, and frowned in distress. At this time, Su Dai was really awake. She knew that it was her words just now that made Xiao Xingming misunderstand. At this time, she was not going to correct it, but listen carefully to what the system said in her mind. Host, please pay attention. Host, please pay attention. A foreign object is detected and is about to come. Please prepare to protect the Hope home. At this time, the system seemed to have collapsed, repeating this sentence in Su Dai's mind. Su Dai had no solution. She was used to the useless function of this system. She simply turned on the temporary shielding to avoid being annoyed by the system in her head before she figured out the situation. Su Dai jumped off the thorn bed and said to Xingming, "Let's go see what it is. It disturbs people's sleep at night." After that, she put away the thorn house, and the starlight in the sky instantly fell on them. Su Dai had no intention of appreciating the beautiful night view, and asked the little zombie beside her, "Xingming, can you feel which direction the things that are coming from?" The little zombie Xingming blinked his eyes in the night sky, then looked around, and finally fixed on the northeast corner. Su is in front. "Okay, I take you with me, you show me the direction," Su Dai said, while pulling Xingming up, and told the magic vine beside him, "Old friend, take us faster." Under the guidance of little Xingming, the two hurried and soon arrived at the destination. Standing in place, Xingming moved his eyes, then his eyes stayed in front, and slowly said, "Here they are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed in the sky, and a huge thing wrapped in white light smashed towards the ground, as fast as a meteor. After finding the direction where the object was landing, Su Dai quickly shouted to her old friend, "It's just ahead, old friend, let's go." The speed of the magic vine was so fast that it took them to the place where the alien object landed before the white light was about to disappear completely. At such a close distance, Su Dai finally saw what it was. This thing was strange and familiar to her. It was exactly the same as the spaceship she had seen in the original owner's memory. Since there was a spaceship, there must be people. Su Dai approached the spaceship. When she approached the spaceship, she saw the logo on the spaceship at a glance. With a move of her eyes, she instantly confirmed the identity of the spaceship. The Imperial military spaceship. This sudden fact made Su Dai's brain freeze for a while, and she quickly thought about the next countermeasures. Before she could think of a thing, the spaceship that had hit the ground made a cracking sound, and the smoking part of the head shattered. She retreated a few steps, and then saw the original hatch open with a bang, and a person rolled out. Then, there was another thump thump thump, and the people in the spaceship rolled out of the hatch onto the sand like dumplings. 1, 2, 3. 10. Seeing the number of people increasing, Su Dai made a prompt decision and immediately gave an order to the magic vine. "Old man, tie them all up now." The magic vine slapped the ground, and before the people on the sand could react, it summoned its branch brothers and quickly tied up all the people on the ground. Levis was the leader of the advance team of the second squad of the Empire. On their way back, they were attacked by pirates. In the battle with the pirates, they mistakenly entered the Broken Star region and narrowly escaped the black hole. When the energy box was about to run out, they were forced to land on the nearest planet. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a strange thing as soon as they landed. Levis looked at the human in front of him in disbelief. His brain stopped thinking for a moment. How could it be possible? The Broken Star region was all abandoned planets. How could humans survive? Not only was he surprised, but the other team members also reacted at this time, staring at Su Dai's direction, with a look of disbelief. Su Dai had no idea what they were thinking. Seeing their expressions when they reacted, she was afraid that they would recognize her as their eldest princess, so she quickly covered the lower half of her face with a vine. Before she knew whether they were enemies or friends, she didn't want to try to recognize them. She quickly told her old friend, "Have your little brother block their mouths. Don't let them make any sound before I leave." This way, even if they recognized who she was, these people couldn't recognize her. She could also find countless excuses to pretend that she knew nothing and didn't find out who they were. It was perfect. So before everyone could see her face clearly, the advance team had their mouths quickly covered with magic vine leaves. They could only express their anger with their eyes, and they were more alert in their hearts. The human in front of them seemed to be stronger than they imagined. If Su Dai knew their evaluation, she would be happy to unseal their mouths, but at this time, Su Dai felt extremely depressed. She slowly walked towards them, stopped 3 steps away from them, coughed and said, "I am the owner of this planet. You entered my planet without saying hello. Now you are arrested." After that, Su Dai didn't care what they thought. With a look in her eyes, she walked towards the smoking spaceship on the side. Looking at the black spaceship close at hand, she reached out and touched it. Even though it was damaged, it couldn't hide its domineering and beautiful appearance. It was really similar to the model made by the crazy scientist at the base, but it was much bigger than the spaceship in front of her. Su Dai secretly thought in her heart, if this thing could be repaired properly, wouldn't it mean that she could also fly in the interstellar space in the future? Sensing her thoughts, the small system that had been blocked finally broke free and said disdainfully, "Of course, it can be realized. There is a complete spaceship channel on this planet. If you want to leave the planet, you should farm well and light up more places in your home. Then the system will give you a brand new spaceship." Su Dai curled her lips and thought, "I don't believe you. I know there is no free lunch in this world." Anyway, her energy is now on improving her superpowers, and she is not in a hurry to go out. Why should she do what the system says? This matter passed in her mind for a while, and then she completely forgot about it. Looking at the sky, there are still a few hours before dawn. Su Dai left the magic vine to watch these people, and took the little zombie back to the base camp through the system's arbitrary door function. "Xingming, let's practice for a while, and we will deal with them when it's dawn." Xingming nodded. His face was no longer as stiff as at the beginning, but much more humane. Su Dai couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This little zombie is really different every day, so if she works harder, I believe she will soon see a little zombie that is no different from ordinary people. "Come on, little Xingming." Xingming moved his azure eyes to receive this inexplicable encouragement. Su is making himself more powerful. Xingming thought he understood Su Dai's words, and began to practice seriously by imitating her. He didn't know what practice was, but he could feel the direction of Su's energy, and he could imitate it. So under Su Dai's guidance, little Xingming began to practice stutteringly. When the daylight broke through the sky the next day and instantly lit up the planet, Su Dai also retracted her mental power, stretched her body, and just as she was about to stand up, she saw that several kinds of fruits had been piled up on the sand platform in front of her. Seeing her eyes, Tata, the dwarf, who was responsible for placing the leaves, immediately smiled. "God's messenger, you are awake. The fruits are ready. Shall we eat meat this morning?" After Tata finished speaking, the dwarfs who came from behind all looked at her eagerly. Their eyes were full of desire, and they almost wrote, "I want to eat meat" on their foreheads. Su Dai's eyes moved, as if she had thought of a good idea. Her eyebrows and eyes were all smiling, and she said in a high tone, "Yes, eat meat. If you want to eat it, you must eat it. Let's eat it in another place today." The dwarf's eyes suddenly burst into bright light. Thinking of the taste of the insect meat they ate last night, their saliva couldn't help but flow down the corners of their mouths. They had never eaten such delicious meat. The meat made by the God's messenger was really delicious. The God's messenger gave them meat today. This day is so happy. This is the wish of all the dwarves. The dwarves all had the same idea, so after Su Dai spoke, the dwarves waiting around jumped up instantly, hurriedly told their tribe leader the good news, and brought out the worm meat. Alas, now the tribe leader has become so stingy. If the messenger of God doesn't speak, they will be scolded even if they get close to the place where the worm meat is stored. If there is no messenger of God, according to the tribe leader's temper, how can they have meat to eat in the morning? Under Su Dai's instructions, Xingming finally led a group of dwarves carrying worm meat to the crime scene last night. Su Dai looked at their mighty backs with an unfathomable expression on her face. She had to let the imperial people see their cruelty and dampen their spirits, so that both sides could talk properly later. Thinking of what was going to happen in a while, Su Dai's eyes flashed with eagerness, and she suddenly couldn't wait to see the expressions of those imperial people. It must be very exciting. Chapter 28. As the dwarves marched toward the work area ahead, the Imperial advance team, who had been outside the spaceship for half the night, was already numb all over. As soon as they moved, they would be whipped by the magic vines, and the long spikes would directly scratch their clothes. Their clothes were made of special materials from the military, but they still couldn't resist the attacks of the magic vines. These clothes, which were said to be able to go up to the sky and into the sea without any damage, were not good enough under the whipping of the magic vines. After just 2 hits, their clothes were scratched like rags, and the spikes also left blood marks on their skin. Levis could only use his eyes to stop his subordinates, who were still struggling. He was sure that the plant in front of him had thoughts. He had seen such plants on other planets, but what shocked him was that this plant actually listened to the mysterious man. According to the records of the Empire's optical brain, plants with wisdom and thoughts have strong territorial and independent consciousness, and will not listen to other creatures at all, not to mention that the other party is a human. Under his stop, all the team members calmed down. As expected, as he thought, if they did not struggle and resist, this ferocious plant would not attack them. It's a pity that they found it too late. At this time, except for him, who had only a scratch on his body, The other team members were much more miserable. The clothes on their bodies were already tattered and hung on their bodies, not at all as majestic as before. When the dwarves arrived at this place, they saw these strangers. It was the old dwarf, who was sharp-eyed, and saw the imperial totem symbol on them at a glance. He quickly asked the tribesmen to retreat and shouted loudly, "Don't move forward. Those people in front are bad people. They are the ones who enslaved and destroyed our planet." The dwarf chief's eyes were filled with fear and terror. He could still vividly remember how he was forced to go mining with his tribesmen when he was a child. He looked at the Imperials who suddenly arrived with vigilance, and when he saw their miserable appearance of being tied up, he felt strangely refreshed. Hearing the shouts of their chief, the dwarves gathered around the chief tightly, staring at the Imperials in front of them with unfriendly eyes. They all grew up listening to the chief's stories about the past. Many of the dwarves' grandfathers had suffered the hardships of mining and died in the end. Although they had not seen it with their own eyes, it did not prevent them from being wary and fearful. When Su Dai came out of the portal, she saw the stalemate between the two parties. She raised her eyebrows and said to the dwarves unhappily, "You dared to attack me in the past. Why are you afraid of them now? Have you become timid because of eating meat?" The dwarves were stimulated by these words, and instantly became heroic and high-spirited. The dwarf Tata shouted loudly, "We are not afraid of him. God made us bury them right now. Yes, we dwarves are the best at burying people. I guarantee they will not survive tonight. I think we should borrow the gods. Use that fruit and smash them so they can't run away. I still think we should catch them and make them work. If they don't obey, let the god's messenger, the demon vine, beat them." The tense atmosphere collapsed instantly, and the content of the quarrel also went in a strange direction. The content of these conversations made the Imperial Vanguard, who were already on high alert, more and more tense, and the expressions on their faces changed. Although they understood what the dwarves said, they were full of doubts about the content. Who gave these dwarves the courage? Levis was also quite shocked. He didn't expect that these dwarves knew them. He seemed to guess some fact from the words of the old dwarf, but this fact made him difficult to accept for a while, so that when he heard the dwarves quarreling about how to kill them, he was in a trance. But what made him more trance was still to come. At this time, Su Dai listened to the quarrel in outer space, ignored the opinions of the dwarves, and issued an order: "Put the insects aside, prepare to eat meat, and whoever shouts will stand aside." As soon as she said this, the dwarves stood at attention in a flash. The old dwarf was still hesitantly trying to persuade Su Dai that their envoys must not know how cunning these imperial people are, and it would be bad if they were deceived. Su Dai waved at him directly, indicating that he should quickly arrange for the tribesmen to work. Did these dwarves forget that she was also an imperial person? And she was a princess with a high status in the empire. Turning her feet, Su Dai walked straight to the bound advance team. With a flick of her finger, the mask on her face fell directly. Her eyes swept over all the tense advance team members, and finally fixed on Levis. After a glance, she finally smiled and said, "You have been arrested. Do you have anything to say?" Su Dai paused and emphasized one sentence. "One night is enough for you to think clearly, right?" It was obviously a very gentle tone, but in the ears of these people, they only felt a chill on their necks, and their heads were instantly alert. Are they being threatened? It must be like this. Levis stared at Su Dai's face. He always felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, especially the clothes on the other party, which were obviously produced in the Empire. He must have seen this person somewhere. While they were lost in thought, Su Dai waved her hand and asked the old man to unseal their mouths. The people who were unblocked took a breath of fresh air first. They looked at each other and finally looked at the Captain Levis. The captain did not speak, so they listened to what the captain said. Levis stared at the woman in front of him. He was sure that he had not met this beautiful woman in real life, but he must have seen her somewhere. Thinking of this, he asked, "Have we met somewhere?" The team members who had been waiting were stunned when they heard their captain say this. They looked at their captain in unison, their eyes full of disbelief. At this time, why is their captain still chatting up? Besides, this way of chatting up is too old-fashioned. No, what are they thinking? The most important thing is that now is not the time to chat up, right? They were all caught, and they saw that the people in front of them were ready to kill them. Although the other party looked very good, but you can't be so careless at this moment, Captain. Levis felt the condemning gaze of his team members, and couldn't help but frowning, and explained with a twitch of his mouth, "What are you thinking? Don't you see that her clothes are from the Yun family of the Empire?" After his reminder, the members of the advance team turned their eyes to Su Dai suspiciously, and indeed found that there was a circular cloud pattern on the collar of her clothes, which was indeed a product of the Yun family. So the other party is also from the Empire. Even if he is not from the Empire, he must have been to the main star of the Empire. After all, the clothes of the Yun family are made of special materials, and the owner must go there in person to get them, and they are not something that can be owned by money. Facing the doubtful eyes of these people, Su Dai's smile deepened. Since she could come here today, she had never thought of hiding her identity. I don't know you, but you may know me. When she said this, everyone was even more confused. Levis quickly searched his memory in his mind, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. He thought of a widely circulated incident in the army before. Thinking that the person in front of him might be the heroine of the incident, Levis's eyebrows jumped, and the words in his heart blurted out, "Are you the eldest princess?" When the word eldest princess came out, he was shocked himself, not to mention that the others who heard this showed shocked and unbelievable expressions, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Facing the hot eyes of these people, Su Dai smiled at them calmly. This calm attitude made Levis on the other side even more uneasy, and he asked again uncertainly, "Are you really the princess?" Su Dai was moved by these eyes that were eager for the truth, and she had a rare conscience. She stopped teasing them, tilted her head, and answered with a smile, "Yes." Then she saw their constipated expressions as she wished, and Su Dai felt very happy. After that, she turned around and walked towards the dwarves. She should let these guests from afar see their food. The dwarves looked at Su Dai coming, and their faces were excited. Their envoys were really powerful. Look, those hateful imperial people dared not speak. Thinking that the envoys were sent by the gods to protect their planet, the dwarves instantly became more confident. When they looked at the imperial people, their eyes were full of pride, as if saying, "See, their Zuster race is a race blessed by the envoys." Su Dai didn't understand why these dwarves were so happy all of a sudden. She stretched out her hand to summon the magic vine, and asked its branches to hang up the bugs on the sand like last night, and put them in front of the imperialists. This position was convenient for the imperialists' advance team to watch their eating broadcast from all angles. Before the advance team came to their senses, 5 bugs wrapped in mud had been hung in front of them, and the 5 or 6 meter long bugs were lined up in front of them. Su Dai walked to the bugs, holding the magic vine in her hand, and smiled in their puzzled eyes. The magic vine in her hand danced quickly, and the sound of cracking was heard. The layer of mud wrapped around the bug fell down, and the true appearance of the bug inside was also revealed to everyone. When they saw what these things were, the faces of the advance team members changed drastically. They never expected that these were Zergs, and they looked dead. Levis thought a lot, and thought of a lot in an instant. His first thought was that the other party was trying to intimidate them, but it seemed a bit strange, so he couldn't help but ask, "You killed these Zergs. Why did you show them to us?" Su Dai smiled deeply, and the smile on her lips continued to spread. She blinked her eyes and smiled back innocently. "I think you misunderstood. The Zergs are indeed ours. I kill them, but I'm not showing them to you." She paused, causing the hearts of the advance team to tense up. They looked at her dryly, thinking, "What are you doing in front of us?" As if she could see what they were thinking, Su Dai flashed a strange smile in her eyes, and ordered the dwarfs, "Since everything is ready, let's get started. Finish eating early, and get to work early." "Work, work! Awoo!" The dwarfs cheered fiercely. If they hadn't cultivated good discipline during this period, they would have run around to celebrate. But the faces of the advance team members, who heard this, were not good. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Did they hear it right just now? These people want to eat insects? Chapter 29. Su Dai was very satisfied with their reaction. In order to break their fantasy, she nodded with a smile, "Yes, these bugs are blind and come to my planet to destroy it. We have no choice but to kill them and eat them." She sighed and continued with a hint of meaning, "You know, my planet has been developed. There is nothing to eat on an abandoned planet. We can only eat whatever comes." Su Dai's voice was gentle, but it sounded like thunder bombing in the ears of the advance team. There was only one thought in their heads: will they be eaten next? As if to deliberately provoke them, the dwarves lined up under the bugs, holding large leaves in their hands. When the vine branches reached the dwarves, the branches swung, and the flesh of the bugs fell down to the leaves in each dwarf's hand. The dwarves were still moving forward, each with his hands full of bugs. The dwarves who got the food were all smiling, and some of them couldn't wait to reach out and eat the food, showing a satisfied smile as they ate. Seeing the originally strong bug bodies quickly turn into skeletons, the faces of the people in the advance team watching changed drastically, and in seeing the dwarves eating with relish, some people finally couldn't help it and turned their heads to vomit. They were wrong. They thought of 100 consequences, but never expected that the other party would torture them in this way. "Oh my God, Someone actually ate the meat of the Zerg. That's the Zerg. Everyone present had basically fought with the Zerg, and knew the Zerg's horrible and ugly appearance better than anyone else. It would be better to throw them into the cosmic storm to fend for themselves than to let them eat bug meat. Su Dai looked at them and raised her eyebrows with a look of regret. These Imperial soldiers were too weak. They couldn't stand it when they got here. If they were forced to eat a few mouthfuls, they would faint on the spot. After the insect meat was distributed, Su Dai also distributed a piece of the tenderest meat. She walked to the front of the advanced team with the meat slices and asked with pretended concern, "Everyone is hungry. Do you want to eat some too?" Seeing the insect meat at such a close distance, everyone's face changed drastically. They couldn't stand it anymore and turned their heads away. They moved their bodies back directly, wanting to stay away from her. Finally, Su Dai turned her eyes to Levis, smiling at him, as if to say, "Brother, would you like one?" Levis resisted the discomfort that surged in his heart, glanced away, and doubted whether he had recognized the wrong person. How could their eldest princess not be a person who eats insects? According to the revelations on the Empire Star Network, their eldest princess should be arrogant and unreasonable. It was also revealed that the eldest princess used a food star to hire the most famous interstellar chef Master Moss to serve her. At this moment, Levis could not connect the person in front of him with the rumored eldest princess, but this face was exactly the same as the one seen on the Star Network. Levis fell into doubt, and could not help but speak out his doubts. "Thank you, we have nutritional supplements. Are you really Princess Elsa? If she doesn't want to eat, then she will eat it herself." While eating, Su Dai glanced at him indifferently, as if she didn't hear his question. "Is this important? If you say yes, it is, and if you say no, it is not. It is very important." "Why not?" Without waiting for Levis to reply, the impatient vanguard couldn't help but interrupt, staring at Su Dai from head to toe, and couldn't help muttering words like "really alike," "exactly the same." The others who were reminded also reacted, all staring at Su Dai's face, looking from top to bottom, nodding and agreeing with their companions. "Not alike, but the same. This is the eldest princess. I have also seen the photos on the Star Internet. Yes, she really looks like our eldest princess." One of them had a drooping head, as if it was suddenly awakened, staring at Su Dai seriously, probably because his eyes were too burning. Su Dai tilted her head and smiled slightly in his direction. This smile startled him immediately. From last night till now, he had been mentally confused and depressed due to the forced landing. Now when he heard his teammates' words, he barely looked at them and shouted in shock, "Grand Duke, Princess." The voice knew him. Su Dai looked at him seriously. Afraid that he would say something inappropriate again, she stuffed the last piece of insect meat on the leaf directly into his mouth. Su Dai patted the sand behind her, bent down and smiled at him. "You are hungry. You are hallucinating. If it is not enough, take some more." Moss subconsciously wanted to spit it out, but when he met Su Dai's eyes, he shrank his head and swallowed the insect meat in his mouth directly into his stomach. It was not until Su Dai left that he realized that he had just eaten insect meat. He held his mouth and wanted to vomit it out, but the insect meat slid directly into his stomach along his throat, and a sweet taste came out of his throat. It tastes really good." "Ah no, this is insect meat." Moss covered the insect meat that had already entered his stomach. His face was as sad as a bereaved mother. He was finished. He actually ate the meat of the Zerg. But his teammates didn't care about his feelings. They just surrounded him and asked in unison, "Xiaomo, how are you sure she is the eldest princess?" A person on the side bumped into the person who was talking. "Xiaomo's family is on the main star. His eldest brother is a man close to the Major General. Our eldest princess likes the Major General the most. Xiaomo must have seen the eldest princess in person." Finally, it was Levis who spoke. "Xiaomo, is she really the eldest Princess Elsa?" Moss was knocked around by his teammates. His eyes were almost full of stars. He tilted his body and nodded. "Yes, that's the eldest princess. Hey, you. Don't bump into me. I'm dizzy. It turns out it's really the great princess." The person who spoke opened his eyes wide and stared at Su Dai's figure that had already gone away in disbelief. How could the great princess be different from what was revealed on the Star Network? At this time, he was not the only one who thought so. Everyone in the advanced team thought so. They couldn't help but look in Su Dai's direction. At the same time, a doubt popped up in their heads. Is this really the legendary great princess who entangled their Major General? Especially this great princess also likes to eat Zerg? Thinking of the way the Zerg were eaten, they shivered their necks. Their great princess is more terrible than the legend. Su Dai, who was assigning everyone to work, would never have thought that she alone would leave a huge psychological shadow on these Imperial advanced teams. At this time, Su Dai was piling up all the black gold that was spawned to one side. Today, she was going to let the dwarves light up all the land in the egg zone. At that time, she would get some seeds and plant them on the black gold land that had been opened up. It wouldn't be long before this piece of land, as big as the city, would become a new place to live. The real oasis will be realized soon. This is the first piece of land where she will complete the task. Su Dai was excited when she thought about it. She worked so hard for most of the day, and didn't stop until the afternoon. Thinking about the use of these black golds in the future, she sat leisurely on the chair made of vines, and waved to Xingming who came over. "Xingming, come here. Help me do something. Come on." As she said that, she muttered in front of the little zombie who came over. The little zombie nodded seriously. After Su Dai finished speaking, he walked towards the advance team with a steady step. Under the vigilant eyes of the advance team, the little zombie stretched out his hand expressionlessly to let the magic vine branches let go of him. All the magic vine branches moved to Xingming's side, shaking the branches and twisting the trunks, which was very humane. The suddenly liberated Vanguard team members looked at each other, and finally turned their eyes to their captain. Everyone had a question. Just let them go. Some people were moved, and their mood was very complicated. They whispered, "I didn't expect our princess to be so nice. It's a little different from what they said on the Star Network." Levis looked at him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also had such thoughts in his heart. But as the captain, he should be more responsible for the safety of all teammates. He looked at Xingming twice, and didn't show any surprise at his strange body. He was silent for a while before speaking. "Excuse me, how did the princess arrange us?" Xiao Xingming looked at him strangely, frowned and pointed at the black soil under his feet unhappily. "See this, you. As long as you don't enter the place with black soil, other places, you can go anywhere you want." He spoke very smoothly. As long as he spoke slowly, you could hardly feel his interruption. After he finished speaking, he ignored them, and ordered the magic vine branches around him. "You must guard the black and gold dividing line. If anyone crosses the line, you must fight hard." After that, he glared at the advance team fiercely, and then turned and walked towards Su Dai, with pride in his eyes and a happy heart. He had just completed the task for Su. He only left Levis and his team, and didn't know what to do. Are they restricted? Their spaceship is broken, and it's useless to take out the mecha here. You can't attack their princess, right? Levis was silent for a while, and ordered the team members, "Everyone turn around, go to the spaceship to check the situation first, and replenish your body nutrients." This woke up all the team members. Yes, although their spaceship is broken, there are still things in it that can be used and eaten. It's better to listen to the captain and eat after you are full. Under the leadership of Levis, the group limped towards the spaceship. Moss, who was at the end, couldn't help but look back in the direction of Su Dai. Thinking of the bugs that the princess stuffed into her, she couldn't help licking her lips. In fact, it was quite delicious. The princess seemed to be enjoying it. This princess looked pretty good, right? The Princess Su Dai, who was thought to be pretty good, squinted her eyes, and looked at the Imperial soldiers, who retreated to the spaceship. She silently cheered them up in her heart. "You must hold on, and try your best to survive." She was looking forward to meeting them every day. Chapter 30. It was not until the evening that Su Dai and the others finished all the work. After they had another meal of insect meat in front of the Imperial Vanguard, they returned to the base camp and rested. The Vanguard watched them leave one by one, and they were relieved. When they were all gone, they felt a strange feeling of being abandoned. Moss watched Su Dai disappear with his eyes wide open, sighed, and drank the nutrient solution in his hand. He felt a pity in his heart. Why didn't the princess look back at him, or give him a bite of meat? Thinking of this, he felt an indescribable disappointment in his heart. Levis turned around and looked at the absent-minded team members, and said in a solemn voice, "The spacecraft has run out of energy and has been damaged. Now our optical brain has lost contact with the main brain. We must be prepared to not be able to go back for the time being." When he said this, everyone was even more depressed. Since the princess was here, it meant that this was an abandoned planet. When all their nutrients were used up, if they still couldn't find a way to go back, would they die on the abandoned planet? As if he could see what they were thinking, Levis's tone sank. "We are the advanced team of the Empire. Princess Elsa can survive here. What are we afraid of? Are you not as good as the princess?" When these words came out, everyone seemed to be encouraged. Yes, a delicate woman like the princess can survive, so they can't be weaker than the princess. In an instant, their morale burst out, and their confidence was 100 times greater. Only Moss sighed secretly. Why did he think the princess was not weak at all? These words went around in his mind, and finally he swallowed them silently. Maybe he was really wrong. When Su Dai returned to the base camp, it was already dark. After picking some fruits, he took Xiao Xingming back to the thorn hut. While chewing the fruits in his hand, Su Dai asked the system in his mind, little system, I have completed the stage task of this area. Why haven't I received any rewards yet?" In order to prevent himself from making mistakes, Su Dai also deliberately turned on the new function of the system. At a glance, the area radiating from the base camp to the surrounding areas has been completely lit up, with all kinds of plants growing thrivingly. The statistical area of this area is 50,000 square meters, which is equivalent to a medium-sized city. Such a large area has been covered with black gold, and various plants can be planted at any time, and high yields can be achieved as long as they are planted. Moreover, more than half of this black gold land has been fused with the juice of eggs. He is also going to cultivate some new varieties of plants on it to protect and defend the planet. So he has done so much. Why hasn't the reward promised by the system appeared? After thinking about it, Su Dai only thought of one possibility. Will the system refuse to pay? This idea made. She was immediately alarmed and used her mental power to guard the system. If the other party really dared to do this, he swore that he would beat the little girl to a pulp and never dare to urge her to farm all day again. As if detecting her dangerous thoughts, the small system snorted disdainfully. "Don't worry, this system is a good system that keeps its promises. What I promised you will definitely be completed. Just wait." Su Dai rolled her eyes suddenly, and was not fooled at all. What's the use of just waiting? There should be a definite news, such as what time, when to give it, what to give. You are such an impatient person. I will definitely give it to you tomorrow. The system showed that it was irritated by her attitude, stomped twice in her mind, and then stopped talking. Su Dai curled her lips. Okay, tomorrow is tomorrow. She would reluctantly believe this little guy once. After getting the answer she wanted, Su Dai said good night to Xiao Xingming with satisfaction, and took the lead in lying on the economic bed to rest. That day, he exhausted his whole body energy 4 times. Compared with the last time, she had 1 more circle of energy available in her body. The progress is gratifying. She planned to go to the Sea of Consciousness early to dig out the energy storage stored in her body, and try to make it release more energy for her own use. Su Dai rested very well that night. She dug out a lot of energy from the energy storage all night. Now the energy available in her body is quite full. She has vaguely felt that she is about to break through. Before she could sleep for a while, she felt someone poking her shoulder. The person was also poking her waist too much. Su Dai was impatient and opened her eyes directly, and then met a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Su Dai moved her eyes downwards, and was surprised to find that the cheeks of the little zombie, which had rotted and only the skeleton was left, were gone. Instead, there was a perfect face. The purple blood vessels on Xiao Xingming's face became as thin as a needle tip. This face looked particularly good, but why was it so familiar? Su Dai frowned and fell into deep thought. Her silence made Xiao Xingming very confused. He tilted his head and looked at the person in front of him. His fingers scratched Su Dai's thigh, which made Su Dai subconsciously shrink her legs. Just when she wanted to stop the other party's cross-border behavior, she looked down and saw something the size of a football on her thigh. Is this an ostrich? No, what kind of egg is this? No, how did an egg suddenly appear here? Xiao Xingming saw that Su finally noticed this new thing, picked up the egg with both hands, and held it in front of her, and said seriously, "Eat, Su, it's delicious." "Where are you from?" Su Dai heard his words, took the olive egg and looked up and down, shook it, and said doubtfully, "Is this thing really edible?" Looking at the little zombie, this thing is still a good thing. Su Dai habitually used her mental power to sense the egg in her hand. When her mental power just attached to the eggshell, a defensive force bounced her mental power back. Huh? Is there something in it? Su Dai looked at the egg in her hand with surprise, thinking in her heart that this thing might be more nutritious. While she was thinking about how to eat this egg, she was secretly. The little system that was peeking everywhere couldn't help it. It was afraid that if it didn't come out, the host with bad ideas would really eat the food. It stared at the little zombie with its incorporeal eyes. This is really a bad guy. He only knows how to occupy the host. It won't let him succeed. Host, you will regret it if you eat it. This is the reward given to you by this system. What? Su Dai was dumbfounded, looking at the egg in her hand from all directions. Is this a reward? Su Dai suspected that the system was not a good thing and deliberately used this thing to fool her. Thinking of this, she snorted, squinted her eyes, and said grimly, "Little system, do you think I am easy to deceive, or do you want to see your Lord God earlier?" At this time, Su Dai's mental power was ready in the sea of consciousness. As long as the little system appeared, she would definitely catch the other party. She had been calculating this counterattack for a long time. The small system also sensed the cold breath on her body, shrank its non-existent head, and whispered, "You don't want to eat meat, I am not wrong, ah." Before the words were finished, the small system felt that an airtight silk thread bound itself, and only realized what the silk thread was when it reacted. It couldn't help but widen its eyes and shouted in horror, how did you do it?" It never thought that there would be a day when it would catch him. He was the consciousness left by the Lord God. Why was he caught by a human? This is not at all the same as what was recorded in the system. He must be the most miserable system in the universe. Thinking of this, the system was filled with grief and cried. It was over. It was caught. This uncontrolled host would definitely never listen to it again. Maybe it would really destroy its consciousness. Woohoo! He was really miserable. Seeing it crying so miserably, Su Dai felt that a little baby was buzzing and crying in her mind. It was simply the existence of a nightmare. After crying like this, her idea of taking this opportunity to kill the other party faded. Forget it, if she can catch the other party once, she can catch him a second time. Originally, this was to test whether the other party had any other tricks. Now it seems that she overestimated the other party. This little system is even more useless and poor than she thought. Su Dai pulled the corner of her mouth and threatened fiercely, "If you cry again, I will really make you disappear into ashes." Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Hiccup. I'm not crying anymore. The little system said aggrievedly. Since you don't cry anymore, hurry up and see if you sent me the wrong thing, or if you secretly withheld my reward. When she said this, the small system felt even more wronged. It sobbed for a while before answering shyly, I can only unlock the task rewards of this stage. The ones I choose are suitable for you. At most, I will give you a chance to draw a lottery." Su Dai touched him with her mental power suspiciously, making the small system cry and laugh and cry for mercy. "What I said is true. Even so, I need to recuperate for several days. It is already the biggest benefit." Okay, she was sure that what the small system said this time was true. She used her mental power to rub the little thing's mental power, then released her mental power and urged, "Okay, then let me draw the lottery. I have to draw a big one." After a while, 3 rows of blind boxes appeared in the Hope Home system. The small system whispered, "Sure, get ready. This time you draw it yourself. If you can't draw what you want, don't bully me." The voice became smaller at the end. Su Dai curled her lips. "As long as you don't put all the empty boxes in the blind box, I won't beat you." The small system shrank its head and dared not speak again. Su Dai's mental power circled around it, and then confirmed the golden blind box in the middle. This golden box looks glittering and precious. I like it just by looking at it. This is it. After confirming it, Su Dai directly clicked OK, and then a virtual golden blind box fell into her hand. A burst of golden light flashed, and suddenly there was an egg with golden patterns in Su Dai's hand, 2 adult fists in size, very beautiful. Su Dai looked down at the thing she had drawn, and her mouth twitched. Why is it another egg? No matter how beautiful this thing is, it can't cover up the fact that it is an egg. Seeing that she was unhappy, the small system was afraid that it would be implicated, and quickly said, "This is what you drew. I swear there are other things in this blind box, but this egg is destined for you." Su Dai looked up and down at the 2 eggs at her feet, rolled her eyes, and said, "Damn, she is destined to be with eggs. She is not an old hen. How can she be destined to be with eggs? She is best at eating eggs in fancy ways." As if knowing what she was thinking, the small system mustered up the courage to remind her again, "Don't eat it. This egg is for you to hatch." Small system, Su Dai stretched out her voice and gritted her teeth to warn of danger. Why did she really think she was an old hen? The small system disappeared in a whoosh and dared not speak again. Chapter 31. Su Dai was particularly depressed at the beginning of the day. Who would have thought that the reward she had been looking forward to all night turned out to be 2 eggs of different sizes? The eggshells were also protected, which showed that the small creatures inside were quite precious. She could only comfort herself. Forget it, she didn't need this bite of food. She simply threw the 2 eggs to Xiao Xingming to take with her. Anyway, she would not be a hen hatching eggs. Now she had to arrange for the dwarves to continue to open up the land and spread black gold. This time, as usual, they ate insect meat at the forefront of the work, and this time, they also matched it with baskets of fruits and vegetables with balanced nutrition. This made all the dwarves scream with joy, and vowed to work harder to open up and rest the land today. The advanced team members, who had been on the opposite side, couldn't help but look in their direction. Compared with the joyful and enthusiastic atmosphere of the dwarves, the atmosphere of the advanced team was much more depressed. They touched a nutrition supplement in their pockets, and then looked at the dwarfs, who seemed to be eating something delicious. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and silently comforted themselves in their hearts to be patient. After all, there was only one nutrition supplement a day, and it would be gone after eating. The people on the other side were eating insects, so it couldn't be delicious. Everything was fake. The pioneers who learned to save money watched these dwarves finish their food in the spaceship with mixed feelings, and then consumed baskets of colorful fruits and vegetables. They just felt that nothing they did was good now. Such good fruits and vegetables were wasted by these bug-eating guys. The color and taste were good. If they could taste it. Gurgle. Their stomachs made hungry sounds, and they seemed to be even hungrier. Su Dai, who had arranged the task here, looked back and saw a pair of eyes in the spaceship. She raised her eyebrows. The other party probably didn't expect that she could see so far. From Su Dai's angle, she saw the handsome young man who recognized her swallowing his saliva, and a tube of white stuff was handed to his mouth and then taken down. Seeing the familiar tube, Su Dai's mind flashed. She knew this thing. It was a nutrient. Su Dai smacked her lips, as if recalling the taste in her memory. He had never eaten a nutrient. His eyes rolled, and he thought of a good idea. He comforted the little zombie beside him. Xiao Xingming, you hatch the eggs here and watch the situation here. I be back soon. After saying that, she took out a handful of melon seeds that had just been baked in sand and put them in his hand, like coaxing a child. After coaxing the other party, she turned around and wandered to the nearest fruit tree. When she looked up, she happened to see a few sand grapes that had already borne fruit. She used energy to ripen them directly. After picking 2 bunches, Su Dai took a shortcut and walked towards the spaceship. Seeing her coming, Moss, who was guarding outside the spaceship, suddenly became excited, and there was a little nervousness in his heart. He opened his mouth and shouted involuntarily, "Elsa, Princess Elsa." Su Dai stood a few meters away from him. Seeing his silly look, she smiled and waved to him. "Come here, silly roe deer." Moss, who didn't know he was nicknamed, saw Su Dai waving at him. His eyes lit up, and he was about to walk over on tiptoe. Just as he took a step forward, his teammates' voices came from the cabin door. "Lil Mo, what are you doing?" Moss was frightened and turned around to see his teammates staring at him. He scratched his hair with a guilty conscience. Isn't this the princess calling me? I go and see. After all, they are all princesses, not enemies. Although the latter words were said with a guilty conscience, they could not be refuted. The others choked up, as if it was true. "Let Xiao Mo go." Levis' voice came from behind. Seeing the look in the team member's eyes, Levis glanced at Su Dai outside and said calmly, "Xiao Mo is right. The other party is not our enemy. The most important thing is that they can't make enemies here. If the other party is the princess, it would be the best thing. If they really can't go back, the princess may be their last straw." Moss didn't know the deep meaning behind his captain. When he heard that he could go, he couldn't control his steps and ran toward Su Dai. Princess Elsa, what do you want?" Su Dai looked at the young man running to her. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that this guy was like a husky. Innocent. If there was a tail behind him, it would have been shaking. The smile on her lips deepened. Su Dai shook the grapes in her hand towards him. Sure enough, she saw that his eyes followed the fruit and asked coaxingly, "Do you want to eat?" Moss swallowed his saliva, followed the fruit with his eyes, and nodded hurriedly, "Yes, I want to eat." Su Dai stretched out her hand towards him and pointed at his pocket. "Take it out, let's exchange." Moss didn't think about it, and directly took a nutrient in his pocket. Su Dai reached out to take it, and put the grapes in his arms. She smiled and said, "Okay, the exchange is complete. Which legion are you from? Why are you here? Why haven't I seen you before?" Moss carefully held the fruit, looking at the gentle look of the princess, and was moved. He said, "Princess, I am a non-staff advanced team of the First Corps. We were patrolling the newly opened routes before. Unexpectedly, we encountered a group of interstellar pirates. Those pirates were too bad, and led us to the Broken Star domain. The captain had no choice but to lead us into the Broken Star domain and make an emergency landing on this planet. I didn't expect to meet the princess." As he said, he carefully ate a fruit, and his mouth was instantly filled with an explosive sweet taste. Moss couldn't help but widen his eyes. This taste was simply more delicious than ever before. After a long time, he put away his shocked expression and said depressedly, "Princess, we also want to go back, but our spaceship is broken down, the optical brain has lost signal, and has lost contact with the main brain." Princess, why are you here? Moss was very confused about this question. Didn't his family say that the princess was sent to an abandoned planet? How could she be in the broken star domain? Seeing the other party's sincere questioning eyes, Su Dai, who had already got the answer she wanted, kindly answered him. Why not? This is an abandoned planet. It's still a hindrance to put it in the Empire's jurisdiction. I don't know which bastard sent all the abandoned planets to the Broken Star region. I am unlucky to be here. They don't want me to be killed alive. After saying that, she saw the other party's eyes wide open in shock. Su Dai thought about the whole process of the original owner coming here, and snorted maliciously, I think it might be someone from your first corps who did it. Impossible, our Major General is not that kind of person. Moss realized what he said after he finished speaking, and slapped his mouth. Anyway, it can't be done by the Major General. Major General Elaine is an upright god of war. He is the most promising and youngest Major General in the Empire. He will not retaliate against the princess just because she is pestering him. Su Dai snorted, not wanting to say anything. Without waiting for him to explain, he turned and left. Moss watched the other party walk away, and could only return to the spaceship with the fruit in his hand. As soon as he entered the spaceship, he was surrounded by his teammates. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fruit in his hand. One of the brown young men asked curiously, What did the princess call you for? Isn't it to give you something to eat? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. Why is the princess so good to this kid? Does Xiaomo really know the princess? Others also thought so. They looked at each other. Someone quickly pinched a grape and stuffed it into his mouth, and then his expression quickly melted. This is really... It's so delicious. He stretched out his hand to get another one, but Moss, who was already on guard, slapped his fingers away. This is what the princess exchanged with me. Don't eat it secretly. Don't be stingy. Let's share such delicious food. Come on, Xiao-Mo, brother will exchange some with you with a nutrient solution. After saying this, someone immediately followed up. Yes, we saw that you exchanged it with a nutrient solution. Brother will give you one too. Can you share some with me, Xiao-Mo? And me, and me. Why doesn't the princess exchange with me? Everyone was holding the nutrient solution and dangling it in front of Moss, waiting for Moss to agree. Stop arguing. Levis rescued Moss, looked up and down, and asked, You were talking just now. Why are you like this? What did the princess say to you? Moss touched his head and answered obediently. The princess asked us which corps we were from. Then he repeated what they had said. Thinking of the princess' attitude before she left, he couldn't help but say, Captain, you said that it must not be our Major General who did the princess in the Broken Star domain, right? Before Levis could speak, the people around him were already indignant. How is it possible? The Major General would never do such a thing. Yes, the Major General is so busy and doesn't like the princess, so he doesn't have time to do this. Levis couldn't help but frown when he heard this and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. The Major General is our superior. Even if we are an external unit, the Major General. He won't ignore us. Looking at the other party's depressed look, Levis slowed down his tone and comforted. Xiaomo, your brother is the Major General's side. He won't ignore you. Moss nodded, and his mood became better. His brother was the best to him, and he would definitely come to him. At that time, he must let his brother ask the Major General that the princess's affairs had nothing to do with the Major General, but thinking that the fruit he just exchanged would be shared, Moss's mood became bad again. Oh, I don't know when the princess will come to exchange things next time. He still has several flavors of nutrients, and he can exchange more of these delicious fruits at that time. Thinking of this, he instantly became happy again. Su Dai didn't expect that after she left, the advanced team would almost have a big battle because of her 2 bunches of sand grapes. At this time, she was biting the nutrients and quickly gave birth to a batch of plants. She planned to arrange everything to be planted on the black soil in the next 2 days, and the most important defensive and offensive plants should also be arranged. By then, even if she is not there for the time being, this piece of land will be able to form a self-protection circle, making her base camp more stable. Chapter 32. The next day, Su Dai and Moss also exchanged nutrients of different flavors. After eating these things, they gradually overlapped with the memories of the original owner left in her body. This taste is really ordinary. It is really a bit unaccustomed to the human beings on Earth, especially since she is a wood-type mutant. As we all know, in the end of the world, the most lacking thing for mutants like her is food. Of course, meat resources are still very scarce, but they often cultivate fruits themselves and exchange meat with others, and their lives are very good. After satisfying her curiosity, Su Dai is no longer interested in nutrients, and she stayed in the base camp for several days to work hard. But Su Dai didn't know that in the field where they were working in front, the dwarves had contacted the Imperial advance team several times, and several times they still parted unhappily. When the dwarves saw the Imperials appearing in front of them, they all called them liars. The story started with Su Dai's disappearance. Since she hadn't come here for several days, the advance team members, who had already enjoyed the wonderful taste of fruits and vegetables, looked pale when they ate their nutrients again. After repairing the spacecraft every day, they stared at the dividing line eagerly, hoping that the princess would bring real objects to exchange. But after watching for so many days, Su Dai's figure never appeared. Moss was the first one who couldn't stand it. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his mental strength became much more active after eating the princess's food. Besides, the food was so delicious that his endurance had reached its limit, so when his captain was not paying attention, he took a large bag of nutrients and quietly walked towards the dwarves working in front. Seeing him coming, the dwarves took a look and went back to work. After so many days of getting along, the dwarves were no longer afraid of these outsiders, and sometimes they would gather together to watch them. It was the change in the dwarves' mentality that made it easy for Moss to exchange food with them. Holding the basket of fruits he exchanged, Moss ran quickly towards the spaceship, fearing that the dwarves behind him would regret it the next second. In his opinion, it was a big profit to exchange a pack of nutrients for a basket of fruits. Sure enough, when he returned to the base, his teammates saw him holding a basket of fruits, and their eyes lit up. They quickly came to him and said, "Xiao Mo, you are so good. Where are you from? Is it the princess?" Now they can say the word princess very smoothly. They seem to believe what Su Dai said before. In their hearts, they still vaguely feel that their princess may be framed, but their major general is definitely not among those people. For the reputation of the major general, all the advanced team members reached a consensus that they will observe the princess carefully during the abandoned star, and then investigate the truth, so as not to let the princess misunderstand the character of their major general. But now their focus is on food. Looking at these fragrant fruits, they can't help swallowing their saliva, and only the word "want to eat" flashes in their eyes. Moss felt great pain as he watched his teammates surrounding him like wolves. He knew that the food he had worked so hard to get might soon be gone. He could only make a final struggle and howl, "I worked so hard to get all this. Don't try to take advantage of me. You can't just fleece your own family." His teammates were a little embarrassed by his howling. Taizhan, a muscular team member, coughed and said, "Xiao Mo, didn't the princess exchange this with you? You are the only one among us who knows the princess. So we can't blame them for taking advantage of their own family. They are justified." Looking at these teammates who refused to give up, Moss shouted loudly, "Who said that the princess exchanged this with me? I exchanged this with those dwarves. Go now. 1 pack of nutrients can be exchanged for a basket of fruits. I see they still have a lot left." When these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Captain Levis, who had just come out of the maintenance room, also happened to hear these words. Before others could react, he interrupted and said, "Since this fruit is a good thing, let's all go and exchange some." He then looked at the only short-haired female team member in the team. "Helen, you and Moss take the nutrients together and exchange some with them. Exchange as many as you can." What he was thinking was that these dwarves would definitely regret it at any time, so he should exchange as many as he could before they reacted. Of course, if they really liked to eat nutrients, that would be the best thing. Hearing the words of their captain, everyone's eyes lit up and responded loudly. Without waiting for Levis to continue to order, everyone turned around and ran away. In a short while, they all held large bags of nutrients in their hands, and their momentum was high, as if they were going to do a big fight. Levis twitched his mouth and stopped the others who wanted to go with him. "Taizhan will go with Helen and Moss, and everyone else will stay. You will scare those timid dwarves." Seeing the others' unconvinced look, he warned them, "Don't forget what the dwarves said, that their ancestors were enslaved by the pioneers. Everyone must know why this planet has become like this." Hearing this, everyone's face was a little embarrassed. These days, they have also conducted some explorations on this planet and found some things. These things forced them to admit a fact that there are traces of the Imperial pioneers here, and what the dwarves said may be true. Once these things are proven and published on the Star Network, the Imperial pioneers may face trial by the Imperial Court. This matter is too serious. As non-staff members of the Imperial Army, their advance team cannot be sure what decision the Imperial Army will make once this matter is leaked, and whether they will be abandoned pawns. The uncertainty of the matter is too great. For the sake of safety, all they can do now is not to say anything and keep everything in their hearts. Not long after going out, Helen and Tieshan's three-person team came back together, holding baskets of fruits in their hands, and the three of them ran back with smiles on their faces. The teammates who had been waiting eagerly in the spaceship came out to greet them first, took the baskets from their hands, and praised them happily. "Great! I didn't expect to exchange so many things. Fortunately, we still have a storage room. These things are enough for us to eat for a few days." The next 2 days, the Empire Vanguard spent them in joy. They felt that their mental strength was unprecedentedly active in these 2 days. This feeling was really great. Eating the delicious fruits, everyone was thinking about exchanging some of these fruits tomorrow. Compared to their happy mood, the dwarves, who had eaten the nutritional supplements for 2 days, were not in a good mood. They felt that this thing was not delicious at all. No wonder the messengers of God did not come to exchange this thing for the past 2 days. They must have felt that this thing was super unpalatable just like them. The dwarves could not help but stamp their feet in anger when they thought of the delicious fruits that were exchanged for them, and they shouted loudly in the direction of the spaceship. What a cunning imperial people. So when the advance team came to exchange food again, the dwarves looked at them, as if they were facing a great enemy, with angry expressions on their faces. When they heard that they wanted to exchange nutrients for food, the dwarves immediately stomped their feet at them loudly. "No, no. Your food is so bad, we won't exchange it. You are liars. Yes, you are liars. You cheated the envoy of God, and you want to cheat us. No way. The chief is right. There are no good people among these guys. They are the same as the devil who enslaved us." Seeing that the dwarves were about to get angry, Tata, the successor of the chief, immediately stood up to maintain order and shouted at the tribesmen, "Since you don't want to exchange, go to work. If you delay work, don't blame me and the chief for not giving you dinner." As soon as these words came out, the angry dwarves immediately became honest, bared their teeth at the other side's Imperial advance team, and then buried their heads to continue digging the soil. Seeing that the tribesmen were quiet, Tata breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned to look at the advance team, his face became tense, and he sternly rejected their intention. "Don't even think about it. We won't exchange things with you. Such unpalatable food, you should keep it for yourself." As if afraid that they would have some idea, Tata added, "Our food is all given by the gods, and you people have no fear of life and death, so your food is not tasty." After hearing this, the people on the advance team changed color on their faces, and there was a trace of embarrassment on their faces, but they quickly suppressed it and thought about what to do next. Moss was the first to restore his harmless appearance, and was ready to continue to fool Tata like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. When he was about to speak, Tata, who had learned his lesson, directly drove them away. "Go away, go away, don't stay here and get in the way. We still have a lot of work to do. Who is as idle as you?" Tata pinched his waist and took a look at the nutrients in their hands. With an extremely disgusted look, they would not exchange delicious fruits for them. The nutrient in his hand is not as delicious as fruit and insect meat. Only a fool would exchange it. Helen and the other team members, who were carrying things, looked at each other, knowing that no matter what they said, they would not be able to exchange the other party's food. They could not hide their frustration. If they could not provoke disputes, they would not mind crossing the line to grab some directly. At most, they would give more nutrient. It's a pity that the lover Elsa stood behind these dwarves, so they could only go back silently. Watching their backs turning and leaving, Tata's heart immediately cheered, and he couldn't help but grinning excitedly. Oh my god, he can drive these imperial people away. He tried hard to suppress his feet that wanted to jump up. When he returned, he must tell the chieftain this great news. As expected, with the messenger of God, their Huster tribe will never be bullied again. Long live the messenger of God. Long live the gods. Chapter 33. After Moss and his companions failed to exchange food, the atmosphere in the spaceship was sluggish for several days. Leva said a few words of encouragement, but found that everyone just responded with him, but had no motivation to work. So he silently wondered whether he should find a time to meet the princess. He had a question in his mind for several days, and the answer to this question was very important to him, or it could be said that it was very important to the entire empire. While he frowned and thought, a figure avoided everyone's sight and sneaked out of the spaceship with hurried steps and walked farther and farther. On the other side, Sudai had already carried out large-scale planting in the entire lit area according to the defense blueprint planned on the system. On the periphery of this area, she arranged several layers of defense plants. Once an aggressive creature came in, it would be fully attacked and strangled. Inside, she divided the black gold land into many planting areas, on which various edible fruits and vegetables were planted. He planted tall windbreak and sand-fixing trees at every distance, and arranged a magic vine branch for monitoring at every distance. Once a problem occurs, the magic vine branch will report the situation to the main magic vine. As a symbiotic organism with a magic vine, she will know what happened in each area at the first time. Under such an impenetrable arrangement, Su Dai believes that even if she is not there, she can clearly grasp any possible situation, and she will respond in time at the first time. This is her first time to use plants to arrange this kind of defense. How effective it is still needs practice to prepare. But she had a hunch that God would not let her days pass so peacefully, and she had to maintain a sense of crisis at all times. If her hunch was correct, the opportunity to put it into practice would not be far away. With this in mind, Su Dai officially announced that the work in this area had come to an end for the time being, and it was time for her to leave. As soon as she released herself, the system voice in her mind rang, "Host, host, host." Su Dai's mouth twitched, and she said lazily, "Don't shout, I'm not dead yet, what's wrong with you?" "Host, host, Hope Home has detected an abnormality in a piece of land. Please go check it out immediately." Abnormal? Abnormal? Su Dai didn't react to what this meant for a while, and couldn't help frowning and thinking, is there any land in her area that is not abnormal? As if knowing what she was thinking, the small system stomped its feet in her sea of consciousness. This is different. I detected that a new life is being born, but I can't find out what it is. After saying that, seeing that Su Dai hadn't taken any action, she urged again, "Host, please act quickly, don't be in a daze anymore." Well, Su Dai felt that if she didn't go and take a look, this irritable little system might cry in her mind again. Thinking about it, she directly opened the Hope Home system to locate the abnormal red dot position, and went through it directly through the arbitrary door. Standing on the black gold land, Su Dai looked at the 1,000 square meter land in front of her. There were indeed trees growing on it. Su Dai approached a tree and looked at it. It seemed a little unusual. There was a small tree half a person's height, bare all over, but on the branches there were lotus buds. Su Dai reached out and touched it, but she was not sure whether the green color was the bud of this tree. Looking around, this piece of land is full of trees like this, and the spacing between them is very regular, as if someone has deliberately measured it with a tape measure. After searching in her mind, she suddenly found that she didn't seem to have planted this kind of plant. She remembered that some magnolia seeds were sown on this land at that time. Although those seeds were transformed by her energy, they could not become another species. It was really strange. At this time, the small system was still urging her to check carefully in her mind. To be on the safe side, Su Dai used her mental power to search the entire land. She could feel the rich energy under the land that was several times higher than the surrounding area, and then her mental power touched the skeletons buried under the sand. When she used her mental power to see what those skeletons were, Su Dai was refreshed, and she thought the answer should be here. To confirm her idea, she used her mental power to sense it again. Just like what she saw last time, there were huge skeletons underneath, some of which had not yet completely rotted. These skeletons were not some other creatures, but the insects that she had the dwarves bury collectively under the sand because they died so miserably last time. These insects have now become nutrients for this land, which has caused the energy of this land to exceed the surrounding area by several times. As for why the magnolia tree she planted mutated, Su Dai touched her chin and thought it might be related to the absorption of these energies. Thinking that she had sorted out the logical sequence of this matter, Su Dai comforted the small system instead. "You and I have checked it. The only abnormality here is that the energy concentration exceeds the standard. Apart from that, we don't feel any other danger. You said that new species have appeared. Perhaps it should be these magnolia trees that absorb energy and cause themselves to mutate." The small system always felt that something was wrong, but the facts were in front of him, and he had no other findings, so he could only nod his head unhappily. Okay, maybe these mutated trees. Seeing his dejected look, Su Dai couldn't bear to hit him, so she could only continue to comfort him. "Anyway, we will know what happened here sooner or later. If there is really a new species, it is only a matter of time before we find it." The small system originally thought that it would be laughed at, but it was suddenly comforted like this, and it was embarrassed in an instant. It pretended to be fierce and hummed twice, and then it didn't say anything again. Su Dai knew that he was embarrassed, and didn't expose him. He just chuckled, and felt the other party's angry stomping in his mind, and quickly coughed to stop laughing. Dee, what a proud and delicate guy. At this moment, a mental wave came from her mind, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Old friend, what's wrong? Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Before she could continue to wonder, her mental power sensed the call of the little zombie Xingming again. Realizing that something might have happened, he did not delay here and quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. At this time, on the sand and stones by the lake, the little zombie Xingming and the magic vine were completely entangled together, and neither could do anything to the other. The two sides could only keep rolling on the sand and stones. When they were about to roll into the lake, Su Dai arrived just in time. Seeing that the little zombie was about to fall into the lake in the next second, Su Dai directly controlled the magic vine to hold Xingming, and also pull the other party out of the danger. Seeing a man and a plant standing in front of her, Su Dai looked around and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What are you two doing? Don't tell me you are playing games." Don't think she didn't notice that these two guys were clearly fighting just now. If these two guys dare to be stubborn today, she promises to beat them fairly and impartially until they tell the truth. But obviously none of the two guys in front of her were stubborn. Seeing her coming, they couldn't wait to come to her to complain. Xiao Xingming could only finish his words slowly. Compared with the magic vine that was originally Su Dai's symbiotic body, he was one step late in complaining. When he started to speak slowly, Mo Tung had already finished complaining in Su Dai's mind. Looking at Xiao Xingming, who was speaking seriously, Su Dai glared at the magic vine, signaling it to be honest. Xingming saw that the magic vine was no longer approaching, so he slowly took out the egg in his arms and carefully handed it to Su Dai. "Egg, it's moving inside. You can't eat it. This is Su's." Sure enough, through the two guys' respective statements, Su Dai has figured out what's going on. Looking at a round egg, it's obvious that this egg has been hatched and alive, and the energy wrapped inside has begun to leak out. The magic vine sensed that this is a good thing and wanted to eat this egg, but the little zombie refused to give it to her, so the two guys started fighting. Su Dai reached out to take the white egg and recognized that this was the first egg sent by the system. When her fingers touched it, she really felt a slight beating sound inside. It seems that this egg is growing very healthily. She transferred a little energy into it, and to her surprise, the egg did not bounce back her energy this time. She transferred energy to the eggshell again, and sure enough, the little guy inside absorbed all the energy again. As if eating very happily, the eggshell was shaking in her hand. It seemed that he wanted to continue to ask for energy. Su Dai's face turned black, and she quickly handed the egg back to Xiao Xingming. This unknown egg was too delicious. No one's energy was blown by the wind. She couldn't let it go on like this. The little zombie took the egg and looked at her with confusion, not understanding why she suddenly didn't like eggs. Su Dai pretended not to see his eyes, coughed, pointed at the egg and said, "You should keep this egg here. I think he likes you very much." After she said this, she felt that the magic vine was expressing dissatisfaction in her mind. She quickly comforted the magic vine in her mind. "Old friend, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Wait until this guy hatches, we will raise it, and then eat it. Now this egg is too boring." After being comforted a few times, the magic vine reluctantly agreed with her, and shook its branches to indicate that it promised her that it would not eat this egg for the time being. Su Dai, the master of keeping balance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she received an alarm from the Hope Home system in her mind. Chapter 34. Host alarm. Su Dai was so annoyed by the alarm in his head that he cut off the system's repeater and said, "Speak to me nicely, what alarm is that?" "Dear host, according to the Hope Home system, your plantation base number 8 is being stolen. Please go and catch them immediately. It is everyone's responsibility to protect our home." Su Dai rolled his eyes. Isn't it just someone stealing things? Why is there such a fuss? His fingers quickly found the location of the number 8 plantation on the Hope Home system, located it directly, and prepared to use the portal to go directly there. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and warn the little zombie and the magic vine. "You two are not allowed to fight again. If I find you, you will die." After saying that, without waiting for their answer, he stepped into the random door and disappeared from the spot. At the number 8 plantation, there were bursts of howling shouts, full of pain, and louder than the last, one after another, and the sound spread far away. The dwarves who were working pricked up their ears in confusion and looked at each other. They all saw the same doubt in each other's eyes. Did they hear someone shouting for help just now? At this moment of staring, they seemed to hear the voice again. One of the dwarves couldn't help but say to the people around, "Hey, did you hear someone shouting for help?" As soon as he said this, the dwarves around nodded and started talking. "So you heard it too? I thought I heard it wrong." Yes, I heard it a long time ago. That sound is so miserable, like the sound you shouted when you were whipped by the gods before, ha ha." The man named Momoko was not angry when his weakness was exposed. He smiled and proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course, I am the strongest person in the tribe, so of course my shout must be the loudest." As soon as he said this, the other dwarfs were not convinced, and said that they were the strongest. Seeing that the topic was about to go off track, Tata, as the agent of the tribe leader, quickly interrupted them. The sound seemed to come from the direction of the orchard. How could there be someone there? No one would steal things. Let's go and have a look. He didn't know that he had hit the truth with one word. He thought that since the gods gave them this land to work on, they must not let the gods down and must not let anyone destroy their new home. With this firm belief, a group of dwarfs followed him, and they ran in the direction of the sound with great vigor and vigor. The Imperials who had been watching their movements in the spaceship immediately reported the matter to Levis. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Levis's eyebrows jumped. You said those dwarves hurriedly went in a certain direction? The subordinates nodded quickly, and Tyzon came up and said, Captain, something must have happened. Should we go and take a look? Others also followed suit. Yes. Let's go and take a look. Could it be that something happened to Princess Elsa? Levis thought about it, and nodded when he thought that he might meet Princess Elsa. Okay, everyone take your own things. Let's go and see what happened. After saying that, he looked around the crowd and frowned. Why is there one person missing? Where did Moss go? Helen shrugged. He never likes to stay in the spaceship. Maybe he went somewhere to play again. The others nodded, indicating that they didn't see where Moss went. Maybe he went to exchange food with the princess. Levis had a headache. Since he was forced to land here, Moss has been running around almost every day. After all, he can't get rid of this guy. He shouldn't encounter any danger in the princess's territory. I leave him a message. You go first, and I follow. The team members nodded, turned around and quickly tracked the direction where the dwarves were running. At this time, in the middle of the number 8 planting area, a figure was running fast in the field. There were countless silver magnetic needles flashing around him. The magnetic needles flashed cold light, and directly pierced into his body. The man screamed in pain, screaming and running, very embarrassed. When the dwarves arrived, they saw this scene and were frightened, especially when they felt the cold magnetic needles sliding across their cheeks. They all shrank their heads and backed away. As they backed away, the advance team also followed. Seeing the people running among the trees, they were shocked and shouted in shock, Isn't that Xiaomo? At this time, the dwarves also retreated to a safe distance. Hearing the people behind them talking, Tata stood up angrily, pointed at them and cursed. I said you are not good people. Look at what your people are doing. You actually ran to the territory of the god's messenger to steal things. You are so hateful, you are all robbers. Robber, robber, robber. The dwarves behind Tata also shouted repeatedly, glaring at the advance team with angry eyes. Tyzon was a hot-tempered person. He was furious when he was told that to his face. He raised his eyebrows, and was about to fight. The remaining few people were also unhappy, but they knew that this was not the time to make trouble. They all reached out to grab Tyzon and stop him. In the end, it was Captain Levis who arrived in time and reached out to stop the running subordinates. Looking at Tyzon, who was being held, his eyebrows and eyes were directly pressed down, and he shouted in a low voice, Tyzon, all of you stand still. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Moss, who was running in the middle of the field, seemed to have discovered them. As if he saw a relative, he ran towards this direction while howling. As he ran, the countless magnetic needles chasing behind him also turned in a different direction and followed closely. The dwarves who sensed danger fled in all directions, and no longer cared about confronting the advance team. At this time, Moss only had his team members in his eyes. He cried and shouted, Captain, save me, come and help me. The advance team looked at the dense magnetic needles flying over, and they felt their scalps tingling and stepped back uncontrollably. Levis was a responsible captain after all. He shouted to everyone, take out your weapons and rescue Xiaomo. At the command, everyone instinctively took out their weapons. With Levis's shout, they rushed forward with laser guns, trying to pull Moss out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. They thought it was beautiful, but they underestimated the power of the magnetic needles. After they finally knocked down the oncoming magnetic needles, countless magnetic needles came to fill in behind. For a while, the only sound heard in the field was the sound of the magnetic needles piercing the flesh, and the sound of puffing and puffing sounded one after another, followed by the sound of the advance team members groaning and shouting. As if sensing the increase in the number of invaders, the number of magnetic needles increased sharply. Under this fierce attack, even the toughest man could not help but let out a howl. Tyzon was originally the strongest man in the team, but he was no longer the tough guy image before. He didn't even care to take the laser sword in his hand, and ran around the field holding his head. Except for Levis, who still maintained a trace of the captain's dignity, everyone else had already run around the field without caring about their image. Seeing their miserable state, the dwarves retreated in fear, fearing that they would be included in the attack range if they were a step late, and their legs were shaking like seas. In this one-sided situation, Su Dai appeared in the center of the number 8 planting base through the arbitrary door. As soon as she stood on the ground, she felt the magnetic needle whizzing past her ear. Before she could react to what was happening, a variety of mixed howling sounds came from the air, and one of the voices was the loudest and most shrill, as if she was suffering from some unbearable torture. Su Dai felt that the hairs on the back of her neck were all screamed out by the sound. She touched her neck, and saw a chaotic scene in front of her following the sound. Especially when she saw Moss jumping in it like a gorilla, she couldn't help but frown and walked in their direction. The magnetic needle in the air consciously avoided her, so a safe encirclement was formed around her. Moss was the first to discover her arrival. When he saw Su Dai, his eyes lit up, and he ran quickly behind her. As he did this, the other members of the advance team followed him without thinking. Seeing these people sitting around her, Su Dai looked at their miserable appearance after being stabbed, and was sure that they had learned enough. Then she output her energy, and her mental power spread out all at once, covering the land with force and arrogance. As if receiving some kind of order, the magnetic needles in the air fell to the ground one after another. Within a few seconds, all the attacks stopped, and the number 8 planting area returned to its former calm, as if nothing had happened. Su Dai only felt that the sound of the macho man's howling beside her was too tragic. She subconsciously wanted to raise her foot and move forward, but after taking a step, the person hiding behind him also followed her forward with rolling and crawling. Su Dai. I could only look back helplessly, and stare at them with my eyes. The moment they looked at each other, silence spread between them. Su Dai looked at their faces that were swelling up quickly, and each of them began to develop in the direction of pig heads. It was sympathetic to look at them, and she was speechless. The members of the advance team were completely unaware that they had become pig heads. They were shocked by the powerful mental power of their eldest princess. In just a short while, their mental power was suppressed to death. Realizing what was going on, they were shocked and stared at Su Dai in front of them in disbelief. Their breath was stuck in their throats, unable to come up or down. Is this the mental power of their eldest princess? Too strong. Although they looked miserable, Su Dai only sympathized with them for a few seconds. She still had to interrogate them. She looked around them, and finally stopped at Moss, who was the most miserable. She hooked her finger at him and smiled. Moss didn't feel the danger coming at all. At this time, Su Dai was a protective umbrella in his eyes. Seeing that the other party was waving at him, he ran toward Su Dai without thinking. Before Levis, who was standing on the side, could stop him, Moss had already run to Su Dai. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Dai directly stretched out her hand to pinch the other party's cheek, making Moss scream, as if he wanted to resist but couldn't. Tell me why you ran here. If she guessed correctly, it must be this child who took the lead. Moss grinned in pain, and when he heard her words, his eyes rolled around, and he looked very guilty. Su Dai was not in a hurry. She looked at Levis, who was about to warn her, and snorted in her heart. He wants to see how this naughty kid is going to make up lies. Levis felt his mental power was suppressed as soon as he moved. He subconsciously took a step back. His eyes were full of fear of the strong. Every cell in his body seemed to be reminding him of the danger. Under the strong mental power of Su Dai, everything was exposed. Moss only felt the sweat on his forehead dripping down. He felt the danger belatedly. At this time, all the lies he made up had been swallowed by him. He opened his mouth and blurted out all the words in his heart. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to come here to pick some fruits to eat. I swear I have no bad intentions. It's just that the fruits you gave me, the princess, are too delicious. As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller. Moss also realized that he had accidentally said what he said in his heart. Then he covered his mouth in annoyance. He was ashamed and embarrassed. For a while, he was at a loss. The field fell silent again. Su Dai was speechless after hearing this explanation. She looked at the members of the advance team opposite with an inquiring look. So this guy caused this misfortune just for food? The members of the advance team were also embarrassed. Although they vaguely guessed the reason, now that it was exposed openly, they just wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves in it. Although they were only non-staff members of the Imperial Army, it was too embarrassing. As the captain, Levis also felt ashamed. Even though he knew how tempting those fruits were, he never expected that Moss could find someone else's plantation for food, and most importantly, he was caught by the man. The man was caught on the spot. For a moment, he really felt a little disappointed with his son, and secretly swore in his heart that after getting him back, he must strengthen the training of this kid. It was really embarrassing for their previous team. No matter how embarrassing it was, as the captain, he had to take responsibility. Levis stepped forward, walked to Moss's side, and said to Su Dai with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, Princess. I didn't think highly of the team members, so he did such a thing. Since he was punished this time, please forgive his immature behavior." God's messenger, no. They are all liars. Levis was interrupted by a loud voice before he finished speaking. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a wrinkled old dwarf running towards them with a group of dwarves. The old dwarf ran and shouted loudly, "God's messenger, don't listen to them, they are here to steal things. If you hadn't thought of a countermeasure long ago, these guys would have succeeded." After the old dwarf finished speaking, the dwarves who had already arrived at the battlefield also followed behind him and echoed, "Yes, yes, we all saw it. They are here to steal things." Thinking that the planting base would suffer, these dwarves were indignant. It must be because their food is not delicious, so they want to steal God's food. That's right. They are a liar, using such unpalatable things, and still want to exchange our food. Yes, that's why they were punished. Our God's messenger is still powerful. Our God's messenger is omnipotent. They don't want to do bad things under our God's nose. Our God's messenger is sent by the gods to protect our planet. These guys are so thick-skinned, and they keep trying to get close to the God's messenger and say that the God's messenger is the princess. I said that the God's messenger is our master. Yes, yes, these imperial people are so shameless. Chapter 35. Various indignant voices continued to sound. Su Dai listened to the unconscious truth of these dwarves, and quickly coughed and gestured to interrupt them from continuing to speak. "Okay, I know everything. I won't let the fruits of everyone's hard work be destroyed." With just this sentence, the restless dwarves were calmed down. As expected, they stood behind Su Dai obediently, as if they would do whatever the messenger of God said. Incomparably obedient. Compared to the eager eyes of the dwarves, the faces of the Imperial Advance team who were ridiculed on the opposite side were not very good, but they could only listen and let it go because they were in a worse situation, so they could only look at Su Dai. Under the gaze of so many pairs of eyes, Su Dai frowned and pondered for a while. When she looked at the crowd again, she had already made up her mind, so she said calmly, "I warned you on the first day you arrived that you were not allowed to cross the line. If you cross the line, you will have to bear the consequences." As she spoke, she looked around at everyone, and the advance team members lowered their heads in embarrassment. They also remembered the situation when they were warned at that time. This made it even more difficult for them to defend themselves, and they could only listen quietly. Su Dai was very satisfied with the reaction, so she continued, "Since you made a mistake, no matter who it is, you have to bear the consequences, don't you think?" The advance team members were in the wrong first, and now they were on the other side's territory, and the other side was their eldest princess, so they seemed to have no choice but to bear the consequences. Levis took a deep breath, and as the captain, he nodded. His attitude was very sincere. "No matter what the consequences are, we will bear them. What do you need us to do, eldest princess?" Seeing his attitude, Su Dai nodded in her heart. This is a good captain, which meets her requirements for talents, but the appropriate punishment still needs to be carried out. You are a good captain. In this case, I am not unreasonable. You will work for me for free for 3 months starting tomorrow, as compensation for this matter. As soon as this result came out, the terrified advance team breathed a sigh of relief. Moss also looked like he had escaped a disaster. He nodded quickly and said hurriedly, "I am willing to accept this punishment. Princess, you are a good person." The latter sentence was said with true feelings and tears in his eyes. He really thought he was going to die here this time, but he didn't expect the princess to be so good. Others had the same feeling. Under the strong mental pressure of Su Dai, they thought they were dead for a moment. Hearing this result, they couldn't help but agree with Moss. Princess Elsa is really a good person. Compared to those team members, who looked like they had escaped a disaster, Levis's mind was more complicated, especially when he met Su Dai's eyes of affirmation. For him, who had always been an extra staff member, he was excited and vaguely grateful. What he had been trying to get for so many years was finally affirmed here, especially when the other party was the eldest princess abandoned by the Empire, which made him feel very complicated. If the eldest princess had not been expelled and still had the first right of succession, he would be willing to devote his life to her and serve her loyally, but, unfortunately, such thoughts flashed through Levis' mind quickly. When he came to his senses, he was also shocked by his own thoughts. He quickly restrained his expression and nodded to Su Dai and promised, "Thank you, eldest princess, for showing mercy. I will take the team members to listen to your arrangements tomorrow." Su Dai saw that they all agreed, and she was very satisfied. She looked at their faces meaningfully. These people didn't think that it was easy to work for free for 3 months, did they? It was obvious that the people in the advanced team really thought so. They had observed the work of the dwarves these days. When they heard about work, they had assumed that they were just turning the soil and planting. This was not very difficult for them. On the contrary, if they could get free food, it would not be a punishment for them at all, but a fair trade. In an instant, they were already happy in their hearts, and they couldn't help but smile. Seeing their looks, Su Dai knew that these people had misunderstood, but she didn't plan to point it out. Anyway, these people will know tomorrow, so let them have a good dream now. I hope they can stick to it for 3 months, otherwise don't blame her for letting the magnetic needle prick these people into pig heads again. With no one saying anything, both sides showed satisfied smiles, and the scene was extremely harmonious for a while. At this moment, Su Dai's nerves jumped, and something flashed quickly in her sea of consciousness, and disappeared quickly before she could catch it. In less than a few seconds, the system's voice sounded in her mind. "Host, please go back quickly, host." Su Dai raised her eyebrows, feeling that she had guessed it, and asked calmly, "Tell me, what happened this time?" Her unhurried look caused the small system to protest in her sea of consciousness. "Host, this is really a big deal. Please pay attention. Your egg is about to break the shell." Her eggs? What eggs? Su Dai was speechless, and her head was full of question marks. Her stupid look made the small system even more anxious, and it raised its voice and shouted, "Why are there no eggs? You still have 2 eggs. Aren't they all given to you by me?" At this time, Su Dai had already reacted to what this guy was talking about. It turned out to be this. No wonder she always felt something was wrong just now. Thinking that the eggs were all in Xiao Xingming's hands, he couldn't care about this place. He could only quickly retract his mental power and wave to the people in front of him. "Do what you should do. I have taken protective measures for each planting area here. You'd better not get close. That's it for now. We talk about the work tomorrow." After saying that, she retracted all her mental power, waved to everyone, and directly used the system's arbitrary door to disappear in front of them. Seeing this scene, the advanced team was stunned again, and a horrified thought came to their mind. Grand Princess? Did their Grand Princess tear the space just now? Levis, who saw this scene, felt that the absurd thought before appeared in his mind again, and he was even shaking his posture. Trying to suppress this thought, Levis turned back and ordered the equally shocked team members. "Everyone line up, return to the spaceship." Hearing the order of their captain, everyone suddenly woke up, and their bodies responded instinctively, and then they found that their whole body was almost twisted with pain. So everyone passed by the dwarves with a twisted face. This made the dwarves who were ready to laugh at their ugliness all step back and look at them defensively, fearing that they would suddenly go crazy. These guys are so ugly, they won't take revenge on them while the messenger is away, right? Chapter 36. Through the system's arbitrary door, Su Dai came directly to Xiao Xingming, and saw the little zombie holding the egg, at a loss. He looked like an old father holding a newborn child, not daring to move his hands and feet, and looked completely stiff. Seeing him like this, Su Dai laughed unkindly. Seeing Su Dai coming, Xiao Xingming immediately looked at her for help. "Su is out, it's coming out." Su Dai saw that he was at a loss, and finally stepped forward to take the white egg in his hand, took it in her hand and looked at it, and sure enough, she saw that there were already broken lines on the front of the eggshell. Using her mental power to feel it, the heart of the little guy inside was still beating slowly, and the tip of the eggshell could still feel the little guy pecking hard. "It's okay. It's trying to break out of the shell. All creatures that come out of eggs are like this. Just put it on the sand." Su Dai put the egg in the little zombie's hand again, and pointed to a piece of protruding sand, and said with a smile, "Hey, that piece of sand, the temperature there is just right. Xingming, just put it on it." Xiao Xingming held the egg and looked at him quite aggressively, as if condemning her for being irresponsible with his eyes. Su Dai smiled and stretched lazily, pretending to see nothing and muttering to herself, "Oh, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with tomorrow. I'd better eat early and rest early today, so that I can have the energy to arrange people's work tomorrow." After that, she took out a handful of dried insect meat that she didn't know when she made it, and while replenishing energy, she built her own house with thorns, and in her heart she had to think about how to tame the guys in the advanced team to the greatest extent tomorrow. Under the resentful eyes of the little zombie Xingming, Su Dai whistled and busied herself with her own things. After a 2-story thorn house was built, she clapped her hands in satisfaction, ate fruit, pointed to the room next to it, and said to Xingming, "This is the house I left for you. If you like it, it's yours." The little zombie who was concentrating on taking care of the eggs finally got better after hearing this. Carefully scraped the sand around the eggshell, looked up and asked Su Dai, "Su, can you put the egg in the house together?" Su Dai nodded, a little surprised in her heart. She didn't expect the little zombie to value the egg so much. After thinking about it, she answered seriously, "It's okay." After thinking about it, she continued to add, "Don't worry, it will definitely hatch tomorrow. Birds and animals all come this way. Besides, she has already used her mental power to sense that although the heartbeat of this little guy is a little slower, it is not a big problem to break the shell." Hearing her words, Xingming's serious expression finally faded a little, holding the eggshell and earnestly assured Su Dai, "Su, don't worry, I will take good care of your eggs." Xingming, who had always stuttered, rarely spoke a sentence without pausing and finished it smoothly this time. But the content of the words made Su Dai black line, and couldn't help twitching her mouth. "What do you mean by her eggs? It's as if she laid them." P.S. It was dark now. In front of the house, there was a basket of fresh fruits and vegetables sent by the dwarves, as well as half of the chopped insect meat. Su Dai didn't say anything and directly stuffed the basket into the next room, pushing the other person in without giving him a chance to speak. Finally, her eyes were clear. Su Dai clapped her hands and turned back to her room. She swore that no matter what happened next door tonight, she would pretend that she didn't hear anything. But in the second half of the night, there was a banging sound on her wall. Su Dai was still conscious in the warm pool at this time. When this disturbing sound appeared, it was as if a big hand pulled her out of the warm dream. She opened her eyes angrily. Her mind was not clear yet, and she heard the urgent shouting of the small system in her mind. "Host is not good, not good, your egg is going to die." Su Dai gritted her teeth, saying that it was not her egg, not her egg. At this time, the banging sound rang again. Su Dai looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was the sound of the next room, hitting her side. There was no one in the next room except Xiao Xingming. Combining what the small system said, she guessed that it must be about the egg. At this time, she didn't care that her practice was interrupted. She directly opened the thorns on the wall, and saw Xiao Xingming with anxious eyes. This guy was raising his fist, and preparing to continue to hit the thorn wall. When he saw her, he opened his mouth and was about to speak. Su Dai waved her hand to show that she knew everything, and turned her footsteps, and walked towards the direction of the egg. At this time, the white egg the size of an ostrich was placed in the central sand, and the entire eggshell had cracks on it. Obviously, the little guy inside could come out if he tried harder, but at this moment Su Dai felt that there were not many signs of life inside. She reached out and picked up the egg, while transmitting energy and using her mental power to sense the situation inside. She felt very strange in her heart. It was fine when she checked it before. Logically, the little guy should not have such a situation. She did not find any other abnormalities in the same space that night. This was strange. After her mental power wandered around in the eggshell for a few times, she could clearly understand the situation inside. The little guy inside was in a very bad situation. He had no heartbeat and only a very weak breath, as if he could be cut off at any time. Su Dai had no choice in this situation. She could give birth to various plants and bring them back to life, but plants and animals were different. She could only use energy to save them to the maximum extent. As for whether they could survive, it depended on the little guy's desire to survive. In order to facilitate her rescue, Su Dai took the egg back to her room directly. Seeing the little zombie following her eagerly, she did not close the door between the two rooms. Her house was originally formed by the growth of thorny vines, and the internal space can be transformed by the thorny vines at will. In the second half of the night, Su Dai put the white egg on her legs, using her mental power to stimulate the creature inside the eggshell, while using her mental power to explore the situation. When the sky was slightly bright, she finally felt the vitality coming from the eggshell, and the heartbeat of the little guy inside began to stabilize. Su Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the energy input. It should be alive. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the little zombie staring at him eagerly. Seeing her movements, Xiao Xingming's eyes lit up, and he looked at her eagerly and worriedly. Su Dai waved at him, showing a soothing look, indicating that he was fine. Xiao Xingming breathed a sigh of relief, and placed a lot of food in front of Su Dai as if to show his courtesy. There was still a trace of unevaporated moisture on the various fruits. Su Dai watched his series of movements, looked him up and down, and asked earnestly, "Xingming, tell me the truth, this egg has nothing to do with you, right?" Xingming tilted his head, as if thinking about the answer, and after a while he pointed at the egg and then at Su Dai. "Su, yours, I will protect it." Su Dai's eyebrows pulled. This reason really made her unable to refute. She was afraid that if she continued to say so, the egg would become hers. After taking a look outside and seeing that it was already bright, Su Dai put the egg in her pocket so that she could transfer energy at any time, and said to Xing Ming, "It's dawn, I have work for you today, let's go together." Having something to give to him, the little zombie Xing Ming's eyes brightened up, and his expression was very excited. He nodded solemnly to Su Dai and said word by word, "I will listen to you, and will definitely do it well." At the end, he even hummed to express his firm attitude. The little zombie holding another egg passed through the arbitrary door, and arrived at the place where he was working in front with Su Dai. As soon as they arrived, the advance team who had been waiting noticed them. Under the leadership of the Captain Levis, the team members all trotted towards Su Dai to gather. Chapter 37. When Su Dai and Xing Ming arrived at the planting site, the advance team had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them suddenly appear out of thin air, they couldn't help but be shocked again. Although they had seen it once, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it again. They were stunned for a long time, and no one spoke. How did their eldest princess suddenly become so powerful? This made them wonder if they had guessed wrong. Maybe the person in front of them was just someone who looked very similar to the eldest princess. Some people muttered in their hearts. After all, the plastic surgery technology in the Empire is still quite powerful now. It is not impossible to secretly change the same face. But as soon as this idea came out, they refuted it by themselves, because they thought of the reputation of the eldest princess in the Empire. Based on the reputation of the eldest princess before, everyone silently dispersed the idea that came out. How could someone be so desperate to look like the eldest princess? Su Dai didn't know that so many twists and turns had flown through these people's minds in such a short while. She looked around everyone. Very good, not one is missing. Su Dai nodded secretly in her heart, cleared her throat, and spoke first under everyone's nervous gaze. "Since everyone is here, I will arrange today's work for you." As soon as she finished speaking, the dwarfs who were working all gathered behind Su Dai as if they had made an appointment, with unfriendly eyes, as if they were going to support their own divine messenger. The little eyes showed a serious light, as if the other party was disobedient or said something unpleasant, they would charge into the battle for their own divine messenger. This atmosphere made the people in the advance team on the opposite side also nervous. The excitement in their hearts was gradually replaced by uneasiness. They looked at each other. Could it be that their princess regretted it? Levis, as the captain, shook his head at them. Based on his understanding during this period, he was sure that the princess was not such a person. Without waiting for others to continue to speculate secretly, Su Dai on the opposite side no longer kept them on suspense and slowly said, "You can see that the dwarves are responsible for reclaiming the land. They are very good at this. I thought about it, and arranged a job that is very suitable for you in order not to waste your talents." At this point, she deliberately paused, causing the anxious people on the opposite side to urge her to hurry up with their eyes. Su Dai smiled and continued, "This job is to irrigate all the newly reclaimed planting land. Do you think it is suitable for you?" The advance team, "Where is it suitable?" The dwarf stared at the advance team. "Such a simple job. It's too easy for these guys." Only Xiao Xingming applauded seriously. "Su Su is right. Su Su said it very well." Among all the people present, except for the supporter Xiao Xingming, only Su Dai felt that her arrangement was very appropriate. She glanced around and looked at the advance team opposite with strange expressions. How could she not know what they were thinking in her heart? Su Dai's eyes flashed a smile quickly, and she looked at the advance team opposite with deep eyes. She smiled slightly and continued, "Since you don't object, then I will make the decision. Come on, I will tell you where the water comes from, and what you do." Without waiting for the advance team to object, Su Dai waved at them, and turned to walk towards the base camp. Seeing her like this, the advance team knew that resistance was useless, so they could only touch their noses and follow her. After taking 2 steps, the dwarves whispered around, "It's really a bargain for them. They look unwilling to do it." "Ha! I think the envoy is too good to them. Lord Morton should beat them up again." Yes, beat them up a few more times, and see if they are still arrogant." For a while, the advance team's ears were filled with whispers of beating them up. Taizan of the advance team raised his fist at the dwarves indignantly, signaling them not to go too far. The dwarf Tata glared at him alertly, then waved his hand to his tribesmen. "Stop making trouble, go to work. We are the most loyal believers of the God's messenger. We must not embarrass the God's messenger." When saying this, Tata deliberately raised his voice, just for the people in the advance team to hear. "Yes, we are much better than them, and we will definitely not embarrass the God's consciousness. Let's go, let's work quickly." In one sentence, the dwarfs scattered one after another. Taizan hit his chest angrily like a punch on cotton, and said to his teammates in a rough voice, "It's just a simple job like watering. I can do it alone, don't worry. we will definitely not be worse than those dwarfs. Helen patted his shoulder. Okay, ties on. We are not here to cause trouble. Everything will be done according to the instructions of the princess. The others nodded as well. If they finished the work earlier, they could rest earlier and stimulate the dwarves. Just thinking about it made them feel good. They couldn't help showing a triumphant expression on their faces. Obviously, they had already assumed that the work they were going to do was very simple. Until they followed Su Dai to the lake of the base camp, the advanced team looked at each other. Only Levis and Moss reacted first. Their eyes widened for a moment, as if they were shocked, and they looked at Su Dai incredulously. Su Dai smiled at them, as if saying, I said it was very simple, didn't I? Moss couldn't help but pointed at the lake and said carefully, Princess, you wouldn't? Is it what I thought? Su Dai moved her eyes to look at him, and smiled meaningfully. Moss cried out and threw himself on Levis. Captain, we are in trouble. Levis lifted him away and looked at Su Dai, and couldn't help asking, Princess Elsa, you said that the water here is used for watering? Su Dai nodded and answered positively, Yes, you are so smart. I believe that with your intelligence, you should be able to find the fastest and best way soon. Don't worry, I believe in you. Su Dai yawned and looked troubled. Do you have any other questions? If not, I will leave it to you. Having said that, Su Dai waited for 2 seconds. Seeing that others had not reacted yet, she swayed and left with Xiao Xingming. Moss watched her leave and became anxious. He chased after her and shouted, Hey, princess, princess, don't leave. Even if he shouted affectionately, Su Dai still waved her hand, with no intention of staying. When their figures disappeared, the other team members reacted. They suddenly widened their eyes, looking at the lake and the direction where Su Dai disappeared. No, it can't be what they think. But as Levis nodded, he broke their fantasy directly. It's what you think. Now we need to find a way to irrigate all the water in the lake to the reclaimed land in front. Everyone was struck by lightning, looking at their captain in disbelief. Helen couldn't help asking, Captain, but how do we get there? There is no tool to transport water on their spaceship, and they are carrying offensive weapons. Now it seems that this task is not as simple as they thought. At this moment, everyone was a little dumbfounded, looking at the lake and looking at their captain, obviously not knowing how to start. Levis was also embarrassed. According to the reclamation speed of the dwarves, they said that they could not use the primitive method to transport it bit by bit. So what should we do? While they were stuck in a dilemma, Su Dai and Xiao Xingming strolled among the mutant plants. Seeing the buds growing bigger day by day, Su Dai kept flicking them with her hands. As soon as she got close to them, someone next to her said, Oh. Su Dai's fingers froze in the air, and she tilted her head to look at Xiao Xingming in confusion. She saw Xiao Xingming's surprised face at first glance, and following his gaze, she saw that his arms were bulging, and something was moving under his leaf clothes. Before she could continue to explore, Xiao Xingming had already reached out and took out the things in his arms, and shouted happily to Su Dai, Su, he's coming out. Su Dai looked down, and saw that the crack on the snow-white eggshell had broken open, and a small hole had been broken on the smaller end. Su Dai just got closer, and saw a yellow claw sticking out from inside. The coin-sized claw seemed to sense his sight, and retracted into the shell in a flash. Su Dai. If she was not mistaken, this should be the claw of a chick. So is there a chicken or a bird inside the eggshell? As if sensing her doubts, Xiao Xingming directly touched the eggshell twice with his hand. I don't know if he used too much force, but the crack on the eggshell deepened. With a bang, the eggshell shattered and a big hole appeared on it. Su Dai and Xiao Xingming both paused, staring at the big hole. After 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds, a furry yellow head popped out. A tender yellow chicken head appeared on the eggshell. Seeing this fluffy head, Su Dai let out a sigh of relief. The truth was revealed. The egg hatched a chicken, and a chick at that. As if to confirm her idea, the chick inside the eggshell fluttered, and a small yellow wing fluttered out, flapping twice on the eggshell, looking very arrogant. Su Dai looked at the pair of green bean-sized eyes, and was amused by its behavior. Such a big chick had a bad temper, but no matter how arrogant it was, it couldn't change the fact that it was a chicken. Chapter 38. Then the chick popped its head out, and flapped its wings again. It seemed tired. It lowered its head, and began to nibble at the eggshell. In less than a moment, it had eaten more than half of the eggshell. Su Dai saw that it was lively and energetic, so she reached out, and directly supplied it with some energy. With the input of energy, the chick's yellow fur was shiny, and it shook its wings. Its little eyes looked more energetic, and it chirped at Su Dai. Su Dai suddenly felt that this little guy didn't seem so annoying. She stretched out her hand and flicked it, muttering to herself, It's hard to tell what breed a little chick is now. When it grows up, it will only be enough to make meat for a meal. When Xiao Xingming heard that she wanted to eat the chick, panic appeared in his eyes. He quickly hid the chick in his arms and shook his head at Su Dai. No, Su, you can't eat it. Su Dai was unmoved. Why can't I eat it if I can? A chick is meant to be eaten. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and searched for the little zombie Xingming. By the way, doesn't Xiao Xingming have another egg? Where is that egg? The 2 eggs can just make a pair, 1 male and 1 female, and maybe they can reproduce, so she will have endless chickens to eat. If they are 2 of the same sex, she will be embarrassed and stew them all in the iron pot. As if sensing danger, the chick hidden in Xingming's arms stared at Su Dai with its round little eyes, and made a protesting chirping sound. Su Dai doesn't have much sympathy for food. No matter what era it is, as long as she decides that the creature in front of her will become food, it is best not to invest too much emotion in it, otherwise when it grows fat, will she eat it or not? She was definitely going to eat the chicken that she had finally gotten, so no matter how cute the little guy in front of her was, her love for meat would not be shaken. She reached out and touched the twisting little Xingming's arms, and then successfully found a small golden egg. She used her mental power to explore it, and could already feel the steady breath of life inside. It looked very healthy. But I don't know if it sensed her desire to eat meat. The little golden egg trembled in her hand, and rolled secretly, trying to escape from her palm. Su Dai flicked the eggshell unceremoniously, and this warning really made the little golden egg quiet down. The whole little golden egg lay motionless in her palm, as if it was in suspended animation. Su Dai was very satisfied and was ready to poke it twice, but in the protesting eyes of the 2 opposite sides, she could only return the little golden egg to the eager Xiao Xingming. Ahem, I see when this little guy will come out. You guys are so nervous. Xiao Xingming seemed not to hear her words, took the little golden egg and quickly hid it in his arms, then said to Su Dai seriously, Su, the egg hasn't come out yet. No, you can't eat it. Su Dai, whose thoughts were exposed, coughed violently, gritted her teeth, and hummed. She groaned, stretched out her hand and poked the chick that was chirping proudly, and said threateningly, What are you so happy about, chick? When the little golden egg hatches, you will marry it to her and lay eggs every day. She also thought this was a great idea. If she continued like this, she would have endless chicken in her base camp. Her eyes rolled and her face was full of smiles. She looked at the chick with a little more enthusiasm and said with a smile, Since it is a chick, eat more and grow up quickly. The chick, who was being watched so enthusiastically, shook its wings and protested to Su Dai with a shaky face. Its eyes seemed to express its dissatisfaction as if they could speak. Su Dai was as hard-hearted as iron and ignored its protest. She told Xiao Xingming, This chick and the little golden egg are in your hands. You take the chick to find some food. I go see how the guys are doing. After that, she pulled the portal directly to the place where the advanced team was working. As soon as Su Dai left, the chick rubbed Xiao Xingming's shoulder with grievance and chirped to complain. Xiao Xingming listened carefully, nodded, and agreed, Susu is a good person. You can't curse, you have to be obedient. Susu will be good to you. Chirp chirp. No! That guy wants to eat me. Xiao Xingming, no, Susu is a good person. You have to work hard to make Susu like you. Chirp. You are a fool. Idiot. Xiao Xingming, you can't curse, you should. Chirp chirp. You are a big fool. One was so angry that he jumped up and down, and the other patiently advised, and the 2 went to find food. On the other side, Su Dai had arrived at the place where the advanced team was working. She stood on the vines, and was sent to the air by the vines. From top to bottom, she could see clearly what was happening within a few miles. So when she saw the advanced team below driving a water tank truck similar to the size of a van slowly, she had a little more interest in her eyes. It seems that there are still a lot of things on these people's spaceships. But even so, it was too slow for a truck to transport water back and forth. Su Dai was still a little disappointed. This efficiency was much slower than when she used vine branches to transport water. Just as she was about to go down to provoke these people, a huge red stream of light was flying a few meters below her. Su Dai squinted her eyes. With the help of her mental power, she could see every movement of this giant-like guy and his posture walking in the air. The memories that did not belong to her in her mind slowly emerged. This was the appearance of the mecha of this era. This mecha was still very fresh in her eyes, but compared with the various advanced mechas she had seen in her memory, it was not good enough. While she was still looking at it fresh, the mecha seemed to have encountered some trouble at this time. It paused in the air for 2 seconds and then began to tilt down and land. Su Dai looked at the position where the other party was about to land. It just happened to be able to destroy her black gold land. She couldn't just watch her planting land being destroyed. Without thinking, Su Dai directly extended her mental power, like an invisible net. Her mental power directly pulled the mecha that was about to fall on the ground. As she appeared on it, the mecha also began to slowly fall down. The underground advance team breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Helen couldn't help but shout, "Taizan is too reckless." Everyone said that this is not allowed. Now he has completely exhausted the energy box of the mecha. Levis also had a dark face. After seeing that Taizan was fine driving the mecha, his attention shifted to Su Dai, who suddenly appeared. The familiar tension in his heart reappeared. When did the eldest princess appear above him? And he didn't notice it at all. Even if he didn't want to admit it, his cognition had been constantly refreshed these days, so he had to face a reality. The eldest princess Elsa was very capable, and the energy she showed now was far greater than his. Under the absolute mental suppression, he was completely beaten. Therefore, the news about the princess on the Star Network is inaccurate. From his feelings during this period, he sometimes vaguely saw the figure of the former prince in the other party, the powerful heir to the empire, but unfortunately he met with an accident at such a young age. While he was still immersed in the memories of the past, the mecha had landed steadily on the ground. The other members of the advance team rushed over to check it out quickly. Su Dai also retracted her mental power in midair. Seeing that she had been noticed, she let the vines under her feet let her down. Taizan rolled down from the mecha. Fortunately, someone caught him below, otherwise his whole head would inevitably fall headfirst in the sand. "Taizan, are you okay? Taizan!" The shouts of his teammates kept ringing, and Taizan felt dizzy and buzzing in his head. There was a shaking mosaic in front of him. The dizziness kept hitting his head, accompanied by bursts of needle-like tingling pain. He couldn't help but hold his head and scream in pain. This was obviously a damage to his mental power. When Levis arrived, he had already seen the problem, so he could only calmly order, "Moss, hurry up and get the mental stabilizer from the spaceship first. Others, don't touch him." Hearing the words of their captain, the advance team members stood up and took a step back obediently. Tieshan's side was empty in an instant, and he was the only one left holding his head and groaning continuously, looking extremely painful. Everyone frowned with empathy. In the Empire, anyone with mental power is more or less troubled by mental power diseases, and the Imperial soldiers often suffer from mental power damage. The higher the level of mental power, once the mental power is damaged, the greater the backlash. As for them, they can be the advanced team members outside the Imperial Army. Although their mental power is not as good as the elite soldiers of the Empire, their mental power is also above level B, so they will suffer from the backlash of mental power, and the pain they suffer is also unbearable. At this tense moment, Su Dai walked slowly to Taizan, which was particularly abrupt. When she stretched out her hand, Helen and Smith opened their mouths to stop her, but before they could say anything, they were stopped by their captain. Levis made a silent gesture to them. In this situation where no one was disturbing, Su Dai's fingers hovered above Tieshan's head, and her mental power directly penetrated into Tieshan's body. Time passed by minute, and the advance team stared at him with a breath. Taizan, who was in pain before, slowly calmed down, and his expression eased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was shocked by this change, and they blinked hard a few times as if they couldn't believe it, and then found that what was happening in front of them was real, and couldn't help but shift their eyes to Su Dai, who was bending her fingers. What happened here? Did they really not have hallucinations? Otherwise, why did they see that the princess seemed to have cured Taizan? Chapter 39. Under everyone's gaze, Su Dai took back her spiritual power from Taizan. Looking at the group of people who were still staring at her, she raised her eyebrows and smiled harmlessly, which was very pretty. But the people who saw her strength only felt their anus tighten, and their backs naturally straightened up, as if they were being inspected by the leader. When Su Dai retracted her gaze, it took them a long time to react to what they had just done subconsciously. The expressions on their faces were all confused. What on earth were they doing? The other party was just an abandoned princess. Why should they be afraid? But the princess is really strong. Weak voice. In this one-sided embarrassing moment, Moss ran over panting, stretched out his hand to hand the injection in his hand to his captain, looked up and saw Su Dai next to Taizan. His eyes lit up, and excitedly shouted, "Princess!" Su Dai nodded as a greeting, leaning comfortably on the magic vine behind her, with an expression of "you continue." Levis held the injection in his hand, calmed down and walked to Taizan. As soon as he squatted down, he heard a snap of fingers. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and then met Su Dai's smiling eyes. Levis was a little dazed, and restrained the idea of standing up to ask. At this time, Tiashan's voice came to his ears. Captain? Levis turned his head and saw Taizan, who had sat up straight. The other party stared at the injection in his hand and shouted with full energy. Captain, the effect of the medicine this time is much better than before. I feel that my mental strength has not been damaged at all. After he finished speaking, a light laugh came from his ear. Taizan then realized that the princess was also here. For a moment, the words in his mouth seemed to be blocked. His hands and feet were stiff for a moment, and his face was flushed, like a shrimp being slowly cooked. The other members of the advanced team were also a little embarrassed when they heard this. They couldn't help coughing and looking around. Thinking of their previous suspicions about the princess, they felt guilty for a while. Moss had just arrived here, and he didn't know that so many things had happened in such a short time since he left. He asked his teammates around like a headless fly. After a while, he finally knew what was going on. His eyes lit up and turned to Su Dai. His eyes were full of enthusiasm. Big Princess, you are amazing. Without waiting for others to stop him, the straightforward Moss spoke out the truth and came up to his captain to correct Taizan. Taizan, you are wrong. The potion in the captain's hand has not been used yet. The Big Princess just cured you. As he said this, he sighed and complained. You have always been a person who can't think straight. Now you should know who to thank. I told you that the Big Princess is a good person. You still don't believe it. Tiashan's face turned red and white, and his whole face was like a palette, changing repeatedly. A strong man over 2 meters tall was about to turn into a big little wife. The others were not in a good mood at this time. Levis's face twitched. She really wanted to beat up this subordinate who was talking nonsense. The other team members did not have the self-control of their captain. Now they just felt their faces getting hot. At this time, they could not help but grind their back teeth and stare at Moss, who had not noticed yet. I really want to shut this guy up. It's so embarrassing. Su Dai admired their colorful faces for a while, and finally felt a little happy. It was a pity that these people were not the ones who really targeted the original owner. If they were, they would be even happier. She had to wait quietly for the opportunity to come, and then give them a blow. This was the only thing she could do for the original owner. Moss also realized that the atmosphere was not right at this time. He scratched his head and approached his captain fearlessly, asking for an answer in a low voice. Captain, what's wrong? Levis directly pressed his head to stop him from continuing to be stupid, and pulled Taizan to look at Su Dai, coughed lightly, and said, Thank you for the rescue of the princess. Taizan, why don't you come to thank the princess? Seeing that the people around him did not respond for a long time, Levis kicked him directly, and this kick directly woke up Taizan, who was still sleepwalking. Taizan stammered, thank you, princess. His tone was dry, and he was embarrassed all over. Su Dai had seen enough of the excitement, and directly asked, how is your work going? In order to have a sharp contrast, Su Dai communicated with the system in her mind. When she was about to start, the system would use the light brain mode to vividly display the current work progress of the advanced team. After she finished speaking, the members of the advanced team felt their faces burning. From morning till now, they had only transported several times. Without estimating, they also knew that their efficiency was very low, so low that it was embarrassing to talk about it. The others looked at each other, with obvious guilt on their faces. Finally, they all moved to Levis' side, with a posture of captain, you come and make the decision. Levis felt that he had lost all his face on this abandoned planet. He had a thought of giving up on himself, but as the captain, he had to continue. He pretended to be calm and said, Princess, we have limited tools. The progress of the work has just started and is a bit slow. I wonder if the princess has any good way to guide us. At this time, she could still say such words. Su Dai really felt that the young man in front of her was a very qualified captain. After a little polishing, he was really suitable to work in her base camp. Su Dai wanted to dig people's hearts again, but the time was not right, so she could only suppress the idea in her heart. After she said something to the small system in her mind, she moved her fingers and a light appeared at her fingertips. As she moved her fingers a few times, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. On the screen was a piece of planting land. The planting land that was transformed into black gold land showed the color of black soil on it. The land that needed the advanced team to work was distinguished by the small system with red signs. Their job today is to irrigate the land that has been transformed into black gold. Su Dai moved her hands carelessly, and soon blue raindrops appeared in these areas. As if she was afraid that they didn't understand, Su Dai deliberately slowed down her voice and said, this red area is where you have to work, and this blue area is your current progress. Well, the progress is a little slow. The tail tone of her ah was slightly prolonged, which was very meaningful. This made the advanced team present panic. Originally, they could still comfort themselves by covering their ears and stealing the bell in their minds. Now that the results were truly and intuitively displayed on the screen, they felt that their faces were slapped. At this moment, they all deeply doubted their abilities. When did they become such weaklings? The silence lasted a long time. Seeing that the strong medicine she had used had taken effect, Su Dai finally said with satisfaction, "Although it was a little slow, you have come up with a certain solution. Since you are all so motivated, I will give you a suggestion, right?" After she said this, the people who were hit by self-doubt looked at her. Their eyes were so enthusiastic that if they were not different in status and position, others would have thought that some brainless fans had met their idol. Under such flattering eyes, Su Dai did not keep them hanging. She drew a few lines in the planting area with her fingers and said slowly, "You can just divert water from the water source area to the planting area according to these lines. The weapons in your hands can make these underground water channels. Remember to make them stable. This efficiency is much faster than you're transporting one trip at a time, right?" Several people suddenly realized and stared at the simple lines on the screen. They were annoyed again in an instant. Why couldn't they think of such a simple thing? Are they really stupid? After Su Dai finished speaking, she didn't care about their emotions. She turned off the screen and left again. This time, all the advanced team members looked at her back as if they were looking at some awe-inspiring person. Moss couldn't help but say, "The eldest princess is really amazing. The rumors on the Star Network must be deliberately framed, right?" This made all the teammates nod their heads. What they saw during this period made it impossible for them to connect the person in front of them with the eldest princess rumored on the Star Network. Such an eldest princess is strong and dazzling. Such a person is the style of the Empire's heir. The various rumors on the Star Network are a living slander to the current eldest princess. At this time, many people began to feel unfair for Su Daiming. Such an eldest princess obviously deserves better, but now she is trapped on an abandoned planet. If there were no rumors on the Star Network, the eldest princess in front of them would actually be the best heir, right? This idea scared them as soon as it came out. Everyone's face became unnatural, and they quickly used work to suppress this rebellious idea. Pooh, 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 their Imperial Majesty is now the second prince, not the eldest princess. Work, work, they need to finish the work quickly. Chapter 40. With Su Dai's advice, the members of the advanced team seemed to have their Ren and Du meridians opened, and they began to work vigorously. Although Su Dai was not there, the movements of these people were all monitored by the small system. It reported the situation to Su Dai from time to time, so that Su Dai knew everything even if she didn't want to know. From this, Su Dai also knew that after the first day, the advanced team was mercilessly ridiculed by the dwarves because of the delay in progress. Although these people were very angry, they also abided by the rules and never took action. They worked overtime at night. This continued until the third day. The members of the advanced team had already mastered the work at hand, and the speed increased rapidly. Some of the planting areas had been fully irrigated by artificial canals. When the dwarves saw that they had actually caught up, they also felt a sense of urgency in their hearts, and they didn't care about laughing at them. Under the leadership of Tada, they worked even faster. After chasing and catching up, on the fifth day, the canal dredging and irrigation work of the advanced team had caught up with the progress. The dwarves turned the sandy land into black gold land, and the advanced team quickly arranged the irrigation work of the new land. In this benign competition environment, the relationship between the dwarves and the advanced team gradually became less tense. Sometimes they sat not far away and shared which food tasted good. Of course, the small system also dutifully broadcast all these situations. In the end, Su Dai really disliked the small system for being too annoying, so she locked herself up and began to consume the energy storage in her body. When she felt that the mental power contained in her body had reached its limit, she finally opened her eyes and prepared to leave. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard the voice of the small system, "Host, congratulations on your mental power upgrade." Su Dai was also very satisfied with her current state. In order to test her results, she directly released her mental power. In an instant, the vigorous mental power spread out quickly like a big net. At this moment, Su Dai really felt that she could know everything in the world just by sitting at home. Although she could not reach the level of knowing the whole planet now, her mental power covered this piece of land at this moment, and she also had a vague feeling of enlightenment. This feeling was different from the experience of seeing things with her eyes. She felt more like a god's perspective now. Her mental power was out of control. Her consciousness could reach any place covered by her mental power at any time. She could feel the dust floating in the air, and see the process of a flower blooming. If she wanted, she could feel the state of every plant on the land. This feeling was so wonderful. Su Dai realized the difference between the strong and ordinary people. This was not a gaze from a superior, but an emotion of looking at all life as if it were a flower or a grass. She vaguely felt that her breakthrough was a dividing line. When Su Dai used her mental power to perceive, Levis and Moss, who were working, seemed to have noticed something. They looked around at the same time and confirmed that there was nothing. Then, they withdrew their eyes in confusion, and couldn't help muttering in their hearts that they always felt that someone was watching them. Moss was a straightforward person, who said whatever he thought. He asked his teammates around him in confusion, "Hey, Helen, do you feel that someone is watching us?" Helen, who was working, was stunned by the question. She lifted her short bangs, looked around, and said unhappily, "Are you having an illusion? There is nothing around. If someone is really watching, the captain will definitely find out before you." Moss touched his nose angrily, and looked at his captain, who was concentrating on his work. Well, the captain really didn't move. Maybe he really had an illusion. Levis, who had been working, had maintained the action in his hands for more than 10 seconds. The waves in his heart were far from the calmness on his face. He didn't think that the intuition just now was an illusion. On the contrary, he felt that it was true. At this moment when his mind was turning quickly, he thought of a record he had seen when he was a teenager. In the early days of mankind, there was a group of pure psychics. These people's psychic power was very strong. Their psychic power could cover the entire planet. Among them, a super psychic was born. He was not only strong in psychic power, but also super strong in force. According to vague records, this person's psychic power had broken through the planet and reached the level of the galaxy. This terrifying ability was beyond people's reach. Later, in an interstellar melee, all the pure psychics disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, and then completely submerged in the history of the Interstellar. Levis only felt his heart pounding. He felt that he seemed to have discovered some truth. Only this truth could explain all the unreasonableness. He tried to suppress the slight trembling of his fingers. He had to think about these things carefully. On the other side, Su Dai stopped when her mental power swept over Xiao Xingming. She was originally going to tease him and the little chicken, but to her surprise, when her mental power just reached them, the man and the chicken seemed to have discovered her presence and kept looking around. The little chicken even chirped twice in the air, and its green bean-sized eyes seemed to announce that it had discovered her. It was amazing. She was surprised that Xiao Xingming could find her, but it was also within her acceptable range. However, she was surprised that this little chick was so sharp. Thinking of this, Su Dai directly used her mental power to get close to the little chick. Sure enough, the little chick quickly captured the direction of her mental power and pecked at it with its sharp beak. Its little eyes were full of arrogance. After teasing her for a while, Xiao Xingming seemed to have found her position. He stretched out his hand to grab it in front, and then shouted, "Su, Su, Su." Su Dai did not give up and changed direction. As a result, the man and the bird also found the location of her mental power accurately in a few seconds. Su Dai was speechless when she was found again. The excitement of her ability breakthrough that had just risen was gone in an instant. It seems that she still has to work hard. When she can use her mental power at will without being discovered, she will be considered a real strong person. Su Dai continued to spur herself to struggle by accident. Before she had time to grow lazy, she was forced to be excited again and walk on the road of rising. When the whole base camp was working in full swing, Su Dai announced that she was officially out of retreat. She just came out of the thorn hut and stretched her waist when she saw a man and a bird blocking her door. The two pairs of eyes stared at her, as if they were trying to catch their husband who couldn't come home. This weird thought just flashed through her mind, and she was driven away by her. She stretched out her hand and flicked the little chicken standing on Xiao Xingming's shoulder, and laughed at him unceremoniously. "Oh, how come you have gained weight in a few days? You are so fat." Hearing this, the little chicken just stood firm and opened its mouth towards her. Su Dai smiled and did not move. When the chick continued to protest, she put on an expression that said, "You can scream as hard as you want, but you are still a fat chick." The chick was furious, flapped its wings, and opened its mouth towards Su Dai. A fist-sized red flame spurted out of its mouth and attacked her face directly. Su Dai's pupil shrank, and she grabbed the flame with her hands. Although she extinguished it in a few seconds, cracks appeared on her palms, which were obviously burned by the flames. It happened at this moment, but time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Until Xiao Xingming grabbed her palm with red eyes and began to exhale, Su Dai also put away the pressure on her body, moved her fingers, and her palm returned to its original state. She reached out and touched Xiao Xingming's head. "It's okay, don't worry." As she said that, she turned her eyes to the chick, with a critical look in her eyes. It seemed that she had been wrong all along. This little guy was not a chick at all, but another species. But what species of chicken or bird could spit fire? Before she could think about it further, Xiao Xingming angrily grabbed the chick off his body, reluctantly handed it to Su Dai, and said carefully, "Su, it's bad, you beat it. If it doesn't listen, you have to beat it." Why did this sound so familiar? Su Dai looked at the chick that was sent to her with a dejected look, and her anger disappeared for a while. Forget it, this is not a bad thing. If it weren't for what happened just now, she would have always treated this little guy as a chick, but this little thing's temper is too unruly, and it should still be taught a lesson. I looked at the chick with a serious look, and saw that the chick's entire fat body was stiff, the small hair on its head drooped, and its little eyes didn't dare to look up. Obviously it was also scared. Su Dai wanted to scare the little guy. She looked at it with a stern face and said, "Since it is so disobedient, you will be called Feichu from now on. Since you like to spit fire, it's just right. Xiao Xingming will tell Tada that we will eat meat together tonight. Let this little Feichu roast meat for me all night." After she said this, the little chicken called Feichu dared not say anything, and could only express his dissatisfaction with his little green eyes. Xiao Xingming was relieved and nodded quickly. "Okay, Su eats meat, eat meat happily." Su Dai was very satisfied with her decision, and waved her hand. "You go, I go to your room to see how the little golden egg is doing." Since this is not a chicken, then this unhatched little golden egg must not be a chick. After all, the eggshell is golden, and it can't be worse than a chick that can spit fire, right? With this idea in mind, Su Dai quickened her pace and walked towards the next room. Xiao Xingming, who was holding the chick, gave Feichu a serious lecture while still protesting. "Feichu is also very nice. It is very good to grill meat for Su." Fortunately, Su said not to eat it, but to eat you. Feichu was frustrated and dissatisfied when he heard this and chirped twice. "Stupid, stupid, you all bully it. When it grows up, I will definitely let you see what it is like." Humph. Little Feichu flapped his wings hard and swore. Chapter 41. After seeing the little golden egg, Su Dai was a little disappointed. She probed into it with her spiritual power, and found a newly formed chick inside. It should be said that it looked like a chick, but it was bald and nothing could be seen. Finally, Su Dai encouraged herself. Although she couldn't tell what it was now, it might be different after hatching. This time it must be an obedient cub. In order to domesticate from the eggshell, Su Dai directly transferred her energy into the eggshell. When she felt it was almost done, she withdrew her hand, patted the top of the eggshell, and said, "You must be a good egg cub. If you are as rebellious as Fatty after hatching, I will roast you and eat you today." After being threatened by her, the little golden egg shook twice, as if protesting her dictatorship. Su Dai chuckled. It seems that it is really a spiritual cub, but it's a pity that it can't be eaten as chicken. Thinking of eating meat, she looked at the time. It was almost time to prepare for the meat dinner. Thinking that she could ask Fatty to grill meat for her in the evening, she was looking forward to the food tonight. It had been a long time since she had eaten barbecue. Thinking of the taste of barbecue she had eaten on the Doomsday Celebration Day, Su Dai felt her saliva secretion was even stronger and her pace was quickened. She could also pick some ingredients needed for seasoning on the way, and then mix a few flavors of dipping sauces. Just thinking about the taste made people miss it. When Su Dai arrived at the meat-eating venue with the ingredients, the dwarfs had already consciously carried the insect meat. Under the command of Xiao Xingming, the magic vine branch had hung 5 insects in the air. The preservatives on the surface of the insects had been cleaned by the dwarfs. The dwarfs sat in their seats in an orderly manner, and vegetables and fruits had been distributed in front of everyone. When Su Dai arrived, Tada was leading a few dwarves to instruct the Imperial Advance team on how to eat. Tada and his dwarves were talking proudly, completely ignoring the indescribable expressions on the faces of the Advance team members when they heard about eating insect meat. Until they saw Su Dai coming, everyone relaxed and looked at Su Dai as if they were looking at a savior. If the princess didn't come again, they couldn't be sure when they would get restless and find an excuse to leave. At this time, they couldn't help but have the same doubt in their hearts. Did their work in the past few days not satisfy the princess, so the princess used this euphemistic way to punish them? For the Imperial Advance team who were determined not to eat insect meat, tonight's insect feast was an open torture for them. Everyone was thinking in their hearts. When the princess asked them to eat, would they eat or not? Su Dai didn't know what they were thinking, but she felt that the eyes of these Advance team members looking at her were much hotter after not seeing her for a few days. Touching her collar, Su Dai secretly felt that these guys must be impressed by her temperament. She waved to the eagerly looking dwarves, and asked the old dwarf chief to sit down. She looked at the 5 insects she was going to eat this time, and her mental power swept over them. In conjunction with the suggestions made by the system, she knew how to eat the insect meat better in a short while. 2 of the insects had ice energy in their bodies. She used the energy to travel around them so that the energy inside could be well received by the human body. One of the remaining 3 would be better if it was roasted, and the other 2 would be the same no matter what method was used to cook them. After she used her mental power to sort out the 5 bugs, she waved to Tana and instructed, "Except for this bug, share the other bugs with everyone according to the previous method. The 2 are best eaten raw and sliced." After instructing how to eat the bugs, Su Dai walked back to her seat and waved to Xiao Xingming as soon as she sat down. When he came over, she prepared the seasoning while pointing to the specially reserved space on the vine table, and said to the fat chirp on his shoulder with a smile, "Why, didn't you promise to grill meat for me? Are you going to go back on your word now?" As she spoke, the energy in her hand leaked out without any courtesy. The fat chirp, who was about to protest, gave up instantly. He raised his head reluctantly and chirped, then jumped to the corner prepared for him aggressively, flapping his wings, as if he was going to fight the evil forces to the end. Su Dai sneered, tapped her knuckles on the table twice, and deliberately said provocatively, "Come on, little fat bird, don't let it stop when you're halfway through spitting fire." This seemed to stimulate the little fat bird, and it stretched out its wings fiercely, and tapped the vines twice to express its anger and its arrogant attitude. Su Dai smiled without saying anything, and directly asked the dwarves to cut the raw insect meat the size of a suckling pig to her, knocked on the table, and reminded the little fat bird, "Okay, the insect meat is here, you can help me roast it to 7/10, this should be possible?" The little fat bird seemed to be very disdainful of this, and walked around the insect meat twice with its small claws with its head held high, just like an old landlord inspecting the land arrogantly. Su Dai was watching with interest. Seeing that it was confident, she used her fingertips to measure the thickness of 5 or 6 centimeters and said, "Let's roast this little fat chick here first. If it's all done to 9/10, start quickly. I'm waiting to eat it." The little fat bird seemed impatient with being urged. It scratched the ground with its small claws, then stepped back a little, puffed up its fluffy chicken chest, slowly opened its tender yellow mouth, and a ball of fiery red flames directly hit the insect meat and covered it. A ball of flame burned directly on the insect meat, and then a fist-sized black charred block appeared in everyone's sight. When the flame went out, Su Dai poked it twice with chopsticks made of branches, and the burnt black insect meat fell down. After a while, a black hole appeared where Su Dai moved, which made the whole piece of insect meat look funny instantly. Su Dai couldn't help but burst out laughing, tapping the insect meat and saying slowly, "I want 9/10 rare, you made it burnt, and the burnt is uneven, little fat chick, you are really good at bragging." After she said this, Xiao Xingming couldn't help but laugh behind her. As for what he was laughing at, he didn't know, he just knew that Su Su was happy, and he was happy. The dwarfs who had been watching this side also laughed without hesitation. They were surprised to see the animal that had been breathing fire just now, but now they saw this guy ruining the food of their own gods, and they all laughed behind Su Dai. Except for the angry fat chick, only the people in the advanced team didn't laugh. They couldn't laugh at all at this time. In addition to the insect meat in front of them making them feel uneasy, now there is a bird that can breathe fire. Once this creature grows up, the destructive power it has is immeasurable. Why do all the people here think it's normal? At this time, everyone in the advanced team fell into a doubt. Are they making a fuss? They didn't laugh at this time, which made the angry Feichu remember it in his heart. So many years later, all the dwarves were retaliated by the petty Feichu, and they were able to stand on Feichu's territory without being retaliated. At that time, countless versions of the mighty legend about Feichu had been derived in the Interstellar, but the truth of the matter was often so simple, it was just a petty Feichu since childhood. At this time, the ridiculed Feichu was really angry. It was a spiritual creature born and raised by nature. Not only was it given an ugly name, but it was also ridiculed for its ability. It was simply rubbing its little self-esteem on the ground repeatedly. Its little chicken chest was straightened again and again, but it couldn't hold it anymore. Its little claws scratched the ground, and then it sat on the vine table all of a sudden, its little green bean eyes flattened, and instantly flooded the golden mountain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You are bullying me. At first glance, this fat chirp was crying so sadly, its tender yellow feathers were constantly wetted by tears, and soon a pool of tears accumulated where it sat. Su Dai was speechless for a while, it was really a fat kid with extremely developed tear glands. Looking at the miserable little fat chirp that was still chirping, Su Dai felt that her previous thoughts might be wrong. This thing was similar to the legendary phoenix on Earth except for its fire-breathing skill, but there was no similarity in other aspects. After all, the mythological records never said that the phoenix was such a crying little crybaby when it was young. Su Dai had never coaxed anyone. She could only use her eyes to look at Xiao Xingming, asking him to come to the rescue quickly. As a result, when Xiao Xingming came up to him, this little fat chirp seemed to have found his parents, crying even more heartbreakingly, and the chirping sound almost pierced people's eardrums. The dwarves present couldn't laugh anymore, and directly covered their ears with their fingers to block this wave of magic sound attack. Su Dai also frowned uncomfortably. She could feel a little uncomfortable, not to mention that the people here were not as strong as her in mental strength. She couldn't let this kid continue to be so stubborn. Su Dai directly cut a ball of insect meat, and quickly stuffed it into the sharp mouth of Feichu, then stared at it expressionlessly. Feichu, who was suddenly stuffed with a mouth full of insect meat, could no longer make a sound. He raised his head, and held the meat in his mouth, looking at her with tears in his eyes. Su Dai also stared at it, and time froze. Chapter 42. People who grew up in the apocalypse never indulge naughty children. She has seen some effective ways for parents to discipline naughty children, which is to beat them with one fist until they obey. It is simple and rough but very effective. Growing up in such an environment, Su Dai did not have much patience for naughty children. She directly crushed them with her mental power. When her mental power began to leak out, a faint pressure was shrouded above the sky. Everyone present felt this invisible pressure. For a moment, everyone tensed up and watched the movement here nervously. Su Dai's table was the target of everyone's attention. Xiao Xingming stared at Feiju nervously, his fingers moving. If Feiju started to howl again, he would immediately cover his mouth, otherwise Su would be in a bad mood and would definitely roast and eat Feiju. Feiju, who was stuffed with insect meat, was very depressed by the mental suppression. When he saw Su Dai's eyes, he also learned to be wise, and opened his mouth to spit out the insect meat in his mouth, but the meat seemed to be alive, and slid down his mouth to his throat. The sweet and delicious taste instantly filled his mouth. Feiju sat on the table in a daze, moving his mouth with a gurgling sound, and his small claws twitched unconsciously on the ground twice, as if he was stimulated by something. This reaction fell into the eyes of everyone that the little guy was scared, and his legs began to tremble. It seemed that if he didn't pay attention, he would be scared to death on the table in the next second. Only Su Dai, who was close by, noticed something was wrong, especially when she saw the little guy's green eyes suddenly widened as if stimulated by something, and he looked dazed, as if he was forced to accept something incredible. This reaction was too interesting, and the other party did not have the intention to make a fuss, so Su Dai slowly withdrew the leaked mental power. Feeling the pressure above their heads disappear, the suppressed people finally breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the non-existent sweat on their foreheads. Only the little fat bird did not react. Su Dai was impatient and stretched out her finger to poke the other party's tender yellow hair, but when her finger was about to touch it, the little fat bird's reaction suddenly became bigger. The wings flapped all of a sudden, and the small pointed mouth moved quickly like a fully charged motor. Soon, the piece of insect meat the size of its body was held in its mouth, and it was swallowed up quickly in a few seconds. Until the insect meat was eaten up, the little fat bird licked the corner of its mouth with aftertaste, and the small thin claws stood up directly, approached Su Dai and chirped. Su Dai looked at the little fat bird that was calling out to her with its head raised, and couldn't help being speechless. What was this thing saying? She didn't understand bird language. How could this guy be like a child, with uncertain weather? Xiao Xingming, who understood bird language, breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and spoke bird language to the little fat bird. Watching the conversation between the man and the bird, Su Dai looked at Xiao Xingming with surprise. She never expected that the little zombie would evolve so fast, and now even know bird language. Thinking of this, she asked Xiao Xingming, what is this little guy saying? Xiao Xingming looked at Su Dai with sparkling eyes, and then whispered, Su, don't be angry, the fat bird said he would apologize to you. Su Dai, ? Is it so unexpected? Su Dai was skeptical about this, and her eyes shifted to the little fat chick in front of her. She saw the little guy puffed up his chest, and walked around in front of her twice. The little green bean's eyes showed the pride that was forced. It walked around twice, and saw that Su Dai did not respond, and its eyes were a little disappointed. Under the gaze of the crowd, the little fat chick scratched the vine twice with its small claws, and then its small wings began to flutter, and its thin claws began to move like dancing. With the wings flashing, a chubby fat chick twisted very flexibly. Su Dai and everyone, what is it doing? Before everyone reacted, Xiao Xingming whispered in Su Dai's ear, Fat chicks, Fat chicks are dancing to apologize. This is their way of apologizing, Su Dai. Is this dancing? Are you sure it's not digging the ground randomly? The development of the situation is very unexpected. With Xiao Xingming's reminder, Su Dai looked carefully and found that the fat bird was really dancing. Su Dai was surprised. Was this the stubborn bear cub just now? The changes in front of her made people laugh and cry. She held back her laughter and watched the little fat bird finish dancing. She thought it was finally over. When she took back all her mental power, the little fat bird moved to her insect meat and looked at her hesitantly. Su Dai raised her eyebrows and looked at the little fat bird on the table, waiting for the other party to speak. Sure enough, after a few seconds of staring at each other, the little fat bird couldn't help it. It waved its wings and pointed at the insect meat, and moved its mouth. The meaning of the expression was very obvious. The little fat bird was very angry when he saw Su Dai's lack of reaction. It had already expressed its good intentions. Why didn't this person agree to its request? Chirp, chirp. Hurry up and agree to me. You've watched me dance. After a few times, Su Dai finally understood what the other party meant. She looked at the little fat chirp in front of her with a strange look and asked uncertainly, "Do you want to eat this insect meat?" Su Dai herself was a little bit unconvinced when she said this. She knew that this little fat chirp had been very picky about food since birth. He had selected a circle of food in the plantation, and finally chose a few of them as food. Every time he ate, he looked disgusted while eating. Now this little guy took the initiative to eat insect meat. Is it possible? Without waiting for Su Dai to continue to doubt, the little fat chirp in front of her gave her a positive answer. The little guy nodded reservedly. Although his face was very reserved, his eyes looked at the insect meat eagerly. Su Dai suspected that as she nodded, the little guy in front of her would pounce on it without hesitation and eat it. However, since the little guy didn't make any noise, Su Dai was generous and cut off 1/3 of the insect meat and put it in front of it. Is this enough for you to eat? If compared with the body of the little fat bird, this piece of meat is dozens of times larger than its body, and it can't be eaten up no matter how much it eats. Hearing her words, the little fat bird chirped proudly, and then plunged into the insect meat under the gaze of everyone, pecking at it with its little mouth so fast that after images appeared. If Su Dai's eyesight wasn't extremely good, she couldn't see how this guy ate so quickly. After the little guy ate quietly, Su Dai waved to everyone and said, "You guys keep eating, we have enough insects, and we guarantee that you will be full." The latter part of her words were obviously directed at the members of the advanced team. Although it was a warm welcome, it was a death warrant for the members of the advanced team present. They really didn't want to eat insect meat at all, so who could tell them how to refuse food elegantly and politely in this occasion? But unfortunately no one told them. The members of the advanced team took the chopsticks in their hands, and their faces were very stiff, especially when they saw the food placed in front of them. They could clearly see the texture on the insect meat. Although it was a finished product that was cut, it couldn't stop them from thinking of the complete appearance of the insect in their minds. So when everyone else was eating insect meat, a strange picture appeared. The members of the advanced team kept eating the fruits on the table. When the dwarves started the second round of sharing, the insect meat in front of them still remained in the same state as it was delivered. The old dwarf chief, who was in charge of the food distribution, saw their situation at a glance and snorted with disdain. Compared with the younger generation of dwarves, who could get along well with the advanced team, the old dwarf, with that solid memory, was not so friendly. He almost had his hatred for the imperial people written on his forehead. This was even more unpleasant. The god's messenger gave them food, but these barbaric guys actually refused to eat it. This was something the old dwarf could not tolerate. After distributing the food to his own people, he pointed directly at the advanced team who were about to breathe a sigh of relief, and ordered the dwarves around him, "Send these portions of insect meat to them, let them cherish the food given by the god's messenger. I hope they are not afraid to eat it. You stimulate them." The dwarves who received the order from the chief immediately carried the food to execute the order. In order to go back to eat quickly, the leading dwarf quickly conveyed the chief's words and added, "I said you don't dare to eat, then you imperial people are really not good, not like what is spread in our tribe." After saying this, he put down the food and left talking to himself. This made the remaining advanced team members particularly uncomfortable. Eating or not eating was already a choice in front of them. Among them, Taizhan was the most impulsive. He gritted his teeth and beat his chest hard. "Captain, I will eat first. We can't let them look down on us. The princess is still watching us." Since being rescued by Su Dai, Kishan's heart has unconsciously moved closer to Su Dai. He didn't want the princess to look down on him at all. He must let the princess see how good he is. After he said this, he had mustered up the courage to wait for his captain to agree. At this time, a cry of surprise came from among them. This sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet advance team. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and then widened their eyes. I saw a silent Moss with half a piece of meat hanging on his mouth. He was still using unfamiliar utensils to pick up the meat on the table, and was about to put it into his mouth. The atmosphere froze as they looked at each other. Moss, who was stared at by so many eyes, couldn't help but suck it. He sucked the insect meat hanging on his mouth directly into his mouth, and then he chewed it twice and swallowed it subconsciously. This series of actions was particularly familiar and smooth, and he showed an expression of enjoyment on his face at the end. When Moss realized what he had done, his expression froze, and he laughed awkwardly at his teammates with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Chapter 43. This scene was a bit awkward. Moss was staring at by so many teammates, feeling extremely guilty. But his tongue couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. The delicious taste in his throat made him want to savor it, and his mouth couldn't help but whisper, "Captain, this is really not my fault." He really didn't want to do it, but he didn't know why the insect meat tasted so good. He wanted to try it to make sure that the good feeling he had before was just his fantasy, but after eating it, he was completely defeated. It turns out that the taste before was not his imagination, but real. Moss couldn't help but recall the taste that spread in his mouth just now, and tears were about to fall. Why is the insect meat of the Zerg so delicious? Why didn't his elder brother tell him about this? Aren't they brothers? No wonder his elder brother didn't let him go to the front line. It must be because the insect meat tastes too good. His elder brother is afraid that he will discover this secret, right? Thinking of this, Moss's eyes became resentful, and he said to his teammates sullenly, "Don't look at me with such eyes. We are all fools who have been deceived. If you don't believe it, you will know why if you taste it yourself." In his heart, he was sure that his elder brother had no brotherly love at all. When he went back, he must question his elder brother. Why is this? Aren't they the closest brothers among compatriots? Moss was very angry, and stuffed another ball of insect meat into his mouth. The delicious taste in his mouth made his expression ripple. It was really delicious. He was going to announce, insect meat was the most delicious food in the entire empire. No, in the entire galaxy. Perhaps because his expression was too intoxicated, his teammates, who were already suspicious, could not help but become curious. They gritted their teeth and followed Moss's example to pick the smallest piece of meat in front of them and put it to their mouths. As soon as the insect meat reached his mouth, his fingers trembled uncontrollably, and then he made up his mind and closed his eyes. Taizan was the first to put the meat into his mouth. Taizan was originally prepared to swallow it no matter how unpalatable it was, but at this moment he only felt that his mouth was filled with a taste he had never felt before. This taste was very intoxicating, and he couldn't help but roll his tongue, and then with a gurgle, his mouth was empty, leaving only the wonderful taste just now that continued to stimulate his taste buds. His stunned look made his teammates, who were holding food to their mouths, feel like cats scratching their claws. What happened? Was it so unpalatable that they couldn't speak? Helen didn't want to wait any longer. She and the people around her looked at each other, and put the insect meat directly into their mouths. In a few seconds, they showed the same movements and expressions as Taizan. As if they were frozen, their faces were first incredible, and then shocked by the discovery of a new world. The same question appeared in their minds. Why is the meat of the Zerg so delicious? Is this still the Zerg they know? Their expressions changed too quickly, which made the others who hadn't tried it even more curious. They suppressed the disgust in their hearts, and quickly stuffed the insect meat in their hands into their mouths. Then another wave of people were shocked by the insect meat. Only Levis reacted first. He chewed the worm meat slowly. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. If he hadn't known in advance that it was worm meat, and told him that it was a delicacy made by the Empire's 5-star chef, he would have believed it. But as he chewed, he found that the meat was far more than just delicious. Levis thought he had an illusion. In order to confirm his idea, he picked up a piece of worm meat again and put it in his mouth, repeating the action just now. While enjoying the deliciousness, he was sure that what he just felt was not an illusion. This action was repeated several times, causing Moss, on the side, to look sideways. He puffed his mouth and ate the worm meat quickly, while complaining in his heart. Their captain said he didn't eat worm meat, but he tasted it and betrayed faster than anyone else. He really deserves to be their captain. Look at the other teammates who didn't react stupidly, how quick their captain reacted. Thinking of this, C, who had just seen his teammates stunned, was now in a good mood. He kicked Taizan on the opposite side and warned him with his eyes. "Fool, wake up and eat. Be careful that the captain will steal your food." Levis certainly didn't know that his subordinates were spitting at him in their hearts, and were wary of him snatching food. He was feeling the energy flowing in his body at this time, and his mental power was more like being soaked in warm water, warm and comfortable. His body was constantly heating up, and he felt extremely relaxed. All these told him a fact, that these insect meats all contain energy. As for the specific effects of these energies, he was not clear yet, but he could feel that these energies were good for his body. It was enough to be sure of these. Thinking that the Zerg that he had been destroying could actually have this function, Leva's heart was burning. If this news reached the Empire, it would definitely bring a huge shock. Thinking about feeling the use of energy more, Levis was immersed in his own thoughts. At this time, the other team members around him also reacted. They felt the deliciousness exploding in their mouths, and began to pick up food one by one. Their fingers seemed to be uncontrolled, and moved the food quickly. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: this insect meat is delicious, delicious, really delicious. They have to keep eating it. Damn, if they eat it earlier, does it mean that they can eat more than others later? Su Dai, who has been paying attention to this side, also saw their changes before and after, and couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. She said that no one can refuse delicious food, especially these foods have been processed by her mental power, and now these insect meat will be more suitable for human absorption. Only a fool will give up this good opportunity. Su Dai's eyes looked around them, and finally met Levis's eyes. Under her gaze, the other party moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand and clenched his fist to give her a standard thank you. The smile in Su Dai's eyes deepened, and she blinked at him gently, and couldn't help feeling relieved in her heart. It seems that there are still people who understand, and they have discovered the benefits so quickly, which makes her want to keep the other party to work for her even more. She was thinking about how to better keep the person here, when she felt a noise on her fingers. She looked down, and saw a little creature that had just finished eating the meat was pecking at her fingers with its sharp beak. Xiao Xingming, who was eating meat, quickly reached out to hold down the naughty little fatty, fearing that the next second fatty would be pressed on the table and crushed until he cried by Su Su, whom he loved. Su Dai's mouth twitched for a while. She really missed it. Look, there are two guys who have discovered the benefits of insect meat. Seeing the little guy's non-stop appearance, she confirmed with her eyes that this guy is here to beg for food. Su Dai was no longer surprised that the little fat bird had eaten up a piece of meat that was dozens of times larger than its own body in such a short time. After all, no one had ever seen what a phoenix looked like when it was young. All abnormalities could be attributed to the different species of the creature. Su Dai waved her hand at Xiao Xingming. It's okay, you eat yours, I take care of this little guy. She then reached out and picked up the little fat bird, poking its swollen belly with disdain. Where did you eat all this meat? I was going to let you grill meat, but now you not only eat my meat, but you also eat so much. I asked you to grill the meat for me, but you burned it, and couldn't even control the temperature. You are such a useless fat boy. The series of disdainful words made the little fat bird very angry. Unconvinced, it opened its mouth to spit fire again. This time, Su Dai was faster than it. When it opened its mouth, she had bound its mouth with her mental power and threatened, "Don't spit fire randomly in the future. If I see you spit fire at your own people again, I will make you unable to open your mouth except for eating in this life." Chirp chirp. You are the big devil. Su Dai snorted twice. I am so domineering, you'd better be obedient, otherwise you can try. The little chicken was instantly timid. Thinking that he would have to rely on this person to eat good food in the future, he had to give in. He couldn't raise his proud little head anymore. He could only chirp softly, and his tender yellow little beak gently poked Su Dai's fingertips, with careful and flattering movements. This kind of careful flattery successfully made Su Dai happy. She took back the mental power that bound the little fat bird and touched its head as a reward. I give you the rest of the half to eat. Don't just eat it. You should exercise well in the future. You are too fat. Try to control the fire freely as soon as possible, otherwise you will be a fool who can't even make a barbecue. Although he didn't know what barbecue was, the little fat bird understood the word idiot. He hummed unhappily, swung his little butt, jumped off Su Dai's arm, rushed to the food and began to eat violently. At the end of this insect banquet, the guests and hosts were all happy. When it was over, the advanced team was still not satisfied and asked implicitly when the next banquet would be held. In response, Su Dai smiled and said, "Work hard and you will have everything you want." So after that, the advanced team worked harder. They not only completed the irrigation work of the plantation, but also planned to build a complete irrigation system project. Once completed, this project will be able to cover 100,000 square kilometers of black gold land for irrigation. Su Dai was really surprised when she saw the plan submitted by Levis. At this time, she had to start to take this matter seriously. Originally, she just wanted to make these guys suffer some setbacks, and then integrate them into their base camp. Now it seems that things are going very smoothly, which has exceeded her expectations. Holding the plan, Su Dai pondered for a while. She thought she should take some time to have a good chat with the other party. Chapter 44. Su Dai was thinking about things slowly, but the people in the advance team were anxious. They asked their captain from time to time whether the princess was satisfied with their performance during this period, and when they could hold another insect feast. Such questions could be asked several times a day. Levis was also urged to think about it. He thought about the suggestions he gave to the princess. There was no movement over there for a long time, which made his firm heart gradually unstable. At this time, Moss took advantage of the rest time to replenish fruits and said proudly, "Hey, I don't know if it's because of the good environment here, my mental strength has actually increased a little during this period, hee." As soon as he said this, Taizhan, who was repairing the car, stuck his head out, flexed his biceps, and said in a rough voice, "I feel the same way. I always have endless energy these days." When Taizhan said this, the other people who were resting and working seemed to be awakened and expressed their opinions one after another. "So you guys feel the same way? I feel like I've been working really hard these days." "Aw, no wonder. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. I've been working really hard these days." Such words were echoed constantly. Levis knew his teammates had noticed something was wrong, but he couldn't let everyone know the truth without the princess's consent, so he changed the subject and said, "I talked to the princess about whether she can give us some more meat." As soon as he said this, he really diverted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes lit up. Moss put away the fruit core in his hand, quickly moved to the front, and shouted excitedly, "Captain, I am excited all over when I think of eating insect meat. If I had known that insect meat was so delicious, I should have gone to the front line to carry the killed Zergs." Everyone thought of the countless insects on the front line. Those insects were originally very hateful, but now thinking of the wonderful taste of these insects, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva, slurping. They seemed to be hungry again, being watched enthusiastically by so many teammates with expectant eyes. Levis was a little bit in a dilemma for a while, and suddenly felt that his excuse was too hasty. Just as he was thinking about how to reply, there was a rustling sound of leaves flapping against each other in the sky, and all the plants seemed to cheer in the wind. Levis thought and looked in the direction of the sound. 1 second, 2 seconds. In the rustling sound of plant leaves knocking, Su Dai's figure appeared in their sight. Seeing her approaching, Levis' heart suddenly couldn't help but beat faster than usual. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart had already beat to his throat, making him speechless for a while. The happiest person about Su Dai's arrival was Moss. He rushed to Su Dai, turning left and right like a husky, and kept talking. Princess, are you here to give us worm meat?" Our captain said. Blah blah blah, like pouring beans. In less than a minute, Moss had uncovered his captain's past. Su Dai raised her eyebrows, and her eyes shifted from the enthusiastic advance team to the captain Levis, looking at him with a smile. Levis, who knew the inside story, felt his face getting hot for the first time. He couldn't help avoiding her eyes, and pretending to be calm and coughing twice. His handsome and upright face was about to burst. Only then did Su Dai feel that the other party looked a bit like a young man. Since he would be her man in the future, she had to give him some face. Otherwise, if she made him angry, and he didn't follow her anymore, it would be a waste of time. Waving to the enthusiastic advance team members, Su Dai said generously, "What's a bug? I give you 4 directly. When you want to eat, go find the old dwarf chief to get them. I say hello to him." As soon as she said this, the advance team cheered, directly shattering their doubts about Su Dai. Their favorable impression of the princess in front of them was rising, and they were already cursing those who slandered the princess on the Star Network. Those people must have deliberately spread rumors and slandered her. They were really black-hearted. As for the deeper reasons, they did not dare to think about it further, but they admired and convinced the princess, who was exiled to the abandoned planet. She was able to govern the land in such a harsh environment, and tried to use her own abilities to lead a group of native creatures to restore the vitality of this planet. This spirit and goal made them admire. In the Empire, the education they received from birth to entering the army was all about attacking, constantly improving their abilities and combat effectiveness, and doing more to seize the resources of the conquered planets, so that many resource planets became abandoned planets after being discovered. During this time here, they learned a lot. They were learning to repair, and create a planetary ecology. Such a life is boring at first, but once you get into it, it is more interesting than fighting. Seeing the places you have handled gradually come to life, it is difficult for them to express this feeling, but they can't suppress the pride and sense of achievement in their hearts. And these feelings are incomparable to fighting and cleaning the battlefield. They don't want to make a deep comparison, they just know that they like what they are doing now. So they are very happy that Su Dai came. Although they can't be as thick-skinned as Moss, their eyes can't help but follow Su Dai's movements. Levis saw the changes in his teammates. He couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. Looking at the person in front of him, who was shining even without saying a word, he had to admit that this person had a strong personality charm that made people want to get close to her involuntarily. It seems that getting closer to her and surrounding her can make one's inner goals and directions extremely clear, and have endless motivation to follow each other to the bright future. This kind of personality charm has been a quality possessed by every generation of wise emperors since ancient times, and the soldiers of the empire will fight for such an emperor. Perhaps because Levis's eyes were too complicated, Su Dai in the crowd nodded to him and said with a smile, "Captain Levis, shall we go for a walk?" He pointed to a small lush red plantation in front of him. "That's where I planted the red fruit, which should be ready for harvest soon. Captain Levis, shall we go and have a look?" Levis nodded, stepped forward and saluted. "It's my honor, please, princess." So the two of them staggered half a step, slowly walking towards Hongfenglan, until their figures gradually disappeared from the field of vision, and the advance team reluctantly withdrew their eyes. Moss touched his chin very depressed, turned his head, and asked the lazy young man on the side, "Lin Mo, do you think I am handsome?" The young man called Lin Mo glanced at him, and said disdainfully, "Not as good-looking as me." This is the truth. Lin Mo looks like a bad boy, the kind of handsome, very popular with girls. Moss was choked by the retort, and retorted angrily, "I didn't say you, not you, you just said who looks better between me and the captain." After saying this, Lin Mo bit a leaf, looked him up and down, and then said slowly, "You look about the same. I never pay attention to those who are not as good-looking as me, but if women choose, I think they will definitely choose the captain." Moss was hit hard, rolled his eyes at him fiercely, and sat on the ground muttering, "Is it really because I am not as handsome as the captain that the princess chose the captain? I look good too, and others praise me for being very similar to my brother." Hearing what he was muttering, Lin Mo was speechless and rolled his eyes at him. He looked like a stupid dog, and the princess was not blind. It would never be the turn of this idiot. Could it be that this handsome guy is dead? Lin Mo touched his chin and thought confidently that after the captain, at least he would be the turn, and it would never be the turn of Moss the idiot. On the other side, Su Dai and Levis had already stepped into the red pine forest. The tall red pine tree seemed to sense her presence, and gently shook their fiery leaves to greet her. Su Dai reached out, and picked the 2 fruits above her head, handed them to Levis, and said with a smile, "Captain Levis gave me very good suggestions for construction. You have been forced to stay here for a while. What do you think of my planet?" Finally, Levis felt like he was finally called by the teacher. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "This planet itself is very bad, but because of you, the princess, this planet has a promising future. In this star field, there are countless abandoned planets like this planet, but only this planet is slowly recovering its vitality. In time, what will this planet under his feet become? Even he can't help but look forward to seeing the day. But he knows that all of this is the credit of one person. Levis can say with certainty that no one can bring an abandoned planet back to life except the person in front of him." This is what really touched him, and what he yearned for. Although Su Dai had heard a lot of compliments, she couldn't help but feel happy when she was praised by a serious and upright person. At this moment, she liked him more and more. She couldn't help but sigh again that this person was destined to follow her in her career. After chewing the fruit, Su Dai stopped and turned to look at the other person with bright eyes, and said seriously, "Captain Levis, are you interested in building a planet with me?" Without waiting for the other party's answer, Su Dai chewed the fruit, then curved her eyes, pointed around, and slowly said, "Since no one wants this starfield, do you think it is possible for me to turn this starfield into my own territory, turn the abandoned stars here into treasures, and make them my confidence?" Chapter 45. Su Dai's eyes were filled with a warm and burning light, and her whole body was full of firm confidence. Even if she stood like this, people could not take their eyes off her, and could not help but believe what she said. Levis' heart could not help but beat again. The sound was too strong, as if it was beating beside his eardrums, bewitching him, tempting him to nod. Levis could no longer maintain the calm expression on his face, and finally revealed a trace of confusion of a young man of this age. His fingers unconsciously rubbed in his trouser pockets. He had to admit a fact now. His heart was biased. He was like a ship, drifting in the endless sea. At this time, seeing the lighthouse in front of him, He was uncontrollably attracted by the light. He wanted to pursue the light of the lighthouse, and rush to the future described by the other party. Levi sighed and found that his brain had already begun to imagine what the future would look like, what this star field would look like after it was restored. After a long time, he suppressed the excitement in his throat, and nodded with a hard voice. If it's the princess, I believe it will come true. Su Dai nodded, showing a satisfied smile. She did not urge the other party to give an answer immediately, but pointed to the red fruits around and said, I look forward to the day when you give an answer, Levis, and I hope it is the answer I want. The fruits here are all ready. You can pick some with your teammates later. After that, Su Dai threw a fruit at him, and then left with her hands behind her back with a smile. Until her figure completely disappeared in the forest, Levis showed a faint helpless smile on his face. Such a princess was really hard to refuse, but he seemed to have an answer. As a result of this small conversation, the advanced team suddenly had a lot more food. Thinking of the stinky face of the old dwarf leader, when they were carrying the insect meat, they felt so happy in their hearts, and finally had a feeling of having the upper hand. At this time, they were looking at the red fruits sent by the eldest princess. The ripe fruits just picked had a sweet fragrance. The people in the advanced team felt that this day was too happy, and their eyes looking at their captain also had a little more gossip. Moss said sourly, Captain, the eldest princess is so good to you. I still know her. She didn't say what she gave me. Moss felt particularly sad when he said the last part. His eyes kept scanning his captain. The eldest princess used to like the style of Major Generals. Now it seems that the captain looks a bit like Major General Elaine when he doesn't smile. No wonder. Moss thought he had seen through the phenomenon and the true essence of the matter. He was no longer jealous. He bumped his captain with sympathy and whispered, Captain, although the princess is very good, we can't take it too seriously. We should be satisfied if we can get some food and drink. Moss, mumbling in his heart, being a tool man should be conscious of being a tool man. The substitute will never be able to beat the main person. This is a common thing in interstellar literature. Levis looked at his subordinate, who was crazy again inexplicably. Why is this look so unpleasant? He stuffed the fruit directly into his mouth and ordered expressionlessly, eat something and say less weird things. Moss felt that his kindness was in vain. He snorted twice and waited. If he suffered a loss in the future, he would not take revenge. No one paid attention to Moss's depression. Everyone was already immersed in the joy of eating meat. Taizan successfully won the opportunity to be the main cutter of insect meat by drawing lots. He held his laser sword, and his heart was surging. He had recalled the insect meat cooking rules taught by the dwarf taught us several times in his mind. He took a deep breath and knew that he would succeed. The advanced team was ready to eat meat. On the other side, Su Dai happened to walk in front of the alien plants. After a glance, Su Dai found that these flower buds seemed to be bigger than the last time she saw them. She curiously used her mental power to sense them, but when her mental power reached the inside, it encountered a layer of diaphragm and could not penetrate into it. This abnormal phenomenon made Su Dai very curious. Judging from the current appearances, these plants are very unusual. What exactly they look like, it seems that it can only be revealed when these flower buds bloom. She asked the small system in her mind, Didn't you say that you have collected all the information on this planet? How come you can't even find out what this plant is? The small system was very depressed. It thought that it could know more since it had recovered some functions, but the plant in front of it slapped it in the face. It could only stamp its feet in depression, hum twice, and then never speak again. Su Dai shouted twice, but there was no response. She knew that the other party was pretending to be dead again. She didn't care. She was just teasing the child. She was satisfied to see the child depressed. In such a leisurely and busy day, the land reclamation and planting were repeated continuously. Soon the advanced team passed the punishment day. Their 3-month labor was over. When the news was suddenly announced, the advanced team was only happy for a short while before they felt endless loss. They had been thinking about the end of the day before, but now that this day had come, they didn't want it to come. The expected joy didn't seem to be there at all. What happened? Moss was the first one to quit. Although he didn't want to work, if they were not allowed to work, would they still be able to eat the princess's food in the future? But before he could ask this question, the dwarfs, who came to notify him, had all dispersed. They were rushing back to have dinner, but they had no time to reminisce with these imperial people. If they didn't work, they would no longer be partners in the struggle together. Everyone followed the captain back to the spaceship. They were obviously extremely tired, but at this moment, they didn't want to rest at all. Thinking that they wouldn't have to work tomorrow, their hearts were empty. As if they had agreed, sighs came one after another. So everyone looked at each other, and in an instant, They all understood. It turns out that he is not the only one who thinks this way. Moss was the first to lose his temper, and he came to his captain and asked dejectedly, "Captain, why am I not happy at all? You said you will not work anymore, so will there be no food produced by the princess and others to eat in the future?" When this question came out, everyone was shocked. They actually forgot about this, so they no longer felt sad, and they all looked at their captain nervously, waiting for his answer. The world is big, and eating is the biggest thing. They can no longer go back to the days of taking nutritional supplements. Levis saw the look in his subordinate's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. This is what the princess had expected, right? Look at these people now. Their previous vigilance and suspicion towards the princess has completely disappeared. Now they are rushing towards the trap of the other party, and they are willing to do so. He swept his eyes across everyone's face, and finally paused on Lin Mo for a few seconds. The other party showed him a piece of white teeth, as unruly as ever, but Levis understood what the other party meant. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Look, there is another traitor here. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Levis gave up the resistance and nodded. I will talk to the princess about the future plan, and have a good rest today. Everyone cheered and finally smiled, raising their arms to cheer Levis. Come on, Captain. It depends on you whether you can eat meat every day in the future. When the next day came, Su Dai was still in Xiao Xingming's room with a little golden egg. After a while, Xiao Xingming's shouting came from outside. Su Dai heard the voice was wrong, so she looked outside and saw Xiao Xingming holding his waist closed with one hand and chasing Moss. Moss ran and shouted, "Oh, I didn't mean to pull off your clothes, brother Xingming. Don't be so stingy. Hey, you hit me." Su Dai glanced around and ignored the two people's fight. Instead, she looked at Levis standing alone and raised her eyebrows at him. I have already liberated you. Why don't you repair your spaceship today, and come to my place for what? As he said this, he touched the egg in his hand, very casually. Levis originally thought that the other party would ask him if he had thought it through, and he was still hesitating about how to answer tactfully, but now seeing that the other party seemed to have forgotten about this matter, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little embarrassed for thinking too much. Quickly sorting out his complicated feelings, Levis straightened his face and said, "Princess, we want to continue to do something, which is also the request of our entire advanced team." After saying this, Levis was also a little nervous, but he was used to using a serious face to cover all his expressions, and no fluctuating emotions could be seen on his face. Su Dai rubbed her fingers on the little golden egg, and did not immediately agree or refuse, but was thinking about something. Her thoughtful look made Levis' heart tense for no reason. Was she agreeing or disagreeing? Moss on the side also stopped chasing and playing, and quickly came over here, looking at the two people repeatedly. When he was about to doubt his captain's ability, Su Dai finally came back to her senses from her contemplation, and she looked up at the two people. "Levis, I suddenly think your irrigation project plan is very good. Even if she can always control the branches of the magic vine to control the entire underground situation, including the transportation of water sources, the entire planet will eventually return to a vibrant state. She can't blindly let all creatures rely on her for life and death. She should increase the possibility of survival. So, she won't expose her old secrets to everyone, so the implementation of this plan is even more necessary." Levis was stunned for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Did the eldest princess think his plan was not good before? Chapter 46. Moss was also shocked, looking at his captain with an incredible face. How come their captain was still in contact with the princess in private? So the captain didn't hear his reminder at all. Is he determined to be a substitute? Thinking of the tragic situation of his captain as a substitute, Moss felt a pain in his heart, holding his heart with an expression of "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Perhaps because his expression was too vivid, Su Dai couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Before she could ask, Levis on the side had a flash of embarrassment in his eyes, and kicked Moss away directly. "Hey, Captain, what are you doing?" Levis coughed as if he didn't hear it, and said to Su Dai, "Let's talk about the princess together." Su Dai looked at the two of them, raised her eyebrows, and nodded in agreement. The two walked towards the thorn hut one after the other. As they walked in, the hut changed shape rapidly, and soon a spacious hall was formed inside. Moss was unwilling to be left behind, so he took 2 steps on his heels, and then he was stunned by the little house that seemed to come alive. How could this little house move? Looking at the captain with an expressionless face walking into the house, Moss was completely convinced. Well, it seems that the captain has decided to be the substitute. It seems that even if the princess makes it a dangerous place, the captain will be willing to go in. For a while, Moss could only squat outside and grow mushrooms, with extremely complicated feelings in his heart. At this time, Su Dai was talking to Levis about the construction of the entire city irrigation system in the house. She looked at Levis and said slowly, "Levis, your plan is very good, but there is a shortcoming." She paused for a moment. Hearing this, Levis showed a listening gesture on his face. Su Dai smiled slightly and pointed out part of his plan on the screen. "Levis, you should have a longer-term vision. This planet is mine. You should not plan the planting land in this part, but the irrigation plan for the planting land of the entire planet. Now start with this city that is about to be formed." As she spoke, Su Dai drew a range on the area map prepared by the system. The circled area looked like an entrenched tiger. "This is our current western region. These green areas are the places we have activated. These places are recovering their vitality. In the near future, these places will surely become a resource area. The gray areas above require our continued efforts. Your plan is very good, but it needs some adjustments. What do you think?" Levis looked at the scene displayed on the screen, and saw the gray area covered by green. He was excited and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He suppressed the surging in his heart and nodded solemnly, "Your Highness, I understand. Please leave this matter to me." Su Dai nodded, looked at him approvingly and said, "I am assured that you will do it. Okay, you can take your subordinates to do this together. It also saves me from having to arrange other work for them." Although the latter sentence was spoken in a low voice, Levis, who had excellent hearing, still heard it clearly, and his face was hot again. It turned out that the princess knew everything. When Levis came out of the thorn hut, there was still a blush on his face. This made Moss, who was waiting outside, burst out of his eyes. His eyes swept from Levis's face to his clothes like a laser light. He was relieved after confirming that his clothes were intact and there was no mess. He then stared at his red face with suspicion and asked suspiciously, "Captain, what did you say in there? Why is your face so red? Are you the eldest princess? Talk less and do more. Do you still want to eat?" This successfully grasped Moss's soft spot. He hummed, and then followed his captain unwillingly, and the water of suspicion in his heart was about to spread. Levis only felt that his ears were quiet. He didn't want to repeat the embarrassment just now. After returning to the spaceship, everyone in the advance team knew the news, and they swept away the previous loss and depression. Everyone seemed to be alive, clapping each other to celebrate, and everyone's face was radiant, rubbing their hands and looking like they were going to do a big fight. Levis couldn't help but smile when he saw them like this. It was all right. It wasn't the final decision yet. Doing everything well was the best answer to the princess. Moss, who had been paying attention to his movements, couldn't help but feel sad again when he saw his smile. It was over. Their captain would laugh secretly. This must be because he was deeply in love. It was over. Their captain was over. So after experiencing the unemployment wave, the advanced team members were employed again. This time they cherished the job opportunity more. Under Levis's control, they worked harder, so much so that the dwarves next to them felt a sense of urgency. With such a rapid progress, one day when Su Dai was cultivating new attack plants, a series of system voices rang out like an explosion. "Congratulations to the host for completing 1/3 of the recovery mission in the Western region. The second phase of the mission in the Western region has been completed. Please continue to work hard to complete the West Mountain chapter of Hope Home. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. 1/5 of the West Mountain chapter mission has been completed. Please wait for the system to update the map maintenance." Just when Su Dai thought it was over, the system voice rang again. "The host has completed the mission level and is identified as advanced. The reward has been sent to the system. Please check it in time." A series of ding-ding-ding sounds rang and ended. After waiting for a long time, her head was finally quiet, and Su Dai finally moved. At this time, only a few words were left in her head. "Rewards have been sent." Su Dai directly opened the system, ignoring the red words that were being upgraded, and saw 2 boxes in the backpack space. She put her mental power closer to check. "Oh, this box is quite exquisite. The thing inside should be a good thing, right?" Su Dai couldn't wait to open it. A burst of light flashed in the backpack space. Su Dai couldn't help but feel a little excited. Look at the flashing light. There must be good things inside. When the light faded, she immediately put her mental power into the box to check. It didn't matter if she saw it, but she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She saw the words "pet upgrade fee" clearly written in the box. Su Dai's head was full of question marks. This was obviously to trick people in and kill them. Pet feed. Su Dai thought for a long time and didn't think she had a pet. So this reward was just to get rid of her, It must be like this. Looking at the 2 bags of feed, Su Dai gritted her teeth and snorted fiercely. It was indeed a rubbish system. She shouldn't have expected the system rewards every time. In the end, Su Dai had to walk on the road with 2 bags of feed in her hands. She was speechless. If she had known it was feed, she would not have opened it. This broken system could not store things even after upgrading itself, so she could only take out everything in her backpack. Just as she walked to the front of the base camp, she met Xiao Xingming, who was coming towards her. The little guy kept frowning, as if something was bothering him. When he saw Su Dai coming back, he seemed to have found his backbone and shouted, "Su, Su, Su, Su." Su Dai saw that something was wrong, so she stopped and reached out to take the small golden egg in his arms. "What's wrong? Why are you so nervous?" Xiao Xingming frowned and looked around. His eyes kept wandering in the sky, muttering, Su is not right." There is a sense of danger hearing his words. Su Dai also became alert, put the feet on the ground, and spread her mental power around. She closed her eyes, and felt every piece of land where her mental power spread. Especially above the sky that Xiao Xingming mentioned, she searched carefully. She could see the water vapor in the air condensing and evaporating, and she did not let go of every inch of the place where her mental power reached. A quarter of an hour passed. Su Dai opened her eyes, frowned, and she found nothing. Since the last Zerg invasion, she believed that any abnormal intuition should be paid attention to. But this time she did not have a dangerous intuition, and Xiao Xingming was obviously different from her. He looked at Su Dai eagerly, hoping to be recognized. Under such gaze, Su Dai shook her head. "I didn't find anything, Xingming. Can you feel what the danger is?" Xiao Xingming looked depressed, then shook his head slowly. "I don't know. I don't feel good." Su, do you believe Xingming?" Su Dai nodded without hesitation. She believed in the intuition of this little guy. There are 2 best explanations for the current situation. Either it is Xiao Xingming's illusion, or Xiao Xingming's perception ability is wider than her current mental power, so he can perceive things that she can't perceive. In her opinion, it is more reliable to prepare for a rainy day than to face danger unexpectedly. During the gap between the 2 people talking, the sound of da-da-da kept ringing on the side. When Su Dai took the time to look in the direction of the sound, she saw a chubby fat bird sticking its butt out and eating hard, and the food she put on the ground was the feed. Su Dai, grinding teeth. "I don't know if roasted phoenix meat tastes good." She already wants to try it. The little fat bird successfully broke all of Su Dai's illusions about the legendary mythical beast. This is not the mythical bird recorded in the Earth's mythology, right? Which mythical bird would steal feed? Su Dai, whose filter was forcibly broken, was not polite at this time. She directly reached out and picked up the little fat bird, who was still eating and squinting at it. "Little fat bird, who told you to eat?" The little fat bird got angry when he heard his name, flapping his wings, and felt very guilty when he heard this. After a while, he raised his head and chirped at Su Dai with confidence. Xiao Xingming, who was on the side, acted as an interpreter. He spoke carefully under Su Dai's urging. Fei Ju said that if it was thrown on the ground, no one wanted it, so if it picked it up, it would be its. Su Dai thought that the little Fei Ju in front of her might be a variant of the phoenix. She directly knocked on its forehead 3 times to teach it a lesson. "Little Fei Ju, this is the first time. If you dare to touch my things again, I will open your skull." Chapter 47. Although she warned the little fat bird, she couldn't save the fact that all the pet food was eaten. Su Dai had no choice but to accept it. It was just some pet food anyway, so she ate it. Thinking like this, she threw the little fat bird to Xiao Xingming, holding the little golden egg, and said, "I go to the planting area in front to take a look. Xingming, you'd better not follow me. After all, your face is still growing." As she said that, Su Dai used energy to infuse the leaves on the side of his cheek to make the leaves grow a little bigger, so that he could just block the half of his face that was being repaired from light and sand pollution. Although Xiao Xingming was discouraged by the rejection, he still nodded seriously and agreed, secretly thinking in his heart that he must grow into a human as soon as possible. So that in Su Dai's eyes, the man and the bird suddenly became heroic and high-spirited for some reason, as if they were going to do something big. Su Dai had something on her mind, so she didn't have time to check what the 2 guys were doing. She turned around and walked towards the plantation, checking the system to see where she needed to add some more defensive plants. Once an attacking creature appeared, she would lead it to the place where it would be strangled, so as to reduce the damage to the black gold land. She checked for 2 days like this, using her mental power to explore the surrounding situation every day, but the entire western region was very calm, and she didn't have a hunch that there was anything dangerous. After she added the new attack plants around the new planting area that day, Su Dai returned to the base camp and walked to the door of the thorn hut. Then she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Xiao Xingming for a few days. What was this guy doing? Thinking this way, she sensed that the other party was hiding in the house again. Wasn't he hatching eggs again? With this idea in mind, Su Dai knocked on the door twice. There was no movement inside for a long time. Could he have hatched eggs and forgotten the time? When she was about to turn around and go back to her room, a chirping sound suddenly came from inside, which sounded quite anxious. Su Dai paused, and without thinking, she kicked the door open and walked inside with big strides. As soon as she walked inside, she found something wrong. There were clothes scattered on the ground. Su Dai wanted to walk inside and stopped. Just when she was thinking about whether to go in case she saw some mosaic pictures, a tender yellow little fat chick fluttered in front of her, and its small claws climbed up along the corner of her clothes, and stopped when it climbed onto her shoulder, waving its little wings and pointing inside and chirping. It was obvious that something happened inside, otherwise this little fat chick, who always raised his little head to her, when they met would not react like this now. The body moved faster than the brain. Su Dai turned and walked inside, her eyes searched around, and then her eyes stopped on the bed. As if afraid that she would not find it, the little fat chirp flew from her shoulder to the bed, and then chirped towards the inside of the bed. Su Dai had already noticed that there was something there, and took 2 steps forward. When her mental power sensed what that thing was, she was stunned. She stared at the side of the bed in disbelief. There was an angle inside, and something was moving inside from time to time. The little fat chirp was very anxious, and turned around and chirped at the dazed Su Dai. Chirp chirp. Stupid, come and save the idiot. The cry brought Su Dai back to reality from her daze. She walked around the side of the bed in 3 or 2 steps, bent down, and lifted the leaves on it, and then met a pair of blue eyes, and a naked 3-headed body. Su Dai? ? Who can tell her where this child came from? He is so fat, and looks familiar. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other. The 3-headed baby seemed to be shy, waving his fat arms, and trying to express himself to Su Dai. The expression on Su Dai's face was hard to describe. Listening to the baby's baby voice, that seemed to still contain saliva, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Please, she doesn't talk baby talk. Reaching out to pick up the baby from the corner, and put it on the bed, Su Dai held her arms, and looked up and down, while frantically tapping the small system in her mind. System, come out, come alive, come and see what this thing is and where it came from. It can't be an alien creature disguised as a human being, right? Su Dai's mind was opened in an instant, full of various conspiracy theories about what aliens have lurked in, especially. Thinking of what Xiao Xingming said, she looked at the child who suddenly appeared in front of her. Could this be the dangerous creature that Xiao Xingming had a premonition about? Su Dai's eyes became sharp, and she stared at the 3-headed figure in front of her with her arms folded. At this time, the voice of the small system came to her ears. Hello, host of Hope Home number 01, the system is being updated, and the system elves are also upgrading. Your problem cannot be returned for the time being. The cold and mechanical reminder sounded, and Su Dai was speechless. Is this system really here to suppress her? It doesn't work every time, and she is tired of saying the word useless. There is no way. Looking at the 3-headed baby who is still speaking baby language in front of her, she could only pick up the child after scanning around to make sure there is no danger. When she got closer, she found that the child's eyes were exactly the same as Xiao Xingming's. A dangerous idea appeared in her mind. Could this be Xiao Xingming's son? She looked at the place where she couldn't write again. Well, this is a boy. Once this thought came out, Su Dai really looked more and more like him. She simulated in her mind how Xiao Xingming's face looked intact. Then she looked down at the little baby in front of her. She found that this child really looked like Xingming. The look between his eyebrows and eyes was exactly the same, especially the eyes. She was 100% sure that they were carved from the same mold. At this moment, Su Dai's head was full of various storms. She turned over various memory fragments of the original owner. Some creatures on some planets can reproduce themselves, and can also disguise themselves as various creatures. So what kind of creature is this 3-headed little baby in front of her? Only the mythical beast Phoenix Xiao Feichu seemed as if nothing had happened. It chirped twice, and sat in the arms of the 3-headed little baby, looking very familiar and comfortable. Su Dai held the baby and nodded at the little fat bird. What a heartless bird, your owner is gone, but you are so good that you don't seem to be anxious. The little fat bird seemed to understand what she said, and its green eyes turned towards her, and its chirping sounded like scolding. Su Dai had no choice but to worry about holding a baby. She walked around the room to make sure there was no trace of Xiao Xingming, and then she was ready to leave. Before leaving, she took a shirt and wrapped the baby directly. After all, he was a boy, and he had to protect his privacy at a young age. After leaving the room, Su Dai used her mental power to search for Xiao Xingming's traces throughout the area, but her image was miserable. She was originally an unfathomable charlatan, but now she was holding a baby in one hand and a small golden egg in the other. She appeared in every place in the plantation. After not finding him anywhere, she could only bite the bullet and break through to the place where everyone was working in front. As soon as she appeared, her new look shocked everyone. The dwarf's envoy was blocked by the tip of their tongues. They looked at their envoy in confusion and shock, and then looked at the three-headed baby in her arms. The dwarfs awe? The envoy is holding a baby? They haven't seen it before, right? When did the envoy have a baby? So this is the envoy? Giving birth to a baby is a matter of minutes. When the dwarfs were thinking, the advanced team members who came over calmed down a little, but looked at the baby in her arms with a puzzled look, wondering why the princess had a baby after not seeing it for a few days. Su Dai knew that her image was almost ruined at this moment, but she had to control her temperament. She pretended to be calm and asked everyone, "Have you seen Xiao Xingming coming here?" The advanced team looked at each other, and Leva said, "The last time we saw Xingming was 3 days ago." Did something happen to the princess? The dwarves also reacted at this time. Tata ran over after asking around and reported breathlessly, "Lord God's messenger, we didn't see Lord Xingming either." These answers were all within Su Dai's expectations. She looked towards. The dwarf waved his hand. "I know, if you see him, tell me, go and do your thing." Tata nodded heavily, as if he had received an important task. "Okay. God, don't worry, we will actively pay attention to the movements of Lord Xingming." After the dwarf Tata left, Su Dai looked at Levis and replied, "Nothing, I just have something to do with Xingming and I can't find him. If you see him, tell him I'm looking for him." Levis nodded, his eyes couldn't help but stay on the baby in her arms. "I don't know why I always feel that this child is very familiar." However, this idea turned in his mind for a while, and Levis turned his eyes away again, strictly implementing the ethics of a person who keeps his mouth shut. But some people are born with a trumpet physique. Just when Su Dai was about to leave, Moss quickly came up to her, stretched his head to the baby in Su Dai's arms, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. He couldn't help but touch his chin and murmured, "Why do I feel that this baby looks like I've seen it somewhere before?" Chapter 48. Moss's muttering made the advanced team members, who had been peeking from time to time, come to Su Dai and look at her openly. They also felt very familiar with her. Someone whispered, "I feel that he looks a bit like Xingming. Look, the eyes are the same." Speaking of eyes, others also nodded in agreement. As long as Helen's eyes were very strange, Tai's Han on the side seemed to bump into her. "What's the matter? Why don't you say anything? It's so obvious, you can't see it." The two just argued about whether to increase the irrigation channel, but the result didn't come out. Tai's Han saw the opportunity to express that he was right. Helen didn't want to let the other party be proud. She rolled her eyes at him, snorted, and said shockingly, "It is indeed very similar to Xiao Xingming, but the eyes are also very similar to someone. You can't see it?" Using the same method to refute, Helen's face was full of "I knew you couldn't see it" expression. Her words and expression directly irritated Tai's Han. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that the other party was lying. He stiffened his neck and argued, "Who else does it look like? Don't be so mysterious. Just say it directly." Other people were also attracted by their arguments. They looked at each other repeatedly and really felt that Helen was fooling people. Someone patted Tai's Han on the shoulder to comfort him. "Come on, Tai's Han. Although Helen is a woman, we are all brothers. It's okay to be fooled by brothers." For a while, everyone made a noise. Helen was so angry that she raised her fist directly, which made the few people who were making noises quiet down. She pointed at the three-headed doll and said with burning eyes, "This pair of eyes also looks like a person. Don't you think he looks like the Major General?" As soon as these words came out, Tai's Han refuted without thinking, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you look like a Major General?" After he finished speaking, he did not receive the expected response. Others stared at the baby in Su Dai's arms, as if they had discovered a new world. I don't know if it was influenced by Helen's words, but now that I look closely, it really looks like their Major General. This sudden discovery shocked everyone. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this time, Lin Mo squinted his eyes and looked carefully, then hugged his arms and looked around Su Dai's body. His eyes were very meaningful. Su Dai was also looking at the person in front of her. She knew that this person was called Lin Mo. He usually liked to be lazy and seemed to care nothing. Now he was like this, which surprised her. What did this person's eyes mean? Without waiting for Su Dai to think carefully, Moss, who could no longer bear it, seemed to have held his breath and finally found a chance to speak. He pulled Lin Mo away and stared at the three-head body. His breathing became rapid, and his face flushed as he shouted, "Princess, this is Major General Elaine's child." With teammates. They are different. His elder brother is with the Major General. As a family member, he has seen Major General Elaine many times. This child really looks like Major General Elaine. Moss can swear on his brother's honor. For a moment, Moss's mind was also in a mess. What he thought most was that this child was Major General Elaine's. Thinking of what the eldest princess was put on trial for, Moss shuddered and stared at the three-head tall baby with eyes that seemed to be out of his sockets. Oh my god, it's impossible. This child can't really be the child of the eldest princess, and the Major General? He was immersed in his own fantasies, but his words were like a stone thrown directly into boiling water, and the whole crowd exploded. Everyone in the advanced team stared at the three-headed baby in Su Dai's arms, their eyes, like laser lights, roaming every inch. Su Dai was also completely stunned, but she did a good job on her face, so people could not see her emotional fluctuations at all. In fact, countless question marks flashed through her heart, and then she barely recalled the memory of the beloved Major General in the original owner's memory, and then she almost had a heart attack. You immortal board. This thief god, why did you play tricks on her like this? The bad premonition in her heart came true, and Su Dai couldn't help but grind her back teeth and curse. Why did a baby suddenly appear who looked exactly like that Major General? Su Dai was completely confused, and everyone in the advanced team was completely frozen. At this time, the air seemed to be stagnant, and the sound of leaves falling seemed to be clearly audible. Su Dai really felt that this was the most embarrassing moment in her life. If it weren't for her image, she would have thrown the doll in her hand away immediately. But she couldn't. She could only take a breath calmly, then glanced at the people opposite one by one with sharp eyes, and looked at Moss in a calm voice to warn him, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can turn into a child overnight?" The tone of this sentence became higher at the end. Everyone felt the strong mental force coming from the air, and could only shrink their heads. Okay, that's right, they didn't say anything. After seeing that their eyes were no longer presumptuous, Su Dai finally calmed down a little. She coughed and said seriously, "If you see Xiao Xingming, tell me." "Okay, go to work. I go over there to look for him." After saying that, he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. His steps were very steady, and his demeanor was even more impressive than before. This made the suspicious advanced team members uncertain. Maybe they really made a mistake. The princess seemed to be right. Even with the most advanced technology in the Empire, it would not be possible to produce such a child in one night. Lead us believe what Su Dai said, suppressed his doubts, looked at his teammates, who were still whispering, and said directly, "Okay, don't watch the fun, today's work is not finished yet. Don't you want to eat dinner?" Hearing about dinner, everyone booed, thinking that their captain was really becoming more and more like the dwarf chiefs on the opposite side. Lin Mo folded his arms, and snorted in the direction of Su Dai. His eyes were full of the aura of everything is under control. Only Moss hung his head, with a look of shock and sleepwalking, obviously believing his guess and being shocked. On the other side, Su Dai finally stopped walking with a sigh of relief after she felt that all the eyes behind her had disappeared. She wiped the non-existent sweat on her head, and stared at the baby in her arms. Su Dai really wanted to throw him down. As if sensing danger, the three-headed baby began to babble again, and a stream of saliva accidentally flowed out of his mouth, with only the front row of small milk teeth. Su Dai. I want to throw him away even more. As a result, the baby seemed to know what she was thinking, and stretched out his chubby little hand to grab her collar. It was like a dogskin plaster, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she shook it. Su Dai shook it several times, and finally gave up the idea of throwing it away. She could only continue to carry it, and then stuffed the little golden egg into the baby's arms, turned around and walked towards the base camp, wailing in her heart, "I'm afraid that my face today will be completely lost." When she got to the base camp, the first thing Su Dai did was to tear the baby off her body. She stood by and looked at the three-headed figure holding the little golden egg on the bed, with an innocent look in her eyes. She lowered her voice and threatened, "Tell me, who are you? If you don't speak, I will peel your skin off." This was said in a sinister way, with the pressure of mental power. If it were any other baby, they would have been scared and cried a long time ago, but the three-headed baby in front of her was not scared at all. Instead, it seemed to like her like this, and her blue eyes were full of joy. Perhaps because these eyes were too clear, the joy and admiration in them were more obvious and pure. which was very touching. Even Su Dai almost compromised under such eyes. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the little fat bird, who had been running away for an unknown time, jumped between them with a cry, and a small fruit was connected in its mouth. It threw the fruit directly on the baby, and fluttered its wings to urge the baby. As the little fat chirp cried, the three-headed baby also babbled at it twice, and then stuffed the fruit into his mouth under Su Dai's sight. When Su Dai reacted, the little guy had already started smacking the fruit in his mouth. Worried that the baby would be stuck by the fruit, Su Dai stretched out her hand and pinched it, and a broken fruit core appeared in her hand. Seeing that it was obviously the fruit core that had just been bitten, her eyes moved, and she obviously found something wrong. These are not the teeth of a baby. The biteability of these teeth is obviously the same as that of a beast. Su Dai pinched the little guy's mouth and checked the teeth inside, and stretched out her hand to pinch it. It seemed that there was nothing abnormal. The baby who was treated like this thought that Su Dai was playing with him, showing his rice-sized teeth, and stretched out his arms to ask Su Dai for a hug. Su Dai never thought that she was liked by children, but the strange child in front of her was too enthusiastic. She hesitated for a second whether to hold him or not, and finally decided to get something for the three-headed baby to eat. First put the baby next to her and watch him. She didn't believe that the other party would not reveal his true colors. After a while, Su Dai put all kinds of vegetables, fruits, and insect meat on the table. She put the baby aside and let him choose what he wanted to eat. The baby reached out and took the grapes in front of him and stuffed them into his mouth, and then the vegetables. After a while, the baby moved forward a few steps and picked up the insect meat again to eat. Su Dai's eyes became more and more incredible, and she couldn't help but be amazed in her heart. How could this be a child's appetite? Sure enough, it was revealed. It was impossible for a human child to eat so much. So under Su Dai's eyes, the three-headed baby slowly ate all the food on the table bit by bit, and then happily patted his belly toward Su Dai, looking very proud. Chapter 49. So Su Dai stayed in the room with the baby. To be more precise, she lay on a high vine bed, watching a person and a bird chirping and talking and playing below. After watching for a while, she was sure that the baby was in a quiet state for the time being, so she closed her eyes and began to consume the energy in her body. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the second night outside. She felt that it was still dark outside. She turned her eyes and saw that the baby on the bed had fallen asleep with his butt sticking up. Su Dai jumped down directly from midair and just stood in front of the baby. A fluffy little head appeared under his arm, and the little green eyes opened suddenly, full of murderous spirit. Su Dai flicked the little fat bird's head and looked at the situation in front of her. In her heart, she overturned the previous classification of the baby as a dangerous creature. The person who could make the little fat bird so close must be able to exclude certain dangers. Thinking of this, she lowered her eyes to look at the baby who was still sleeping. She didn't know if it was a sweet dream, but there was a bubble of milk hanging from the corner of the little guy's mouth, which rose and fell with his breathing, adding a bit of cuteness to this angelic face. Just as Su Dai was about to reach out, the little fat bird, who had been awake, touched her fingers twice, as if warning and trying to please her. Su Dai poked it speechlessly with her backhand, and cursed in a low voice, "You are such an ungrateful little wolf. You betrayed Xiao Xingming before he came back. It's a waste that he was your father all day long." Lessons aside, Su Dai's fingers naturally picked up the blanket that fell to the side, and covered the three-headed baby directly. She couldn't help but defend her behavior. She was definitely not soft-hearted to the baby. She was treating the captives well, which was the good character that the people of Blue Star always had. Just as she was muttering to herself, a familiar voice came from the sea of consciousness. "Host, host, hello." Su Dai was shocked when she heard this voice. It was the small system. Su Dai swore that this was the first time she felt that the small system was not bad. It was rare that she missed it more than before. Hearing the familiar chirping of the other party, Su Dai's expression on her face also relaxed a little, and asked the other party in her usual tone, "It's not easy for you to be alive. I thought a system upgrade would kill you. It seems that you are fine now. Is there anything good happening?" Hearing this, the upgraded small system laughed hee, and it had a bit more obscene breath than before. Su Dai shook her shoulders and resisted the urge to use mental power to whip the other party. "Speak nicely, you picked up a big leak." The small system didn't get angry, but said in suspense, "Host, wait until I digest it thoroughly. You will know how powerful I am." Is he still keeping the secret? However, Su Dai has been numbed by the system's failure to work at critical moments too many times. Even if the other party boasted so vigorously, Su Dai did not have much expectation. Instead, she pointed at the three-headed baby on the bed and said, "Now there is a thing to verify your ability. Do you know what this baby is? Is it disguised as some other species?" As soon as she asked this, the small system was silent for a while, and then couldn't help laughing. For a while, Su Dai's mind was filled with a devilish laughter after the system was upgraded. Su Dai only felt that her head was very noisy. At this moment, she really missed the small system that used to get angry at every turn. This system was too annoying after the upgrade. It seemed to be looking for a place to suppress her to upgrade. It was really good at suppressing her. Perhaps sensing her emotions, the small system finally stopped jumping on her tolerance line, quickly stopped laughing, and hurriedly said, Host, don't you find that it looks like a person?" Su Dai's face darkened when she heard this. The first thing that came to her mind was what the advanced team said, plus the memory of the original owner in her mind. She twitched her mouth and said, "This is impossible. This child can't be the other party's child." Even if the original owner coveted the other party's beauty, the original owner in her memory really didn't succeed, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of attacking the gene bank, and was caught and exiled here. Perhaps her expression was too resistant and serious, and the small system waiting for the answer was unhappy. The host clearly didn't believe him, so he pinched the invisible waist, raised his voice to refute. "How can it not look like it? Look at its eyes, and silly look, isn't it just a smaller version of the little zombie? Even if it is a smaller version, it is not." "Hey! What is it?" Su Dai was just halfway through refuting each point in her mind, and suddenly stopped, blinked her eyes, realized what the other party said, took a breath in disbelief, and asked the small system in disbelief, "What did you say just now? Is this Xiao Xingming?" Speaking of the word Xingming, it was full of doubts. The small system that had been waiting for praise did not wait for praise, and it did not have the ability to question at this time. Thinking of the countless times it had been questioned before, it suddenly felt sad, hummed twice, and raised its voice, and said, "Of course. Who else would look like this except that little zombie? Didn't you notice that the little zombie was not there all the time?" Hearing this definite answer, Su Dai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. "It's Xiao Xingming, good, it's really great." She was not angry at all. Instead, she nodded and smiled and agreed, "Indeed, I said that this little kid looks like Xiao Xingming. Those people are blind and talk nonsense all day long. It's still wiser, little system, this upgraded one is different. It's much better than those advanced team members, who talk nonsense all day long." Su Dai sighed sincerely. These words made the little system waiting for praise feel comfortable all over. After being depressed for so long, now it finally feels a little proud. The little system is so happy that it doesn't wait for Su Dai to ask more. It tells the reason why Xiao Xingming shrank like pouring beans. "I don't know why he became smaller, but I can feel that this is his own choice. He should have chosen to grow again after integrating some things. This is a rebirth for him, which is a good thing. Host, you don't need to worry." Su Dai frowned when she heard it. The system thought for a moment and added, "Host, you don't have to worry. If you really want to know the answer, wait until this little zombie grows up, and he will recover his memory. Then you can just ask him." It sounded like this baby was a Superman, and he grew up in a few days. If he really grew up the way humans do, it would take at least 10 years. In 10 years, she might not forget what she wanted to ask. After all, there are so many things. Now that she knows that this child is not a dangerous species, how can she keep such a small matter in her heart? Thinking of this, Su Dai felt a little guilty. She coughed and changed the subject. "Since it is confirmed that this is Xiao Xingming, there is no need to worry. Since you have upgraded, you must know how to raise a child, right?" Su Dai touched her chin. Although the little zombie in front of her had shrunk, its diet was different from that of humans on the blue planet. The small system searched and made a firm decision. "Of course, according to my test, the little zombie is also easy to feed when it becomes small. Just feed it whatever you have. He has a good ability to accept food. You don't have to worry." This really made Su Dai feel relieved. It's easy to feed it. The thing her territory lacks the least is food. She can easily feed this child with the fruits in the plantation. After solving these series of problems, Su Dai was really relieved. When she met the little fat bird's green eyes again, she finally praised the other party. "It seems that you are really a divine beast. When I'm not around in the future, you should look after your owner." In response to her, the little fat bird had a sly expression. Su Dai, who was extremely tolerant, touched the little guy's head, and was about to turn around and walk outside. She had to get a batch of black gold today, and complete the last bit of land within the planning scope. Then she would take everyone to build the next base. Not long after she left, the sleeping baby suddenly opened his eyes. His blue eyes were still confused after waking up. He looked around and didn't find a good smell. He instantly felt aggrieved and babbled at the little fat chirp. The little fat chirp flapped its wings and chirped in response to him. The two of them talked more and more seriously, and looked at the sky from time to time, as if they were discussing important matters. Then soon the little fat chirp nodded, and flew out with its wings flapping. At this time, Sudai had already made a small mountain of black gold in the field where the dwarf was going to work. Now with the growth of her ability, it was easy for her to make a large amount of black gold. Just as she was about to stop, the dwarf and the advanced team were ready to come over to work. Seeing her, everyone greeted her. Sudai stopped and nodded, and opened a new fruit plantation for them to pick fruits. Hearing this, everyone became energetic and happily set people to pick fruits for breakfast. When Sudai was about to leave, she ran into a little fat bird flying by. She reached out and grabbed it, letting it hook her finger. Before she asked a question, the little fat bird in front of her started chirping, pointing its wings at the sky while talking, and then chirping non-stop. Sudai originally thought that the little fat bird was going to be angry again, but when she met the little guy's eyes, she found that the other party was serious and anxious. She thought something was going to happen. Recalling the little guy's actions just now, she subconsciously looked up at the sky. She watched for a long time, but her mental power didn't sense anything. However, she felt something was wrong, as if something was going to happen. This feeling was very quick, and although it only lasted for a moment, Sudai was able to grasp it. At this moment, the memory in her mind also came alive. Thinking of Xiao Xingming's abnormal behavior a few days ago, and now this little fat chick is also like this, so something must have happened, right? But what exactly is it? Chapter 50. Sudai absent-mindedly greeted everyone and left with the little fat bird. On the way, she woke up the small system. Since you have upgraded, can you predict where there is danger? As soon as she asked this question, the small system sneered and answered confidently, Host, I am not bragging. If something happened, I would have detected it long ago. If I didn't detect it, there would be no danger for the time being. You must be overthinking it. Really? Sudai obviously didn't believe this. After all, the credibility of the small system was bankrupt in her eyes. Feeling the doubt in her tone, the small system snorted and said like a guarantee, Believe me, I will be fine if I say it's fine. Although this was said with great force, Sudai just couldn't believe him completely. She nodded at him perfunctorily. Okay, I know, I'm still waiting for your surprise. When will it appear? The small system became even more proud, and he chuckled twice with his non-existent chest, leaving the two words waiting and never spoke again. Sudai just asked casually, not taking it seriously at all. Just in case, she walked around her territory again, replenished the defensive and offensive plants that needed to be replenished, and finally returned to the base camp with a little peace of mind. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the base camp, she saw something crawling on the ground. Sudai almost couldn't hold her breath. The little baby on the ground also saw him, looked up and showed him a pure and harmless smile, very angelic. Even so, Sudai couldn't be cured. She took a few steps forward and picked up the baby, who was eating from the ground. Only then did she understand what the small system meant by not being picky about food. How can this be not picky about food? This is simply a little glutton, eating everything. She reached out to pick the dirt out of the baby's mouth, wiped his mouth, and taught him a lesson. You can't eat this dirt. If you eat it again in the future, I will beat you. I don't know if it's because she is facing a little baby. Sudai spoke 3 times more gently, especially when she thought that the little baby in front of her was a smaller version of Xingming. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek twice to teach him a lesson. The baby Xingming giggled when she wiped him, and his little face looked like an angel in the book when he smiled. Sudai lost her temper, and could only comfort herself that the other party was still a child who didn't understand anything, so she taught him well. In order to prevent the fat baby from eating recklessly, Sudai called back her old friend and told the magic vine, From now on, this baby will be in your care. Pick some fruits with energy for him to eat. If he doesn't obey, teach him a lesson. The magic vine nodded the branch, twisted its body, rolled up the baby, and teased him with its branches. The little guy seemed to have found something interesting. He stretched out his hand to grab the branch and smiled like an angel at Sudai. Sudai was softened by what she saw. After thinking about it, she could only change her words and said, Forget it. If he doesn't obey, you can call me. The magic vine shook the branch again to express that she knew. After a while, the baby's innocent laughter came from the room. Sudai originally thought that life would go on peacefully like this, but in the middle of the night, the baby sleeping on the bed suddenly cried. Sudai woke up from her training and went to the bed to check on the baby. The three-headed baby sat on the bed. When he saw her coming, he immediately stretched out his hands and whimpered at her. Su Dai felt something was wrong. Before she could think about it, the little fat chick ran in from outside, chirping as he ran. The sound was obviously different from the previous ones. Before she could think about it, the little fat chick had already flown in front of him, flapping its wings and screaming at Su Dai in warning. This time, Su Dai was 100% sure that something had happened. She didn't have time to think about it. She put the child in her arms and shouted to the little fat chick, "Follow us out." When she got outside, Su Dai immediately used her mental power to notify the dwarves and the advance team, asking them all to gather directly at the reserve battlefield. Su Dai was the first to arrive at the battlefield. After waiting for 10 minutes, everyone was there. Everyone stood in the battlefield in an orderly manner. After experiencing the danger last time, the dwarves' reactions became more agile. They arranged their formations in a chattering discussion. Su Dai's eyes swept over the dwarves and the advance team, and she was very satisfied with their neat and orderly appearance. Seeing their puzzled eyes, Su Dai cleared her throat and raised her voice and shouted, "No one needs to work today. Today, everyone's task is to do pre-war exercises. Our principle is to protect ourselves first. Seize the opportunity and give the enemy a fatal blow. Do you understand?" As soon as she said this, everyone looked at each other, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. What happened again? Then everyone's eyes showed a nervous look. The dwarf, who had experienced it once or twice, immediately asked, "Lord God's messenger, Lord God's messenger, are the Zerg coming again?" Yes, Lord God's messenger, please tell us." "Tata is right. We must destroy the Zerg together with Lord God's messenger." The voices of the dwarves kept ringing, and they all looked at Su Dai with inquiring eyes, as if they wanted to share the hardships with her. Su Dai felt relieved. After going through so many things, she finally tamed these dwarves. But before things happen, it is safer for them to stay in the hiding place and observe. Thinking of this, she waved her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then she said, "This is my prediction. I don't know what kind of danger there will be for the time being, but everyone might as well prepare in advance. It's better if nothing happens. If something happens, we are also in a favorable situation." As soon as she finished speaking, a trace of disappointment flashed across the faces of the dwarves and the advance team. "Alas, it's not the Zerg? Doesn't that mean there's no more insect meat to eat?" Su Dai, who has excellent hearing, heard the sentence directly, and then saw many people showing disappointed expressions. She was speechless for a while. It turned out that she was the one who thought too much. These people were not afraid of death at all. They were dazzled by the insect meat, and their minds were full of food. In the end, everyone still practiced according to Su Dai's requirements, and the results were very good, but there was a link that made Su Dai's eyes twitch. When he was simulating various emergencies, there was a link in which she shouted that the Zerg was coming. Before she shouted hide, everyone who heard the word Zerg was refreshed, and they ran out with weapons in their eyes, looking like they were going to kill the Zerg. Su Dai was speechless, and could only warn them to take action only after ensuring their own safety. This made the ambitious people no longer rush out in such a hurry. Just when everyone was about to leave with full of regrets, Su Dai suddenly felt something was wrong, and her mental power immediately spread towards the sky. Time passed by, and then she felt something approaching outside the sky, and the feeling became stronger and stronger. This feeling was very familiar. Su Dai closed her eyes, concentrated all her mental power, and extended it towards the sky, and then she opened her eyes suddenly. The endless black that her mental power sensed frightened her. She was very familiar with this feeling. At this moment, she was 80% sure that what was coming was an endless number of Zergs. What scared her the most was that the number of Zergs this time was far greater than the number of the previous 2 times. Even though she had arranged a lot of defensive attack plans during this period, facing such a large number, Su Dai was a little worried that she could not bear it. Su Dai exhaled, called out to the people who were about to leave, and said with a stern face, "If I am not wrong, a large number of Zergs will enter our abandoned planet. Everyone should remember that everything you just practiced is ready. The number of Zergs this time is greater than before, and is immeasurable." Hearing this, everyone cheered up. Originally, some people were still a little scared, but under the leadership of the excitement of others, the fear in their hearts was gradually dispelled, and their faces showed a firm determination to win. Su Dai glanced at it, and nodded secretly in her heart. This is a very good state. Only with the determination to win and move forward can you have a victory. So she will definitely succeed this time. She believes that this time she will not fight alone. Everyone is on her side, and has the same belief as her. They will not lose this battle. At this moment, Su Dai's eyes burst into a strong fighting spirit, and the majestic mental power instantly turned into a stunning fighting power. Outside the abandoned star sphere, a group of overwhelming black Zergs moved rapidly. Among the many abandoned stars, they accurately found their targets and flew towards the abandoned planet where Su Dai was. They made a buzzing sound at the tip of their noses. The closer they were to the abandoned star, the more excited they were. Behind the long Zerg team, the two black spots with lights seemed unnoticeable. They kept a certain distance from the Zerg team and flew behind them. After waiting for a while, Su Dai reviewed the matter from beginning to end again and finally found the problem. She used her mental power to extend towards the sky. When her mental power reached a certain height in the sky, she could no longer detect the situation above. She vaguely felt that something outside the sky was approaching rapidly. This verified her previous conjecture. Because of her lack of ability, her mental power was not enough to cover the entire planet, so she could not feel what was happening outside the planet. On the contrary, Xiao Feichu and Xiao Xingming had the ability to perceive things that exceeded the range of her mental power, so they could predict the arrival of danger earlier. Thinking of this, Su Dai was very glad that she had taken all these things to heart and made preparations early, otherwise she would be the one who was caught off guard. At this moment, her mental power had sensed that something was about to enter her mental power range, a dark mass. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed quickly. Su Dai suddenly opened her eyes, and she saw clearly what the dark mass was. It was Zerg of various forms. And there were endless and countless. Because there were too many, Su Dai's eyes were full of shock that she had not had time to put away. Suppressing her pounding heart, Su Dai shouted to everyone with a stern look, "Hide in the hiding place prepared before. There are a lot of Zerg this time. Everyone be prepared to fight at any time." Facing so many Zerg, Su Dai had given up the idea of letting everyone hide the whole time. At this time, she had to let everyone prepare for the battle. Fortunately, she had practiced a lot in this area in normal times, and now it was time to conduct actual combat training on the battlefield. Only after the baptism of battle can you have the ability to protect your home. Su Dai believed that these people present were not greenhouse flowers. Especially, when she saw everyone eager to try, she felt more confident. What if there are more Zergs? As long as they are not afraid of fighting and are dedicated to protecting their homeland, the final victory will belong to them. This is her homeland, her Su Dai's territory. She must lead everyone to the final victory. The raging flames of war burned in the eyes of Su Dai and the crowd. Although they did not have the ferocious appearance of beasts, their momentum soared to the sky at this moment and was unstoppable. At this tense moment, a low roar came from the crowd. "We must win, we must win, long live the messenger of God." After this voice was spoken, the crowd roared continuously as if they were ignited. "We must win. We must protect our homeland. Long live the messenger of God, we will definitely win. Kill the Zerg." The shouts of the dwarves rang out, shaking the entire sky. The advanced team members, who had been tense and waiting for the battle, were also infected, and the fighting blood in their bodies gradually boiled in these shouts. Taizan was the first one who couldn't help it. He held the lightsaber and hammered his chest, and shouted loudly, "Long live the princess! Kill the Zerg!" This sound was like a switch, and the inspired advanced team members responded one after another. "Long live the princess! The princess is brave! Kill the Zerg! Never retreat! Fight, fight!" The battle song sung by the advanced team completely burned the entire battlefield. Although the dwarves beside them could not understand what they were singing, the vigorous fighting spirit in the song made them tremble with spirit, and they could not help but sing and shout behind them. As the song was about to end, the originally gray sky suddenly changed, and the huge black color covering the sky and the sun was pulled open rapidly like a moving curtain. In less than 3 seconds, it was all dark above their heads, and a familiar buzzing sound sounded above their heads. The advanced team was too familiar with what this sound was, the endless Zerg. More than any time they had encountered. Their fingers holding the weapons tightened, and their eyes were full of resolute looks. Moss looked up at the sky and his heart trembled a little. He suddenly understood why his brother had been preventing him from fighting on the front line. If he faced such scenes every day, he would definitely be in danger, because he was not as capable as his brother. Thinking of this, he roared from his chest, raised his laser sword, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, kill the Zerg today, and we will have endless Zerg meat. Don't be afraid, come and do it." His voice sounded particularly clear at this stagnant moment, which directly stimulated everyone. The dwarves who were originally frightened also had burning eyes, staring at the dark sky with dazzling enthusiasm. That look clearly showed the extreme desire for food and determination to get it. At this time, the sky was already dark, and such a combat environment was not suitable for the dwarves with night blindness. For this reason, Su Dai directly asked the dwarves to hide first and act according to the previous instructions of extreme desire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Dai's mental power moved quickly in the air. Since these bugs blocked the sky, she would light up the sky. As she gave the order, something rushed into the sky and exploded in the sky in less than a second. In an instant, a strip of daylight blasted across the curtain, like a galaxy, with white light hanging brilliantly in the low-hanging mid-air, directly illuminating the entire sky above. Under the bright light of fireworks, everyone could clearly see the Zerg flying in the sky. Each of these Zergs looked huge and ugly. They seemed to be disturbed by the light, and their formation in the sky became messy. Taking advantage of this time, Su Dai, who had been hiding in the dark, moved directly to the center of the battlefield. Her body shone with the same light as the sky, instantly attracting the attention of all the Zergs. The panicked Zergs seemed to have found their target, and all the Zergs turned around and attacked directly toward Su Dai's position. The people who were arranged to hide were all excited. They looked at Su Dai standing alone in the middle of the battlefield. The dwarves couldn't help crying, and their emotions of admiration and conviction changed one after another. They stared at Su Dai closely, with strong emotion surging in their hearts. Compared with the dwarves' 100% trust in Su Dai, the feelings of the advanced team were much more complicated. They looked at Su Dai in the field with complicated eyes. At this moment, the princess in front of them refreshed their understanding of her again. The hot blood was surging in their chests, and a wave of impulses kept washing their chests. At this moment, their brains had an illusion, constantly telling them that the princess, who was alone in front of them, was the one they followed. This idea was so strong that they could only hold the weapons in their hands tightly to restrain themselves from rushing up immediately and following the other side to meet the enemy. The advanced team kept reminding themselves, "Don't be impulsive, it's not the time yet, going out will only cause trouble for the princess." At this time, Su Dai in the battlefield had already felt that the bugs were about to reach her in the next second. When she counted to the last second, she suddenly raised her head and rushed to the sky, and a loud shout came from her mouth. Her mental power was like a net that directly and tightly imprisoned all the bugs above. As the sound of her loud shouting rang out, white light rose from the ground and shot at the bugs that paused in the air at an incredible speed. Feeling that these white lights had reached the range of her mental power, Su Dai directly output her energy along the mental power. So everyone saw a strange picture. Above the battlefield, a dense and fine net woven by silk thread suddenly appeared, and the white light on the ground kept passing through the net and shooting at the bugs in the air. The insects at the front were attacked by the white light, and their bodies twisted in the sky. Then a puff of smoke came out of their bodies, and the insects' bodies spasmed, and then they fell to the ground unconsciously. Bang bang sound kept hitting the ground, and in an instant, sand flew up, as if countless buildings collapsed in an instant. These first batch of dead insects, like a dose of tranquilizer, hit everyone's heart hard, and the excitement and shock of the blood boiling in their bodies. At this time, they only had Su Dai standing in the center in their eyes. Obviously, she looked extremely thin and not strong, but at this moment, she held up the sky, so strong that people could only look up. In just a moment, a layer of insect corpses had piled up at Su Dai's feet. The death of the first batch of insects seemed to alert the insects behind. In an instant, they flew higher, pulled the distance between each other, and constantly counterattacked the white light that hit the ground, and their bodies also flexibly avoided the shooting of light. This light plant is a new variety cultivated by Su Dai. It needs to be used with mental power. The light will accurately penetrate the weak points of the insects. With the help of mental power, the insects will die quickly. However, these rays have certain weaknesses. They must be shot at the fatal points when the insects fly slowly. At this time, the insects fly at high speed, and the success rate of this trick will become particularly low. To a certain extent, it will also anger the insects and make them enter a violent state. In order to follow the steady offensive counterattack strategy, Su Dai decisively gave up continuing this trick. She increased the coverage of mental power, so that her mental power could be extended to the maximum extent into a flat net to prevent the insects from invading downwards, and block the insects in the air above the mental power. Chapter 51. At this time, there were more and more insects in the sky, pressing down continuously, and the net formed by Su Dai's mental power also fell slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Dai moved her mental power downward. The insects thought they were about to break through the shackles, and emitted a buzzing sound, hitting the mental power even harder. The mental power brought the insects down to a height of less than 3 meters above the ground. Su Dai directly ordered the attack plants that had been prepared to start attacking. So when the insects were caught off guard, the explosive fruit and sulfuric acid fruit were constantly sprayed into the air, passing through the huge mental power, and exploded directly in the middle of the insects. The sky was instantly filled with thick sulfuric acid mucus, which directly burned the insects that were stuck and screamed. The huge pain made them roll in the sky and hit their own kind. For a while, the buzzing sound waves sounded sharply. Some insects attached to the sulfuric acid fruit liquid gradually lost their strength after struggling, and could not support the weight of their bodies, so they fell heavily on Su Dai's mental power net. As soon as she felt the insects falling down, Su Dai controlled her mental power and let the insects fall directly to the ground. These insects were dying and still had a breath left. Su Dai, who couldn't spare a hand to deal with it, directly called out to the advanced team members, asking them not to be dazed and come to deal with the enemy quickly. The advanced team members were already dumbfounded by Su Dai's endless operations. They were shocked for a long time and couldn't recover until the Captain Levis called them. Only then did the others react and rushed out with their weapons behind their captain without thinking. As soon as they ran to the battlefield, Su Dai's voice came. Don't make too many unnecessary movements, aim at the insects that are not dead on the ground, and give them a few more knives to kill them. After Su Dai finished speaking, she stared at them. Everyone in the advanced team nodded in unison. They understood. They really understood. They just asked the princess not to look at them like that again. Just stare at the Zerg like that. In order to show their execution ability, everyone in the advanced team took out their weapons, and went on stage to deliver the final fatal blow to the falling insects. The sound of puffing sounded one after another, and soon everyone's laser swords were stained with the blood of the insects. The nearly crushing slaughter made the blood in their chests surge, and the movements of their hands became more precise and neat. Under this mutually coordinated fighting style, in less than a while, several layers of insect corpses were piled up on the ground, and everyone's body was constantly dripping with the blood of the insects, but the number of Zergs in the sky was still increasing, as if they could not be killed. Levis knew that if the princess's mental power weakened, she would no longer be able to resist the attack of these insects. Once a breakthrough appeared, these insects would completely enter the plantation, completely harming all the plants and animals on it, and turning it into a ruin again. After thinking about it, Levis took the initiative to shout to Su Dai, "The princess asked us to join the battle. Let the dwarf brothers deal with these insects that are still alive." At this time, Su Dai could feel that her mental power was constantly being consumed. If the insects continued to come like this, when her mental power was exhausted, everyone would be in a difficult battle. So within a limited time, they must kill more insects. Levis's proposal is the best way for the current situation. So after thinking for a few seconds, Su Dai nodded to him, "Your people are under your command. I will give you a group of magic vine branches, and they will cooperate with you." Levis nodded, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. He replied loudly, "Don't worry, princess, we will use our last bit of strength, and will not let you down." These words were spoken loudly. After he finished speaking, the teammates standing behind him repeated them one after another, and everyone's face showed a solemn and resolute expression. Su Dai felt something surge in her chest. She pursed her lips, smiled brightly at them, and said loudly, "Come on, my warriors, let's win this battle together." This ordinary sentence made the eyes of the advanced team excited, and their hearts were moved. Everyone secretly swore in their hearts that for themselves and for the princess, they must win this battle. Under the leadership of Levis, the advanced team changed into their own mechas. As the light flashed, Su Dai opened the mental power authority, allowing their mechas to shuttle freely within their mental power range without obstruction. With the help of the magic vine branches, the mechas jumped familiarly on Su Dai's mental power grid, and when they saw the opportunity, they began to attack the surrounding insects indiscriminately. This was the first time Su Dai saw so many mechas fighting together. It must be said that high-tech things look very cool, which made her think for a moment that she would have her own mecha if she had the chance in the future. This thought only flashed through her mind, and then she returned to reality and began to fight back against another round of insect attacks. The combat effectiveness of this wave of insects was obviously stronger than the previous batch that died. When attacking, their tails would spray out toxic liquid, and once contaminated with this liquid, the person would die on the spot. Seeing these liquids constantly shooting towards the ground, Su Dai blocked them while reminding the dwarves who were already in action, "Pay attention to the top of your head, don't be hit by the liquid." The busy dwarves responded one after another, and expressed that they were fine. Su Dai took a closer look and finally felt relieved when she saw them constantly attacking the falling insects under the ground. She also realized that these dwarves were smarter than she thought. They had their own way to deal with emergencies, and this method was very effective. With the addition of the dwarves and the advanced team, Su Dai was also relieved. She stared at the insects that were still pressing down from above. There was not much time to wait. At this time, she had to increase her firepower and continue to attack. The more insects she eliminated, the more favorable the situation would be for them. After communicating with her old friend in her heart, the magic vine began to issue orders to all the attacking plants in the planting area. Prepare for battle. The horn of a full-scale counterattack sounded, and the calm ground was like a bucket of hot oil was poured on it, and the plants above the ground were boiling. As the magic vine swung in the air, countless plants began to launch things into the sky. For a while, crackling sounds continued to sound on the grid formed by Su Dai's mental power, just colliding with the insects that were spraying venom. For a while, there were constant rumbling and explosion sounds around. After a while, it began to rain insects on the ground, and insects of all sizes kept falling on the ground. The corpses of insects on the ground accumulated several layers. The dwarves hid in the ground again, and when they saw the opportunity, they jumped out again at the critical moment and gave the dying insects a few more knives. Everyone and the plants gradually became more coordinated. In just a short while, the ground was full of insect corpses, and the corpses were still piling up. This battle lasted from day to night. The corpses of insects had piled up into a meat mountain. The advanced team had killed until the mechas ran out of energy. Now they could only fight the insects with their bare hands with lightsabers. The dwarves who were originally doing the finishing work underground could no longer move under the ground because there were too many corpses on the ground. They stepped on the insect corpses to climb and move to finish the work. No one remembered how many insects they had killed. At this time, they were already bloodthirsty. Their bodies mechanically repeated every action. There was only one belief in their minds. They must kill all the insects. Su Dai's mental power was almost unable to maintain such a huge mental power grid. She wiped the insect blood splashed on her face, and then she found that the insects above her head were finally not so dense. She could see the evening sky between the flying bodies of the insects. The curtain will eventually be drawn down, and at this time Su Dai can no longer hold on. The mental power grid that she has been working hard to maintain finally begins to weaken slowly, until a bug over 5 meters long directly breaks the grid. The mental power grid finally can't hold on, and a flaw appears. These bugs that have not died until the end are obviously smarter. After discovering the loophole, they drill down directly, and don't forget to send a buzzing notification sound to their companions behind them. In an instant, all the bugs seem to have received the message, and rush to destroy the grid around the loophole. Seeing that the grid formed by the spiritual power would be torn bigger and bigger by the bugs, all the bugs were about to break through the shackles of the grid and start to plunder the land below at a deeper level. Su Dai was ruthless and shouted to the advanced team who were about to come to the rescue. "Get out of here, don't come over, don't get close to here. Hurry up." The advanced team, who were used to obeying orders, was stunned for just a second and left quickly. As soon as they left, Su Dai directly gathered her spiritual power, and the last spiritual power that burst out directly filled the gap. The spiritual power grid suddenly folded, like a net. Looking at the funnel-shaped net formed by the spiritual power, Su Dai quickly input energy to spread it throughout the spiritual power net. The sound of bang 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 rang violently. The insects wrapped in the net were instantly covered by the energy of the explosion in the grid. The whole sky was covered by white smoke, and gradually a strange smell came from the air. At this tense moment, this smell seemed to be cast by magic, gradually spreading in the air, and the smell became stronger and stronger. The originally nervous crowd, after smelling the smell spreading in the air, their faces became strange, and some of them swallowed their saliva involuntarily. This seems to be the smell of meat? It's so delicious. Although everyone who came to this planet had eaten insect meat, it was limited to raw cutting and boiled. Because there was no fire or fire-burning things, no one had ever eaten the taste of barbecue. At this time, this smell spread in the air, and everyone swallowed their saliva involuntarily, staring at the top covered by smoke with burning eyes. Su Dai's move completely stunned the insects above. The insects that survived until now were all relatively intelligent. At this time, Su Dai still felt that they were flying towards the sky at a very fast speed. After estimating the distance, it was probably 1 or 2 kilometers away from them. Su Dai breathed a sigh of relief and was somewhat grateful for the vigilance of these insects. Otherwise, if these insects took advantage of this time to attack, she would really have to use force. At this time, Su Dai also smelled the smell in the air. She knew that this was the insect meat roasted by her energy, so she simply dispersed the remaining energy. As her mental power dissipated, the roasted insects in the sky fell one after another. These fallen insect meats had been broken into many pieces. Su Dai reached out and caught a large piece of insect meat that was about to hit her forehead. It still exuded a burnt smell. Su Dai did not dislike it. She wiped the burnt layer on it and put it directly into her mouth and bit it. The smell of burnt fragrance instantly filled the whole mouth. Delicious. Barbecue is still delicious. Su Dai thought that barbecue was delicious, but her eyes were directly aimed at a bug that had left the team. This bug did not follow the team to fly into the sky, but boldly rushed towards the plantation. Su Dai could not let this bug destroy the plantation that she had cultivated with great difficulty. She stuffed the meat into her mouth and chased the bug with the meat in her mouth. With the convenience of the system's arbitrary door, she moved directly to the bug in an instant. Without waiting for the bug to react, she grabbed the bug's tentacles and punched the bug's eyes one fist after another. The sound of bang 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 continued to ring, and the liquid from the bug's eyes instantly splashed on her face, and the bug's eyeballs were directly hammered. The insect was floating in the air in pain. Su Dai kicked it to the ground and continued to punch it. Another bang sounded. Without waiting for the insect to continue struggling, the dwarves who had arrived quickly turned over and used the tools in their hands to give the insect the final fatal blow. As the insect's buzzing sounded sharply, its life also ended with a wail. Su Dai's operation was handsome and coquettish, which stunned the advanced team. When they reacted, they were already excited. A word of wow could not replace their current mood, especially Helen, the only female member of the advanced team. She looked at Su Dai with a fiery look. Helen couldn't help but tear off a piece of the insect meat that fell from her hand, and turned to her captain and team members with bright eyes, and said, "The princess is so powerful. Captain, I think it's not bad to follow the princess even if I can't go back." After that, she licked her lips, her eyes were more colorful, and she shouted in surprise as if she had discovered a new world. "Oh my, this insect meat is more delicious." After that, Helen quickly picked up the roasted insect meat on the ground. The team members who heard her also picked up the meat and stuffed it into their mouths as soon as possible. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. The delicious taste made them completely forget that they were still on the battlefield. There were still a group of insects flying in the sky above their heads. The taste of the food was too tempting. The dwarves had already sat on the dead insects and began to eat big chunks. The sound of tearing insect meat sounded one after another, and they did not forget to pay attention to the insects circling above the sky. At this time, the insects and them have formed a scene of mutual confrontation. The happiest person is Su Dai. At this time, her mental strength is about to be exhausted. This situation is simply a blessing from God for her now. She quickly eats insect meat to replenish the energy that is urgently needed in her body. Although the energy in the insect meat is a drop in the bucket for her needs, it is better to increase it a little bit than nothing. Others think very simply. It is purely because the barbecue is so delicious. They eat it happily. From time to time, they give the middle finger to the insects hovering in the sky and curse a few words to cheer for the meat. Everyone has been prepared for the fact that the insects in the sky will attack again. They are all racing against time to fill their stomachs in preparation for the next final battle. Time passed by minute. Just when Su Dai thought that the bugs above were going to give up, her mental power suddenly fluctuated. This feeling was not good. Su Dai looked up at the sky and found that the bugs in the sky suddenly became agitated. The huge bugs twisted rapidly in the air. There must be something wrong with it. Su Dai shouted to everyone, "Be careful, there is something wrong with the bugs above." Her voice alerted everyone. They looked up at the sky and prepared to fight with weapons. However, the bugs in the sky seemed to be trapped in a vortex. All the bugs attacked in one direction. The people who were ready to fight the bugs to death had a lot of questions in their heads. What's going on? Aren't they enemies of each other? What are these bugs doing? While everyone was puzzled, Su Dai had let the magic vine take her to the sky. The closer she got, the clearer her spiritual power could see. When she was in the air, Su Dai finally saw what was happening in the sky. Her remaining spiritual power quickly evacuated from the top of the extension, and she shouted to the old friend behind her with a serious face, "Hurry up! Evacuate 300 meters down." So in the vision of everyone on the ground, they saw Su Dai's small black shadow flying quickly downwards, and a few seconds after she moved, a flash of light flashed in the middle of the black bugs above, and the light exploded directly in the middle, and the rumbling sound sounded like thunder in the sky, which was very shocking. In an instant, things of different sizes fell from the sky. Everyone looked at the things that were falling down in front of them, and they were shocked. Why did the bugs explode again? Could it be? Thinking of this, everyone cast their eyes on Su Dai, who had just flown down from the sky, and their hearts and lungs were trembling. Could it be that the eldest princess did this again? Su Dai, who had just landed, still frowned. Feeling everyone's eyes, she waved her hand, looked up at the sky, and said in a calm voice, "It's not me, there is something above." When her mental power was quickly withdrawn, she glanced at the things between the bugs, which seemed to be a black and a silver mecha. Since it was a mecha, it meant that there was someone inside. The problem was here. Where did this mecha come from? Su Dai didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, so she directly asked everyone to be more vigilant and not to act rashly. As the insects fell, the situation in the sky gradually became clear. The black and silver mechas seemed to have achieved something briefly in the air, and then they all attacked the surrounding insects. These insects probably also foresaw that the other party was in great danger, so they did not attack head-on, but instead flew down to the ground. Su Dai saw that the place where these insects were going to fall was exactly her newly opened plantation, and there were plants that she had just grown a few days ago. These plants were lush and green, and waiting to bloom and bear fruit. How could they not be destroyed by these insects? Without thinking, Su Dai called her old friend Mo-Ting to act together. When the insects were about to destroy the planting area, Su Dai directly ordered Mo-Ting to tie up the other party, and the blade in her hand chopped directly at the insect's head, but the armor of this insect was particularly printed, and the adult got stuck in it when she chopped halfway. After thinking quickly, Su Dai gave up the blade in her hand, but took a step back and mobilized the energy in her body. The energy condensed into countless silk threads, and cut directly on the entire insect. With her roar, the huge 2-story high insect was directly crushed on the spot. In an instant, countless pieces of mincemeat fell to the planting ground. Looking closely, each piece of meat was cut very evenly, all the size of a palm. This fighting style was full of violent aesthetics, which directly attracted cheers from everyone. The advanced team was close, and saw clearly that every step was so perfect. They couldn't help but applaud. They liked the princess so much now. The cheers were only halfway through when someone found something wrong. Something was approaching them in the sky. As the distance got closer, everyone in the advanced team saw the mecha in the sky. The moment they saw the mecha, everyone was stunned. One was black, and the other was silver. Why did they feel that one of the mechas was very familiar? Chapter 52. The black and silver mechas cooperated briefly in the air, and then separated. The two mechas dispersed directly to both sides, as if they were going their separate ways. The speed showed that the people in the mechas had no reluctance at all. Then everyone saw the magical scene. The two mechas were like overlords occupying both ends of the sky, and began to attack the insects respectively. Energy cannons, laser beams, and other high-tech weapon special effects that Su Dai had never seen were displayed one after another in the sky. Often the silver mecha in the east fired a laser cannon to accurately kill a few insects, and the black mecha in the west would definitely make a larger particle beam to directly penetrate the body of the insect. The number of insects killed was not large, but it happened to be one more than the silver mecha. Su Dai observed for a while, and vaguely had an answer in her mind. The two people in the two suddenly appeared mechas didn't seem to be in the same group. It seemed that neither of them was convinced by the other. That meant that the two people couldn't be friendly. It was very likely that they were still in opposition. This conjecture flashed in her mind. If it was really as she guessed, the situation would still be favorable to her. No one liked two strong men suddenly breaking into their territory without any greeting. At this time, Su Dai was not going to help. She was calculating in her mind that the two of them would consume their energy. She only had to guard the land below. If any insect didn't have eyes, she would definitely not be soft-hearted. So at this moment of reversal, Su Dai and everyone else looked at the battle in the sky like outsiders. A very colorful and violent battle. After just a short while, Su Dai concluded that the silver mecha was obviously more violent than the black mecha. When the insects he faced died, basically none of them were intact, and the bodies of the insects were scattered everywhere like meteors, which was quite a violent aesthetic. Su Dai heard the occasional gasps around her, and she knew how shocking this completely black and violent fighting method was. But this time Su Dai only guessed half right. Under the sound of bombing above their heads, the hearts of the advanced team trembled. When everyone saw the black mecha turning its body flexibly in the sky, their hearts beat faster. It was really too similar. Moss was the first one who couldn't help it. He covered his heart and asked in a trembling voice, do you think that black mecha looks like a human mecha?" The name came to his lips, and he swallowed it again, looking like he wanted to mention it, but was afraid of making a mistake. But everyone who heard this knew who he was referring to, and everyone read the name of Major General Elaine in their hearts at the same time. Finally, Levis spoke up and said with certainty, "It is Major General Elaine's mecha phantom. As far as I know, There is only one phantom intelligent mecha in the entire galaxy, so... Levis took a deep breath and concluded in a steady voice. The one driving this mecha is Major General Elaine. Although they vaguely guessed the answer, they were still shocked by their captain's confirmation. For a while, they couldn't say anything except shock. Is it really Major General Elaine? But why is the Major General here too? Everyone was stunned by this fact. Staring blankly at the mechas still fighting in the sky, their brains had stopped working. No, they needed to slow down and digest this fact. Only Ma stared at the black mechas in the sky confidently and innocently, muttering his doubts. Major General, are you here to save me? Before he finished speaking, he was met with the cold eyes of his teammates, as if to say, people can be confident, but being too confident is no different from being a fool. Under such gazes, Moss touched his head guiltily. Ha, it was just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously? Ha, it's more credible to come to him than to the princess, right? As soon as this thought came up, Moss was shocked. He seemed to have forgotten something, so his eyes quickly shifted to Su Dai, who was not far ahead. Seeing her looking up at the sky without moving, Moss covered his heart directly. Oh my god, how could he forget that the princess had a deep affection for Major General Elaine before? And now the Major General is here, this? Moss just felt that the next scene would be even more Shura. Thinking of the captain, who had become a substitute, Moss began to tremble with fear. What kind of day was this? He couldn't help but approach his captain and said tactfully, Captain, substitutes can't beat the real boss. We should just be ourselves. As a man, you must be more generous. Captain Levis, who was suddenly asked to be more generous, glanced at him calmly, not understanding why a good man had a seizure again, and slapped him away to 1 meter away, and continued to stare at the battle in the sky. If you don't seize the opportunity to learn such a good practical teaching, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it. Moss, whose kindness was rejected again, could only feel disappointed. He wanted to find a teammate to pull back the captain who was heading for a dead end, but when he looked around, he found that everyone was staring at the sky without blinking. He could only sigh and say, forget it, let's leave it to fate. Moss sighed, feeling lonely as if everyone else was drunk, and he was the only one awake. At this time, the battle has reached the final moment. The black mecha and the silver mecha have trapped the last wave of Zerg in the air. It seems that they are going to strangle them. At this time, the two men raised the light blades on the mecha at the same time and rushed towards the trapped insects almost at the same time. At this moment, Su Dai was also excited. Her burning eyes wandered over the two mechas. Now she felt that the mecha was really a good thing. She didn't feel so strong before. Now it is completely that the control of the mecha by the two men in front of her is already an aesthetic art. Under the driving of these two people, the mecha is no longer a mecha, but a part of their body. Every attack and flip of the mecha body is a visual aesthetic appreciation. Even she couldn't help but want to applaud them. Regardless of enemies or friends, this battle deserves applause. Just as she was clapping, the battle was just coming to an end. The two silver and black mechas were already fighting in the air for the right to life and death of the last insect. The 3-meter-long small and medium-sized bugs nimbly escaped from the gunfire of the two mechas, while the silver mecha was beaten to the punch by the black mecha's laser cannon. With a flip, the silver mecha directly blocked and intercepted the laser cannon a few meters away. The man in the silver mech showed a smug smile. The last bug was his. No one could snatch it from him. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The silver mech successfully intercepted the black laser that was shooting at the bug. When it was about to use the light blade to dismantle the bug, yellow smoke suddenly sprayed out of the bug. The smoke filled the air for a few seconds, and the bug successfully escaped, and the escaped bug happened to rush towards Su Dai. So in the eyes of everyone, it was a 3-meter-long bug like a cannonball, rushing towards Su Dai rapidly, as if she would be completely destroyed by the bug in the next second, and the man in the silver mech, who caused this mistake, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and without thinking, he drove the mech to fly rapidly towards Su Dai. A rotating light blade was shot directly by him, obviously to chop the bug into pieces. At this time, the black mecha was faster than him. After seeing the light blade fired by the silver mecha, the people inside frowned, with disapproval in their eyes, but they quickly shot a protective shield in the direction of Su Dai to protect her from the light blade. All the artillery fire was concentrated on the sky and earth above Su Dai. The dwarfs and the advanced team were like being strangled by the neck. They ran towards Su Dai without thinking. At this time, there was only one thought in their minds. They couldn't let their messenger/princess get hurt. Damn bugs! With hatred for bugs and tension for Su Dai, these people burst out at a speed beyond their ability limit. Su Dai, who was in danger, squinted her eyes, and looked at the bugs that were rushing towards her. In everyone's opinion, it was just a matter of seconds, but in Su Dai's eyes, it was a long time. When the bug entered her territory, only a few centimeters away, everyone opened their eyes wide, thinking they were going to see an unacceptable tragedy. Su Dai moved her fist. Looking at the bug that could no longer move forward in front of her, she showed a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. They had entered her territory and still wanted to kill her. What a joke. Su Dai roared with full energy. You want to kill me? Dream on, you stinky bug. This thunderous voice was not loud and had a feminine coquettishness, but it was resounding. Before everyone could react, Su Dai's body suddenly jumped up more than a meter high, and her small fist hit the oncoming bug's head. Two rumbling sounds rang out. The first was the sound of the fist hitting the bug's flat head, and the other sound that followed was the sound of the bug being smashed into the sand. In an instant, the sand flew up, and the dead insects below were flying everywhere. The scene was very spectacular, so spectacular that everyone stopped moving and stood still for a long time. At this moment, they were all speechless. Until the sand dispersed, Su Dai still symbolically shook her hands, and a large pit several meters long appeared on the ground. In the pit was the insect that had just been hit. The edge of the insect was covered by sand, but the body was motionless, indicating that it was dead. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. For a moment, they didn't know where they were and where to go. Looking at the insect that had no sound, they were even more speechless. Did it die just like that? Chapter 53. Su Dai felt that she had controlled her strength very well this time. She didn't let the insect struggle to death, but killed it with one blow. This bold insect went to another world to meet their former kind before it had time to feel the pain. How good it was. Look how kind she was. While she was still sighing, the light blade and the protective shield collided directly because of her absolute domain. With a bang, the sound of the explosion sounded again. The airflow generated by the explosion made the blood of the insects on the ground splash everywhere, spraying all over Su Dai. She quickly wiped her cheek with her hand, and then looked at the two tall and handsome mechas standing less than 5 meters in front of her with disdain. The idea of robbing the other mecha flashed in her mind. But she felt the defensive look of the two people on the opposite side, and sighed depressedly. Forget it. If she robbed before she knew the enemy and us, it would be more trouble than gain if she let the two people in front of her cooperate to encircle and suppress her. The best way is to defeat them one by one, and then take it slowly. After making up her mind, Su Dai was confident. She was staring at the mecha in front of her, and was about to speak when a bird flew to her arm, and flapped its wings towards her, making a chirping sound. Looking at the lively little fat bird, Su Dai's mood was also infected by its arrogant look. She flicked it on the forehead. Oh, you are so fat and finally learned to fly. Otherwise, I really thought you were a chicken. In response to her, the little fat bird glared at her and pecked her fingers a few times without any hesitation. Then, after making sure that she was not dead, it flew up again and flew away chirping, and the sound was like cursing. Su Dai couldn't help laughing. Right, that's right. This is how the home should be, full of life. Thinking of this, she turned around and raised her arms to the dwarves and the advanced team behind her, smiling and saying, "Everyone is well, we won again." The gentle words were inspiring, and people couldn't help but raise their fingers and shout loudly, venting their excitement, and gratitude. Victory. We won. Friends, did you hear it, my people? The old dwarf chief had experienced countless times that his people were driven away and slaughtered. In this battle, all of their people participated and defeated the huge Zerg that they didn't dare to look at before. How could this not make people excited? He wanted to howl out all the humiliation and trembling in his heart. Infected by their own chief, the dwarves couldn't help but shout, "We won! We won! Long live the messenger of God! Long live Blue Star! Long live the messenger of God! Blue Star! Long live the star!" I don't know who took the lead. Such shouts continued to ring out, and at first they were uneven, but after a while the voices gathered together and gradually condensed into a shocking shout. Long live the messenger of God! Long live the Blue Star! Such a moment, such a scene, made the faces of the advanced team present moved, and their hearts could not help but be excited. They won. They also participated in this victory, and they survived intact. All the joy and emotion spread involuntarily in their hearts with the shouts of the dwarfs. I don't know who among them couldn't help but shout, "We won! Long live the princess! Long live the Blue Star!" This voice was like a switch, directly opening their hearts, and everyone began to shout behind them, "Long live the princess! Long live Blue Star!" The surging and passionate voice was deafening, and joy was on everyone's face. At this time, the evening breeze was just right, and took the opportunity to transmit this joy to every place on this injured land. Every plant in the plantation swayed with the wind, as if echoing this deafening shout, and sharing this hard-won joy of victory. The little fat chick flying not far away looked back, flapped its wings hard towards the sky, raised its neck, and sang towards the sky, and the young phoenix's clear cry resounded through the sky. It seemed to respond to this exciting moment, praying for this victory, for this planet that came back to life again, and for the creatures that survived on it. Xiao Xingming, a three-headed baby who was crawling on the ground, seemed to have sensed something. He sat up tremblingly, looked towards the sky, waved his little fist in the air twice, and responded with a babbling sound. At this moment, joy spread across the entire planet, and the news of victory was carried to every corner by the wind. Su Dai lowered her eyes, but the corners of her mouth rose up. Blue star? Then let's call it Blue Star. From here on, the land under our feet is also home, which seems to be good. As if she was in the hot waves of the sea, Su Dai closed her eyes, and felt every living being on the land, in this cheer, in this blessing, in this victory. After a long time, she opened her eyes again. All her emotions had been suppressed deep in her heart, and she enjoyed them alone. Her eyes naturally fell on the two mechas that had landed in front of her. It was time to meet these alien guests. As she stepped forward on the corpses of insects, all the sound stopped abruptly. The members of the advanced team who knew the inside story followed Su Dai without thinking. At this time, they were quite entangled in their hearts. If the Major General attacked the princess, how could they cheer for her openly? If the princess still liked the Major General, should they help her? What to do? Thinking that the other party was a famous cold-hearted Major General in the Interstellar, the difficulty of this task was really SSS level. While the advanced team was entangled in various ways, Su Dai had already walked in front of the two mechas. She first looked at the silver mecha, narrowed her eyes, and had the intention of settling accounts later. You two have arrived at my planet. Is it time to come out and meet now? As she said this, she couldn't help but look at the two mechas. She was very emotional. These two mechas looked better than those of the advanced team. How great it would be if they could rob them. After hearing her words, the silver mecha opened up soon. Su Dai looked up and saw a man in black clothes jumping down from the 3-meter-high mecha cabin. His flowing black-blue hair seemed to have a soft luster in the evening sky. His face was particularly shining under the orange-red clouds, and his smile was flamboyant and bright, like an unruly leopard. Every part of his facial features showed the owner's confidence and unruliness. This was a good-looking man who could not be controlled. Su Dai's first feeling was danger. This man was always emitting a bewitching and dangerous aura. He was not a good person in the traditional sense. She understood this fact from the moment he fired his weapon directly to kill the insect in front of her without caring that she was in danger. The moment they looked at each other, they seemed to be sizing each other up. It was the first time that Ran met a person of the opposite sex who looked at him so unscrupulously and openly for such a long time. The corners of his lips could not help but curl up, and the braids behind his head flew up with the owner's mood. Have you seen enough, kid? In Ran's eyes, Su Dai, who only reached her chest, looked no different from a kid, especially her face, which looked very immature. Thinking of her violent actions just now, he chuckled again and added slowly, she should be a violent kid. A question mark slowly appeared in Su Dai's head, and she frowned and looked at the other party seriously. She didn't like the other party's casual look at her, which looked like a gangster. His method was obviously a more typical violent aesthetic, but he still said she was violent. Su Dai raised her eyes and glanced at him directly, and hit back without hesitation. I dare not. I am far behind you in terms of skills. Now it's my turn to ask you, you who came from afar, what are you doing on my planet? The following question was too jumpy, which made Rand on the opposite side pause for a few seconds. When he reacted, he looked at Su Dai with a more interesting look. He tilted his head as if thinking for a while, then turned around and pointed to the side and said, I don't know, it was this guy who chased me to this planet. He was too clingy and kept chasing me. Before he finished speaking, he jumped to Su Dai's side, and a big pit exploded with a bang where he had just stood. Elaine, this is the kid's territory. How can you do it casually? You don't take our kids seriously at all. Rand's complaint sounded behind Su Dai, and he wanted to get close to Su Dai, as if they were on the same front. Su Dai moved her feet, looked at him with a warning, and raised her fist slightly, as if she was going to beat someone up. Rand raised his hand with a smile, and the black and blue braid behind his head also swayed. Okay, don't be angry, little guy. You should persuade the guy not to mess around. I listen to you. He blinked at her. Not cute, but unruly and evil. Su Dai ignored his familiar words and looked forward. At this time, the person in the silver mecha had come out. He was standing opposite in a white Imperial Major General uniform. The distance between the two was not far or close, just enough to see each other's eyes. Tall and straight, with a pair of cold blue eyes, every part of his body was filled with abstinence, like a high mountain flower. This familiar face directly evoked Su Dai's memory. Her heart paused, and she looked at the other party in disbelief for a moment. Elaine? The man who the original owner had entangled with, and finally killed her, and who still had obsessions with her, the man that both men and women in the Empire wanted to have, Major General Elaine? At this time, Su Dai only felt that the world was magical, or she had hallucinations. She couldn't help blinking her eyes to drive away the unpleasant illusion in front of her, but when she opened her eyes, the other party was still standing upright opposite her, like a green bamboo that had grown here for a long time. Su Dai seemed to be choked at this time, looking at the other party with a hard word, especially now that the remaining obsession of the original owner in her body seemed to be awakened, and she looked at the people opposite her with more hot emotions that did not belong to her. Damn it, Su Dai couldn't help but curse out loud. Although her voice was not loud, there was a hooligan with dog ears behind her. After hearing her words, he nodded in agreement and lazily added behind her, "We are really best friends. We have the same aesthetic perception." Su Dai's eyebrows darkened. It was so unlucky. There was a nasty guy behind her. Chapter 54. This was a suffocating moment. Su Dai was like this, and so were the people in the advanced team who knew the inside story. They looked at the two people who looked at each other, but didn't say anything, and couldn't help but feel nervous. No, they wouldn't fight, right? Moss couldn't bear it anymore. He gave his captain a reassuring look, then bravely stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Major General, are you here to see us?" The voice was trembling, and it was hard to tell whether it was excitement or fear for a while. Moss had an expectant expression on his face. Looking at the Major General, who was admired by everyone in the Empire, the balance in his heart couldn't help but tilt. The temperament and demeanor of the Major General were indeed not something that ordinary people could match. The captain must be heartbroken this time, and the princess will definitely rekindle the old love. His voice broke the stagnation in the field. Elaine shifted her cold eyes from Su Dai to Moss. Her eyes fluctuated slightly. After a few seconds, her pale lips moved, and a cold voice came out of her mouth, "Moss?" Hearing his name read out from the other side, Moss was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was really the Major General on the opposite side who was calling his name. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide and nodded hurriedly, it's me, Major General, do you still remember me?" In an instant, Moss forgot the draft he had prepared in advance, and his mind was full of the Major General actually remembering me. Elaine nodded, "Your brother has been looking for you." Speaking of this, his eyes swept over the people in the advanced team, and then continued, "I didn't expect you to be here. No wonder I haven't found you." Hearing this, the members of the advanced team couldn't help but feel happy. It turned out that they had not been abandoned. The Major General and his men had been looking for them. For a moment, their expressions were complicated, and their hearts seemed to be pulled left and right, not knowing which side to stand on. At this time, Su Dai had suppressed the emotions that did not belong to her. She looked at the interaction here expressionlessly. Seeing that the other party's words made the guys of the advanced team unable to control themselves, she couldn't help but feel depressed. In order to get these guys on her ship, she secretly deployed 99 steps, and it seemed that the last step was about to be destroyed by this person. Su Dai gritted her teeth and stared at the other person. If this guy dared to poach the butler she was going to keep, she would never let him leave her territory safely. She was not like the original owner. She was always thinking about the people in front of her. If anyone made her suffer, she would not let anyone suffer. Thinking of this, she looked directly at the person behind her and said expressionlessly, "Stand in front of me. Don't act like I know you well. Yes, stand with him." As she said this, she pointed her finger in the direction of Elaine without hesitation. The guys are all invaders. Don't think you can fool them just because you are thick-skinned." Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Rand waved his hand and sighed helplessly, "Okay, what an unlovable kid." Su Dai stared at him with dark eyes until she saw him staggering to the front, and then she was slightly satisfied. She looked back and forth at the two of them, and then said in a calm voice, "This is my planet. What are you doing here? You entered my planet without consent. You must give an explanation, otherwise I will treat you all as invaders." Although she spoke very seriously, the two people opposite her were estimated to be 1.9 meters tall, and she had to slightly raise her head to look at them. This was too weak to confront them. Fortunately, Su Dai had a strong momentum, and stared directly at the two people opposite her, which made them stand still without making any rash moves. Rogue Rand was the first to speak. After Su Dai finished speaking, he raised his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, kid, my name is Rand. I was flying on the Interstellar channel, but the guy next to me insisted on chasing me. We had a fight, and then he kept chasing me, so we followed the Zerg here." From these few words, Su Dai also figured out a general situation, but the person who spoke was so rogue that Su Dai directly discounted his words by 3 points, and turned his eyes to look at someone who had always been cold. Su Dai took a deep breath to make sure that the original owner's remaining emotions would not affect her, and then she asked without emotion, "What about you, Major General Elaine, is it like what this guy said?" "Little friend, my name is Rand. You didn't even ask my name, how do you know her name?" Rand's eyes flashed when he interrupted, and he almost wrote the word unfair on his face. Su Dai felt that her fist was itching even more. Looking at the guy who raised his hand to speak with an innocent smile, she endured it, and finally warned with gritted teeth, "Shut up first." After saying that, without waiting for his answer, she directly gave birth to the plant in her hand, and then sprinkled it at the other party's feet. A plant cage was formed instantly, and the talkative person was locked in it. Rand and Elaine were surprised by what happened in front of them, but they recovered quickly. Rand reached out and touched the cage that locked him, and the vines hit his hand directly, with a crisp and pleasant snap. Rand's eyes flashed, and he looked around Su Dai and the others. He suppressed his fear, and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Su Dai and said, "It's interesting. What ability do you have?" Su Dai also smiled back at him, and snapped her fingers in the air. As she finished snapping her fingers, there was a sudden explosion above the cage, and then all the white powder fell on Rand, and even Elaine's head and body were stained with a lot. "This is a small explosion. Are you satisfied, Mr. Rand?" If not satisfied, Su Dai squinted at the other party. She could guarantee that next time it would explode directly where it should be, and it would be best to blow someone's mouth into a sausage mouth, and see if he dared to talk too much in the future. As if he saw her threat, Rand immediately made a silent gesture, leaned against the cage with a smile, like a beautiful leopard, looking at them with raised eyebrows. With a posture of "You continue, I won't say anything." Su Dai then turned her eyes to someone and said in a distant tone, "It's your turn, Major General Elaine." Elaine had been paying attention to Su Dai from the beginning until now, and now she stared at her for the first time. Under such eyes, Su Dai was only unhappy and impatient, as if she would run out of patience and be ready to take action if the other party didn't speak again. When she was about to reach the end of her patience, Elaine finally looked away and said, "We were looking for someone and found a Zerg abnormality. We happened to find the wanted criminals of the Empire, so we arrested them and accidentally came to this abandoned star field." It was so coincidental that Su Dai looked from Elaine to Rand with a suspicious look, as if she suspected that the two of them had joined forces to deceive people. Elaine looked at her deeply, and finally spoke again in a low voice. "Elsa, I have no intention of entering your planetary territory. According to the laws of the Empire, since I am arresting a wanted criminal, I can temporarily land on your planet. This is in accordance with the laws of the Empire." There is one thing Elaine has not said yet. According to his military rank and the First Legion, he has the right to enter any affiliated planet of the Empire, not to mention an abandoned planet. But for some reason, looking at the person in front of him, who seems to be the same, he still swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Su Dai originally believed it to be about 70%, but when she heard this person mention the original owner's name, and still had the same attitude, she instantly became angry. This guy doesn't think that she is still the Elsa who pestered him, right? Thinking of this, she snorted coldly and retorted without any courtesy, "Since the Major General has seen it, when you go back, please leave my planet as soon as possible. My planet is my own, there is nothing, I am afraid it can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Major General, don't forget that I was exiled here because I violated the Imperial law. You don't want me to repeat the same mistake, right?" After she said this, everyone clearly realized that no matter how the person in front of them changed, she was the former princess of the Empire. This identity will not change. The trial of the princess by the Imperial court is also true. Thinking of what the princess was tried for, everyone was confused and looked back and forth between the two. Elaine also thought of those bad memories, frowned and looked at Su Dai coldly, as if trying to see through whether what she said was true or false. When the atmosphere was stagnant, a burst of laughter came from the cage. Su Dai looked at him coldly, and said without mercy, "And you, I don't care if you are a wanted criminal or something, just like him, leave my territory quickly, you are not allowed to cause any damage on my planet, Otherwise the result is not what you want to see. After saying that, Su Dai did not wait for their answer, and looked directly at the people in the advanced team, which made them feel guilty and embarrassed. After a long time, Su Dai slowed down her tone and said seriously, "Since your Major General is here, there must be a way to take you away. You have worked hard during this period. You can go find your Major General." After saying that, Su Dai did not wait for their answer, and turned around directly. It was inevitable that she felt a little melancholy in her heart, but when she saw the dwarves waiting for her eagerly, her mood finally improved a little. Oh, aren't they just some people who are not loyal to her? What's the matter? She still has her loyal fans here. Su Dai silently clenched her fists. When her planet became strong, she would have as many people as she wanted. Su Dai had just stretched out her hand when the dwarves shouted God's messenger in unison. Su Dai pointed her fingers, and they became quiet. Su Dai could not help but be moved. Everyone did a great job today. We have endless insect meat. Just like last time, we will clean up the battlefield and count the supplies. The cheers rang out, and the dwarves stamped their feet to celebrate this fruitful moment. The advanced team on the side felt a little sad. Seeing Su Dai walk into the group of dwarves, their mood became more complicated. For a moment, they felt abandoned by the princess. They wanted to follow her in panic, but their steps seemed to be filled with lead. They could only look at the dwarves celebrating each other with complicated eyes. They could have celebrated like this otherwise. Or they would have rebelled. The treasonous idea just popped up in their heads, and was extinguished by them. After a few spitting sounds, the people in the advanced team reluctantly turned their eyes back. They looked at their captain, waiting for the captain's order. Levis had made a decisive decision in his heart at this time. He looked at his teammates, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "Since the commander has arrived, we have to report our situation to the commander. This is what a soldier should do. No matter what you think in your heart, we need to perform the responsibilities of an imperial soldier at this moment." Silence spread among them. After a few seconds, everyone saluted him and answered with a serious expression, "Yes, Captain." So when the dwarves began to move the meat and seal the worm meat, the advanced team walked up to Elaine and saluted him together. Levis stepped forward and said, "Major General, I need to report to you what happened in the spaceship crash. Our spaceship is ahead, please come." Elaine nodded, looked sideways at the pirate leader, who had been unsealed, and said in a low voice, "Rand, you'd better not have any ideas." After saying that, she turned around and walked forward, and the advanced team who followed behind finally realized who the Rand the Major General was talking about was. This is the number 1 on the Interstellar pirate ranking list, Rand Wilson. The people who suddenly realized the truth were confused and couldn't help but look back at Rand. So the pirate leader looked like this? Why does a pirate leader look like this? Chapter 55. It was already night on the abandoned planet, but the battlefield was extremely busy. The dwarves seemed to know no fatigue, moving quickly, and several of them worked together to move the dead bugs. The intact ones were picked out for storage, and the broken and inedible ones were thrown aside for unified treatment. Su Dai ordered all the branches of the magic vine to work. With such cooperation, the speed of the dwarves was rapidly improved, but there were too many insects on the field. After Su Dai went home to comfort her children, she returned to the battlefield again. Looking at the dwarves working in the dark, she frowned, patted her old friend, and whispered, "Walk around and make some things with me." The magic vine rubbed against her affectionately, very flattering. Su Dai knew what it wanted to do, and could only say helplessly, "After it's done, you can eat those you don't want yourself." Su Dai thought that so many insects were killed today, and the magic vine guy couldn't eat them all even if he ate for a day and a night, so she simply let it eat all at once. Only when it was full, it would work obediently. So the magic vine carried Su Dai and flew slowly around the battlefield. Her fingers moved quickly, and soon the seeds in her hand seemed to be activated, emitting warm yellow light, and then branches grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Dai looked at the ground and began to throw the plants she had spawned on the ground. So in the dwarf's not very good vision, he saw that there seemed to be a meteor shower in the sky. These meteor showers slowly descended, bringing with them clusters of warm yellow lights, which for a moment added a bit of romance to the gloomy and terrifying battlefield. Especially when he saw who created this romance, the dwarf excitedly waved his hands to the sky and shouted loudly, "God's messenger, God's messenger." The voices came one after another, making the dark night noisy. Su Dai in the air also heard their calls, raised her eyebrows, waved to them, and didn't care whether they could see her or not, and her face couldn't hide the smile. Because she thought no one saw it, Su Dai smiled especially warmly and brilliantly. But Su Dai didn't know that there were 2 people with extraordinary vision below. From the moment she appeared, the two noticed her. When Rand saw the smile on her face, he couldn't help but touch his chin with interest, half leaning on the corner of the dead insect, and looked at the man standing not far away. Such a look was a bit annoying, and Elaine glanced at him, as if warning. Elaine seemed to have found something to rely on. From the previous conversation, he had determined that although the little guy above knew his mortal enemy, their relationship was not very good. This was the best thing for him, so he took advantage of the free time to check the saved information of his mortal enemy, and sure enough, he found something that met the target task. It turned out that this was the protagonist who once dominated the hot topic on the Star Network, the Empire's Princess Elsa, who loved her mortal enemy to death, and was willing to break the law. Thinking of this, Rand TSK twice, and blinked at him without fear at all. His whole face looked beautiful like a fairy on such a night, but he felt very worthy of beating as soon as he spoke. Major General, this is the Empire Princess who chased you. I have heard that she is here, and I am so obsessed with you. This girl looks pretty good when she smiles like this. You really don't know how to appreciate the beauty. This remark seemed to have touched something. Elaine frowned, and her cold eyes were already tinged with murderous intent, but Rand was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and reminded her, Major General, please don't mess around. This is little Elsa's territory. We agreed not to fight each other. Elaine paused with her fingers. Although she stopped moving, her eyes were still extremely cold. Rand clicked his tongue and added fearlessly, I think she is good. She is very suitable to be my wife, with her skills and courage. Pirate head. The wife of the sun is the Grand Princess of the Empire. The more Rand thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Marrying a Grand Princess of the Empire, as his wife, would be the biggest blow to those annoying guys in the Empire. The more he thought about it, the better he felt this idea was, especially since the girl above him looked more pleasing to the eye than all the people in the Empire. Before he could think about it any further, a lightsaber was already slashing at him. Rand tilted his body, and was still hanging on the horns of the bug, but the head of the bug next to him had already separated from his body. Obviously this was a warning. Rand still looked at him with a smile. Major General, you are so angry. Does little Elsa know? Seeing that the other party was about to attack again, Rand quickly jumped off the horn of the insect he was leaning on, and the horn behind him shattered. Rand waved his hand. Hey, I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to find the cute little Elsa. After saying that, his figure swayed on the insect corpse. Elaine stared at his back with cold eyes, and the emotions in his eyes flashed quickly, and in a moment he returned to his usual indifference. After a while, Elaine looked at the position next to her, and said in a cold voice, Come out. The insect on one side moved, and a person walked out from behind the insect. Levis looked a little embarrassed and explained, Major General, I just arrived and only saw Mr. Rand leave. Levis swore that he really didn't see anything that happened just now. Elaine hummed, and was silent for a while before saying, I know. Otherwise, it would not be shouting the other party out, but the other party's body and head would be separated. He looked at the person, who came twice before speaking with certainty, You have something to say to me. This is an affirmative sentence, and it is obvious that the other party's intention to come has been confirmed. Hearing this, Levis was a little nervous when he came here, but he was relieved unexpectedly when he was seen through. He nodded to Elaine and spoke in a serious voice, Major General, I have thought about it. Elaine didn't change her expression after hearing him, but asked a completely unrelated question, Are you sure you are talking about Elsa? Hearing this, Levis was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke, Major General, I don't know what the princess you know looks like. Before I met the princess, my impression of the princess came from the information on the Interstellar network, but here, I saw the princess with my own eyes. This princess is different from all the information. I don't know why there is a deviation, but I believe I saw it with my eyes, and felt it in my heart. Hearing this, Elaine's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes were lost in thought for a moment, as if she was thinking about his words and what the problem was. The Elsa he met today was completely different from the Elsa in the Empire before. Did an exile really wake her up, or did something happen? And how to explain the other party's strange ability? If it was the previous Elsa, she would have been eager to show it with such an ability, and it would be impossible to hide it for so long. What happened in this? After a long time, Elaine nodded to Levis. I know, I respect your choice. You still have the opportunity to choose before I leave. Hearing this, Levis showed gratitude in his eyes, but his eyes were firm as he thanked Elaine. Looking at the person in front of him, Elaine felt a little sorry. This is a good talent. If he goes back and trains well, he will definitely be a rookie in the Imperial military in the future. It's a pity. Thinking of the choice made by the other party, the color in his eyes deepened. At this time, after Su Dai had gone around, all the seeds she had produced had been thrown to the ground. She patted the magic vine, and let it take her to the central area. Su Dai felt the growth of the magic lamp on the ground, and she began to accurately output her energy to the magic lamp. Then everyone in the black felt the rustling sound coming from the surroundings, and the bare stems of plants with orange-yellow light continued to grow upwards from the ground. The surrounding darkness was like a curtain being pulled open, and slowly extended upwards as the plants grew. Under the curious eyes of the crowd, the magic lamp stopped growing automatically when they reached a height of 5 meters, and then the water drop-like bulges on their heads grew larger and larger, with bursts of bang 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 sounds. These bulges were like balloons that were blown up, all blooming in the air, like lotus flowers blooming, with a lotus lantern hanging under each petal, which was very delicate and beautiful. Su Dai slowly landed above the heads of the crowd, and then her fingers slowly raised up. Everyone subconsciously stopped their movements and looked up at her, and their breathing stopped at this wonderful moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, there was a snap of fingers, and the clear sound was crisply transmitted into the ears of the crowd. Before everyone could wonder what was going on, 1 second after she snapped her fingers, the blooming lotus lanterns all lit up like they were summoned, and the small lotus lanterns hanging under each petal also swayed twice, emitting warm orange light along with the big lotus lanterns. Buddha said, "Let there be light," and then there was light. Su Dai looked at the blooming lotus lantern. Her eyes also fell into the tenderness of memories. She cultivated this plant through the magic vine 10 years after her brother's death. She called it the magic lantern. On the New Year's Eve of the year when the magic lantern was successful, she took advantage of the celebration of the people in the base, and planted a row of magic lanterns leading to home in front of her brother's grave, hoping that her lost brother could find the way home as soon as possible. This is the magic lantern she cultivated for her relatives. Now it is lit in this world, and it also illuminates the way home for the creatures on this planet, and she also hopes that her brother can find the way back. Now she has a home, and there are some lovely creatures on the home. If her brother's soul can return to her, these creatures will like such a pure brother. So let her look forward to it, just for a while. At this time, the system that had been silent for a long time in Su Dai's mind suddenly spoke. "Host, as long as you complete the Hope Home system, this wish can be your last reward." These words were like a thunder, which made Su Dai, who entered the memory, stunned and stood in the air for a long time. In the eyes of everyone, their divine messenger/princess, who was so graceful and domineering, suddenly fell straight down from midair at this dreamlike moment. Chapter 56. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Su Dai reacted and stabilized her body. She performed a sudden braking scene in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. Rand, who was already halfway to the end of the speed, saw that everyone was fine, and directly disappeared into the darkness. Looking at Su Dai, who landed steadily, he looked regretful. Such a good opportunity was gone. At this moment, Su Dai felt that her heart was trembling. She took a few deep breaths, and finally suppressed her excitement. She slowly opened her mouth and asked the small system, "What did you say? Can you say it again?" She wanted to listen again, to make sure it was true. As if sensing her different mood, the small system did not say anything sarcastic, but repeated it seriously. "Host, as long as you complete the Hope Home system task well, the system will fulfill one of your wishes." Su Dai felt her heart trembling again, and finally couldn't help but asked with a trembling voice, "Any wish is okay?" The small system nodded its non-existent head, thought for a while, and said, "As long as it does not threaten the ecology of each planet, then you can fulfill your wish. This is a reward for the host, who completes the task seriously." Confirming that she was not hallucinating, Su Dai nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you, small system, I will never say you are a chicken rib again." There has never been a moment when Su Dai was so grateful. As long as she can make her brother alive, no matter which planet they are on, as long as they are together, that is home. Looking at the beautiful scene in the future, Su Dai couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of her heart. Today is the happiest moment of her life in decades. I don't know if it was affected by her mood. The lotus lantern was brighter than before, and it instantly dispelled the darkness around, and the dim light sprinkled a layer of warmth on everyone's heart. Rand, who originally wanted to go forward to tease the children, suddenly stopped. He looked up at Su Dai, whose smile was bright and warm in the air. His heart beat uncontrollably, and many long-lost memories appeared in his mind in an instant. Let those surging memories shuttle through his mind, and in the end only the bright and warm smile of the girl in front of him was left, which was very much like the goddess Inanna who guided him forward in his dream. Rand looked at Su Dai with a dim light in his eyes. When Su Dai put away her thoughts and looked up again, she was greeted with the excited applause of the dwarves. Su Dai waved to them, rolled up her sleeves, and said with a smile, "I will work with you. Let's save all the intact insects as soon as possible." All the dwarves felt the good mood of their own envoy, and couldn't help but follow her with a smile on their faces, as if they were going to do whatever the envoy said. After speaking, Su Dai summoned her old friend and told Mo Tang, "Old friend, call all your descendants to help you work together. Finish it early, and you can enjoy the rest." As soon as she finished speaking, the magic vine shook its body quickly. In less than a moment, countless branches of the magic vine lined up in front of her one by one, looking obedient and waiting for orders. Su Dai pointed at the dwarves and said to the magic vine branches, "Help them carry the insects. Put all the intact insects to one side, and put the incomplete ones to one side." Su Dai soon assigned the tasks clearly. After Su Dai gave the order, the magic vine branches that received the task swooshed into the ground and began to move. Under the orange light, everyone could clearly see that countless magic vines were wandering among the dead insects. From time to time, some insects were hung up and put to one side, and those incomplete insects were violently thrown to the other side. The dwarves who reacted quickly followed suit. They all walked to the intact insects and started their unique storage technology. The dwarves cooperated with each other and got busy in an orderly manner. I don't know who took the lead in singing. This is a song for the dwarves to praise their hometown and pray for a good harvest. The general meaning of the translation is, "The blue waves are our home, the golden and red fruits are our harvest year, we praise the generosity of the gods, we pray for a good harvest next year, and we love the land under our feet. This is our home, our harvest year." Under the warm light of the magic lamp, coupled with the moving songs of the dwarves, the night full of insect corpses instantly became warm and moving. Just when Su Dai and the dwarves were working in full swing, a row of figures rushed out from the side. They ran straight to the place where the magic vine branches were working, and complained while running, "The princess didn't call us to work together, you are so partial." It was Lin Mo who spoke. As soon as he finished complaining, Moss next to him pinched his waist and echoed, "Yes, yes, you said before that you would take care of our food, drink and shelter. Such a good job, now you don't call us princesses, you can't be too partial." Taizan also followed behind and hammered his chest, silently showing that he was very strong and these jobs were simple. Helen also gave a bright and shy smile in the direction of Su Dai, and the others followed behind and complained in a fake way, but their eyes were full of willingness. Levis, who was walking at the back, also looked at Su Dai. He always spoke little. He nodded in this direction and then frowned, directing his teammates to work together. Looking at the people of the advanced team who joined the small working team, Su Dai finally showed a bright look in her eyes after experiencing a series of complex emotions. It must be said that the appearance of these people still moved her. She waved to the other party reservedly, coughed, and then jokingly said, "Since you are here, you have to work well, otherwise, just like before, you won't be given food." Hearing her words, the people of the advanced team finally breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, the eldest princess was not angry with them. Instantly, they felt happy, and they couldn't help but smile back, promising that they would work hard. As long as the princess held another insect banquet, they would stay at their posts even if they didn't eat or drink. As soon as these words came out, the dwarfs followed behind and made a noise. For a while, everyone laughed and made a scene, as if they had always been close comrades in arms. Su Dai was also infected by the scene, and she laughed very happily. Today was a good day, and everything was moving in a good direction. It seemed that God saw that she had lived too hard for the past few decades, so he saved up all the luck and gave it to her in the form of a blind box today. She really hadn't been so happy for a long time. Her face was almost frozen with laughter, but she couldn't stop the joy in her heart. She couldn't help but move her fingers a few times, and her mental power roamed in the plantation. Soon all the plants began to shake. Then, the sound of bang 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 rang out, and the plants that attacked the insects before launched fruits like fireworks into the sky. It was like a switch, and then countless fruits exploded in the sky, bringing an unparalleled fireworks show to this night. This endless means directly made everyone fall into an exciting climax, and also made Rand and Elaine, who had just arrived, stand there for a long time, looking up at the gorgeous light exploding in the sky, and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Since the two of them set foot on this land today, they were greeted with all kinds of shocks. At this time, the two people who were not in harmony with each other rarely came to a conclusion with their brain waves. This Princess Elsa is different from the rumors before, like a mystery. Rand also added, "She looks good when she smiles, and I have to let her smile like this to me next time. Su Dai had no idea what the two were thinking of her. After watching the fireworks show, her mood gradually calmed down, but the smile on her face never disappeared. She was already calculating how to evenly distribute these inedible insects on the new black gold land, and what plants she would plant on the black gold land next. While she was thinking, a figure approached silently. Su Dai did not turn around. When the other person was about to walk to less than 1 meter away from her, a wall of thorns quickly separated the two of them. The thorns moved, and a gasp came from behind. Su Dai snorted, knowing who was coming. She put away the smile on her face, removed the wall of thorns, looked at the tall man in front of her who looked like a spirit, and glanced at him unhappily. Next time you approach me quietly, it won't be so easy. She crossed her arms, and found that the person in front of her was really too tall. Looking up like this would damage her aura. She quietly took a step back, and continued to stare at the other person. Lander, who caught her little move, couldn't help but smile. Then he blinked at Su Dai with a wronged look on his face, and said innocently, "Little Elsa, you are so fierce, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to come over to talk to you. You are so defensive against me, I will be sad." He was still covering his chest. It was obviously a warm night, but the guy in front of him unbuttoned the collar of his black shirt to the third button. As his fingers moved, Su Dai saw the other's exposed chest at a glance, every inch of which contained explosive power that people could imagine. Under the orange light, the exposed muscles seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, and people's eyes could not help but move along his fingers. Su Dai's eyes also paused for a few seconds. It is undeniable that she was fooled by the beauty and deception of the little hooligan in front of her. With a move of her eyes, Su Dai took a step forward, as if bewitched, and stretched out her hand to press the edge of the button in the other's hand. Rand obviously didn't expect her to react like this. He was stunned for a second before reacting. He couldn't help but raise his lips. He was the most handsome guy on Pirate Star. Since the girl in front of him liked Elaine, he couldn't ignore him. It was good to let this little guy smile at him like he did just now. Thinking happily, Rand was about to hold the other person's palm with his backhand. The moment he touched it, he realized that the hand was really small. Such a small hand could actually kill the insect with one circle. Before he felt it for a few seconds, Rand felt his palm empty. The other person's fingers quickly pinched his collar. In his stunned eyes, a tearing sound was heard. Chapter 57. As a shadow flashed by, the unruly top that Rand was wearing was torn off from the chest, and then hung on his body in tatters, exposing half of his chest. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen in an instant. Su Dai did not expect that the clothes were so fragile. She opened her mouth slightly. She only wanted to pull off a corner, but she did not expect to directly scrap half of the other person's clothes. She was also stunned for a few seconds. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, and turned her eyes to make up for it. Then she accidentally saw the other person's abdominal muscles and waistline, and was stunned. Her sight was too obvious, so that even a thick-skinned person like Rand felt a little unnatural, and always felt that he was leading a child astray. Then before he could think about it, there was a puff from the other side, and then a ha-ha laugh. Su Dai couldn't help it. After seeing what was going on, she was amused by the dividing line in front of her. This guy was a real gigolo. Ha ha ha. It turned out that there was a clear dividing line on the other person's abdominal muscles. Above the dividing line was honey-colored skin that looked like it was poured with honey, which made people want to touch it, but below the dividing line was extremely white skin, which seemed to have a bright and radiant luster. So in an instant, Su Dai understood that the white skin below the dividing line was the real skin color of this person. Look at this white color that most women want to have. This is the true color of this guy. This guy is a real gigolo. Ha ha ha. This unruly little hooligan like a leopard is actually a gigolo in essence. Su Dai thought it was funny, especially when she saw the embarrassment flashing on the face of the guy opposite. This contrasting expression of having his underwear lifted made Su Dai couldn't help shaking her shoulders. Perhaps it was because she laughed too recklessly, which made Rand, who was still stiff, simply give up on himself. He looked at Su Dai, who was smiling brightly in front of him, narrowed his eyes dangerously, bent down and approached her, and his voice was also filled with a hint of threat. "Little guy, have you laughed enough?" Looking at this beautiful and dangerous face so close, Su Dai stopped laughing, stared at the other person, and nodded without any fear to answer his words. "It's okay, if Mr. Rand returns to his original color one day, I think I will laugh even louder." Looking at the person in front of him, who was not threatened at all, Rand's eyes wandered around her face, raised the corners of his mouth, and asked slowly, "Do you know who I am?" Su Dai's head was full of question marks, and she fought back without thinking, I don't care who you are. Oh, Elaine said you are a wanted criminal in the Empire. But what does it have to do with me? She was completely unmoved, and the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance, and there was no fear at all, which made him somewhat frustrated. Since Rand was 13 years old and started to fly the spaceship alone to leave the planet, no one has ever talked to him like this. This is the first person of the opposite sex who has made him feel humiliated in all these years. Women have always loved and hated him. The feeling of being treated so rudely is really new. It successfully aroused his desire to conquer, especially since the other party was chasing Elaine, which made him more competitive. Is he not as good as Elaine, the emotionless wooden man? Rand rejected the last possibility. This sudden desire to win made his eyes emit a fascinating light. Su Dai could actually feel the scorching temperature in his eyes at such a close distance. She subconsciously took a step back. Realizing what she had done, she looked at him with disdain and said directly, "Don't try to play tricks on me. I don't like your style. Even if you are the emperor of a planet, you have to leave my territory." If someone else said this, it might be bluffing, but from Su Dai's mouth, Rand knew that the other party was not joking. If he really angered the little guy in front of him, the other party would immediately fight him to the death. This was not the result he wanted. Rand slowly stood up straight, finally looking serious, looking into her eyes and slowly saying, "Little Elsa, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. It's not that I don't want to leave, but we can't leave now. There is no transmission platform here, and the signal is all out of order. With these problems, we will be trapped here forever. Don't you know it clearly?" Su Dai had heard the advanced team talk about this, but she didn't take it to heart, thinking that as long as the spaceship was repaired, they could leave the planet. Do they need so many things? She frowned and searched through the original owner's memory, but she didn't find any common sense. Instead, she was forced to read a lot of memories about someone. Su Dai's face turned bad, and she couldn't help but curse. When she looked at the other party again, her expression was still unhappy, and she said with a stubborn look, "I know. Anyway, it was like this when I came here. Aren't all of you capable people? Then find a way to make it yourself." In order to increase the credibility of her words and prevent the other party from suspecting that she was shirking responsibility, Su Dai pointed to the lush planting land around her and said firmly, "Do you think these have always existed? When I came here, the whole planet was bare, and I almost starved to death several times, but look at this piece now. I worked hard to make it. The subtext is that you have to find a way and work hard. Don't say you can't do it right away. She is a woman and can do it, so why can't you men who claim to be men do it?" What's wrong? Rand saw her subtext at a glance, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at the person who was righteous in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, took a deep breath, looked at her with a faint look, and then turned and left without saying a word in Su Dai's sight. Only Su Dai was left standing there, looking at his back with a head full of question marks. Did she hear it or not? But Su Dai turned around and put this matter behind her head. She heard the magic vine in front of her calling her. Su Dai turned around and moved towards the location of the magic vine. As soon as she moved to the side of the magic vine, she felt a little headache when she saw what was going on. She wanted to leave again. Why did one leave and another come? Su Dai turned around and wanted to leave, but the magic vine and Elaine saw her and looked in her direction. There was no way. Su Dai could only bite the bullet and move forward. If possible, she really didn't want to have any entanglement with the person the original owner loved. "What are you doing?" Although it was a question, Su Dai's eyes looked directly at Elaine. Obviously, this was only directed at him. Elaine stood up, her eyes moved, and she threw the gloves that had just touched the insect onto the insect's body. Then she looked up at Su Dai, and said slowly, as if she was examining her, "Take a look." As soon as she said this, the magic vine on the side was unwilling, and it swung its branches and moved closer to Su Dai, twisting. From the information passed on by the old friend, Su Dai got another explanation, listening to the magic vine complaining that the bad guy in front of it was going to steal its food. Su Dai was speechless, what was going on, but no matter what his people did, he had to protect them. Su Dai coughed, then pretended to know nothing and said, "Then you have made up your mind now, so leave here as soon as possible. This place is not suitable for you." Elaine's expression paused for a moment, and her eyes turned deep when she looked at Su Dai. Su Dai clearly saw in the original owner's memory that this person had mysophobia. The original owner had always wanted to have a close contact with the other party, but after so many years, she had never even touched the corner of the other party's clothes. Looking at the memories that popped up in her mind, she couldn't help but grind her teeth. She was really angry at the original owner for not fighting for it. She was not a good heir, but she killed herself for a man. Even the look in her eyes when she looked at the man in front of her was not right. Elaine clearly felt the change in the other party's mood. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "How do you know I'm not suitable?" Su Dai snorted when she heard this. How could she not know? It was in the original owner's memory. Wait. Su Dai narrowed her eyes and stared at the other party's cold look carefully. She suspected that the other party was trying to trick her. With a turn of her eyes, she had an idea in her mind. She raised her eyebrows and asked back in a colder tone than the other party, "Why, is my memory wrong? I remember that the Major General has always been very clean in front of me." As she said this, she touched her cuffs with her fingers, and her eyelashes were covered with a layer of sarcasm. "Is this problem cured now? Or are you going to send me to the military court again?" The latter sentence was purely out of anger, in order to get rid of the bad breath in her heart. She occupied the original owner's body. According to humanitarianism, she should achieve the original owner's last obsession, but this obsession is really too difficult for her. After thinking about it, Su Dai decided not to embarrass herself. Who cares? It's not like she wants to occupy the original owner's body on purpose. She can only vent her anger on the person in front of her. Forget about obsessions. She doesn't like ruthless monks. Her sharp attitude that keeps people away finally makes Elaine look away from her. As if she got some answer, her eyes regained their alienated look in an instant, and she said coldly, "As long as the princess abides by the laws of the Empire, no one will send you to the Imperial Court." Su Dai knew what he meant, and snorted directly, and fought back without any stage fright. "Don't worry, Major General, I'm very clear-headed now, my eyesight has improved, and my taste has changed. I will be the only one who sends people to the court in the future." This made Elaine, who had an alienated attitude, look at her again, as if to confirm the truth of her words. Su Dai looked back without any weakness. "What are you looking at? Do you think you are the only one who says harsh words?" The atmosphere was stagnant for a few seconds. Elaine moved her fingers and looked at her deeply. "I hope you will keep your promise, Princess Elsa." After that, she turned around and left without waiting for Su Dai to answer. Her white clothes were still spotless on the bloody ground. Chapter 58. It took everyone 3 days to complete the post-war cleanup. There were really too many dead insects. All the ones that needed to be stored were stored by the dwarves, and the rest were all taken underground by Su Dai with the magic vine and its branches to nourish the plants on the land. After finishing, Su Dai gave all the workers a holiday to let them have a good rest. She also needed to rest for a while. Before leaving, she did not forget to tell the advance team to tell them to tell their Major General that if they did not leave, she would charge them for the stay fee when she woke up. Leaving the stunned advance team behind, Su Dai turned and left. She had to go back to sort out the energy in her body. The work in the past few days has increased the energy in her body again. She must go back to practice. When she returned to the base camp, she saw the baby crawling around in her room without surprise. She reached out and took the child to the next room. After letting the little fat bird watch the baby, she returned to her room again, closed her eyes, and began to cross her legs to regulate her breathing. She has vaguely determined one thing, that her method of improvement is different from that of the Imperials. Although she has spiritual power like the Imperials, she is different from them in that she has more superpowers. The source of superpowers is the energy in her body, and the magic vine that has somehow merged with her soul. Although she is not similar to the original owner now, Su Dai is not going to pretend to be the original owner. She is herself. Compared with other creatures in the galaxy, her ability does not seem to be so incomprehensible and unacceptable. She can use many excuses to make it up. Even if there is a real confrontation one day, she is not afraid. Her special ability can be explained by the successful artificial gene fusion transformation in the current Imperial technology. Another explanation is what he learned from Levis, that there was a race that once reverted to its ancestral form and had the same energy as her, but the other party's energy function was different from hers. So after thinking about it, Su Dai felt that her change based on the original body was not a big problem, especially in the several mutual tests and confrontations with Elaine. She had confirmed that although the other party suspected her and was surprised by her ability, she only suspected that her previous appearance was all fake. After sorting out all this, Su Dai was relieved. Thinking that there were still many things she needed to arrange, she quickly removed her distractions and began to practice with concentration. When she opened her eyes again, it was bright daytime, and she didn't know how much time had passed. She only felt that the energy in her body was full and her mental power was particularly active, and these active mental powers seemed to come from the transmission of the magic vine. As she thought about it, she sensed the location of the magic vine and stepped directly through the portal. As soon as her feet stepped on the ground, Su Dai was startled by the chirping sound in front of her. She looked up and saw a group of chirping dwarves huddled together in front of her, and there were also people from the advanced team next to them. Well, there are two annoying guys, they are all here. Su Dai's mood was not so good in an instant. She regretted why she didn't check it out and came directly through the portal. Past experience told her that nothing good would happen when these people gathered together. Sure enough, before she finished speaking, someone noticed her arrival. Someone shouted, "The messenger of God is here," and then all the sound stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. She was used to seeing these looks, so she waved her hand without any pressure. However, the looks of the two people next to her made her very unhappy. Why were these two people so familiar with her? They came to her plantation whenever they wanted, so they didn't take her previous words to heart at all? Perhaps her unhappy mood was too obvious. Rand, who was watching the fun, looked at the ice cubes that were motionless beside him, rolled his eyes, and smiled at Su Dai, waving his hand and saying, "Hey, little Elsa, are you here to watch the fun too?" The curse was just about to come to her lips, and Su Dai was forced to turn her body in one direction by the other party. Just when she wanted to kick this person away, she was attracted by the big tree in front of her. This tree was at least several hundred meters high, but the trunk was bare, so she didn't notice it at first glance. Following the trunk of the tree, Su Dai couldn't help but gasp. All the branches on this tree were bare, and each branch only had a flower bud like an eggshell hanging on it. The most important thing was that she had already felt what this tree was. The tree felt her emotions, and finally couldn't pretend anymore. It shook its trunk towards her, and the whole tree moved towards her. Su Dai wanted to curse instantly, so much so that Rand, who was still behind her, was kicked unexpectedly. Before he could complain, Su Dai glared at him with a dark face. "Who told you to move behind me?" After saying that, regardless of his expression, she strode forward and warned the big tree that was about to move, "Stay where you are and don't move." This guy didn't even think about the consequences of moving his huge body. Not to mention anything else, this piece of planting land would be directly destroyed by him. The tree trunk stiffened upon hearing her roar, then it became aggrieved, and the entire trunk drooped. If it weren't for the flower bud still hanging on it, it would have looked as if it was withered. Su Dai had a headache. Seeing the doubtful eyes around her, she could only twitch her mouth. She wanted to explain that the thing in front of her was not a new species or an alien creature, but her old friend, the magic vine. She checked the other party's situation in her mind, and then under Su Dai's fierce questioning, the magic vine finally told the truth. The reason why it suddenly turned into this form was because it ate too many insects. This guy has a very picky taste. He specially chooses insects with energy in their bodies to eat, so that he ate too much greedily and evolved all of a sudden. He cried in Su Dai's mind, "I'm going to bloom." Su Dai's eyebrows twitched. What's there to be proud of in blooming? It made such a big noise. He warned, "Just stay here and don't move. When you can change back to your original appearance, you can move again." The magic vine acted cute again after hearing this, but it didn't move Su Dai at all. In the end, it could only agree with grievances. This can be regarded as the result of greed. The magic vine stopped moving, and the people running back also stopped where they were. Su Dai glanced at them, and didn't intend to hide it. She was the master of her planet, and said directly, "This is not some other species, it's my magic vine. This guy is about to bloom. Don't make a fuss. You don't have to worry about it in the future. Just let it guard the place here." Hearing that it was the magic vine, the dwarves instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the master of the magic vine. They looked at the trees with respect. It was worthy of being a popular person around the messenger of God. It can grow up if it wants. Look at its majestic appearance, it's really enviable. The dwarves changed from whispering to discussing openly, and sent a bunch of praises to the magic vine without paying. The magic vine was instantly proud of the praise, and the drooping branches came alive. The whole tree was very lively, even though there was no leaf. Everyone felt its good mood. As a result, the dwarves praised more vigorously. Although the advanced team members on the side were used to hearing these guys' brainless praise of the princess, they were refreshed again at this moment. In terms of flattery, they couldn't catch up with these dwarf natives even if they took a flying vehicle. Especially these people were still praising a strange giant tree from the bottom of their hearts. They really admired them. The advanced team members, who admired it very much, thought it would be better to go to work first. They always felt that if they stayed here, something would happen, so they said hello to Su Dai and left quickly. The dwarf Tata, who had been paying attention to their movements, immediately reminded his tribesmen, and then all the dwarfs, who were watching, also quickly followed the pace of the advanced team. They looked like they were going to compete with them, and they were still as enthusiastic and energetic as ever. In the end, only Su Dai, Rand, and Elaine were left on the field. Su Dai reached out and picked a bunch of sand grapes from a fruit tree on the side. While eating, she looked at the two people opposite. "Hey, why are you two still here?" The tone was very provocative, and it was directly transmitted to the ears of the two people opposite. Elaine's breath turned cold for a few seconds, and the shameless Rand seemed to have not heard it, and blinked at her, as if it had nothing to do with him. Seeing them like this, Su Dai snorted. These two people were both shameless to different degrees. She simply spread her eyes, and locked her eyes with Elaine. "Major General, you won't be like someone else and can't leave me for the time being, right? This guy is the captain of the First Legion. He will never be trapped on a planet. If this is true, she will suspect that those on the Interstellar network are all bog water armies, specially used for bragging. Perhaps the suspicion in her eyes is too strong, and the cold Elaine can't help but have some thoughts." Before he can speak, Rand on the side immediately nodded in agreement, touched his chin and said, "Little Elsa, we really have the same vision. The ranking of mine is genuine, and my ability is very strong." Su Dai rolled his eyes at him. He didn't want to talk to a pretty boy disguised as a tough guy. The meaning in her eyes was too obvious, which made Rand smile stiff for a few seconds, and then he returned to his rebellious look, but there was something else in his eyes when he looked at Su Dai. But Su Dai didn't see it. At this time, she only looked at Elaine, waiting for the other party's answer. Elaine is worthy of being the leader of the most powerful legion in the Empire. After thinking for a while, she said calmly, "I need time, and I also need to borrow the signal station here from the princess. It's just a matter of time to go back." After hearing this, Su Dai was stunned for a second, and then she looked like she expected it. Just as she thought, this person really has a way. Chapter 59. Su Dai felt very comfortable when she heard the word borrow. She glanced at Rand on the other side with a hint of meaning, as if she was slapping him in the face for what he had said before. No. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Look at this man who is always jealous of others. There is a reason why he can be one of the top men in the Interstellar. At least he is very good." She didn't say anything, but Rand understood what she meant. A trace of blush flashed across Zhang Yang's handsome face, and it was only a moment. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the look of a rebellious little hooligan again, and blinked at Su Dai provocatively. "There is no hope." Su Dai rolled her eyes at him directly, and then she regained her mind and looked at Elaine. "Major General Elaine, since you want to use it, I can do it, but you know, our planet is very poor," she said, and looked at the other party, and Elaine also looked at her, as if waiting for her next words. Su Dai looked at him, and saw that he had no unusual emotions. She sighed and continued, "I can come to such a poor planet thanks to you, Major General, so I lend it to you. What do you want to exchange?" When these words came out, Elaine's expression was briefly surprised, and his eyes paused for a few seconds. It seemed that he didn't expect that the other party would say this, and asked for benefits so openly. Elaine couldn't help but compare in his mind. Elsa used to enjoy herself the most, and she couldn't care about these things. He paused and asked, "Then how do you want to exchange?" Su Dai was waiting for the other party to say this. Anyway, she was a Zhou Ba Pai nature to treat outsiders. Besides, her planet was very poor now, and the people in front of her were delivered to her door. After thinking for a while, he said, "I want a mecha, the same as yours." Su Dai said what she wanted without thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the other party's momentum change. She looked up and saw that the other party's face, which had always been cold, seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. The look he gave her became extremely sharp, as if he was on guard against her doing something more excessive. This defensive and targeted attitude directly made Su Dai dissatisfied. What's wrong with this person? Why did he change his face when negotiating conditions? Now he wants to use his power to pressure others. Why, do you still think she is the original owner? Su Dai, who was confused, was also unhappy. She looked back directly, and released her mental power without losing momentum. There was still a trace of uncontrollable excitement in her heart. Maybe she could see how powerful the Imperial Major General rumored in the Interstellar was. Seeing that the two people's mental power was about to confront each other, an annoying low laugh came in, instantly breaking the stagnant atmosphere. Su Dai looked at him expressionlessly, which made Rand raise his hands in innocent surrender, but his mouth was not idle, and he said with a smile, "Little Elsa, you may be disappointed. The mecha of the Major General is called Phantom, which sounds like a shadow and an illusion when it moves. What nonsense is this guy talking about?" His words made Su Dai and Elaine look at him at the same time. The two of them had the same thoughts and decided in their hearts that if this guy said another word of nonsense, they would get rid of him first. Threatened by both of them, Rand's smile did not stop at all. He stopped panting when he spoke, and shrugged his shoulders lazily towards Su Dai. I didn't say that. I just copied the words on the Interstellar network. But little Elsa, don't think about it. The mecha of the Major General is the final work of Master Liyun, unless you want him to give you the Phantom? As he said that, he looked at Elaine with a smile, as if he was watching a good show. Su Dai didn't know who Master Liyun was, but after hearing this, he seemed to be a very powerful person. She couldn't help but take a look at Elaine. Seeing the mecha keychain he showed, thinking that the other party might think that she wanted to take his mecha, Su Dai couldn't help but show a trace of disgust on her face. Is she so picky? She doesn't want anything that others have used. Her disgusted eyes were too obvious, which made Elaine realize that she didn't mean to take her mecha just now. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face quickly, but after all, she was the legendary cold-faced Major General, and she quickly returned to her unkind appearance. After thinking for a while, when Su Dai wanted to turn around and leave, he finally said okay. These two simple words made Su Dai put down her raised foot, and her eyes lit up. She asked uncertainly, really? As if she had thought of something, Su Dai quickly added, you're not going to give me your mecha, are you? She didn't want that, thinking of using someone else's old things. Su Dai was about to show her disgust on her face. Elaine, who saw her thoughts, said directly, I give you a new one, from Master Liyun. That was almost right. Su Dai felt relieved, and her face was immediately full of happy expressions. Her first reaction was to glance at someone on the side, and said jokingly, oh, the Major General is so straightforward. Some people are going too. I wonder what to exchange for them. Su Dai looked at Rand, who smiled and touched his chin, as if he was thinking seriously. But his mood changes quickly, and he looks like a gangster all day long. It's hard to tell when he's serious. Now he looked at Elaine with a little displeasure, and said faintly, Major General is really amazing. When he turned his eyes to Su Dai, he was already aggrieved. Hey, little Elsa, I'm just a wanted pirate, very pitiful, I can't give you much. Do you think I can stay and work for you? When he said this, Su Dai's hair stood up, and Elaine also frowned and looked at him. Obviously both of them rejected this proposal. Su Dai rolled her eyes at him and refused. Don't even think about it. Since we don't have money, let's sign an agreement. I don't believe you'd be trapped here for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, just try it. Let's see who gets anxious first. If the other party is really a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, she will have 10,000 ways to deal with this guy. This is her planet. How can this guy still want to eat and drink for free? Okay, little Elsa, you are too fierce. Rand raised his hands, as if he had enough jokes, and said with flying eyebrows, since the Major General has given a mecha, then I think you should want a spaceship and a warship. How about giving you this? This is a big deal. The channels for carrying weapons of this level of spaceships and warships must be officially approved. In the Empire, they cannot be purchased and given away privately. Rand spoke of this level of big deal as soon as he opened his mouth, and for a while, he suppressed the limelight of Elaine giving a mecha. Su Dai's eyes were full of surprise. She obviously didn't expect the other party to be so generous as to give such a valuable item. In her memory, it was not a question of whether it was expensive or not, but something that could not be obtained no matter how many interstellar coins one had. According to her previous identity as the Grand Princess of the Empire, the spaceship in the princess configuration was officially allocated to her, not in her personal name. So Su Dai, who had reacted, looked at the other party with suspicion, thinking suspiciously, is this guy saying something funny? Her expression was very irritating. Rand originally wanted to wait for the little guy's admiring eyes, but when he saw the other party's suspicious expression, he laughed angrily. There was a dangerous breath in his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, and there was a trace of anger in his heart. He stared at Su Dai with his eyebrows raised and asked in a low voice, why, little Elsa, don't you believe it? Hearing this dangerous voice, Su Dai knew that this guy was going to be angry. Adhering to the principle of more benefits, the better, she immediately changed her expression and nodded seriously. Believe it. Of course I believe that Mr. Rand is a person who keeps his promises. If you can get spaceships and warships by going the right way, this is simply an effortless deal. How can she not seize it? The two parties successfully reached a deal, and both of them had satisfied smiles on their faces. Only Elaine on one side had a cold expression on her face. Su Dai was very happy to reach a preliminary agreement with the two people. She announced to the two people in front of her, tapping her fingers, since we have reached an agreement, I will give you the signal station and the channel here, but it is also the right to use. The final decision is in my hands. I hope you don't play tricks. As for whether someone will come to the abandoned star to hunt her down in the future, Su Dai is not worried at all, because entering the abandoned star field will be accompanied by certain dangers. Whether she can find her planet among the many abandoned stars is a problem, not to mention successfully entering her planet in the end. As long as she turns off the signal transmitted by the planet, no one can find the location of her planet among the countless abandoned stars. Su Dai was satisfied with getting more than she wanted. Seeing that the other two had no objection, she waved her hand generously. Okay, you two can do your own things. You can pick the food here by yourself, but only for your own consumption. After saying that, Su Dai became impatient, and the arbitrary door she opened disappeared directly in front of him. Rand's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He touched his chin and said with interest, Elaine, it seems that your princess is very different from the rumors. She has one method after another. You are not like the straw bag image that the star internet only wants to stick to you. This is not another means of retaliation by some people in your empire, and then just to get people here. I am more and more interested in her. You imperial people are really interesting. After the great prince left, a great princess came. TSK. Before he finished speaking, a lightsaber slashed towards his direction quickly. Rand's figure dodged quickly, and stood directly on the nearest tree. He stretched out his hand, and did not forget to disperse the light blade that was about to hit the ground. The sizzling sound lasted for a few seconds, and the light blade was directly broken 1 centimeter away from the ground. Rand retracted his hand, looked provocative, and complained, Major General, we are equally strong, and neither of us can do anything to the other. You have to change your habit of cutting me when you disagree with me. This is the little guy's territory. If you damage it, the little guy will be angry. Elaine was unmoved, looking at him coldly, and warned, Don't let me hear your nonsense again. Elsa is the eldest princess of the Empire. You'd better not have any ideas, and you can't mention the eldest prince. Hearing this, Rand sneered and stared at him with narrowed eyes. His aura changed from the previous laziness. Now he was like a hanging blade, sharp and dangerous, with a fierce light in his eyes. Ha, Elaine, I am an interstellar pirate, not a philanthropist. I am interested in anything that embarrasses your empire, so these words are useless to me. After saying this, Rand laughed very ostentatiously, and then disappeared from the spot, leaving Elaine standing there with a frown, exuding cold air all over her body, as if she was caught in some kind of problem. On the other side, Su Dai was visiting the underground palace with the dwarves. At her request, the huge building system built by the dwarves underground has been constantly upgraded, and the aesthetic style inside is slightly similar to the style of ancient Egypt on the blue planet. At this time, walking on the winding corridor, Su Dai was very satisfied to see that the space on both sides was full. These things are nothing but fresh insects preserved by the dwarves. Except for the corridors and escape passages, this underground space is full of orderly arranged insects. The old dwarf chief looked at the full of food, his heart was filled, and he said in a loud voice, God's messenger, now the underground city we built is full of food. I see that there is still food to be matured in the plantation, so we can also save it. Listening to the other party's heroic tone, Su Dai knew that this was a storage habit engraved in their bones, and it was also a habit left behind in countless times when food was endangered. In fact, she herself also has such a habit, and she agreed with this opinion. In the next period of time, you coordinate the time to keep up with the construction of the underground city. The transformation of the sand and soil above can be slowed down. In the future, all the underground cities on this planet will be handed over to you for construction. Hearing this, the dwarf chieftain was immediately excited. The underground kingdom covering the entire planet sounded exciting, and the old man immediately shouted loudly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, Don't worry, Lord God's envoy, we will definitely try our best to keep up with you. Following behind the God's envoy during this period, he had vaguely felt that the God's envoy was constantly expanding the scope of his home. When he heard about this planet, he was instantly awakened. Their Zuster race must seize this opportunity and follow closely behind the God's envoy. One day their family will be as glorious and prosperous as their ancestors. Looking at the fiery light in the old chief's eyes, Su Dai was already used to it, and asked the small system in her mind, Is the system diagram of the underground city construction out? Okay. The small system quickly came back in her mind, and as its voice ended, a huge simulation of the underground city appeared in Su Dai's mind. The three-dimensional physical scene map was very intuitive and shocking. After looking at the range, it was determined that the panoramic view of this underground city was the entire Shishan area. Su Dai extracted the construction map of this area from it. Su Dai directly wrapped up this fragment of memory with her mental power, and then waved to the old patriarch. Seeing him approaching, Su Dai put her finger on his forehead and directly transmitted the memory fragment into his head with mental power, as instructed by the small system. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it only took a few seconds. The dwarf patriarch, who received the information, suddenly widened his eyes, and his pupils were shaking, as if he had been shocked by the huge amount of information. By the time Su Dai had withdrawn her finger, the other party was still in a daze. There was no other way. Su Dai could only wave to Tada next to her. Tada's eyes lit up when he was summoned, and he ran to them quickly, looking at his own envoy eagerly. He had seen it all just now. The envoy just touched Grandpa's head. This must be a blessing, and he was so happy that he was about to faint. He also wanted the envoy's blessing. However, Su Dai did not understand his desire, but pointed at the dwarf chief, who was still in a daze, and said to him, "Look at your grandfather. When he wakes up, he will tell you how to build the dungeon next. Come on, take over your grandfather's job in the future, and be an excellent chief and manager of the dungeon." Before Tada had time to feel depressed, he was dizzy by the words behind. When he reacted, Su Dai was no longer in front of him. He was so happy that he hugged the old chief in front of him and excitedly said, "Look at your grandfather. When he wakes up, he will tell you how to build the dungeon next. Come on, take over your grandfather's job in the future, and be an excellent chief and manager of the dungeon." Before Tada had time to feel depressed, he was dizzy by the words behind him. When he reacted, Su Dai was no longer in front of him. He was so happy that he hugged the old chief in front of him, and said excitedly, shouted, "Grandpa, did you hear that? Did you hear that? The envoy of God told me to cheer up, and said that I would be the manager of the dungeon in the future, and..." The chattering excited voices in the old patriarch's ears directly pulled him out of the huge dungeon scene in his mind. His small eyes burst into a strong light, and he grabbed Tada's arm with his backhand, and shouted impatiently, "Quick, take me back to the room." He must immediately draw the dungeon plan in his mind. Oh my God, this must be the miracle that the envoy of God just gave. Thinking of this, the old patriarch's trembling body seemed to be injected with vitality elements, and instantly burst out with powerful vitality. Su Dai didn't know that her actions made the dwarves completely decide and resolve, and this day was commemorated by the dwarves later as the beginning of the road to glory. Chapter 60. Everyone was busy during this period. Since the dwarves knew that they were going to build an underground city, they started working on both the ground and underground parts according to the instructions of the old patriarch. They would spend half a day working on the ground during the day, and return to work underground after lunch, so that after the afternoon, there was a quiet atmosphere on the ground. The members of the advanced team were led by Elaine to repair the spacecraft and check the transmission platform of the abandoned planet. The repair work of the transmission platform was directly responsible for Rand and Elaine. If they wanted to go back and leave this planet, they had to work together, which was also another kind of mutual supervision. Su Dai was stunned for a while when she heard the system say this, and she asked again in disbelief, "Are the two really working together?" In the end, she still used the teleportation platform to take a look, and then she saw that the two really worked together to build the teleportation platform. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. As expected, all personal emotions had to be put aside under a common crisis. It was also the first time that Su Dai knew where the teleportation platform of this planet was located. In order to prevent herself and the planet from being plotted against, Su Dai was cautious and observed them through the magic vine branch for a few days. In the end, she couldn't understand the various professional terms they said, so she gave up directly under the comfort of the small system, leaving only the magic vine branch as a monitor. This is not because she is careless, but after confirming that the small system can ensure that the entire teleportation platform is under her control, she doesn't need to care about what those people are doing. Because she has discovered something more important now, her old friend the magic vine seems to be blooming. At this time, Su Dai was standing on the trunk of the magic vine, leaning forward to look carefully at the flower bud that had grown a circle. There were strange patterns on the surface of the flower bud. So what kind of flowers and fruits would the magic vine produce? Su Dai was still thinking with her arms folded. The magic vine had already called out in her mind. Hearing what it called out, Su Dai almost fell off the tree and shouted in shock, "What did you say? You want to move?" Without waiting for Su Dai to agree, the magic vine seemed to have been patient for a long time. The whole tree began to move on the ground. In an instant, the shaking and clanging sound rang out under the whole sky, and the roots of the magic vine pressed deep folds on the ground. Su Dai saw that she could not stop it, so she could only jump down from the tree quickly. Without thinking, She directly used her mental power to bind the entire trunk. Taking advantage of the moment when the magic vine paused, Su Dai moved the entire tree upwards. The tree slowly rose. She stood directly under the roots of the tree, grabbed the two thickest roots with both hands, and tilted the entire tree halfway. Then she raised her hands, carried it, and ran quickly forward. This operation was too coquettish. The flower buds of the magic vine made a ding-dong sound, like the sound of wind chimes played by the wind, which was constantly transmitted throughout the sky. The movement here was too huge, which made everyone working on the transmission platform notice the movement here. Moss, who was holding a tool in his hand, couldn't help but look around, then fixed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Hey, isn't that the plant called Magic Vine next to the princess? What's wrong with it? Is it attacked? Why do I feel that it is moving? No, it's still moving." Others thought so too. They were used to seeing the domineering and powerful magic vines. Now seeing the trunk of the tree about to fall, everyone couldn't help but think that something had happened. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Levis made a prompt decision. "I go find the princess. You go over there first to see what's going on." While they were talking, two figures flashed by faster than them. Everyone only felt that two lights and shadows flashed quickly in front of them, and then the backs of two people appeared in front of them. Taizan blurted out, "It's the Major General and Lord Rand." The advance team also recognized who the two were. They looked at each other, and quickly chased in the direction of the movement under the leadership of Levis. At this time, Su Dai had already adjusted the most suitable posture, which was to tilt the whole tree 15 degrees. It was the most convenient and time-saving for her to move by carrying the roots of the tree. In her mind, she told the magic vine not to move around, and she directly used energy to fix the whole tree, and then turned on the small motor mode, and walked quickly in the direction indicated by the old friend. If the magic vine itself was not sure where it was going, she would not need such a shape. She could directly use the system's portal to teleport herself and her old friend there. Although she cursed in her heart, she still had to send this guy to the destination personally, otherwise, who knows what kind of damage her planting area would be. So when Rand and Elaine arrived, they saw such an unspeakable and shocking scene. They originally thought that something was stealing the tree. When they saw who was running with the tree and leaving an afterimage, they rarely showed an indescribable look on their faces. They were shocked and speechless. This was the first time they had encountered this scene. They looked at each other, and seemed to see the words no way to start in each other's eyes. They realized that their opinions were the same as each other's. They quickly separated and chased after Su Dai. Rand took the lead and chased after Su Dai, running at the same speed as her. While running comfortably, he tilted his head and asked her with a smile, "Little Elsa, what are you doing? It looks so fun. Do you need me to join?" The wind was blowing in her ears, and Su Dai also heard Rand's voice in the wind. The low laughter was very persistent in her ears, which was very annoying. Su Dai looked at him directly, tilted her head, and said to him mercilessly, "Get lost." Rand's face twitched for a moment, but in the next moment, he looked like he would not get lost if he didn't want to. Su Dai was busy looking for directions according to the guidance of the old friend in her mind. She had no time to deal with this shameless guy. She snorted and asked directly, "If you can't do it even if I ask you to, don't waste your energy. Learn from Elaine and stay away from me." Rand was choked and snorted unhappily, and then found that what the little guy in front of him said seemed to be true. He seemed to be unable to carry such a big tree like this. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became, especially when the little guy in front of him compared him with a certain annoying guy. Rand was directly emitting a dark aura. But his footsteps did not stop for a moment, and remained beside Su Dai, with no intention of giving in. Running all the way like this, when they met the advance team, everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide, looking at Su Dai again, and some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if to confirm whether the scene in front of them was real. Su Dai was afraid that they would be swept by the old man's branches, so she reminded them to be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Taizan and Moss, who were too close to the front, were directly knocked to the ground by the branches above the magic vine. They didn't come back to their senses for a long time until he left with the tree. They didn't see it wrong, right? It was the eldest princess just now, right? Everyone looked at each other and confirmed that they had just seen the same scene, not someone's hallucination. The people who reacted took a breath and couldn't help but cover their hearts, just because they were too shocked. They were afraid that their hearts would explode out of their chests out of control. That's really embarrassing. But I'm still shocked now. How deep is their princess hiding? If this strength and this picture are exposed, she will definitely be the best in the interstellar world. This is the strength of a king. As a power lover, Taizan is envious. His eyes are like a tracker, staring at Su Dai's back, as if he can absorb some mysterious power from it and use it for himself. In this way, Su Dai ran across the West Mountain area carrying a tree. When the dwarves thought something happened on the ground and ran out to check, they were also completely shocked like the advance team. When they reacted, they shouted, "Long live the messenger of God." The sound was like a wave, one mountain higher than another, and it was transmitted to various places in the sky. So a strange scene appeared in the West Mountain area. Su Dai was running continuously with a giant vine, and a string of human tails was dragged behind her, which was magnificent and spectacular. This continued until all the dwarves and the vanguard were almost vomiting from running. After falling behind completely, Su Dai finally slowed down and moved straight ahead, as if she had found the direction. As the voice of the magic vine in her mind became more excited, Su Dai also breathed a sigh of relief, and her pace became slower and slower until she stood in a plant. She stopped and searched the plants in front of her, and then her eyes stopped at the empty space in the middle of the plants. "It's here." The old friend in her mind also conveyed this message to her. She drove Rand, who was still beside her, away. "Don't get in my way." After saying that, she moved the roots of the tree with her backhand and lifted the whole tree vertically. Rand on the side was almost swept away. He stepped back a few meters and squinted his eyes to watch what happened next. Su Dai directly put the magic vine in the middle, and the empty space was just filled, as if it was specially prepared for it. Su Dai suppressed the doubts in her heart and directly withdrew her mental power, allowing the magic vine to take root. As the roots of the magic vine penetrated deep into the soil, Su Dai could feel the pleasant sound coming from her mind. The flower buds on the tree trunk also swayed with the branches, making a pleasant tinkling sound. This sound was like some kind of switch, and then the tinkling sound came from all around. Su Dai felt the sounds from all directions. With the coverage of her mental power, she knew where the sound came from. It was nothing else but the plants on this land, the mutated flower bud plants surrounding the magic vine. Looking carefully at this time, Su Dai found that these mutant plants with only flower buds looked very similar to the magic vine. Su Dai's eyes couldn't help but become weird. Could these mutant plants have anything to do with the magic vine? She remembered that she had sown the seeds of a new variety of magnolia at the beginning, so how could it be related to the magic vine? If there was a relationship, she should be able to feel it, but she didn't have any special feeling from the beginning to now. At this moment, the energy around her instantly became active, and it was vaguely a little out of control. Su Dai immediately became alert, and directly covered this area with her mental power. Once there was an accident, she could control the situation in the first time. When her mental power came out, Elaine and Rand's eyes flashed with strange light. Rand touched his chin and looked at Su Dai with light and dark interlaced. It seemed that he didn't expect her to have such a strong mental power. Compared to Rand's simple surprise, Elaine frowned again. His eyes were uncertain, as if he was confirming something. There was a flash of nostalgia in his eyes for a moment, but it disappeared in an instant. Su Dai's mind was now completely focused on the magic vine in front of her, because she felt that the magic vine was about to change. With the words "it's about to bloom" in her mind system, Su Dai's mental power became more concentrated, sorting out the overly active energy around the mutant planting area. Time passed by minute, and Su Dai could feel the trajectory of the spreading energy running around. The flower buds bloomed little by little when the energy entered, and began to slowly bloom outwards 1 centimeter at a time. The flowers bloomed. As a strange fragrance hit their noses, everyone felt a bombardment in their brains. Something hit their nasal cavities, and then spread to every part of their bodies. Their brains were instantly opened up, and their whole bodies were wrapped in a layer of warmth. This feeling was too comfortable, making everyone stand there in a daze. Su Dai was an exception. She could feel a domineering and gentle energy in the air. When the energy approached her, her body naturally guided the energy into her body in an orderly manner. Thinking that the people around her might be panicked by the energy, she quickly turned her head to remind them. But when she turned around, she saw 2 people who were just like her. They were equally awake and raised their eyebrows. Su Dai was not surprised that they were not affected. She said to them seriously, "Elaine, Rand, keep an eye on the people behind and tell them not to panic. These energies will not hurt them. How much they can feel depends on their own understanding." At this time, Su Dai had vaguely guessed what these energies were for. She looked at the extension board of the magic vine and the mutant plant that was blooming with curiosity. The ancient record said that the birth of strange things must be accompanied by strange phenomena, and now this situation is obviously what is going on. Something new is born. Once this idea came into being, Su Dai's heart began to beat uncontrollably, and her eyes became hot as she looked at the blooming magic vines and mutant plants. Whether her guess was true or not would soon be known, as if in response to her guess, a burst of golden powder fell from the sky in front of her. Su Dai looked up in the direction of the powder source, and saw that the flower buds on the branches of the magic vine had all bloomed, and each flower bud was surrounded by a layer of light-colored light, and foils of various colors kept falling from top to bottom in the light. This moment was beautiful and dreamy, and the surroundings were dyed with peaceful colors. Su Dai clearly felt that the originally active energy seemed to be tamed and gradually became stable. Everyone seemed to be affected, and the uneasiness and uncontrollable panic in their hearts gradually dissipated, and their faces could not help but show calm and gentle expressions. Even Rand, who was as unruly as a little gangster all day, became a little gentler, and the sharpness hidden in his body seemed to be appeased, gradually revealing his originally handsome face. Under this peaceful sky like the divine world, the sound of flowers blooming was amplified, and then everyone saw that the buds of the mutant plants in front of them also began to bloom with the pace of the magic vine. At this moment, the sound of flowers blooming formed a holy fairy music, soothing people's hearts. Then came waves of white light surrounding each flower, like transparent clouds covering each flower, as if protecting something precious. Su Dai's heart paused for a moment. She vaguely saw what was under the light. In order to see more clearly, her body involuntarily moved forward a little, and then she found footsteps behind her. She turned her head, and met two pairs of eyes, one black and one blue, looking at her. Su Dai frowned and stared at the two people, and said unceremoniously, "You two can't follow. This is the place covered by her spiritual power." Before she figured out what happened, she would not let these two people follow her in. Who knows if these two people will make trouble at the critical moment. Her expression was too serious. Rand and Elaine also reacted at this time. They both took a step back. Their eyes were not clear. At this moment, their brain waves were strangely unified. They were bewitched just now. Realizing this fact, their faces began to change, and their eyes became more cautious. Su Dai was slightly satisfied to see that they were tactful. She raised her foot and walked forward. As she walked forward step by step, the light above the flower began to gradually dissipate inside the flower. Su Dai stood in front of the nearest flower, and used energy to directly rise to the side of the flower. When she looked down, Su Dai's eyes suddenly widened. She had seen what was inside the flower. There was something. Her surprised expression was too obvious. After a long silence, everyone who had been waiting couldn't help but exchange curious glances, but the atmosphere made no one dare to speak, and they could only convey information to each other with their eyes. The first to react was Rand. He directly suspended himself in the air. This angle just happened to see the scene that Su Dai could see. At this time, the light on the flower had been half absorbed by the heart of the flower, and he could see clearly what was inside the flower. For a moment, his expression was exactly the same as Su Dai's. His stunned expression made his unruly face more lovely. His expression was too rare, which made everyone waiting below curious. They looked at each other anxiously, and finally the advance team cast their expectant eyes on their Major General. Since the pirate leader knew about it, their Major General couldn't lose, right? Elaine received the burning gazes of the team members. She wanted to ignore them, but couldn't. Finally, she could only frown and stand forward a step, then jumped up. Then she saw the things inside the flowers, and instantly showed the same expression as Rand. Rand on the other side had already reacted. Seeing Elaine's expression, he sneered with gloating, and suddenly felt happy in his heart. As expected, little Elsa was his lucky star. Their expressions made the eyes of the people waiting for the answer below almost sour, and their hearts seemed to be tickled by countless kittens' claws. What happened? What did they see? Why didn't anyone speak? Just when everyone was about to go crazy, the light in the middle of the flower was finally absorbed, and all the flowers trembled. Su Dai saw the sleeping little thing in the flower slowly move. Su Dai also became nervous for some reason. She stared at the little thing in the flower without blinking. She stretched out her arms as white as holy light, and then met a pair of black clear eyes. The little thing's ears moved, and then sat up and looked up at Su Dai, tilting its head slightly, very cute. Su Dai felt that her heart was hit by a buy-in. What kind of fairy species is this? So cute. Although her face still maintained a calm expression, the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily, and her eyebrows and eyes showed a look of love for the little thing. Who wouldn't like such a cute elf? Su Dai was completely sure at this time that the little thing in front of her was definitely the legendary creature elf on Blue Star. Pointed ears, soft long hair, a body only the size of a palm, beautiful beyond gender. It was exactly the same as the beautiful creature elf in the legend. The little guy only felt that the person in front of him was very kind. He blinked his black eyes like grapes, and covered his little body with the petals next to him, as if he was shy. Su Dai couldn't help laughing, and she raised her finger to the little thing. A small mushroom quickly grew on her fingertips, and then Su Dai handed the green mushroom to the little guy. The elf shyly accepted the half-sized mushroom, and spit a colorful bubble at Su Dai, which was very cute. Su Dai felt that her heart was hit by the feather arrow called cute again. How could there be such a cute creature in the world?